Chapter 1 Prologue. On a summer night, the entire world is enveloped in darkness, devoid of warmth and light. Countless stars shimmer around the pale moon, casually forming constellations both grand and diminutive, such as Ursa Major and Ursa Minor, all discernible in clarity. Two figures stand by the edge of a pitch-black lake, shrouded in the ambiguity of night, their identities indistinguishable. They have been present for a while, having suddenly appeared moments prior, yet silence pervades the air, as if they had come solely to gaze at the stars in quietude. At last, one of them sighed with concern and inquired, "Do we truly have to go?" "We have no choice, as you well know," the other replied with certainty. "No, you do. No, divorcing you is not an option. We are not at that juncture. Perhaps we can find a place to hide?" "No, that will never be my choice. So you must partake in those battles." "Indeed, it is for. Do not speak to me of that. I have heard enough in recent days." At that moment, a piercing wail of an infant suddenly resonated from the thicket, startling both individuals. After a brief moment of astonishment, the shorter figure swiftly darted towards the source of the cries, quickly locating the sound's origin, a baby. The other person soon arrived, while the shorter one crouched down to cradle the infant, expertly patting its back as if rehearsed hundreds of times, and soon the baby ceased its wailing, sinking back into slumber. The taller individual found it so incredulous that he could not help but mutter, "What is this?" "It is a baby, cannot you see?" The shorter one responded with mild discontent. "Of course I see it. I merely wonder how an infant could be here. Why is it so small? It must have been born not long ago. Where is its mother? Why is only the child here?" The taller one began to scan the surroundings with caution. "Look at how adorable it is. Ah, do you think this could be the child mentioned in the prophecy? Then everything makes sense." "What prophecy?" "The ramblings of that madwoman cannot be trusted. Consider what she has said." The shorter one interrupted, stating, "She said we would receive a child of our own." "Yes, but this child will live under our protection, under your protection." The shorter one's voice was resolute, even tinged with a sense of menace. Ultimately, the taller one relented. "Yes, yes, he shall be under our protection. Yet, look at him, his hair, his eyes. He is undeniably our child." The shorter one exclaimed joyfully, "Let us name him. From now on, he shall be our child." Duh. In the end, the taller one sighed deeply, surrendering to fate. Chapter 2 The Funeral. Today we gather here to bid farewell to our beloved family member and friend, Draco Malfoy. His body shall rest eternally in this place, dust to dust. His soul shall find solace, and the great Merlin will bestow his blessings upon him and his beloved ones. The sky was shrouded in a gray mist, obscuring what should have been a splendid day. Perhaps it was due to the gentle patter of raindrops that the attendees of the funeral were few. Narcissa leaned weakly against Lucius's shoulder, softly weeping. The regal elegance she usually exuded had vanished, leaving only a mother engulfed in profound grief. Lucius gently patted her back, his pale face rigid and cold, yet the bloodshot eyes and trembling hands betrayed his true emotions. He died for justice, for the restoration of light and hope to this world. He bravely fought against the true Death Eaters. Lucius spoke softly, yet rather than comforting Narcissa, it felt as though he was addressing the others present, for both he and Narcissa knew that the truth was far from this narrative. In truth, Draco had accidentally fallen down the stairs, breaking his neck. This was not merely the rumor among a few Hogwarts students, but 2 captured Death Eaters had witnessed it as well. However, during the post-war trial, Harry Potter not only testified that Narcissa had saved the Malfoy family before Voldemort, but he also insisted that Draco had met his untimely demise in battle against the Death Eaters. Who would dare question the illustrious savior, Harry Potter, at such a moment? Thus, the deceased Draco was posthumously awarded a 3rd-class Merlin Medal, lending a semblance of dignity to this belated funeral. Of course, those of noble character, those in the know, would never attend the funeral of a Death Eater who had opposed Harry Potter throughout his life. No one knew why Harry Potter chose to defend Draco Malfoy, nor would anyone comprehend his sudden appearance at this funeral. He had simply materialized. A handful of individuals gasped at his unexpected arrival, whispering in hushed tones, and they swiftly parted to grant him passage. Harry Potter effortlessly made his way to the front, astonishingly arriving alone, without a single Auror by his side. Even now, there were escaped Death Eaters scheming to kill him, while the Ministry of Magic yearned to surround him with horrors at every moment. "What are you doing here?" Lucius shouted in fury, raising his fist as if to strike Harry Potter. But thankfully, Narcissa intervened, firmly grasping his sleeve and imploring, "Do not do this, Lucius, not now." "I wish to see him one last time," Harry Potter replied. Narcissa nodded, releasing Lucius, while using her handkerchief to dab at her tears. Harry Potter cast a grateful glance her way, approaching the grave where the coffin had already been laid to rest. He bent down and gently tossed the flowers he held into the grave. At that moment, Narcissa's voice rang out suddenly from behind. "You deceived me. You dared to deceive me." Harry appeared to acquiesce to something unspoken, turning silently around as gasps of terror erupted from the crowd. Narcissa's wand had slipped from her sleeve, and she screamed frantically, "Avada Kedavra!" A green light shot forth from the tip of her wand, hurtling towards Harry. Everything unfolded too abruptly. No one anticipated that Narcissa, who had seemed so grateful, would suddenly attack Harry, and even Lucius could not act in time to stop her. It was too close. In that moment, no one could halt Narcissa, and no one could save Potter. "No!" Draco lunged toward Potter, yet the deadly green light passed through his translucent form, undeniably striking Harry. The sorrow etched on Harry's face froze in place, his lake-like emerald eyes staring straight ahead. For a brief moment, Draco almost believed Potter had seen him, but in the next instant, his pupils dilated, and he fell heavily backward into the unfilled grave. "No!" Draco screamed, bolting upright from his bed, drenched in sweat, his body soaked through. With a sharp pop, a house elf named Dobby appeared at Draco's window, her voice high-pitched as she exclaimed, "Master, what is the matter?" In the next instant, even Narcissa and Lucius rushed in, Lucius kicking the house elf aside, causing her to emit a pained whimper, while Narcissa leaped past him to Draco's bedside, exclaiming, "What is happening, Draco?" Draco looked around in a daze, finding himself in what seemed to be his own bedroom. He pressed his hand against his aching head, questioning whether he hadn't already perished. Was this a dream? Or was the preceding experience merely a dream? Had everything that just transpired been an illusion? Potter was dead, killed by Narcissa. Draco suddenly lifted his head, and there was Narcissa, her face etched with concern as she gazed at him. He had never anticipated that Narcissa would launch a frenzied attack on Potter, and Potter's demise would undoubtedly bring calamity upon the Malfoy family. Narcissa had always been the most composed and resilient individual in the household, fully aware of the importance of the greater good. With reddened eyes, Draco enveloped Narcissa in an embrace, exclaiming, "Mother." Narcissa was momentarily taken aback by Draco's demeanor, but after a brief pause, she gently patted his back and softly inquired, "Did you have a nightmare?" "Do not fear. Your father and I are right here." At your age, still waking from nightmares, calling out and weeping. How unseemly. Lucius scoffed with a cold snort, but then swiftly altered his tone, stating, "In that case, we shall postpone our visit to Diagon Alley. With a month remaining before your school term begins, we have ample time." Draco suddenly recalled the excitement that had nearly deprived him of sleep over purchasing a wand, as if it had transpired merely yesterday. Indeed, it felt as though it had truly occurred just yesterday. Yet, the image of Potter's death remained vividly real, and Draco felt another wave of headache wash over him. He raised his hand to pinch the bridge of his nose, only to discover that his hand appeared diminished. Even his fingers seemed shorter. No, he was only 11 years old. He was supposed to look like this. Observing Narcissa's delicate makeup and Lucius's meticulously styled hair, both appeared vibrant and full of life, yet the gaunt Narcissa, who had followed the Dark Lord, and the deranged Lucius were also strikingly vivid in his memory. Draco's hand, initially poised to pinch his nose for clarity, instinctively shifted to pinch his cheek instead, eliciting a wince of pain. Narcissa and Lucius regarded him with expressions that seemed to convey, "Our son appears to be quite daft from sleep." Draco still felt a sense of confusion, or perhaps a lingering dreamlike quality. Having reached the most dire conclusion, could it be that everything had suddenly taken a turn, returning to the beginning? Or was it merely a nightmare that felt all too real? The sensation of being rooted in reality was increasingly potent now. It seemed that it truly had just been a dream. Draco's spirits lifted instantly as he shed the shadow of death, finally exhaling in relief, though a strange sense of loss lingered within him. Mother? Do we possess a lineage of seers? Narcissa cast a curious glance towards Lucius, who also shook his head in bewilderment. Therefore, Narcissa replied, I believe not. Did you dream of something? As Potter and Draco exchanged glances, a sense of trepidation washed over them, as if uttering the name of the Dark Lord would summon some terrible consequence. Draco quickly rephrased. Some rather dreadful individuals. Potter? You mean Harry Potter? Lucius inquired. Draco nodded, suddenly recalling the image of Potter tumbling into the coffin, and to his astonishment, he seemed to smile. Yesterday, you and your friends spent the entire day discussing Harry Potter, Narcissa remarked. Perhaps that is why you dreamt of him. Draco pondered this. Indeed. They had been discussing Harry Potter for not just a day, but the entire summer, speculating whether he, being of a similar age, would also attend Hogwarts. Well, perhaps you should rest for another day, Narcissa suggested. No, I'm quite well, Draco replied. Aren't we planning to visit Diagon Alley? We've long agreed to procure wands. The prospect of finally acquiring his own wand filled Draco with a youthful excitement. Ever since he had accidentally detonated the dining table with Narcissa's wand a few years prior, he had been forbidden from touching their wands. Even in his dreams, Potter had seized his wand from him. How he longed for one of his own. Narcissa still appeared somewhat concerned. Your complexion does not look well. Perhaps it would be best to rest at home today. Diagon Alley will still be there tomorrow. I'm fine. Just had a nightmare, Draco quickly asserted, leaping from the bed and donning the clothes hanging by his bedside. Are we going now? I must choose the finest wand. That is not solely up to you. Lucius chuckled while shaking his head. You know that wands choose their owners. Yet Narcissa remained anxious. As you said, it was merely a nightmare. Lucius patted her hand before turning to Draco. Draco, I must remind you, if you continue to have such nightmares at school, weeping and wailing, you will surely become the laughingstock of all Slytherin. That will not happen again, Father, Draco affirmed. The dream had felt so real that upon awakening, he could scarcely believe it had merely been a dream. Suddenly, he frowned, as if the excitement of purchasing a wand had somewhat diminished. Meanwhile, over 100 miles from Malfoy Manor, in a small town, a towering behemoth stood before the glass window of an electronics store, pointing at the television on display in astonishment. Do Muggles' photographs move now? Has a wizard cast a spell? This is a violation of the statute of secrecy. That's called a television. I'm not quite sure how it works, but I think it doesn't involve magic. The spectacled boy beside him pondered carefully. Having never heard the Dursleys discuss the workings of a television, as Dudley had shown no interest in such matters. At that moment, the television screen shifted to showcase a multitude of people gathered together. Oh, how marvelous. The background moves too, the giant exclaimed. You are correct, this is not magic. Muggles possess a certain cleverness, do they not? But their postal system is utterly dreadful. Can you imagine waiting days for a letter to arrive? Even owls are swifter. The boy shrugged. He found it hard to fathom how owls delivered messages. Did one merely recite the address to them, or could they comprehend the writing on the envelope? Regardless, since the giant had burst into the dilapidated shack on the rock the previous night, everything had felt surreal, as if in a dream. The boy, still in disbelief, turned to the giant and asked, Hagrid, am I truly a wizard? Oh, absolutely. The giant Hagrid boomed. Soon, when we arrive at Diagon Alley, you shall see. Even your name, Harry Potter, seems to carry a certain magic. Chapter 3, Diagon Alley. Upon arriving at Diagon Alley, Draco felt an odd sense of familiarity. Yet he quickly suppressed it. After all, Diagon Alley was the largest and most comprehensive shopping street in the country, having visited it a few times in his childhood. Such familiarity was quite normal. Narcissa had meticulously planned every detail of their shopping list, leaving Lucius to juggle her requests. Draco's greatest anticipation was, of course, the acquisition of his wand, but with the school season underway, Ollivanders, renowned as the finest wand maker in the world, was currently inundated with first-year students and their parents. Lucius glanced at the lengthy queue with a hint of discouragement. He knew well that Ollivander was notoriously stubborn and never granted favors, leaving him hesitant to push through the throng for preferential treatment, fearing the embarrassment of rejection. Narcissa, noticing Lucius's impatience, suggested, Darling, it appears we shall be waiting here for quite a while. Why don't you take Draco to buy books and robes first? Lucius pondered for a moment before agreeing, and Draco voiced no objections. Fortunately, the robe shop was devoid of customers, and the portly Madam Malkin emerged from behind her busy work with fabric and tools, her cheerful demeanor evident as she asked, Here to purchase Hogwarts robes? Indeed, Draco replied politely. Madam Malkin continued to smile as she guided him inside, instructing, Now, step up onto this platform so I may take your measurements. Anticipating a lengthy process, Lucius addressed Draco. You stay here. I will fetch your books. Wait for me here when I return. Very well. Once Lucius departed, Draco followed Madam Malkin's instructions and stepped onto the platform. 2 measuring tapes, which had been resting idly, sprang to life and began measuring him. Madam Malkin swiftly recorded the data, while the tapes moved to take additional measurements. Once all measurements were complete, Madam Malkin approached with a robe of a similar size. The garment automatically draped over Draco, fitting perfectly in length, but proving too loose around the waist. She then offered him another, which fit slightly better in the waist, but was too short. Draco was a tad taller than his peers, though rather slender. Ultimately, Madam Malkin provided him with a robe of the correct length, pinning the excess fabric with a safety pin. Altering the waist will take a bit of time. If you require more than one, I can arrange to make them to your measurements. Yes, I need 3 robes, as well as shirts and trousers. Do you carry clothing beyond just robes? Of course. Madam Malkin replied cheerfully. We have all sorts of clothing here. My mother provided a list, specifying the finest materials. Draco explained, producing the list Narcissa had written and handing it to her. Here you go. Madam Malkin appeared delighted as she examined the list before stating. Shirts are worn close to the body. We must take some additional measurements to ensure everything fits perfectly and comfortably. All right. While the garments may not have been of the highest quality, Draco had no doubts regarding their craftsmanship. Madam Malkin then suggested, if you're not in a hurry, I can adjust the waist of the robe while you try it on. Very well. As Madam Malkin made her alterations and Draco tried on the garments, he remained on the platform, finding the waiting time exceedingly dull. His thoughts wandered back to the dream he had experienced that morning. He couldn't help but wonder what the real Harry Potter was like. His parents had long since passed, and while the Potter family was not a great lineage, it had some history. Yet, in his dream, it seemed he had grown up in a Muggle household. He hoped he wouldn't be as insufferable as he had been in the dream. Well, perhaps insufferable was too strong a term, but he certainly was not particularly likable. Draco frowned as he realized that the memory of Potter's appearance from the dream had already grown somewhat hazy, and it had only been half a day. Draco was deeply engrossed in his thoughts and failed to notice that another customer had entered Madam Malkin's shop while he was trying on robes. The boy, who stood not far from him, appeared somewhat slight, and the robe seemed a tad too long, requiring alterations. After Madam Malkin had been gone for a while, the boy suddenly ventured to ask cautiously, do I have to keep my arm raised like this? Will the measuring tape hold on its own? The youthful voice struck Draco with an inexplicable familiarity, as if a current surged through his ears and surged into his mind. He instinctively turned around, and upon seeing the boy, he blurted out, Potter. Harry was startled by Draco's exclamation, looking somewhat bewildered as he stammered, I am. Draco was at a loss for his own feelings. He gazed incredulously at Harry's face, a torrent of complex emotions swelling within him. His mind buzzed like a swarm of bees, and something heavy pressed against his chest, urging his body to move. Harry, already feeling uneasy under the pale boy's scrutiny, found himself suddenly lunged at. In a panic, he stumbled backward and fell onto the footrest. As he hit the ground, he struggled to regain his balance, flailing his arms until he managed to grasp a nearby mannequin, only to be enveloped in the embrace of a stranger who was half a head taller than him. Harry stiffened. While the patrons at the Leaky Cauldron had been excited merely to shake his hand, no one had ever thrown their arms around him like this. It felt reminiscent of Aunt Petunia's fervent embrace of Dudley, firm and slightly trembling. He had envied that kind of affection in his childhood. Yet he knew Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon would never treat him that way. Now, however, he was not so envious. He realized that such an embrace could leave one breathless, and poor Dudley had endured it for years. Draco, too, was bewildered by his own actions, as if replaying the final scene of a dream. In that dream, he had lunged toward Potter but had failed to grasp him. No, wait, you must let go. Harry gasped, feeling an unexpected acceleration of his heartbeat and a tightening in his chest. I can't breathe. Draco abruptly came to his senses. Horrified by his sudden embrace of a stranger, and in a fit of embarrassment and anger, he shoved Harry away. However, he pushed too forcefully, causing the frail Harry to stumble backward and fall to the ground. Just moments ago relieved that he had not fallen, Harry now found himself on the floor, having collided with the mannequin, pain shooting through his back. It took him a while to stand up, and across from him, the boy merely stared. Harry felt a surge of anger. Why did you push me? Who pushed you? You clearly lost your balance. Draco retorted, narrowing his eyes as he assessed Harry. The tattered clothes he wore were significantly oversized, with frayed collars, and his glasses were held together by some unknown adhesive. The adult version of Potter in his dream had also been poorly dressed, albeit for aesthetic reasons. This was far worse. Unable to contain himself, Draco remarked, What on earth is this? Why are you wearing such rags? Harry lifted his chin, not missing the disdainful look in Draco's eyes and the contemptuous tone in his voice. Memories of past taunts from classmates resurfaced, reigniting the anger he had just managed to suppress. He did not like his outfit, but he defiantly said, "These are not rags. They are of excellent quality, and I can still wear them even if I grow taller." "What? You plan to wear those rags for years?" Draco's face expressed shock as he scrutinized Harry again. Harry's face flushed crimson, a mix of anger and embarrassment coursing through him as he glared back, searching for a retort. Yet, Draco appeared immaculate, from his meticulously styled hair to his obviously expensive clothing, far surpassing any new outfit Dudley would have chosen for Smeltings. The several exquisite rings adorning Draco's fingers struck Harry as amusing, yet he was reluctant to reveal his ignorance of the wizarding world's trends. As Draco noticed Potter glaring at him with a sinister expression, he was inexplicably reminded of how he and his friends had been bullies in his dreams. Any unflattering remarks would have resulted in a punch to the nose. Potter had not struck him, but instead, he had cast a spell that left Draco battered. The peculiar sense of reality made him instinctively touch his chest, where no scars existed, stifling the urge to mock Potter further. He managed to utter, "Sorry? You really needn't worry about growing taller." Unfortunately, the apology lacked sincerity, and the subsequent comment seemed to imply that Harry would not grow tall, making him even angrier. "You won't grow tall. Your entire family won't grow tall." Draco frowned. Though the dream had an unsettling air of reality, he had not intended to take it seriously. He still held on to the idea of befriending Potter, yet now he found himself doubting that notion. Perhaps, like in the dream, he and Potter were not meant to get along. Nevertheless, Potter's appearance, attire, and even demeanor bore little resemblance to how Draco had envisioned him in his dreams. Yet, inexplicably, the moment he laid eyes on him, he had called out his name. He had not seen the infamous lightning-shaped scar, but astonishingly, he felt he could recognize Potter's voice, and merely seeing him evoked a multitude of memories, or perhaps dreams. Was it truly just a dream? "Do you know me?" "Not really," Harry replied, still seething. "Should I know you? Don't you find me familiar?" Draco nearly revealed that he had dreamt of him, but realizing how strange that would sound, he quickly amended, "Where have you seen me?" Harry regarded Draco with suspicion, and for reasons he could not quite explain. He felt a flicker of recognition. However, he was still fuming over the earlier incident. "Have you ever randomly approached me on the street to shake my hand?" "I've encountered plenty of people like that." "No, absolutely not." Draco felt humiliated. Potter must be saying this on purpose. As a Malfoy, he would never approach a stranger for a handshake, not even in a dream. But wait, in that dream, he had indeed reached out to Potter, only to have him refuse in front of everyone. It was a double humiliation. Draco gritted his teeth and declared, "Even if I were to shake hands with every muggle in London, I would never shake hands with you. I advise anyone who has shaken your hand to wash their hands immediately, otherwise, they might catch fleas." Harry's face flushed deeper. Who was it that lunged at me just now? A golden-haired monkey. Draco was certain his own face had turned a fiery red from anger as he shouted, "Who cares about you? You, the orphan Scarhead." Mentioning his deceased parents pushed Harry over the edge. Moreover, the boy before him was nothing like Dudley, and Harry felt a surge of confidence. As Potter charged at him with a fierce expression, Draco was taken aback. He had never been fond of physical confrontations. Despite Harry appearing small and frail, given the astonishing combat prowess he had witnessed in that vividly realistic dream, Draco deemed it wise to avoid any unnecessary risks. Thus, Draco, who was already standing close to the door, exclaimed, "We'll see about that," and swiftly pushed open the door, darting out of Madam Malkin's robe shop. Chapter 4, The Hawthorn Wand. Draco emerged from the robe shop in a hurry, but in his haste, he nearly collided with a man's leg upon exiting. The man's shabby attire suggested a lack of refinement, and without lifting his gaze, Draco rudely shouted, "Get out of the way, you oaf. Oh, watch where you're going." The large man hurriedly protected the snowy owl cage in his hands. Draco paused momentarily, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. He recognized this man, of course, from his dreams. Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. While Hagrid was about to scold the troublesome child, Draco had already vanished from sight. In fact, Draco not only recognized Hagrid, but he also instantly recognized the snowy owl in Hagrid's possession, which belonged to Potter and was named Hedwig. This revelation startled him. An increasing number of signs indicated the extraordinary nature of that dream. Draco had no desire to clash with the school as caretaker before the term had even begun. So he dashed into the adjacent bookstore before Hagrid could fully comprehend the situation, only to crash directly into Lucius. Encountering Potter certainly boded ill. This was a lesson Draco had learned deeply over the years in his dreams, and it seemed to be validated by meeting Potter in reality for the first time. Lucius, caught off guard by the collision, watched as his freshly purchased books tumbled to the floor. Steadying Draco, he asked, somewhat reproachfully, "Draco, what has caused you to be so reckless?" "And nothing. I'm sorry, Father," Draco stammered, hurriedly bending down to retrieve the books. Your mother and I have told you many times that as a Malfoy, you must always maintain your decorum and poise. Lucius lectured as he also bent down to assist in picking up the last book. Draco recalled Lucius's demeanor in the presence of the Dark Lord and allowed a small scoff to escape his lips internally, though outwardly he merely replied, "Yes, father." "Have you selected your robes?" Lucius inquired. "There were none that fit properly," Draco replied. "Madam Malkin said she would make me a custom one." "Very well," Lucius nodded. Draco hesitated, contemplating confirming whether their family possessed the gift of prophecy, but before he could voice his thoughts, a sudden pop announced the arrival of their house elf, Dobby. Dobby bowed deeply and announced, "Master, young master, the mistress says the queue for wands is arriving shortly, and you must hurry." "Understood. Please inform her we are on our way." "Yes, master." Dobby bowed again and vanished with a pop. "All right, let us find your mother," Lucius said, taking the books from Draco's hands, as they were likely too heavy for an 11-year-old. Draco obediently followed Lucius, though as they passed the broom shop, he couldn't help but glance over. Wasn't the best-selling item in the window the Nimbus 2000? He had pleaded with Lucius numerous times, but his father had always refused to purchase it for him. Speaking of which, wasn't he that the broom Potter had flaunted in his first year? Draco grimaced, suddenly losing interest. "This year is not permissible." The letter from Hogwarts stated that first-year students cannot bring brooms to school. Lucius's voice chimed from above. He promised, "When you reach your second year, I shall buy you the finest broom available." "All right," Draco conceded, having no objections. The latest model of the Nimbus series would be released next year, surpassing the 2000 in every aspect. Moreover, if the dream were to be believed, the Slytherin Seeker would not be graduating for another year. Lucius, noticing Draco's compliance, raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had expected his son to throw a tantrum, insisting on purchasing the broom immediately. Truth be told, acquiring a broom was not an issue. It simply could not be taken to Hogwarts. However, perhaps he could pen a letter to discuss it with Snape? Soon, they arrived at Ollivander's wand shop, and the queue was considerably shorter than before. Draco eagerly dashed inside, but upon seeing Ollivander behind the counter, his steps faltered. A multitude of images flashed through his mind. He had intended to keep his distance in the dream at Malfoy Manor, but Aunt Bella had deemed him cowardly and forbade him from retreating. Lucius, noticing Draco frozen at the entrance, called out, "What are you standing there for? Haven't you always desired your own wand?" Draco took a deep breath, suppressing the uncomfortable feeling within him, reassuring himself that it was merely a dream. This wasn't his first encounter with Ollivander, and he had yearned for a wand for many years. Dreaming of him was hardly strange. Narcissa had already instructed Ollivander to bring out numerous wands. Several wand boxes lay open on the table, and Draco immediately spotted a hawthorn wand he recognized all too well. He had seen it before, and it would likely accompany him for the entirety of 7 years until it was stolen by Potter, who had no intention of returning it even in death. Draco brooded over the events of the dream, while Ollivander, noticing the direction of his gaze, also spotted the wand and remarked approvingly, Indeed, that wand is quite remarkable. Let me take a look." Seeing Ollivander retrieve a measuring tape, Draco instinctively extended his hand, and the tape began to move of its own accord. Once measured, Ollivander nodded and declared, Oh, I believe you should indeed try this wand. It is precisely 10 inches, made of hawthorn, with a core of unicorn hair." Draco eagerly reached for it, and upon touching the wand, he felt a warmth at his fingertips. A gentle flick produced a dazzling firework display. "Oh, splendid. Truly magnificent." Ollivander exclaimed with genuine delight. "This wand has always been quite particular. No one has managed to take it for many years. I was beginning to think it would wait until my grandson sold it." Lucius paid for the wand, and Narcissa brought over the box, gently advising Draco, who was reluctant to let go, "You know you haven't yet learned any magic. We can try it out when we return home." Draco was loath to relinquish the wand, but since that morning, he inexplicably felt disinclined to defy Narcissa, and ultimately, he reluctantly placed the wand back into the box, clutching it tightly. The sorrow of being wandless is something only those who have never lost a wand can comprehend. Although this was his first wand, and he had never had the opportunity to lose one, he was determined not to let Potter take it from him again. Lucius and Narcissa found his behavior amusing. However, they understood that he had longed for a wand, so they weren't surprised. After leaving Ollivander's shop, they had purchased nearly all they needed. Narcissa inquired, "When did Madam Malkin say your robes would be ready?" Draco had forgotten about that entirely. In fact, he had dashed out before even trying on any clothes due to Potter's presence. "I forgot to ask. You only seem to remember to buy a wand," Narcissa sighed, shaking her head in exasperation. Thus, Narcissa and Lucius accompanied Draco back to Madam Malkin's shop. Draco wondered if Potter was still trying on clothes inside, but the clientele had been replaced by 3 young girls. Draco carefully surveyed the robe shop, confirming that Potter had indeed left. Madam Malkin, seeing Draco return, greeted him joyfully. Why did you suddenly run off? Did you have a quarrel with that boy? You seemed to be getting along quite well at first, and then you disappeared. No, it wasn't that. Draco awkwardly cleared his throat. I suddenly remembered that I didn't have money for the deposit, so I went to find my parents. Madam Malkin nodded, somewhat skeptical, but did not press the issue. She presented the altered robes for Draco to try on and agreed to have all the garments packaged and sent to Malfoy Manor by Owl within 2 weeks. Upon returning to Malfoy Manor, Lucius finally asked, Did you encounter anyone at the robe shop? No, he is nothing but an insufferable little brat. As Lucius recalled Draco's brash entrance into the bookstore, he surmised that his son had likely encountered a rather formidable individual. Thus, he remarked, Isn't that boy from the Crab family always eager to follow you? I have heard he, too, is to attend Hogwarts. Though he may not possess the sharpest intellect, his physique is quite robust. Before you master your magical prowess, his presence may at least serve to intimidate others, deterring them from provoking you. However, you must not engage in any physical confrontation. Remember, a Malfoy must maintain composure and elegance at all times. Yes, father, Draco assented with a nod. He acknowledged that Crabbe's only redeeming quality was his physical strength, and regardless of his father's wishes, Crabbe would undoubtedly follow him relentlessly, as he had always done. Yet, suddenly reminded of the later events from his dream, Draco's brow furrowed once more. It seemed that since that dreadful nightmare he had experienced that morning, he had been unable to suppress his frown. Sighing, he rubbed his forehead in frustration. Enough of this. You have had a long day. Go upstairs and rest, Narcissa urged. Noticing Draco's fatigue, she assured him that upon waking, a house elf would deliver his dinner. However, upon returning to his room, Draco felt no inclination to rest. Instead, he promptly retrieved his wand, delighting in the sensation of its weight in his hand. He waved his wand around the room, pausing before the mirror to admire the sight of himself wielding it. Yet, as his gaze swept over his hair, he was reminded of Potter's taunt, calling him a golden-haired monkey. Damn Potter, he has bestowed yet another ridiculous nickname upon me. A month flew by, and Draco had anticipated testing out some spells he had glimpsed in his dream with the aid of his wand. However, his very first attempt resulted in the obliteration of half his wardrobe, nearly blowing a gaping hole in the Malfoy Manor as well. This mishap led to the destruction of half a cabinet of clothing, including several new outfits he had planned to flaunt at school in front of Nott and the others. Additionally, Narcissa firmly refused to have any replacements tailored and denied his request for a new wardrobe. Thus, on the eve of the school term, Draco found himself sifting through the remnants of his shattered wardrobe, searching for a few outfits that could still be coordinated. What further dampened Draco's spirits was that Narcissa had confiscated his wand the day he had wrecked the wardrobe, only returning it to him on the day of their departure for the Hogwarts Express. She had cautioned him repeatedly not to use it until instructed by the school's professors on the proper techniques, to prevent any potential disasters on the train. Narcissa had ordered Dobby to send both the wand and his luggage directly to the school. Draco felt exceedingly wronged. In his dream, he had wielded it flawlessly. Chapter 5, Platform 9. Draco could not fathom why it was necessary to depart from King's Cross Station in Muggle London to board the Hogwarts Express. While it certainly facilitated the mudbloods, those from wizarding families were also obliged to traverse this crowded station filled with Muggles. Why could they not establish a fireplace or some other magical passage within the station? From a distance, Draco spotted individuals pushing luggage carts through the wall between platforms 9 and 10, oblivious to the surrounding Muggles. Fortunately, he was spared the burden of pushing a cart himself, as a house elf would be transporting their luggage directly to Hogwarts. This was one of the benefits of having a house elf, though the downside was that his wand had been sent along with the rest of his belongings. In truth, house elves could not only apparate items, but also people. This was knowledge Draco had gleaned from his dream and had confirmed with Dobby. Regrettably, Hogwarts was protected by magic, allowing only house elves and inanimate luggage to pass through. If a person attempted to apparate, they would risk becoming lost in the spatial void. Moreover, when the topic of human apparition arose, Dobby's expression seemed to linger on the edge of revelation but held back. How can there be a Platform 9? A middle-aged man's voice drifted from behind. Could it be a mistake on the ticket? A middle-aged woman inquired. I don't believe so. I have read in A History of Hogwarts that it indeed exists at Platform 9. That irksome tone drew Draco's attention, and he was not surprised to see yet another familiar face from his dreams, Hermione Granger. She and her parents appeared to be searching for the entrance, looking around in confusion as if seeking assistance. Upon noticing the Grangers, Draco immediately tugged Lucius and Narcissa in another direction. They had clearly spotted the Granger family and, equally evident, did not wish to offer them any aid. Though Draco felt no need to avoid mudbloods, he nonetheless led his parents away. After evading Granger, Draco suddenly pondered whether Potter might also struggle to find the station's entrance. If he had indeed grown up in a Muggle household, he too might be wandering about the station with his adoptive parents, lost and confused. The thought of Potter's foolishness elicited a smirk from Draco. Then, reconsidering, he thought perhaps Potter regretted their argument. He could extend an olive branch and prevent Potter from mingling with Weasley. Thus, Draco concocted various excuses to meander around the station with Lucius and Narcissa. Finally, as they were about to embark on their third aimless loop of the station, Lucius could no longer contain himself and asked, "Surely you aren't searching for that disheveled mudblood girl from earlier?" "No, of course not. I was merely intrigued by the Muggles' complete lack of magic and how they managed to survive," Draco stammered, scrambling for an excuse. Lucius lifted an eyebrow but begrudgingly accepted Draco's explanation, seizing the opportunity to educate his son. "It is acceptable to understand a bit about Muggles, but do not become overly enamored. They are merely foolish, backward creatures. As for those mudbloods, you need not concern yourself too much. Once you are in Slytherin, you will have little interaction with them." Draco nodded, casting a sidelong glance at a person with a large cage atop their luggage cart in the distance. At that moment, Lucius suddenly exclaimed, "Harry Potter." "Where?" Draco immediately turned to see what Lucius was pointing at, but all he found was a group of hurried Muggles carrying bags. Lucius was taken aback by Draco's swift movement and was quite surprised by his son's excitement. "I never imagined you would be so fervent about Harry Potter." "No, it's not that," Draco replied, his face flushing slightly. "I am merely curious if he will also be attending Hogwarts." "Most likely. He is 11 this year and should indeed become your classmate," Lucius affirmed. Draco nodded in agreement. "However, Draco, you must understand that the world has exaggerated the tales surrounding him. In truth, no one knows what transpired that fateful night or who thwarted the Dark Lord. The rumors about that boy have all been propagated by Dumbledore and his ilk," Lucius remarked dismissively. "Nevertheless, since everyone seems so enamored with him, it would not hurt to cultivate a good relationship." "Very well, Father," Draco replied obediently, feeling a sense of déjà vu in those words. Having quietly listened to the conversation between father and son, Narcissa interjected, "Let us proceed. Your train will soon be arriving." "Yes, Mother," Draco responded dutifully, following Lucius and Narcissa toward the nearest entrance to Platform 9. Before stepping inside, he could not resist one last glance back. In that final moment, another boy clad in shabby Muggle clothing emerged around the corner of the station, a large cage perched atop his luggage cart. However, several of the boys from the Mudblood faction he had encountered earlier were rather similar in demeanor. Perhaps Potter had already boarded the train. Approaching the train, Narcissa, typically reserved, maintained her utmost elegance and composure. Yet at this moment, she grasped his hand tightly, perhaps due to the emotional weight of this being his first departure from home. It seemed she had an abundance of words to share. "Remember to send an owl home once you arrive safely at Hogwarts. And do let us know which house you were sorted into." Lucius seized a moment to interject. "If you end up in Hufflepuff, I shall certainly find a way to transfer you to Durmstrang. Do not heed your father's nonsense. You will undoubtedly be sorted into Slytherin, so fret not." Narcissa cast a glance at Lucius and leaned down to whisper in Draco's ear, "Your father has a distant cousin who was sorted into Hufflepuff, and he has always regarded it with shame." The Malfoys and the Blacks were both traditional Slytherin families, yet not every scion of Slytherin found their place in Slytherin. Even within the Black family, there were members sorted into Gryffindor, one of whom happened to be Narcissa's cousin, though she rarely mentioned him. Nevertheless, Draco was not particularly concerned. Everyone was certain he would be sorted into Slytherin, and even in his dreams, he was undoubtedly a prominent figure within its ranks. Speaking of dreams, Hufflepuff might not be as foolish as legend suggests. Their association with Potter had certainly afforded them some unexpected advantages, surpassing even the clever Ravenclaws in notoriety. Regardless, Draco had no desire to join Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw. Nowhere else suited him better than Slytherin. The whistle signaling the train's imminent departure finally interrupted Narcissa's heartfelt farewells. As she rose, she pretended to tuck a stray hair behind her ear, discreetly wiping away a tear from the corner of her eye. Draco had never fully realized how deeply Narcissa loved him, yet he harbored no doubt that, should he perish, she might indeed resort to assassinating Potter. As she did in his dreams, he tightened his grip on her hand and reassured, "Mother, I will take good care of myself. Do not worry. I believe you will manage splendidly." After bidding farewell to Narcissa, Lucius waved as well, and Draco turned to smooth back his hair once more. Nearby compartments were filled to capacity, and while Draco initially intended to seek out Crabbe, he suddenly recalled Potter. Perhaps Weasley had yet to locate him? Although their first encounter had been less than amicable, there was still an opportunity for redemption. Draco peered into each compartment, reminiscing about where Potter might be at this moment in time. Suddenly, a compartment door swung open with a rush, and an exuberant little chubby boy burst forth, exclaiming, "Draco! Over here! You found us! I've saved you a spot!" Draco was taken aback and shot him an irritated glare. However, Crabbe seemed oblivious to Draco's displeasure and, with a hint of grievance, continued, "Draco, you said you would let us know when you received your Hogwarts letter so we could go to Diagon Alley together. You never replied to my letter, so I had to go with my dad. I forgot." Since waking that day, he had not thought of Crabbe and Goyle at all, let alone the plan to shop together. Crabbe continued, still aggrieved, "You have no idea how inept my dad is at shopping. The list said I needed a brass telescope. And yesterday, when my mum was packing my things, she found out he had bought me a brass kaleidoscope instead." Draco sighed in exasperation. "You can use mine when I'm not. Thanks. But I doubt I'll figure it out. You know I'm not good at anything." Crabbe admitted without a hint of shame. Goyle, who had been standing quietly behind Crabbe, seemed to finally comprehend their conversation and chimed in. "I'm not good at anything either." Draco's gaze shifted as he began to grow accustomed to seeing familiar faces. "Goyle? You actually know me." Goyle appeared thrilled. "You hello? I'm Gregory Goyle." Draco smirked slightly. Although he had never met Goyle before, he now felt, due to that dream, as if Goyle had been following him since childhood. Draco handed his small suitcase to Crabbe. "Hold this for me. Thank you. I shall return shortly." "Where are you going?" Goyle asked, but Draco offered no response. Striding ahead purposefully, if the dream held any truth, it seemed to be leading him somewhere. Along the way, he encountered several familiar faces, including acquaintances from his past and, of course, those from his dreams. He found himself pausing to exchange brief pleasantries or introductions before continuing onward. Throughout this journey, nearly everyone mentioned Potter, and some families even instructed their children to befriend him. Draco suddenly recalled how he had eagerly searched each compartment for Potter in his dream, feeling compelled to seize the initiative, and thus, he had become Potter's foremost nemesis. Draco hesitated, suddenly questioning whether pursuing Potter was indeed a wise choice. A woman pushing a cart laden with train snacks approached him, smiling brightly. "Young man, would you like to buy something to eat?" "No, thank you." Draco stepped aside to enter a nearby compartment. Behind him, a clatter ensued as something fell to the floor. Turning around, he realized that, as fate would have it, Potter was indeed in that very compartment. The noise had been caused when Potter stood up and knocked some snacks from his seat. Now, he was staring at Draco with a wary expression. Potter. Chapter 6, The Hogwarts Express. Harry was indulging in a plethora of wondrous snacks he had never before tasted, when suddenly the boy with the light golden hair retreated into their compartment. Harry felt a surge of anxiety. Before he realized it, he had already stood up and accidentally knocked some treats off the chair. This past month, Harry's time at the Dursleys had been far from pleasant. The Dursley family had gone to great lengths to pretend he did not exist. However, not having to reside in the cupboard under the stairs, not being treated like a servant, and no longer being pursued by Dudley had brought Harry considerable satisfaction. Yet, whenever he saw Aunt Petunia tightly embracing Dudley, he would glance at him with sympathy, inevitably recalling the pale boy from the robe shop. Of course, compared to the initial embrace, the boy's later arrogant demeanor and insults had infuriated him, yet he found himself inexplicably preoccupied with the encounter. He had racked his brain, trying to recall where he might have seen the boy before, but he could only clearly remember events from the past few years. Earlier on, there had been some new arrivals who had come to visit or temporarily stay, and many of the children had been willing to play with him, though he could only recall seeing some of them once or twice, making it difficult to remember them all. Additionally, there had been parents who brought their children over to shake hands with him, but their faces eluded his memory. Harry remembered hearing Madam Malkin mention that he too had purchased robes for Hogwarts, and he worried whether all children from the wizarding world were like that. Fortunately, the Weasley family he encountered at the station was entirely different. Ron seemed easygoing, which greatly relieved Harry. He knew he would surely encounter that boy again at school. He just hadn't expected him to seek him out so soon after boarding the train. For reasons unknown, Harry felt a flutter of nerves. Meanwhile, Draco observed Harry's intense reaction. Though he showed no signs of offering an apology, at least he didn't seem inclined to continue their unfinished confrontation. Upon reflection, this was far better than their previous encounters in his dreams, which had always been fraught with tension. Potter. Upon seeing Draco gazing at him with an expression of profound emotion, Harry instinctively took a significant step back, irrationally worried that Draco might lunge forward to embrace him. It wasn't that he utterly detested the pale-faced boy. He merely regarded him as a spoiled child from a wealthy family, and yet he held little affection for him. Most importantly, he did not wish to be embraced in front of his new friends, as that would be exceedingly awkward. Potter. Draco stepped forward, only to witness Harry retreat yet another step. Ron, observing Harry's inexplicable retreat, appeared visibly displeased and promptly stood up to defend his new friend. "Who do you think you are? This is none of your business, Weasley." Undoubtedly, Draco recognized Ron from that dream, For while the Weasley family was also magical, their paths rarely crossed with the Malfoys, and Draco had never paid much attention to the Weasley children. However, he had no desire to engage with Ron at that moment. He turned directly to Harry, stating, "Potter, let us converse outside." Before he could finish his sentence, two stout boys squeezed into the compartment. "Draco, why did you leave us behind to come here?" Ron let out a quiet cough, but it failed to suppress the first sound of laughter escaping him. Draco's expression instantly soured. He recalled that in his dream, Ron had also laughed upon hearing his name, igniting a surge of anger within him. "What is so amusing about my name, Weasley? Look at you, so poor that you can only wear clothes made from old curtains. Catching filthy rats from the gutter as pets. Who is truly more ridiculous? Ah, I almost forgot, with how many children your family has. Those rats might as well be relatives. Do not speak of him that way," Harry retorted angrily, stepping forward. Seeing Harry advance, Crabbe immediately positioned himself in front of Draco, fists clenched and eager for a fight. "You want to brawl? Come at me." Ron tossed aside the chocolate bar he was holding and puffed out his chest, ready to confront Crabbe. This scene felt all too familiar to Draco, who furrowed his brow. He struggled to suppress his anger and reluctantly uttered, "Enough, Crabbe." Draco rubbed his temples, and then he noticed Goyle reaching for the rat on the seat, urgently calling out, "Goyle, do not touch that creature." Unfortunately, his warning came too late. Goyle let out a piercing scream as Ron's rat fell onto his fingers, its sharp little teeth sinking deep into Goyle's flesh. "Ah!" Goyle cried out in anguish, desperately attempting to shake off the rat. "Help me, Draco." Draco loathed such filthy creatures, turning to Crabbe. "Go assist him." But before Crabbe could reach Goyle, the panicked boy finally succeeded in throwing off the rat, which collided with the train window and fell to the floor. "Scabbers!" Ron cried out in distress, rushing to retrieve his rat. This was utterly disastrous. Events from the dream were unfolding, Potter and Weasley mingling together. Even Goyle getting bitten by the rat was identical. Draco exclaimed in frustration, "Weasley, what is wrong with your brain that you keep a rat as a pet? Do not be so excessive." Though Harry did not comprehend why Ron's family kept a rat, he raised his voice nonetheless, stepping forward to glare at the pale boy before him. "Apologize to Ron. The injured party is Goyle," Draco stated with a frown, clearly displeased. Harry shouted back. He attacked Scabbers first. An altercation seemed imminent. Goyle was still wailing, and Crabbe was already in a fighting stance. Draco felt a simmering anger, not wishing to clash with Harry. Ultimately, he cast one last glance at Harry and said, "Let us leave." Draco had no intention of apologizing, yet Harry did not impede their departure. Crabbe and Goyle were nearly twice his size, and he had no doubt he would struggle against either of them. Only Draco posed a challenge he could confront, but if Draco would cease to trouble him, he would prefer to cultivate a cordial relationship instead. As they exited the compartment, Draco's gaze swept over Ron's carefully cradled rat, and in that fleeting moment, he felt as if the creature had glanced back at him. In a flash of realization, he recalled that in his dream, the Dark Lord had a servant known as Wormtail, who could transform into a rat. Draco momentarily faltered, and as his pace slowed, Crabbe and Goyle, trailing behind him, inadvertently knocked him forward. He stumbled several steps, bracing himself against the train's wall to regain his balance. "Draco, are you all right?" Crabbe hurriedly rushed to support him. "I am fine." Draco rebuffed his assistance, his mind racing with thoughts that if this rat truly was Wormtail, he would undoubtedly kill Potter to gain favor with the Dark Lord. In truth, it was not uncommon for people to keep rats as pets. Some even had toads. As he pondered this, Draco cast a glance at Harry, who was still glaring at him, thankful that he had not, like in the dream, foolishly extended his hand toward Potter only to be publicly rejected and humiliated. He let out a cold huff and strode out confidently, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle. Feeling inexplicably as though he had missed something when Draco cast a quick glance back at him, Harry continued to watch the two boys' substantial forms retreat, lingering on the fleeting sight of Draco's pale blonde head before returning to the compartment. Crabbe had already placed their bags together, and upon entering their compartment, Draco found Pansy Parkinson and Daphne Greengrass animatedly chatting inside. The Malfoy family had some dealings with the Parkinson and Greengrass families, but he was more familiar with Pansy than with Daphne. Draco merely nodded at them before taking a seat by the window opposite them. However, Pansy moved over to sit beside him, saying, "Draco, it has been nearly a year since we last saw each other." About that, Draco replied absent-mindedly. Just a month ago, he had dreamt of Pansy, whose family were staunch supporters of the Dark Lord, yet she had not participated openly. The Parkinson family had gone to great lengths to protect her. She attended his funeral, and since Potter's appearance, she had been glaring at him with hatred. He had initially feared she might attempt to assassinate Potter, only to discover that it was Narcissa who took action. "Where did you just go?" Pansy inquired. Before Draco could respond, Crabbe interjected, "We got into a scuffle with Harry Potter." "The Harry Potter?" Pansy and Daphne exclaimed in surprise. Goyle puffed out his chest proudly at their astonishment. In truth, you merely tussled with Weasley's rat, Draco said lazily. Pansy burst into laughter, causing Goyle's pride to deflate instantly. She continued to mock Goyle's family, and Draco shot her an annoyed glance. He had previously appreciated her boldness, but her current behavior irked him. He turned to Goyle and said, "Come here, let me see your injury." Goyle promptly approached, extending his hand, while Pansy leaned in from beside Draco to observe. Irritated, he said, "Did you get bitten by the rat too? Have Goyle sit here. I want to test a new spell I've learned." Though reluctant, Pansy stood up to give her seat to Goyle, curiously asking, "Have you mastered a healing spell?" "Not quite proficient. Last week, I blew up half a wardrobe while trying a tidying charm. Would you like to give it a go?" Draco turned to Goyle, genuinely wanting to keep Pansy away from his side, especially since his wand was not at hand. Goyle seemed to genuinely contemplate this, glancing between Draco and his injury, visibly conflicted. Finally, he cautiously asked, "Crabbe said you have always been exceptionally clever. Blowing up half a wardrobe was just to scare me, right?" Draco rolled his eyes, choosing to remain silent. Blowing up a wardrobe was hardly a feat to boast about. However, Goyle interpreted his silence as an affirmation, and he sighed in relief, extending his hand. "All right then." In truth, even if he had his wand at that moment, Draco would not dare to attempt the spell. He seriously doubted Madam Pomfrey could save Goyle if he were to lose half of his body. At that moment, the door to the private room was suddenly pulled open, revealing Granger's voluminous head, accompanied by a visibly distressed Longbottom. With a hint of arrogance, Granger inquired, "Have you seen a toad?" "No, didn't you just ask us that?" Parkinson retorted. At this juncture, Granger suddenly recognized Draco's somewhat rare light golden hair. "It's you." Draco lifted his gaze, feeling a wave of annoyance, and resigned himself to the thought that he was now on Potter and Weasley's list of adversaries, merely adding another Granger to his dreams. "You must be from a wizarding family, as you appear distinctly different from others," Granger remarked. "I clearly saw you searching for platform 9 3/4 at the station. I chased after you for quite some time. You must have heard me calling. Is she a mudblood?" Parkinson raised an eyebrow disdainfully at Granger, turning to Draco for confirmation. Fantastic, Draco thought with a hint of displeasure, as Parkinson had successfully accelerated the timeline for the animosity that should have begun in second year, now placing him effortlessly atop the list of Potter's foremost enemies. In reality, Granger merely displayed a perplexed expression upon hearing the term mudblood. She glanced at the pale, slender boy seated nearby, noticing his darkened demeanor. Instinctively, she sensed that the term was certainly not a favorable one, and her countenance soured. As Granger prepared to speak, Draco interjected, "All right, we haven't seen his toad." Beside Granger, Longbottom began to sob quietly. It should be noted that the Longbottom family also epitomized a typical Gryffindor lineage, albeit with a more diverse ancestry and some ties to Slytherin. Draco had encountered him once or twice, but his most vivid impression of him stemmed from dreams where he appeared as the foremost Gryffindor outside of Potter's trio. No matter how much truth that dream contained, Draco was reluctant to acquire another enemy. He softened his tone slightly as he reassured Longbottom, "You will find it soon." "Thank you," Longbottom replied, still sniffling. Draco suppressed his urge to mock, rolling his eyes, and after Granger and Longbottom departed, Goyle extended his finger. "I think we should let the infirmary staff take a look at you once we arrive at school. Weasley's rat might carry the plague," Draco said irritably, gazing out the window with an air of indifference. At the mention of the plague, Goyle flinched, while Parkinson promptly retreated to sit beside Greengrass, leaving Crabbe unmoved, still seated beside Goyle. In truth, it was not a severe wound, merely a bit deep. Draco could not recall precisely what happened to Goyle in his dreams, but he was certain it did not involve the plague. After a considerable journey, the train gradually slowed, finally coming to a halt as darkness enveloped the sky. Hogwarts had finally arrived. Seeing Draco, upon reflection, I believe I also encountered a young boy in Madam Malkin's shop in my dream. We had a delightful conversation and agreed to meet at school. Harry Chapter 7. The Sorting Hat students began to disembark from the train. It seemed that each year, the first years were deliberately delayed to ensure they arrived later than the upperclassmen, as they followed Hagrid along the path to row boats across the Black Lake to the castle. Each boat could accommodate a maximum of 4 individuals. However, due to the presence of Crabbe and Goyle, others were hesitant to join Draco's boat. Parkinson made an attempt, but a mere glance from Draco prompted her to join Daphne and a few other girls instead. Even with only 3 individuals aboard, their boat sat considerably lower in the water compared to the one carrying Granger and 3 other girls. Draco was somewhat taken aback to discover that Granger was not accompanying Potter and his friends, according to the dream's narrative. They should have formed an unbreakable trio since first year, yet now Potter and Weasley occupied a few of the foremost boats, with Draco only able to glimpse the back of Potter's head. Upon finally stepping into Hogwarts Castle, Draco inhaled sharply. The familiar castle, the well-known entrance, the recognizable hall, the corridors and staircases, all felt as if he had truly spent many years here. In his dreams, he was unsure if it was due to having perished within the castle that he lingered as a ghost, but oddly, it seemed that he was different from other specters. Not only could people not see him, but even the ghosts could only be perceived by the Bloody Baron. Unfortunately, the Bloody Baron was not particularly sociable, so he wandered the castle aimlessly, occasionally scaring Peeves out of sheer boredom. Hearing Potter exclaim in surprise ahead, Draco recalled that in his dreams, Potter would often return to the castle after battles, though he was uncertain of his purpose. It seemed that Hogwarts was replete with magic and restrictions, for even ghosts could not roam freely in every corner. For instance, the new headmistress, Professor McGonagall, seemed to have discovered a great secret one day, having a lengthy discussion with Potter. However, Professor McGonagall was not yet the headmistress. She had taken over Hagrid's duties, guiding the first years outside the Great Hall. Welcome to Hogwarts. The feast is about to commence, but before you take your seats, you must first determine which of the 4 houses you will be joining for the next 7 years. Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, or Hufflepuff. Professor McGonagall introduced the 4 houses of Hogwarts. Draco had scarcely heard a few sentences before his mind began to wander. He did not need to recall his dreams, for he was already well acquainted with the 4 houses of Hogwarts. Leaning against the railing, he watched Potter's head from a distance, beside whom was Weasley, while Granger stood somewhat farther away, in the company of Longbottom. He pondered whether they would indeed become the inseparable trio as they had in his dreams. At that moment, a shriek erupted among the students as the ghosts of Hogwarts made their appearance. The ghost resembling a Hufflepuff said, "We should give him another chance." "Oh, another chance? Have we not learned enough lessons already? Just listen to the unpleasant nicknames he has given us." The ghost clad in Gryffindor's ruffled collar retorted, suddenly noticing the gathering first years at the entrance. "Hey, what are you doing here?" "Oh, today is the day for new students to enroll." Draco stared at the ghosts for a moment, confirming that nothing was amiss compared to his dreams, and promptly lost interest. His gaze returned to Potter, who remained transfixed on the ghosts. Surely, Potter would be sorted into Gryffindor. It was needless to say that the Weasleys were all Gryffindors, and being in the same house would undoubtedly strengthen their bond. Perhaps Granger had joined Gryffindor as well, leading to their eventual formation of an inseparable trio. Suddenly, Draco felt the door before him swing open, a blinding light streaming forth as the Great Hall's doors opened. Professor McGonagall instructed them to line up and enter, awaiting the sorting ceremony, while she produced the tattered sorting hat and placed it upon a 4-legged stool. Before long, the tattered sorting hat burst into song. "You may think me unremarkable in appearance, but heed not your first impressions. I shall reveal to you the house to which you truly belong. Perhaps you belong in Gryffindor, where courage lies deep within your heart, for their valor, spirit, and generosity set Gryffindor apart. Should you possess a keen intellect, perhaps you would find yourself amidst the sagacious and erudite old Ravenclaw, where kindred spirits are ever destined to converge. Alternatively, you might find your place in Slytherin, where you may forge sincere friendships, yet be wary, for those cunning and treacherous souls will resort to any means necessary to achieve their ends. Come, adorn me." The sorting hat perpetually sings its lengthy and verbose song, while Draco, seated in the audience, grapples with his inner turmoil. Although he might assert that Gryffindors are but brave fools, he still considers Slytherin to be the preferable choice. Yet, Gryffindor enjoys considerable popularity, and should Potter succeed in vanquishing the Dark Lord and ascend to the role of savior, Gryffindor would undoubtedly reap numerous rewards, even garnering the first-class Order of Merlin that Longbottom received. Moreover, many whose names he had never heard before acquired second- and third-class medals, and even a fair number of Hufflepuffs basked in their glory. Lucius had once remarked that the Malfoys would always align themselves with the most advantageous side. However, should he truly be sorted into Gryffindor, he wondered how he and Narcissa would react. "Very well, I shall now commence the roll call. When your name is called, please step forward and take a seat upon the stool. I shall place the hat upon your head, and you need only await your sorting result," Professor McGonagall announced, holding a parchment beside the stool. The duration for which the sorting hat allocates each student varies. For some, it is a brief encounter, while for others, it drags on. Zabini had mentioned that it sometimes engages in conversation with students before reaching a decision. Nonetheless, there was little suspense as Crabbe and Goyle were promptly sorted into Slytherin, while Granger and Longbottom, as expected, joined Gryffindor. After a few more names were called, McGonagall finally announced his, Draco Malfoy. Taking a deep breath, Draco hesitated, contemplating whether he should align himself with Gryffindor. Nervously, he approached the stool and sat down. As McGonagall placed the hat upon his head, his heart raced. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Potter, who stood in the front row, staring intently at him. causing Draco's mind to whirl. Indeed, the Sorting Hat seemed poised to declare its verdict as soon as it made contact with his scalp. Yet Draco, preemptively, shouted in his mind, "Wait. I wish to be sorted into Gryffindor." The hat emitted a sharp note, then fell silent, and McGonagall, raising an eyebrow, withdrew her hand. "Gryffindor? Let me assess your wisdom and sharpness. You are exceedingly confident and eager to prove yourself. Slytherin would undoubtedly lead you to glory." Strangely, upon hearing this, Draco was suddenly reminded of Potter's funeral. If being buried alongside Potter constituted glory, then he would surely be the most illustrious individual in existence. Suppressing the urge to roll his eyes before the entire assembly, Draco resolutely declared in his mind, "I want to go to Gryffindor." However, the Sorting Hat remained adamant. "I believe Gryffindor is not suited for you, my child. If Slytherin does not appeal to you, I dare say the wise Ravenclaw would be a fitting choice. You possess a sharp mind and vast knowledge, and your intellect would flourish there." The hat continued its eloquent discourse, and after listening for an eternity, Draco realized it was unlikely to place him in Gryffindor. Somewhat disheartened yet relieved, he interrupted, "Very well, I shall go to Slytherin. Ravenclaw can assist you." Oh. The Sorting Hat paused before cheerfully exclaiming, "I always said Slytherin was the most fitting for you." Then, fearing Draco might change his mind, it shouted exuberantly, "Slytherin." Professor McGonagall lifted the Sorting Hat and moved on to the next name on the list. As Draco descended from the platform, he felt as though a tattered hat had mocked him, trudging unhappily toward the raucous applause of the Slytherin table. Crabbe and Goyle stood to welcome him, instantly clearing a space for him among them. No one doubted Draco would be sorted into Slytherin. Everyone smiled and gestured in his direction. Draco nodded at a few acquaintances and, once settled in his seat, turned to glance at Potter, who remained amidst the crowd. His expression dark. As anticipated, Potter was sorted into Gryffindor. However, Draco noted that the Sorting Hat took quite a while before finally declaring Gryffindor's name. Reflecting on Potter's dismal performance in his dreams, he mused that without Granger and the Dark Lord, he and Weasley might not even graduate. The Sorting Hat would certainly not wish to place him in Ravenclaw. Could it be Hufflepuff instead? Potter would undoubtedly be well suited for the Dullards Academy. And this thought brought Draco a modicum of amusement. The sorting ceremony concluded swiftly, and a plethora of food appeared upon the tables. Although it paled in comparison to his home-cooked meals, having eaten nothing on the train, he was now ravenous. Crabbe devoured everything within reach, and soon had a cake platter across the table, just as he stood with his plate to retrieve it. The Bloody Baron seated himself beside Draco. Draco frowned. It seemed the Bloody Baron always favored sitting next to him in his dreams. To be honest, the Baroness' appearance was quite terrifying, and he should have felt afraid, yet perhaps due to his repeated encounters in dreams, he now found it less daunting. Draco endeavored to maintain his composed and elegant demeanor while continuing his dinner, but Theodore Nott appeared somewhat uncomfortable. Attempting to avoid looking at the Bloody Baron while stealing glances at Draco, who was eating with a natural ease, Crabbe, oblivious to the Bloody Baron, returned to find his seat occupied by the ghost and was visibly irked, as though he were ready to engage in a physical confrontation with a being that could not even be touched. Draco halted him. It would be wise not to provoke him. Find another spot, for you have nearly devoured everything on your plate. If you wish to sit here, you may take my seat. I have something to discuss with Sirius. With that, Nott rose, carrying his plate toward the far side, near Morag McDougal. As long as food was present, the location mattered little to Crabbe. He was merely upset that someone had taken his spot. Yet, since someone had yielded a seat, he sat down without further ado. Compared to Draco, who was trying to shield Goyle with his slender frame, Crabbe, despite finding the Baron unsettling, felt no discomfort as long as he averted his gaze. The Bloody Baron was not chatty, whether in dreams or in reality, whether with people or other ghosts. Thus, Draco had no intention of striking up a conversation and making himself uncomfortable. Unexpectedly, however, as he set down his utensils, the Bloody Baron spoke. "You seem somewhat different." His voice was nearly drowned out by the clamor of the hall, yet Draco heard him distinctly. He turned sharply to face the Bloody Baron. Utterly certain that he had never been to Hogwarts prior to this day, nor had he encountered the Baron, who, after all, had lingered here for centuries and could not possibly have crossed paths with him in life. But before Draco could inquire, the Bloody Baron glided toward the entrance. "Wait," Draco exclaimed, rising hurriedly to follow. "You wait." The head boy, Gemma Farley, seated closest to the new students, seized his arm, insisting that he must wait until Professor Dumbledore finished speaking before leaving the hall. Moreover, he should be aware that although the Bloody Baron was relatively kind to Slytherin students, he was by no means a benevolent ghost. He must not offend him. Draco hesitated to confront a head of house on his first day, but the Bloody Baron swiftly passed through the wall and vanished, leaving him with no choice but to sit back down, begrudgingly. In dreams, only Barrow can perceive his ghost, which is quite peculiar. It is generally assumed that a ghost becomes invisible only when it wishes to evade detection, yet regardless of his willingness. Others remain oblivious to both him and the specter. Now, astonishingly, Barrow has remarked that there is something different about him. Was it merely a dream? Chapter 8, Professor Snape. Following the banquet, Draco was preoccupied with his own thoughts, barely registering Dumbledore's words. The chaotic rendition of the school song concluded, but the haunting melody of the funeral march sung by the Weasley twins triggered memories of the dream's funeral, rendering him somewhat uncomfortable. Once the feast had dispersed, the Gryffindor first years were the first to exit the hall. Draco scanned the crowd for Potter, but the abundance of black hair made it impossible to discern which was his, leading him to quickly abandon the search and turn away with the Slytherin newcomers. However, Harry easily spotted Draco's distinctive light golden hair amidst the throng. Observing Slytherin retreating in a direction completely opposite to theirs, he curiously inquired of Percy, "Aren't the student dormitories together?" "Certainly not," Percy replied matter-of-factly. "Each house has its own common room, and aside from members of their own house, students from other houses are entirely unaware of their entrances, let alone able to enter." "Oh, I see," Harry nodded. "At Muggle schools, student dormitories are often nearby, allowing for mutual visits. Everyone needs a degree of personal space and a realm of activity, free from the disturbances of students from other houses," Percy continued. "Trust me, you wouldn't want to visit Slytherin, nor would you wish for Slytherins to visit you." Harry hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Unlike Gryffindor, which welcomed a number of Muggle-born first years, Slytherin did not exclusively select pureblood children. However, at least one parent must be of wizarding lineage. Although they were surprised by the method of entering the common room and its decor, they had heard enough to temper their astonishment, resulting in a less exuberant atmosphere compared to Gryffindor. Indeed, within the noble, elegant, and somewhat eerie common room adorned in green and black, any fervent emotions would inevitably be subdued, a quality that Slytherin valued. The crystalline reflections danced upon the transparent ceiling, as an elegant octopus glided gracefully past the window, enveloped in the tranquil waters of the lake, allowing chaotic thoughts to settle and a clear mind to facilitate better contemplation. It was then that Draco recalled the injury on Goyle's hand, a detail even Goyle himself had forgotten. Draco had intended to take Goyle to the hospital wing, and he also wished to inquire with Barrow about the meaning behind his earlier words. However, their prefect, Farley, believed they were unfamiliar with the route and kindly offered to escort Goyle himself. Consequently, Draco opted not to accompany them, feeling untroubled as Goyle had merely been bitten by a rat, and he knew that following Farley would preclude any chance of seeking out Barrow. The dormitory lay one level below the common room, and the staircase leading down was not dark. Draco was pleased to find his bed situated near the window, granting him a view of the mysterious depths of the lake, while also allowing him to avoid being sandwiched between Crabbe and Goyle. It is worth noting that his walking a few steps ahead of them was not a display of superiority, but rather an attempt to avoid appearing like the cream filling in a thick sandwich. The commotion in the dormitory gradually quieted after Goyle's return. After such a long and eventful day, the first years, whether Slytherin or Gryffindor, soon succumbed to exhaustion and fell asleep in their beds. Draco, however, sat up in bed, burdened by thoughts, and approached the window, gazing into the deep emerald waters of the lake. Meanwhile, in one of the castle's high towers, another individual leaned against the window, staring at the starry sky and finding it difficult to sleep. At that moment, everything felt somewhat surreal, as if one could awaken the following morning to find it had all been a dream. When Draco awoke the next morning, he experienced firsthand the consequences of staying up late, feeling as though he had consumed the draft of the living dead, unable to rouse himself, and was ultimately dragged out of bed by Crabbe and Goyle. It felt as if he had been hoisted to the common room by Crabbe, and only once seated in the Transfiguration classroom did he begin to regain some clarity, yet accompanied by a cacophony in his mind. Draco found it impossible to concentrate on the book before him. Professor McGonagall, transformed into an adorable cat, possessed an unyielding gaze that was far from endearing, often casting stern looks in his direction. He had to exert immense effort to remain awake, rendering it impossible to focus on the text. However, soon enough, Potter and Weasley were reprimanded by Professor McGonagall for their tardiness, which invigorated Draco. He certainly did not wish to be chastised by McGonagall in front of Potter for dozing off in class. Finally, having endured the Transfiguration lesson, Draco managed to catch up on some much-needed sleep during History of Magic. It was inherently a dull subject, and combined with Professor Bin's hypnotic voice, it was likely that only Granger had ever remained awake in his class. All classes at Hogwarts were conducted with two houses together, and the pairings were often a mix. Currently, Slytherin had few classes alongside Gryffindor. Aside from McGonagall's Transfiguration, the only other course they shared was potions with Professor Snape. The busy schedule at the beginning of term forced Draco to temporarily set aside thoughts of Barrow. However, he soon discovered that in most classes, particularly theoretical ones, he felt an uncanny familiarity, as if he had studied the material in a dream. Even if he couldn't recall all the details, a mere glance would jog his memory. Yet, in practical classes like Transfiguration and Charms, he did not perform as well as he had anticipated, realizing he had to build his skills from the ground up. Draco had attempted to predict what would transpire in his dreams to prepare himself, yet he could only recall significant events, unable to remember the minutiae of each day. Many occurrences only became clear in hindsight, while others left him uncertain as to whether they had transpired in the dream at all. Thus, he frequently found himself comparing the dream with reality, his mind wandering during lessons. Of course, in Professor Snape's class, Draco dared not let his thoughts drift too far. Speaking of Snape, Draco recalled hearing Potter claim in his dream that Snape was actually Dumbledore's spy, dedicated to protecting him. How could that possibly be true? Observing Snape's merciless disdain for Potter now, Draco felt a pang of sympathy for Potter's predicament. He could believe that Snape was the Dark Lord's right-hand man. But the notion that he was safeguarding Potter? Just look at the way Snape regarded Potter, with a loathing akin to that reserved for a slug. How could he possibly protect Potter, if it were not for Snape's exceptional acting skills? One might suspect that Potter had a severe case of martyrdom or was perhaps a masochist, particularly fond of excusing his enemies. That must be it. Aside from Snape, during the post-war trials, Potter had vehemently shouted at the jurors regarding the Malfoy family, exuding a sense of righteous indignation, even insisting that he had sacrificed himself in the battle against the Death Eaters. Draco covered his face in exasperation. At that moment, Snape's piercing gaze shifted towards him, prompting Draco to quickly straighten up and take notes with utmost seriousness. From the very first lesson, everyone assumed he was Snape's favorite student. Yet Draco harbored deep doubts about this. Although Snape maintained a decent rapport with Lucius and had previously visited Malfoy Manor, the thought of Snape berating him in his office in the future made Draco skeptical that Snape had any favorites. He believed there were merely varying degrees of dislike. The days at the onset of the new school term flew by in a blur. Draco was initially torn about whether to mend ties with Potter, considering that in 7 years he might very well become a revered hero. However, the reality was that he found himself increasingly entrenched on the path of opposition against Potter. Whether he couldn't resist taunting Potter or occasionally lowered himself to extend a gesture of goodwill, it seemed he was relentlessly inviting waves of animosity upon himself. For instance, one day in the Great Hall, as Potter and Weasley animatedly discussed the delectable Hogwarts cuisine, Draco happened to pass by them and, unable to restrain his pity, remarked, "What kind of rubbish did you grow up on?" In truth, the Hogwarts fare was quite decent. He merely spoke offhandedly. On another occasion, after potions class, he overheard Potter whispering derogatory comments about Snape to Weasley. Draco, empathizing with the situation, emerged from around the corner and said, "Hey, I heard you talking about Snape." Before he could finish his sentence, Potter had already grabbed Weasley and fled. The following day, while accompanying Snape to the dungeons, Draco encountered Potter. Snape, of course, was as acerbic as ever towards Potter, but to Draco's astonishment, Potter glared at him with palpable hostility. In all honesty, he had not informed Snape of anything. On yet another day, when Crabbe overslept and Goyle was struggling to rouse him, Draco, glancing at the time and realizing he would be late, impatiently opted to leave first. On the staircase, he once again spotted Potter and Weasley hopelessly lost. Although their schedules differed, he approached them with enthusiasm, eager to offer directions, having personally navigated the castle's labyrinthine corridors. However, after they hesitantly followed his advice, they were promptly caught by Filch outside the corridor on the 4th floor that was off limits. "Merlin, I swear, it wasn't deliberate. That corridor and its adjoining passages are perfectly navigable in dreams." As a result, Potter now regarded him with a wariness that suggested he was always prepared for an impending confrontation. Draco buried his face in his hands, feeling as though his situation had devolved into something worse than his dreams had foretold. He was on the verge of surrendering. Then came another day when Potter, brimming with pride, levitated his feather using a newly learned spell. From a distance, Draco observed as Potter suddenly accelerated past him like the wind, causing the gust to whisk his feather away. Draco, engaged in this ongoing rivalry with Potter, felt a tinge of despondency. After all, he had merely been passing by, and it was certainly not intentional. Chapter 9, Flying Lessons. Soon enough, the announcement regarding the flying lessons arrived as scheduled, and the Slytherins were dismayed to discover they would be sharing the class with Gryffindor. "This is dreadful. It's really Gryffindor," they lamented. Goyle emerged from the throng gathered around the notice board, plopping down next to Draco, who nearly sprang from the couch in surprise. Draco bent to retrieve the book that had fallen to the floor. Its title read Interpretation of Dream Omens. Ever since Bloodman Barlow had made a cryptic remark, He had ceased to engage with Draco, yet that dream seemed to be gradually validated. Draco was reluctant to share this with others, so he had recently sought assistance from the library's tomes. At that moment, Theodore not also squeezed his way out of the crowd, complaining, "Why must we endure classes with those foolish lions? We've already had 2 classes with them." Crabbe and Goyle, preoccupied with their food, had no intention of conversing with Nott, who primarily focused his attention on Draco. The Malfoy family consistently thrived, even with Lucius having once joined the Death Eaters. He still maintained a significant influence in the wizarding world. From the moment he entered Hogwarts, Draco exhibited a distinctly different aura and intellect, earning not only Professor Snape's favor, though Draco remained skeptical of this, but even eliciting rare expressions of approval from the stern Professor McGonagall. Despite his occasional arrogance and domineering demeanor, such attributes hardly rendered him unlikable, especially since many Slytherins, including Nott, were eager to befriend him. Upon seeing Nott settle beside him, Draco remarked, "It's not so bad. We must share a few classes with them. Besides, with so many Muggle-borns in Gryffindor, they probably haven't even touched a broomstick. Flying lessons with them might actually be rather entertaining." "Ah, that's true," Nott chuckled in agreement. Draco then turned to Goyle and Crabbe, who were still voraciously eating, and said, "Stop eating. Be careful, or tomorrow the broomsticks won't be able to lift you." Of course, Draco was jesting. Broomsticks could easily accommodate 4 or 5 people as long as they could fit. He suddenly envisioned a day in the future when he might have to haul Goyle up the tower in the treasure room, and his arms ached at the mere thought of such exertion. Goyle, having obediently followed Draco's words since the beginning of the term, now believed him without question. Just as he was about to reach for another piece of buttered bread, he quietly withdrew his hand, while Crabbe, in a panic, returned half-eaten bread to the platter. Nott disdainfully eyed the bread tray and resumed chatting with Draco. "I simply cannot stand those foolish lions, prancing around as if they are the epitome of justice. As though with Potter among them, they are all valiant warriors destined to conquer the Dark Lord. I truly hope Potter falls off his broom tomorrow." Draco nodded nonchalantly, while inwardly he felt a twinge of bitterness. In 7 years, they might indeed become the champions who vanquished the Dark Lord. And Potter would undoubtedly not fall off his broom, unless it was to catch a golden snitch. "Do you think he really defeated the Dark Lord as a child?" Nott inquired. Draco shrugged, replying, "My father says the rumors may have been exaggerated. No one truly knows what transpired that night." Nott continued, "My father also suggests that it was likely Dumbledore who defeated the Dark Lord, and that poor Potter's parents died, thus elevating his status." Draco smirked, as he, too, harbored similar sentiments. Yet, he pondered whether Potter might possess some peculiar ability. In that dream, during his final confrontation with the Dark Lord, it seemed he had either resurrected or the killing curse had lost its potency against him once more. Having overheard their conversation, Blaise Zabini joined them, stating, "I see Potter as just an average fellow, utterly clueless, and his grades are abysmal. He shows no ambition. I heard he was caught sleeping in Professor Bin's class the other day." Draco chuckled. Indeed, staying awake in Bin's class was a formidable challenge. Nott concurred. "Just look at his performance in Professor Snape's class, utterly ignorant, like a fool." Thus, the two engaged in a fervent discussion. Throughout the entire first year, it seemed that wherever one went, there were discussions surrounding Harry Potter. Even when he did nothing, he remained the center of attention. Potter shone like a beacon within the school. Whenever he appeared, all eyes gravitated toward him. Aside from his fellow Gryffindors, there were whispers of Ravenclaws covertly following him, and even a Hufflepuff who fainted upon receiving a smile from him. Even among the Slytherins, Harry Potter was a hot topic, albeit largely discussed in the context of his negative traits since he had been sorted into Gryffindor rather than Slytherin. Draco found himself unable to concentrate on the words any longer and closed the book, reclining against the couch, lazily listening to their chatter. Amidst the grumbling from both houses, the flying lessons proceeded as planned. Early the next morning, an owl delivered a letter from Narcissa along with a large parcel. Every few days, Narcissa would send something, seemingly concerned that Draco might not be eating enough at school, as each package invariably contained an assortment of food. The variety and abundance of edibles were overwhelming. Draco certainly could not consume such a quantity. Crabbe and Goyle, unable to contain their eagerness, volunteered to undertake this task. Years later, Draco harbored profound doubts about whether the burgeoning girth of Crabbe and Goyle could be attributed to Narcissa's influence. Draco unfolded the letter, recognizing Narcissa's exquisite handwriting and elegant formatting. Most often, her correspondence consisted of mundane family matters, punctuated by inquiries about his well-being. Although Draco found the constant communication somewhat tiresome and contemplated accumulating several letters to respond to at once, the memory of Narcissa's concealed tears at the train station prompted a resigned sigh from him. He resolved to reply once he retreated to the common room. Despite feeling somewhat embarrassed by this compliant persona, He was acutely aware that such an image garnered him considerable favor. Reflecting on the potential betrayal from Crabbe, who had grown up alongside him, Draco felt increasingly disillusioned with the notion of cultivating his social network. The fear of the Dark Lord seemed to overshadow any alliances he might forge, leading him to adopt a more capricious disposition, often rendering him somewhat unapproachable. He carefully tucked away the letter while Crabbe and Goyle, having just finished breakfast, fixed their gaze hungrily upon Narcissa's food. Draco pushed the remnants toward them and, rising to depart the dining hall for class, found Crabbe and Goyle hastily gathering their things to follow him. As Draco passed the Gryffindor table, he caught sight of Neville receiving a memory ball. He recognized that object. Draco paused momentarily, initially disinclined to intervene, yet felt the intensity of two fiery glares directed at him. Without needing to turn around, he was certain it was Potter and Weasley, who seemed perpetually on the lookout for a chance to confront him. Perhaps it was merely a reaction to his recent jibes at Potter. Surely they were accustomed to such banter by now. Just days prior, a girl had screamed and fled after shaking hands with Potter, and Draco, passing by, had casually remarked that she might have been terrified of contracting leprosy. Ever since, he had been met with Potter's ire whenever he appeared. Draco was now utterly convinced of an inherent enmity between himself and Potter. Even a friendly greeting seemed destined to devolve into mutual mockery. He had resolved to abandon any pretense of reconciliation, for after all, Potter was a martyr complex with masochistic tendencies. Perhaps he relished their antagonism. Sensing Potter's continued glare, Draco overheard Weasley muttering, "What is Malfoy up to now? Probably nothing good." Draco squinted at Potter but could not conjure an appropriate retort, so he merely scoffed and strode away, leaving Neville looking bewildered and Potter seemingly disappointed. During flying lessons, Draco watched with little surprise as Longbottom soared clumsily into the air. Laughter erupted from the Slytherins, and Nott shared a knowing smile with Draco, who reciprocated with a grin. Yet, as he turned, he found Potter glaring at him through the throng, as if he were responsible for Neville's embarrassment. Merlin knew he had no control over that fool's broomstick. Draco innocently shrugged. He had considered mending fences with Potter but realized that such an alliance would preclude him from mocking Longbottom, which would significantly diminish the enjoyment of his school life. After all, Longbottom was unlikely to suffer any dire consequences. At that moment, Longbottom continued to flail in the air, shrieking as his broom eluded his control. Despite Madam Hooch's attempts to rein him in, ultimately, he predictably plummeted from the sky, fracturing his arm as Draco had anticipated. Madam Hooch whisked the sobbing Longbottom away to the infirmary, leaving behind a stern warning against unauthorized flying, under penalty of expulsion from Hogwarts. Of course, such a threat was likely empty. Had it been Potter soaring through the air, he might not only have escaped expulsion but perhaps even earned a place as Gryffindor's Seeker. Draco had not acquired a Nimbus 2000, nor had he brought any other broomsticks from home, and he disdainfully surveyed the outdated Clean Sweep 7 in his possession. Then, he noticed the memory ball from his dream rolling to his feet, and he regarded it with disdain, unwilling to assist Potter in any way. However, once it came to rest at his feet, it began to glow a vibrant red, even through his dragonhide boots. Driven by curiosity, Draco picked up the memory ball, and the instant he touched it, the pink mist within began to swirl wildly, deepening to a dark crimson hue. Draco stared in astonishment, recalling distinctly that nothing of this nature had occurred in his dream. Had he forgotten something? Chapter 10, The Memory Ball. What had he forgotten? Draco picked up the memory ball, gazing skyward as he strained to recollect. Stop trying. Perhaps you merely neglected to put your freshly laundered socks back in the drawer. Zabini remarked from nearby. Where did you even get a memory ball? Did your mother send it? My mother would never send me such a useless trinket. Draco retorted with a curl of his lip. It probably fell when that idiot fell. Shut up, Malfoy. Petal of Gryffindor snapped sharply. Before Draco could respond, Parkinson interjected with a derisive laugh. Oh, so protective of Longbottom? Who would have thought you had a soft spot for that pudgy little crybaby? Don't spout nonsense. Petal's face flushed, glaring defiantly at Parkinson. Harry stepped forward, stating, "Hand it over, Malfoy." Locking eyes with Potter, Draco felt a sudden jolt in his chest. However, the disdain and loathing reflected in Potter's gaze ignited Draco's anger. How dare he look at him with such contempt? Draco fumed. Perhaps he should assist Potter in joining the Quidditch team. After all, the outcome would benefit both of them. With that thought, Draco smiled at Potter and said, "Potter, take to your broom. Let us see if you can truly catch it." With a flick of his wrist, he hurled the glass ball high into the sky. And almost immediately, Harry shot forth on his broom like an arrow. This sudden turn of events filled Draco with an exhilaration akin to walking a dog. As for Harry, aside from a brief wobble, he discovered an instinctive prowess for riding the broom, instinctively knowing just what to do. Draco stood on the grass, watching as Harry executed a sharp turn before diving toward the ball's descent, prompting everyone on the ground to swiftly step aside. From an observer's perspective, as long as he wasn't sitting behind Harry, Potter's flight was undeniably thrilling and visually captivating. Should scouts witness this, he might not even have to wait until graduation to join a top Quidditch team for training. Of course, Hogwarts had its own scout, and Professor McGonagall soon materialized on the field, escorting Harry away amidst the clamor of Gryffindor's explanations. As Harry followed Professor McGonagall, his face was etched with despair. Yet he managed to spare a venomous glare in Draco's direction. Draco waved nonchalantly, thinking, "Potter, you should be thanking me." Harry was likely born a Gryffindor, for some reason. The Slytherins seemed to harbor an aversion toward him. As Draco observed Harry being led away, laughter erupted among the onlookers, and many cast admiring glances his way. However, the Gryffindors in the distance bore a starkly different expression. Weasley appeared ready to confront him, though ultimately refrained due to Crabbe and Goyle's imposing presence. Everyone assumed Harry would face expulsion, and in stark contrast to Gryffindor's despondent fury and Slytherin's glee, Draco remained remarkably composed. "This is quite similar to what transpired in my dream, and I suspect the outcome may not differ significantly." As dinner approached, Draco indeed encountered a jubilant Harry in the dining hall, clearly indicating that he had joined the Gryffindor team. Following the sequence of events he recalled from his dream, he should have arranged a midnight duel with Harry. However, Draco found himself rather disinterested in such an endeavor. After finishing his meal, Draco, accompanied by Crabbe and Goyle, set off towards the Slytherin common room. Unexpectedly, Potter and Weasley also approached the exit, leading to a fortuitous encounter. Draco, catching a glimpse of them in his peripheral vision, hastened his steps, exiting the dining hall before they could. In a rather aggressive manner, Crabbe even nudged Weasley aside. Draco scarcely cast a glance at Harry. He genuinely wished to ignore them. Harry had never anticipated encountering someone he despised more than Dudley, as Draco consistently adopted an arrogant demeanor, seizing every opportunity to mock him, and even contriving occasions to deride him. What irked Harry the most was that every time Snape sought to chastise him, Draco would wear a smug grin. Today was particularly egregious. He had nearly caused Harry to be expelled, and now he was blatantly disregarding him. Seething with rage, Harry impulsively pursued him, triumphantly calling out, "Malfoy, I wasn't expelled. I've joined the Gryffindor team. Weren't you supposed to keep that a secret, as what instructed?" Ron exclaimed from behind. Draco was unfazed by this revelation, turning back with a languid tone. "Well, congratulations are in order. If it weren't for you throwing Neville's Remember All out, I wouldn't have made the team." Harry mimicked his smug expression. Crabbe and Goyle cracked their knuckles, poised to leap into action at a mere command from Draco. Observing this, Ron positioned himself beside Harry, adopting a similarly combative stance. Yet, Draco continued languidly, "I don't hear any gratitude in your tone. Because I am not grateful to you," Harry retorted, his face flushed with anger. "Then you should be grateful to me," Draco replied. "I assure you, it was not unintentional." Crabbe and Goyle remained utterly bewildered by Draco's words, and even Harry struggled to grasp their meaning. Was Malfoy insinuating that he acted to facilitate Harry's entry into the team? Harry felt that Malfoy was attempting to play him, but Draco's enigmatic demeanor left him perplexed. Forcing himself to regain composure, he inquired, "What do you mean?" Draco merely scoffed in response, furrowing his brow. Harry abandoned the inquiry and stated earnestly, "You shouldn't torment Neville." "I thought I was tormenting you," Draco retorted, "and I shall torment whomever I please. Do you have any say in the matter?" That same tone again. Harry felt his ire reigniting, but he quickly suppressed it, saying, "If I offended you at Madam Malkin's shop, then I apologize." "Ah, Potter is indeed a saint." Draco squinted, though he loathed the very notion of Saint Potter. As Draco turned to leave, Harry, somewhat anxious, interjected, "I can understand your anger. If someone I cared for forgot me, I would be furious as well. However, many people have approached me on the street for handshakes and hugs. I cannot possibly remember every single individual. What does he mean by someone I cared for?" Draco's heart raced, and he turned in shock, noting the astonished expressions on Ron's, and even Goyle's and Crabbe's faces. Potter's implications sounded as if he had once engaged him in conversation. Draco felt his face flush with heat, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "I have never met you. I have not run up to you on the street for handshakes or hugs." "You said that day," Harry began, only for Draco to interrupt him angrily. "Potter, let us duel. This very night, a wizard's duel. Only wands allowed, no physical contact." "A wizard's duel?" Harry hesitated momentarily. Draco laughed derisively. "What? You don't know what a wizard's duel is?" Of course he knew. Ron interjected, "I'll be his second." "Who's yours?" Draco cast a sidelong glance at Crabbe, narrowing his eyes. "Goyle." "Very well," Ron frowned. "Where shall it take place?" "The trophy room," Draco replied without hesitation. Even if he was starting from scratch like the other first years, he possessed a far greater knowledge of spells, and he had practiced on his own. Basic spells would suffice for a duel against Potter. Then we shall meet at midnight, Draco declared, lifting his chin with an air of superiority as he strode away, Crabbe and Goyle hastily trailing behind him. After walking for a while, Draco seemed to hear Potter asking Weasley, "What is a wizard's duel?" Draco smirked in triumph. Potter didn't even know what a wizard's duel was. He and Weasley were evidently not excelling in their charm classes. Even the first-year spells would be sufficient, and he wouldn't need Crabbe or Goyle at all. He could easily handle Potter and Weasley by himself. Wait a moment. At this thought, Draco halted abruptly. He recalled they had arranged a duel in his dream. Yet he had no recollection of the duel itself. While that dream was merely a dream, it felt more like a fragment of memory. He distinctly remembered attending the appointment. Yet he seemed to possess no recollection of the duel, nor of being caught by Filch or any teachers. Conversely, Potter had nearly been caught by Filch, and they suspected it was Draco who had informed on him. Generally speaking, dreams, whether prophetic or not, are nebulous and disjointed, not adhering to spatial or temporal order, often failing to unfold completely. However, that dream was different. It unfolded in a chronological sequence, as if he had truly experienced every moment within the dream. While he may not recall every detail, how could he have no memory of a duel with Potter? The only thing he could remember was that he had certainly fled the dungeon. And then what? Goyle and Crabbe, noticing Draco had come to an abrupt stop, assumed he wanted them to open the door, and they hurriedly approached to recite the password. However, even after the door opened, Draco remained frozen in place. "Draco? What's wrong?" Goyle inquired, puzzled. Draco, somewhat dazed, replied, "I seem to have forgotten something." "Forgotten what?" Goyle asked, looking confusedly at Crabbe, who shrugged in equal bewilderment, speculating. "Forgotten to give Potter a good thrashing before leaving?" Upon hearing Potter's name, Draco nearly rolled his eyes but restrained himself. "Never mind, let us just go inside." In the common room, several individuals were at the table working on assignments, while Zabini and two others lounged on the sofa playing cards. Upon seeing Draco enter, Zabini called out, "Care to join us?" "No, thank you." Although Draco declined, he still sat beside Zabini and asked, "Do you think the Remember-All can remind one of forgotten things from dreams?" "Huh, I wouldn't think so. I've only heard that the closer and more significant the matter, the redder it becomes. If too much time has passed, or if it's trivial, it won't respond at all," Zabini replied. "Are you still pondering what you've forgotten?" "If you ask me, the Remember-All is just a nuisance. If something is forgotten, it should remain forgotten. Why should it remind you of what you can't recall, yet fail to disclose what you've actually forgotten? Don't dwell on it. If it's truly important, it will resurface eventually." Draco sighed heavily, feeling troubled. The more vivid and prophetic the dream, the more it remained just a dream. Furthermore, what significant affair could possibly arise from a first-year duel? The dream had no subsequent developments. It was likely of little importance. So, what recent matter had he forgotten that was significant enough to be turning black? Draco sank into contemplation. The more Draco pondered, the more he felt as though he had genuinely forgotten something exceedingly significant. Yet, upon further reflection, he realized he remembered every mundane detail of his day-to-day life. Even recalling the dream where he saw a birthmark nestled at the nape of Potter's neck while seated on a broom. What utter nonsense is this? Eventually, Draco's cheeks flushed, and in a fit of desperation, he collapsed against the back of the sofa, surrendering. "Ah? You were right. I am indeed creating problems where none exist. Let it go?" Zabini patted Draco's leg and went off to check for any forgotten socks, tidying them away as if that would resolve the issue. "It certainly does not," Draco asserted emphatically. Chapter 11. The Astronomical Tower. Draco was nothing if not brave and resolute. He was not one to charge recklessly ahead, as Gryffindors might do. Nevertheless, Slytherins were hardly cowardly or prone to retreat in the face of adversity. After all, the illustrious Merlin had once graduated from Slytherin. It was only due to the emergence of the Dark Lord that Slytherins had been led astray. Draco was certain that the memory orb was not a reminder of the duel that night. He had never heard of it being able to forewarn of future events. Still, the uncertainty of what would transpire that evening troubled him greatly. He could not help but dwell on it, anxiously awaiting the appointed time. He donned his clothes quietly, initially intending to bring Crabbe and Goyle along. At the very least, he ought to have included Goyle as per their agreement. However, they slept like two dead pigs. And no matter how he tried, he could not rouse them without resorting to drastic measures that would surely awaken the entire dormitory. Ultimately, Draco found himself ascending to the common room alone, where he discovered it deserted. Nervously, he made his way to the Slytherin dungeons. The corridors of the basement were shrouded in darkness, devoid of any glimmer of light, and the damp air felt thick and oppressive. Draco's heart raced in his throat as he drew his wand and whispered, "Lumos." The tip of his wand illuminated, and he held his breath, cautiously navigating the labyrinthine corridors until he reached the first floor. It was not far from Filch's office and his irritable cat, Mrs. Norris. was as intolerable as Filch himself. Draco inhaled deeply and made his way to the staircase that, while slightly circuitous, was farther from them. "Oh, what are you doing wandering around the castle at this hour, child?" exclaimed a portrait, awakened by the light. Another portrait of a woman cradling a child added disapprovingly, "Go away. You've disturbed my baby." The staircase was indeed an inconvenience in this regard. Draco longed for the luminescent hand from Borgin and Burks. With that, he could illuminate his path without fear of being seen. He arrived at the trophy room on the 3rd floor, albeit at a slower pace. Nonetheless, he made it there before midnight, even arriving earlier than planned, and nothing untoward had occurred along the way. Draco carefully pushed the door open. Potter and his companions had yet to arrive. Draco was well aware of Potter's tendency to be late. He glanced around, noting the trophies, medals, and statues gleaming coldly in the dim light. Nothing happened, and he had successfully reached the duel location. A sigh of relief escaped him, and he felt a twinge of gratitude. He had deliberately avoided the route he took in his dream after leaving the dungeons, perhaps successfully circumventing any potential calamity. After a brief wait, Draco grew anxious once more. The term had only just begun, and neither Potter nor Weasley could possibly be a match for him combined. Yet what if a brawl ensued? The memory of grappling with Weasley in his dream tightened his scalp with dread. The spells he currently wielded were insufficient to incapacitate Potter and Weasley in one fell swoop. Alternatively, he could attempt a mid-level spell, though a misfire could obliterate half of Potter, or worse, half of himself. Or perhaps he could cast a slug-vomiting charm on Potter, akin to the one Weasley had inadvertently used on himself. The thought of Potter expelling slugs amused Draco, and he found himself looking forward to the duel. As the midnight hour approached, yet Potter and Weasley still did not arrive, Draco's impatience morphed into concern. He wondered if Filch had apprehended them. Just as he placed his hand on the doorknob of the trophy room, he suddenly heard the faintest sound of hurried footsteps outside, chaotic yet distinct. Had the surroundings not been so eerily quiet, he would never have caught it. Those were not Potter's footsteps. Draco felt his heart leap into his throat, and he froze. His hand still clutched around the doorknob, his entire being transforming into a statue of trepidation. The footsteps swiftly passed by the door, accompanied by a voice that seemed to weep. "I have been trying to find a way. Please give me a little more time. I swear I will." The footsteps receded, and the sobbing faded into the distance, as if conversing with someone, though the voice seemed solitary, likely engaged in a monologue. As the footsteps faded away, Draco's breath and senses gradually returned to him. Thankfully, he had not yet opened the door. The voice was hauntingly familiar. Yet Draco could not immediately place it or discern where the person was headed. Curiosity mingled with fear. The oppressive feeling he had just experienced was all too recognizable. Ultimately, curiosity triumphed over trepidation, and Draco gently pushed the door ajar to peer outside. But he only caught a fleeting glimpse of the hem of a garment and a heel disappearing around the corner. He quietly stepped out of the trophy room and began to pursue, this time forsaking the Lumos charm, opting instead to tread as lightly and swiftly as he could manage. Draco trailed behind, fearful of being discovered, and several times he nearly lost the figure. Fortunately, the individual appeared to be somewhat neurotic, frequently stopping to cry, allowing him to catch up until he finally followed them to the base of the astronomical tower. At this juncture, Draco hesitated. He had always felt an inexplicable aversion to this tower. In class, with the throngs of students bustling about, he could manage, but now, alone on such a night, his resolve wavered. Faint voices drifted down from above, and after taking a few deep breaths, he ultimately decided to investigate. However, halfway up, the shadowy tower and dim staircase conjured the harrowing memory of Dumbledore's death, prompting an overwhelming urge to scream and flee. Master, I know where it is. I just need a little more time, and I will retrieve it." Draco recognized Quirrell's voice and quickly covered his mouth. Yet the subsequent voice that followed nearly made him cry out. It was a strange yet familiar voice, rasping in a low growl. "Kill the boy, kill Harry Potter." Draco desperately tried to convince himself that he had never heard this voice before, but with it came an agonizing sensation in his arm, as if it were burning, despite the fact that it bore no dark mark. "Master," Quirrell sobbed, "I am devising a plan. Dumbledore has been protecting him fiercely, but soon I will find a way to kill him." Draco recalled the rumors in his dream that Quirrell was a Death Eater. Yet he had never believed that a Death Eater could masquerade as a Hogwarts professor, let alone admit the Dark Lord into the school. Was it not said that as long as Dumbledore lived, the Dark Lord could not enter Hogwarts? Panic seized Draco. Quirrell's midnight excursion to the astronomical tower might indeed be an attempt to devise a method to bring the Dark Lord back. If they discovered him here, they would surely kill him. Draco felt his limbs grow weak. Why had he even followed? He longed to return to the safety of the Slytherin dungeons, wishing he had never set foot in this forsaken place. In a fervent attempt to return swiftly to the Slytherin dungeons, he felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. His first step faltered, resulting in a resounding thud. "Who is there?" Quirrell shrieked. Startled, Draco stumbled down the stairs, only to misstep again and tumble to the bottom. He sensed a warm trickle of blood from his nose and a twinge of pain in his right hand. Yet he was too focused on escaping to linger on his injuries. Suddenly, a spell struck him, rendering his body rigid as he collapsed back onto the floor. "Halt! I see you," Quirrell shouted as he hurried down the staircase in a flurry of panic. Draco felt a chilling wave of dread wash over him as he lay motionless on the ground. Closing his eyes in denial of the fate that awaited him at Quirrell's hands or the Dark Lord's wrath, regret coursed through him. His arrogance had led him to believe he could foresee the future, only to engage in such reckless behavior. Quirrell's footsteps echoed rapidly, but to Draco's astonishment, Quirrell merely dashed past him without a glance, as though he were invisible. Face down, Draco could not see the unfolding scene, only the sound of footsteps fading into the distance. After a considerable pause, he felt another spell hit him, and his body finally relaxed. In a panic, he rolled over, only to find Dumbledore standing before him, beaming with kindness. "What are you doing here?" Draco struggled to articulate his feelings, grappling with the surreal nature of Dumbledore's presence. Whether he had plummeted from the tower under the killing curse or was miraculously alive, both scenarios felt equally implausible. "I believe that question should be directed at you, Mr. Malfoy. However, let us first retire to my office. I am uncertain if Professor Quirrell will return here." With that, Dumbledore extended a hand to assist Draco. Reluctant to accept, Draco realized he had likely twisted his ankle in the fall, the pain throbbing sharply, leaving him no choice but to allow the elderly man, who appeared to be several decades his senior, to guide him. Yet, to Draco's surprise, Dumbledore effortlessly lifted him with a single hand, and each time Draco leapt with his uninjured foot, he felt as though he was soaring forward. Once settled in a plush chair, Dumbledore swiftly tended to his wounds. "I am not particularly skilled in healing, but fortunately, your injuries are quite minor. Otherwise, we would have to disturb Madam Pomfrey," he remarked lightly. Draco's mind was a tempest of inquiries. "Why did you not stop him?" "Quirrell has brought the Dark Lord, the he who must not be named, into Hogwarts." "Oh, you believe Voldemort is still alive?" Dumbledore's keen eyes sparkled behind his crescent-shaped spectacles. Draco was taken aback by Dumbledore's direct mention of the Dark Lord's name, instinctively shuddering. "I suspect he is not so easily vanquished. Given his formidable past." Draco's voice trailed off, tinged with uncertainty. "Indeed, he is not so easily dispatched. Yet your father has consistently asserted that he is dead. Why do you believe that other voice belongs to him?" Dumbledore continued to probe. Draco hesitated. A fleeting thought of divulging his dream to Dumbledore flashed through his mind. Yet he quickly dismissed it. He managed an awkward smile, knowing Lucius had harbored doubts regarding the Dark Lord's demise, but he could not divulge this to Dumbledore. Despite Dumbledore's position as a paragon of righteousness, and even his declaration of forgiveness in Draco's dream, trust eluded him. He refrained from mentioning Lucius and Narcissa, let alone Dumbledore. Moreover, in that dream, he had overheard Potter and Granger discussing Dumbledore's initial plan for him to confront the Dark Lord. Even Potter was merely a pawn in Dumbledore's grand scheme. What significance did he, the child of a Death Eater, hold? Draco swallowed hard, finally managing to articulate. "Because I heard Quirrell refer to him as Master, and he spoke of killing Harry Potter. I cannot think of anyone else who would wish to harm the great Harry Potter." Dumbledore nodded in agreement, his gaze warm and understanding. Tentatively, Draco inquired, "Aren't you going to stop him?" "I heard his voice. He must have entered the school. I suspect that was merely a form of clandestine communication between him and Quirrell." "Did you not only see Quirrell depart?" Dumbledore replied nonchalantly. In truth, Draco had seen nothing, but he distinctly felt that there was only one set of footsteps as Quirrell left. At that moment, Dumbledore gently patted Draco's shoulder, offering him a cup of fragrant tea. "Rest assured, even if he has infiltrated the school, his current weakened state would render him incapable of causing any harm." "But what of Quirrell? I heard him say he wanted to kill Potter. Shouldn't you apprehend him? What if Potter is caught off guard? Are you concerned for Mr. Potter?" Dumbledore remarked, a hint of surprise in his tone. "I had thought your relationship to be rather strained." Draco stammered, "Caught off guard, it's not that good. But I certainly don't wish for his demise." Dumbledore chuckled knowingly. "You are a kind-hearted boy." Draco frowned, wishing to counter this assertion. "You are, in truth, a gentle soul. Not a killer." Suddenly, Draco recalled Dumbledore's words before his death, the eerie resemblance sending a shiver down his spine. He dared not meet Dumbledore's gaze, feeling a knot tighten in his stomach. Did this man possess knowledge of something he shouldn't? Not only did Lucius regard him with trepidation, but it seemed even the Dark Lord held a measure of fear towards him. Yet Dumbledore merely remarked, "Are you feeling cold? It is indeed rather late for a stroll in such light attire." Do take that warm cup of tea to heat yourself. I shall escort you back to the dungeons shortly." Complying, Draco raised the tea to his lips, his gaze fixed on the enticing liquid within the cup. "Drink the tea to warm yourself, and forget the events of tonight as you return to the dungeons." Chapter 12, Dumbledore. Draco's hand faltered. "I hope there is no memory-erasing potion in this," he suddenly exclaimed. Dumbledore continued to smile benevolently, his demeanor unchanged. "You needn't harbor such concerns. I would never administer a potion to my student." Despite Dumbledore's earnest reassurances, Draco's distrust, already deeply rooted, only intensified at that moment. He stood, placing the cup on Dumbledore's desk, striving to appear polite. "I believe I am not that cold. I have been sleeping in the dungeon all night and have not ventured out." Naturally, he had not encountered Dumbledore at all. Dumbledore maintained his smile. Yet his eyes remained fixed on Draco, penetrating his very soul. Uncomfortable, Draco attempted to avert his gaze, but in an effort to assert his resolve, he clenched his jaw and held Dumbledore's unwavering stare. Ultimately, Dumbledore conceded. "Very well, my child. I suppose foregoing one cup of tea will not make much difference. I shall take my leave now. Good night, sir." Draco exhaled softly, yet remained vigilant, acutely aware that a wizard of Dumbledore's caliber could cast silent spells with ease. As effortless as breathing. For instance, when he had been frozen and rendered invisible atop the astronomy tower, no sound had betrayed the incantation. "Very well. Do take care on your way." Dumbledore did not impede Draco's departure, even kindly advising, "I believe Filch is currently patrolling the west side of the second floor. His views on students wandering at night differ slightly from mine." Draco looked up in astonishment at Dumbledore, having noticed no unusual behavior from him nor heard any sounds. How could he possibly know where Filch was? After all, Filch did not follow the same patrol route at the same time every day. "Very well, thank you," Draco replied respectfully before swiftly exiting the headmaster's office. He harbored no doubts about Dumbledore's revelation regarding Filch's whereabouts. If Dumbledore wished to impose punishment, it would have been far simpler to do so without such elaborate pretense. Perhaps he merely intended to impress upon Draco the extraordinary control he wielded over the school. It was only upon safely returning to his dormitory that Draco recalled Dumbledore had not answered his question about why he did not intervene with Quirrell. However, exhaustion overwhelmed him as he collapsed onto his bed, his mind swirling in a haze. To make matters worse, he was plagued by nightmares. Possibly due to the haunting echo of Voldemort's voice he had genuinely heard. The visions were not prophetic, but rather chaotic and disjointed. Yet they incessantly replayed the harrowing moments following Lucius's capture, facing Voldemort alone, receiving the Dark Mark, and the tormenting days that ensued for Lucius and Narcissa due to his letting Potter escape, all haunting his dreams in a relentless loop. In a fleeting moment, he seemed to realize he was dreaming, yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not awaken, leaving him almost regretting not having ingested that potion of forgetfulness. "Draco! Draco!" Goyle's voice suddenly pierced through his consciousness, pulling Draco from the depths of slumber. It was as if his awareness, struggling like a drowning man, was finally yanked from the murky waters of a bottomless lake. Upon recognizing Goyle, he exhaled deeply, allowing himself to relax. "Are you all right?" Goyle inquired with concern. "I heard you shouting something upon waking." "I'm fine," Draco replied weakly, collapsing back onto his bed, his forehead damp with sweat. Goyle, still worried, pressed on. "Did you have a nightmare?" "Yes," Draco answered wearily. "My mother once said that if you have nightmares, you should punch the person or thing causing them. And then you won't have any more nightmares." Goyle chimed in. "I tried it. It works remarkably well." Draco couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. Punching Quirrell? The Dark Lord? Or perhaps Dumbledore? He shook his head feebly. Not everything can be solved with fists. Goyle appeared slightly confused. Draco had now sat up, gazing at the mountainous figures of Crabbe and Goyle blocking his bed. "You really ought to consider shedding some pounds. What does it matter? Once we learn apparition, who needs brooms anyway?" Crabbe replied dismissively. "That will take you quite a while," Draco countered. Halloween was fast approaching, and the students grew increasingly excited. The Great Hall buzzing more than usual as many received early gifts from home. Draco too received his share, new clothes, accessories, and an abundance of sweets. However, all eyes were drawn to the 6 long-eared owls delivering a package to Potter, which ignited a fervent discussion between Nott and Sirius. While Crabbe and Goyle remained solely focused on the food Draco had just received, Draco stared vacantly at the back of Potter's head with little interest. He already knew what was in the package. It suddenly struck him that Potter always seemed to acquire what he needed. By the end of the semester, this year's Potter escapade would become the talk of the school, with countless versions circulating like endless gnomes in a garden. And many would privately pen even more absurd tales based on various accounts among the students. Each subsequent year would usher in a new wave of stories, further elevating Potter's status. Draco did not forget Dumbledore's evasion regarding Quirrell. combined with the first wave of Potter tales spreading this year. Many versions echoed the same sentiment. Professors had set up obstacles to thwart Quirrell, yet regrettably, he had managed to overcome them. While Potter and his companions navigated these challenges flawlessly, ultimately vanquishing Quirrell to protect Hogwarts. When had Hogwarts fallen so low as to require first years for its protection? Draco had no doubt this was all part of Dumbledore's grand scheme. Narrowing his eyes, he glared at the back of Potter's head. While the House Cup paled in comparison to defeating the Dark Lord, Potter was incrementally being molded into a savior under Dumbledore's design. If only someone would craft a path for him to vanquish Voldemort, he too could assume the mantle of heroism. Unfortunately, it seemed he was on a one-way road towards becoming a Death Eater. Draco seethed with anger. At another table, Harry shifted uncomfortably in his seat. He slightly turned, catching a glimpse of Malfoy glaring at him, intensifying his sense of unease. Leaning closer to Ron, he whispered, "Do you think Malfoy suspects I received a Nimbus? So what? It's not like you brought it to school without permission. Professor McGonagall personally delivered it to you. Besides, you're already a member of Gryffindor's team. You're bound to have your own broom," Ron replied proudly, recalling Malfoy's usual haughty demeanor as he turned to him, chin raised in triumph, wearing an overtly provocative expression. Draco, seeing that expression, felt a surge of anger and contemplated striding over to intimidate Potter and his friend, but after a deep breath, he restrained himself. He wouldn't fall for the trap of granting Potter any satisfaction. Potter was always the exception. Damn Potter. Soon after, Harry hurriedly finished his breakfast and prepared to grab his package to dash back to the dormitory when he suddenly spotted Malfoy striding purposefully towards him. Ron noticed too, jabbing Harry with his elbow and murmuring, "If he is coming to stir trouble about your broom, we'll make sure he gets humiliated." Although Harry hesitated, recalling how Malfoy had challenged them to a duel days earlier only to fail to show and instead report them to Filch, he quickly found Ron's suggestion appealing. However, Draco had no intentions of causing a scene. He merely wished to exit before encountering Potter. Then he saw Potter clutching his broom, radiating triumph and provocation. And his suppressed anger flared anew as he spat, "Hope you don't fall from the sky while doing ballet, Scarhead." The words deviated from his intended provocation, leaving Harry and Ron momentarily speechless. With that, Malfoy tossed out a cryptic remark and, with Crabbe and Goyle in tow, strode out of the dining hall. Ron turned to Harry. "Did you sign up for aerial ballet?" "No way." Harry immediately denied, unable to resist asking, "Is there really such a class?" "No idea," Ron shrugged. "If there is, Hermione Granger might have signed up for it. You could ask her if she has seen Malfoy in class." Ever since the Astronomy Tower incident, Draco felt he had uncovered a monumental secret. Dumbledore had orchestrated everything for Potter, ensuring he always encountered extraordinary adventures each year while narrowly escaping Voldemort's clutches. He pondered how he might leverage Dumbledore's machinations to extricate the Malfoy family from their plight sooner rather than later. Perhaps he could gain even more. No longer would he need to endure Potter's future accolades with silent acquiescence. He could be the hero himself. Draco reveled in this notion for several days until he suddenly realized that to become a savior, one would frequently have to confront the Dark Lord. Culminating in a decisive showdown, Draco's spirits immediately plummeted. He harbored grave doubts about his ability to vanquish the Dark Lord. The mere thought of dreaming about the Dark Lord left him drenched in sweat. Truth be told, he wished to avoid any form of interaction with the Dark Lord entirely. Only a fool like Potter would fear nothing, Draco seethed. If that were the case, let St. Potter handle it. After all, wasn't it said that the Dark Lord had chosen Potter himself? Even if his family had strayed onto the path of Death Eaters. As long as he preserved his own life, Narcissa would surely refrain from taking Potter's life, ensuring the Malfoy family remained intact. However, a few days later, he found himself bewildered. Wasn't he agreed that he merely needed to safeguard his own life? Why had he encountered such a predicament? Draco gazed ahead in terror and retreated a step in despair. Chapter 13, The Hellhound. The events began on the morning of Halloween Eve. Draco had suddenly become rather irritable a few days prior. Not only had Potter endured a barrage of taunts day after day, but even Crabbe and Goyle had felt the repercussions, leaving them both rather anxious. It wasn't until the night before Halloween that Draco's mood lightened somewhat, as he was aware that Harry and his friends would confront a troll, subsequently earning points and garnering fame within the school. Of course, he was not pleased for Potter's sake, but rather saw an opportunity in this situation. Although he could not replace Potter as the savior, he could certainly obtain some benefits from it. Yet, the dreams offered no specifics about the events. And Draco didn't believe that Potter and his companions could defeat a troll, even though Granger's magical prowess later proved remarkable at that moment. They were merely first-year students who had just begun their journey. Thus, it was probable that Professor McGonagall's favoritism played a role. As the head of Gryffindor, she would undoubtedly wish to recover points lost by Potter's class. Consequently, after careful contemplation, Draco concluded that this was undoubtedly a scheme orchestrated by Dumbledore to elevate Potter's reputation, with little actual danger involved. Therefore, Draco resolved to seize the opportunity for some fame amidst the chaos. Naturally, Dumbledore had designed this for Potter, and if Draco wished to be involved, he would need to contribute something tangible. However, even adults faced significant peril when confronting a troll, though he considered himself superior to Potter and the others. He dared not be complacent. When the dinner hour arrived, as everyone feasted heartily, Draco strained to recall methods and spells to defeat the troll, of course. Once he could wield at that moment, he became so engrossed in thought that, upon regaining his senses, he realized the hall had descended into chaos. He hurriedly glanced toward the Gryffindor table, where pandemonium reigned and Potter had vanished amidst the crowd. Even Crabbe and Goyle were nowhere to be seen. Frustrated, Draco scanned the surroundings, noting that Dumbledore was absent, along with McGonagall, Snape, and Flitwick. Only Sprout, Trelawney, and a few other professors remained to quell the tumult and soothe the frightened students. This implied that the more magically adept teachers had likely accompanied Dumbledore to safeguard Potter. Should he be in danger, they would undoubtedly rush to his aid. At that moment, a senior Slytherin spotted Draco. "What are you still doing here? The first years have already followed Flitwick. Come with us. We don't know if the troll is still lurking in the dungeons. We must be cautious." Draco initially intended to refuse outright, yet unsure of the individual's identity. He deemed it unnecessary to reject his goodwill and potentially offend him. Thus, Draco nodded and followed behind, but as they exited, they collided with a group of upperclassmen from Ravenclaw and Gryffindor. Draco swiftly melded into their midst, pivoting to flee in another direction. However, just as Draco had distanced himself from the throng, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps approaching from around the corner of the corridor. He promptly veered into an adjacent passage, holding his breath and pressing himself against the protruding wall to hide. Before long, Quirrell rushed past, oblivious to Draco's presence. Draco exhaled in relief, reflecting that Quirrell had already been absent when he had sought Dumbledore moments ago. Considering Quirrell had received orders from the Dark Lord to eliminate Potter that night, Draco wondered if he intended to act amidst the chaos. Yet the lavatory was not in this direction. Where could he be heading? Draco had no time to ponder further and found himself quietly trailing behind, though now it was daylight, and he dared not follow too closely. Fortunately, most had returned to their respective houses, leaving the castle relatively empty. He only needed to ensure he could hear the footsteps. Of course, Draco remained exceedingly cautious, striving to tread as silently as a cat. The corridor leading to the fourth-floor restricted area was where Dumbledore had ominously warned of dire consequences at the start of the term. Once Quirrell turned into this corridor, his footsteps vanished. After waiting for what felt like an eternity without seeing him emerge, Draco cautiously approached, crouching at the wall to peer inside. The corridor was devoid of Quirrell's presence. Not a soul was in sight. Draco glanced back, finding no one outside either. Though fear coursed through him, he resolved to venture inside. The corridor appeared long abandoned, thick dust covering the ground, and the terrifying sculptures lining the walls were draped in cobwebs. There were no other paths or rooms, only an ancient wooden door at the corridor's end, the sole place untouched by dust. As Draco advanced, he remained alert. Seeing no sign of Quirrell, the only possibility was that he had entered the room at the end. Draco tiptoed to the door, listening intently, but heard nothing. He waited several breaths, still hearing nothing. His heart raced in his throat. Fear gripped him. Yet curiosity about Quirrell's intentions after receiving the Dark Lord's command gnawed at him. Ultimately, Draco tightened his grip on his wand, summoning courage to crack the door open slightly. Fortunately, the door was unlocked. Draco gently placed his hand on the doorknob, holding his breath as he cautiously pulled it open just enough to glimpse inside. The room appeared empty, still no sign of Quirrell. Just then, footsteps echoed from the corridor, accompanied by the faint sound of Filch murmuring to himself, drawing nearer. Draco jolted. This corridor was a dead end. Although he was uncertain of Quirrell's whereabouts, he knew he wasn't here. The footsteps grew closer, and with time running short, Draco could think of no better choice than to slip into the empty room, cautiously murmuring the locking charm, finally allowing himself to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet unbeknownst to Draco, just as he shut the door, Quirrell emerged from the shadows of the corridor, approached the door, reinforced the lock with a protective charm, and stepped outside to prevent Filch from entering. Oblivious to all of this, Draco, still caught in his sigh of relief, suddenly felt a warm breath on his head. Draco felt as if he had been struck by a slowing curse, a dreadful premonition washing over him as he laboriously raised his gaze. 6 enormous eyes stared back at him. It was a 3-headed hellhound. How could there be a hellhound at school? Good doggy? Draco's voice trembled uncontrollably, his hands frantically attempting to pull open the door, even forgetting that he had locked it beforehand. Of course, even if he hadn't forgotten, he likely wouldn't have been able to open it. A howl erupted from the two heads flanking the center, while the middle head gaped its cavernous maw, preparing to bite down on him. Draco's agility was put to a harrowing test at that very moment, followed by another, and yet another. Amidst the cacophony of roars and screams, he desperately scurried around the confines of the small room, intently attempting to cast spells in the fleeting intervals between the cries for help. Unfortunately, in the throes of such a crisis, his mind was rendered utterly incapable of coherent thought. The incantations he managed to utter ranged from petrification to utter annihilation, and even included the utterly ineffectual charms of floral flourishing and immaculate cleansing. He had, of course, attempted the unforgivable killing curse, yet all that emerged from his wand was a mere flicker of green flame, devoid of any effect. He felt an overwhelming urge to weep, but the gravity of the situation left no time for such indulgence. Though the Hellhound did not possess the rugged resilience of a troll, it was imbued with formidable magical resistance, rendering low-level spells nearly impotent against it. It may not have been of the same ilk as a troll, but it was equally troublesome. Draco's spells barely grazed the creature. Petrification and offensive curses merely tickled its hide, while the catastrophic failures of mid-tier spells left behind only trivial scorch marks. Ironically, the most effective spell he managed to conjure was the cleansing charm, which succeeded in rendering the Hellhound impeccably spotless, though entirely useless. With his current feeble magical prowess, he mused that a direct punch might prove more effective, if only he could avoid being devoured first. Draco contemplated escaping through the door, but time was too precious to waste in fumbling with the lock, and the Hellhound quickly caught on to his intentions, thwarting his every attempt to flee in that direction. He began to entertain the notion that if he could blast through a wall, even a plunge from the fourth floor would be preferable to being devoured. Just as he was about to unleash a spell upon a wall, the door's lock snapped with a resounding click, and the door was flung open. A voice bellowed from the threshold, "Obstacles abound." A barrier materialized instantaneously between Draco and the Hellhound, which, taken unawares, collided headfirst into it and yelped pitifully as it was rebuffed. Standing at the door, Severus Snape, clad in his customary black, appeared to Draco like a radiant beacon of hope. Seeing Draco's tear-streaked visage, Snape shouted, "Get over here, now?" Draco bolted toward him, desperately racing across the room. Though the distance was short, the Hellhound was not far behind, lunging furiously at him. At the split second Draco reached the threshold, Snape seized him, pushing him through the door while he himself was clawed by the Hellhound. The creature continued to roar within the confines of the room as Snape slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. Draco exhaled deeply, believing he had finally found some semblance of tranquility. However, in the next instant, Snape turned and glared at him, his voice a furious snarl. "Are you a fool? Did not Professor Dumbledore expressly forbid you from this corridor? You not only ventured here, but also locked yourself in with that Hellhound. You may not care for your own well-being, but it surely finds you insufficient for its appetite." Draco recoiled at the tirade, his voice caught in his throat. All Slytherin students knew the cardinal rule: never provoke an enraged Snape. Yet the man before him was beyond mere fury. He had just saved Draco's life and had sustained injuries in the process. As Snape turned to secure the door, Draco caught a glimpse of his back and felt a pang of guilt. 3 deep claw marks marred his skin, blood seeping through his garments. Though the dark fabric concealed the severity of the wound, Draco contemplated suggesting a visit to the hospital wing, but was interrupted by a cacophony of screams and a tremendous crash from below, shaking even the 4th floor. Enough was enough. Which fool had failed to return to their house? Snape's expression darkened further, and he stormed away with alarming speed, moving to the corridor's entrance as if his injuries were inconsequential. In that moment, Draco recalled his original plan. "Potter." He hurriedly followed Snape, his heart racing. Chapter 14. The Troll. Upon catching up to Snape at the staircase, Draco found himself face to face with a visibly anxious McGonagall. They exchanged a brief nod before hastening toward the source of the commotion in the girls' lavatory, oblivious to Draco trailing behind Snape. As he walked down the corridor, he suddenly noticed Quirrell, who had inexplicably begun to follow them. A chill ran down Draco's spine. Soon they arrived at the lavatory's entrance, where the voices of Harry and his companions could be distinctly heard. Professor McGonagall quickened her pace in alarm. They halted at the lavatory door, and Draco peered from behind Snape to see a large green head resting on the floor. Without hesitation, Snape stepped forward to investigate the troll, while Quirrell trailed a few steps behind. Suddenly, the troll, still unconscious, emitted a grunt, causing Quirrell to startle, whimpering and collapsing onto a nearby toilet in a feeble heap. Draco regarded Quirrell's performance with skepticism. Had he not known him to be a Death Eater engaged in nefarious schemes for the Dark Lord, he might have mistaken him for a mere cowardly teacher. Draco narrowed his eyes at Quirrell, while across from him, Harry squinted back. Initially, Harry had not noticed Draco since he stood behind Snape, But upon Snape's approach to inspect the troll, Harry's gaze fell upon him. Harry observed Snape's pale face, which appeared even more ghostly than usual, as if he had just sprinted from another location. Snape's expression oscillated between disdain for the troll and Quirrell. Harry followed Snape's line of sight to Quirrell, only to suddenly notice something amiss with Snape's back. Was he injured? What on earth is going on here? Why are you not in your dormitories? Harry jolted, having never witnessed McGonagall so furious. Her lips were ashen, and her eyes blazed with indignation. Just before this incident, Harry had harbored hopes of redeeming himself for the points lost by Gryffindor through Quidditch or some other means. Now, those hopes lay dashed, and he feared he might lose even more points, causing him to lower his head in dismay. However, Draco, standing closer to McGonagall, noticed not only her pale complexion but also her trembling hands, and her whole body seemed to quiver. Surprised, Draco began to question Dumbledore's orchestration of events. Had McGonagall been unaware of the danger? Had she not departed the Great Hall with Dumbledore to ensure Potter's safety? Draco had initially believed that was the case, which was why he sought to join in the excitement. Yet now he mused that perhaps they intended to test Potter and would not have encouraged such folly against a troll, especially considering they were but first years. Regret washed over him. What had possessed him to involve himself in such madness? At that moment, Snape completed his examination of the troll and nodded to McGonagall, confirming that the monstrous creature was indeed unconscious. Only then did McGonagall allow herself a modicum of relief, though her anger remained palpable. Consider yourselves fortunate this time. You could have been killed by that troll. What possessed you to leave your dormitories? Harry opened his mouth, his mind racing, but no words emerged. Ron stood frozen in shock, his wand still raised in a daze. At that moment, Hermione emerged from beneath the remnants of the only intact sink, her voice quivering as she exclaimed, "I'm so sorry, Professor McGonagall. It wasn't their fault. They came looking for me." "Miss Granger?" McGonagall's incredulous tone rose an octave. Ron finally relinquished his wand, feeling a sense of liberation, while Harry cast a surprised glance back at Hermione. "I ventured to confront the troll alone because, well, I believed I could handle it by myself. I had read about trolls, and I thought I understood them well enough, yet I was utterly terrified." Hermione struggled to rise, her voice strained. "Gryffindors." Draco rolled his eyes, wishing he could scoff and taunt her, but the presence of professors restrained him. However, Draco soon noticed the astonished expression that Harry was desperately trying to suppress, an expression he recognized all too well. "So is Granger lying?" Hermione continued, "When they found me, the troll was about to swallow me whole. They didn't have time to fetch help." Harry dashed over and thrust his wand into the troll's nostril, and Ron seized the opportunity to knock it unconscious with its own club. "If they hadn't come for me, I fear I might have perished." As Draco listened to Granger extolling the heroic feats of Potter and Weasley, he scrutinized the trio, particularly Harry's demeanor. He was now convinced that Granger was indeed fabricating the tale. Draco squinted, sweeping his gaze over the trio. Just days ago, he had distinctly sensed that only Weasley and Potter had been growing closer. But he had been so preoccupied with pondering Dumbledore's schemes that he had failed to notice how they seemingly formed a tight-knit trio. When had they begun to collaborate so seamlessly in deceiving the teachers? Professor McGonagall, upon hearing this account, appeared to relax slightly. Although she chastised Hermione sternly and deducted 5 points from Gryffindor, Granger departed in tears. Yet soon after, McGonagall rewarded Harry and Ron with 5 points each for their bravery in defeating the troll and rescuing a fellow student. Harry and Ron were ecstatic, while Draco scowled, his brow furrowing with discontent. He knew that despite McGonagall's seemingly fair demeanor, she had a bias toward her own house. How else could she have been duped by 3 first-year students? Draco believed he had discerned McGonagall's mindset, although Granger was insufferable. She was the only one among the 3 with intellect, and he did not think she would believe she could best a troll. Thus, it was likely that Potter and Weasley sought to showcase their extraordinary prowess, prompting them to challenge the troll. Naturally, as the brains of the trio, Granger would have concocted such a story to mitigate Gryffindor's losses. Everything fell into place. Draco shot Harry an irate glance, itching to expose him, yet when Harry looked over, he clamped his mouth shut. His feelings toward Harry were somewhat convoluted. Although he constantly wished to thwart him, he did not want to provoke his ire. After all, he would eventually become the savior. This was how Draco had always justified his feelings. The troll's awakening was uncertain, and Professor McGonagall quickly concluded, "I will report this matter to Professor Dumbledore. You may leave now, but it would be wise to return to your common room and refrain from wandering about. The house elves have delivered the Halloween feast to your common room. Hurry, and you may yet catch up." "Yes, Professor," Harry and Ron replied hastily, eager to depart. Ron, brimming with excitement, nearly stumbled in his haste. As Harry passed Draco, he suddenly turned and glanced at him, causing Draco's heart to skip a beat. Snape approached, prompting Harry and Ron to quicken their pace. while Draco watched them vanish around the corner of the corridor. Upon turning back, Draco found Snape standing before him, his expression inscrutable as he glowered at him. Draco involuntarily shivered and considered reminding him about the hospital wing, but Snape's icy voice interrupted. What are you still doing here? Waiting for me to award Slytherin 5 points? I did not see you besting a troll or anything of the sort. Why yes, sorry, Professor, Draco stammered, wasting no time in departing the corridor, for he was indeed intimidated by Snape. Draco intended to swiftly descend to Slytherin, but upon exiting the corridor, he heard Potter's voice. Malfoy. Chapter 15, The Quidditch Match. Harry had just persuaded Ron to head back when he spotted Draco emerging from the corridor, racing towards the staircase that led downwards. He called out Malfoy. Draco turned to glance at Potter but paused, asking, What? Why haven't you returned to Slytherin? Harry asked, casting a wary glance down the corridor, anxious about Snape's potential appearance. Potter seemed to be plotting something, and Draco's instincts heightened. Weasley was just above them on the staircase, appearing ready to descend and confront him. In those dreamlike years, though it seemed he bullied Potter, in reality, he had merely exchanged a few cutting remarks, while Potter and his friends relished and excelled in resorting to violence. Though Draco felt he hadn't offended Potter recently, the current situation was 2 against 1. He quickly surveyed potential escape routes, feigning calmness as he retorted, Why should it matter to you that I haven't returned? You haven't either. We just heard. We were looking for Hermione and unfortunately encountered the troll, Harry said dismissively, glancing towards the corridor. And you? Where did you come from? What do you want to say? Draco narrowed his eyes, suspecting that Harry intended to boast about their victory over the troll. Sensing Draco's discontent, Harry hastily interjected, I just wanted to ask how Snape got injured. Draco's expression darkened instantly. Although Harry's intent was innocent, it sounded like a boast to Draco, whether in dreams or reality. Potter always managed to achieve what others could not, and no matter how hard he tried, everyone only recognized the formidable, courageous Potter. Moreover, it was infuriating that Potter appeared to possess genuine talent. For instance, just now, he had narrowly escaped a hellhound's jaws, and even Snape had been injured while saving him. Yet Potter emerged unscathed after defeating the troll. Draco felt an inexplicable spark of anger ignite within him. He knew he shouldn't be upset with Potter, yet he was. What makes you think I know how Snape was injured? Seeing Draco advance, radiating icy disdain, Harry instinctively took a half-step back. If you don't know, then forget it. You just asked me where I came from, Draco pressed, now standing mere inches from Harry. He regarded him menacingly. A wicked thought surfacing. Why not lure Potter to confront the hellhound and see if he could escape unscathed again? Do you want to know? Snape came from there too. Harry's eyes lit up, but as he gazed into Draco's piercing gray-blue eyes, he suddenly felt anxious, stammering. Why you? Where did you come from? Draco smirked, leaning in enticingly. Do you want to take a look? Aye. Harry stuttered increasingly, feeling his heart race as Draco drew nearer, the pounding echoing in his ears. He failed to hear Draco's next words. The proximity was overwhelming, and he instinctively wanted to retreat, but his foot slipped, nearly sending him tumbling down the stairs. Draco's heart raced, and he reflexively reached out to catch him, but Harry grasped the handrail just in time, not only avoiding a fall, but also creating distance between them. Harry glanced at Draco's outstretched hand, his cheeks warming as he said, Teach thank you. Harry nearly stumbled, startling Draco and snapping him back to reality. If he were to accidentally cause Potter's demise now, he would be irrevocably bound to follow the Dark Lord. With a sense of resignation, Draco remarked, Never mind. There's nothing of interest. I merely wandered down the corridor upon hearing your screams. Oh, I see, Harry stammered, clearing his throat in an effort to steady his racing heartbeat, which continued to leap erratically from the fright. Ron, unable to discern the specifics of their conversation from the upper floor, rushed down the stairs, his voice booming with concern. Harry, are you all right? Why, yes, I'm fine. Harry replied, cursing under his breath, wondering if he had truly become a stutterer. Draco, glancing at Ron as he descended, who appeared ready to leap into a confrontation, felt an alarm bell ring in his mind. It seemed wiser to make an exit, but as he passed Harry, he casually uttered, See you in class tomorrow, Great Potter. His words, spoken so closely, seemed to send warm breath brushing against Harry's ear, igniting an instantaneous flush. By the time Harry regained his composure, he found himself trailing behind Ron on their way back to Gryffindor Tower, while Ron ranted about Malfoy. Upon entering the common room, they were met by Hermione, who stood alone at the entrance, waiting for them. An awkward silence enveloped the three, as Ron and Hermione had been at odds previously. Hermione had been hiding in the restroom, weeping after catching Ron speaking ill of her, only to encounter a troll. Yet, after this harrowing experience, an unexpected bond of camaraderie had emerged between them. Ron no longer perceived Hermione as overbearing and, during dinner, sought to engage her in conversation amidst their peers. Harry couldn't help but ponder. Had Malfoy arrived earlier, before they vanquished the troll, would he have joined them for dinner in the Gryffindor common room? Of course. Ron did not hesitate to mention the altercation between Harry and Malfoy on the stairs. Harry clarified that Malfoy had no intention of pushing him down the staircase. But he made no effort to curb Ron's tirade against Malfoy's long-standing misdeeds, despite harboring the thought that Malfoy wasn't exceedingly egregious. Compared to Dudley, Malfoy seemed almost angelic, having never laid a hand on him. Yet Ron was not wrong. Malfoy, who could emerge from anywhere to mock them, was hardly endearing. The mere mention of his name caused an inexplicable warmth to bloom in Harry's ears. "See you in class tomorrow, Great Potter." In the ensuing days, whether due to Snape's diminished vigor in tormenting them or Harry's own psychological state, potions class appeared to be less arduous than before. In truth, Harry had quite enjoyed attending classes since his arrival at Hogwarts, with the sole exception of Snape's potions lessons. It was universally acknowledged that no one could relish being singled out for special attention and humiliation throughout an entire class, as Snape seized every opportunity to belittle him while deducting points from Gryffindor. Aside from potions, the only other classes shared between Gryffindor and Slytherin were Transfiguration and Flying. However, due to his commitment to this year's Quidditch matches, Professor McGonagall had arranged for Madam Hooch to excuse Harry from flying lessons, allowing him to receive specialized training from his fellow Quidditch team members during that time. Thus, Harry's encounters with Malfoy were largely relegated to Transfiguration, potions, and other unpredictable locales such as the dining hall, staircases, and grounds. Yet, since that day when Malfoy had uttered peculiar remarks, Harry found it increasingly challenging to encounter him outside of classes. Previously, it seemed that wherever he went, Malfoy would materialize, ready to taunt him. However, in recent days, despite casting his gaze about, he could only spot Malfoy's distinctive pale blonde hair in the crowd on rare occasions. Harry began to suspect that Malfoy was deliberately avoiding him. Although he couldn't fathom why Malfoy would choose to do so, he soon wondered if this was merely a figment of his imagination, or if Malfoy's previous omnipresence had been a psychological illusion. However, Harry soon found little time to dwell on this matter, as nearly all his free moments were consumed by Quidditch practice. The Gryffindor captain, Wood, seemed determined to ensure that Harry spent every waking hour on his broomstick, even foregoing meals and sleep. After an arduous training regimen, Harry was finally on the brink of his very first Quidditch match, facing off against Slytherin. The anticipation filled him with nerves, while Wood, brimming with confidence, nearly sent him tumbling into the soup pot by the force of his pat on the shoulder during breakfast. Once Wood departed, Hermione pushed a plate of enticing sausages towards Harry, insisting, "You must eat something for breakfast, Harry." "I really don't want anything," Harry replied, feeling an unusual stiffness in his body, and it wasn't solely due to the November chill. Hermione persisted, "At least have a bit of this. Today's toast is particularly good." "No, thank you. I'm really not hungry." Harry shook his head, casting a furtive glance at the Slytherin table. The Slytherin players were huddled together, enjoying their breakfast, many of them casting scornful or derisive smiles in his direction, which left Harry feeling somewhat uneasy. To be honest, he often encountered a similar expression on Malfoy's face, yet there was an indefinable distinction between them that Harry couldn't articulate. However, Malfoy was conspicuously absent from the Slytherin table. Retracting his gaze, he found Hermione still attempting to coax him into eating, while Seamus across the table chimed in, "Harry, you must eat something. You need to keep your strength up. The Seekers are the primary targets for the opposing team. You wouldn't want to be weak and get knocked down from the sky, would you?" "Thanks," Harry replied, watching as Seamus slathered thick ketchup over his sausages, which only intensified the emptiness in his stomach. After much persuasion from Hermione, Harry reluctantly managed to consume a couple of slices of toast and a cup of coffee. Yet he felt he could no longer remain in the dining hall, lest Hermione insist he eat more. He stood up, declaring, "I'm heading back to the dormitory to grab something." "Don't forget that we said you all meet at 10:30, Hermione reminded him with concern. Harry nodded, "All right," and hastily grabbed his broomstick, darting out of the hall. In truth, he still had quite a bit of time before 10:30, and he wasn't genuinely intent on retrieving anything, but his nervousness compelled him to move quickly. Just as Harry anticipated that he would not encounter Malfoy, he nearly collided with him upon exiting the dining hall, had it not been for Goyle, who lifted him out of harm's way. "Goyle, put him down," Malfoy commanded. Yet his eyes danced with amusement as they settled on Harry. Feeling his face flush, Harry watched as Goyle complied, unceremoniously dropping him, causing him to stumble back a few steps to regain his balance. Meanwhile, Malfoy sauntered forward but paused just beside Harry, mockingly chuckling. "If you were to fall, I would conjure a mattress for you below." Crabbe and Goyle erupted into laughter, and before Harry could retort, Malfoy led them back into the dining hall. In truth, Harry had no intention of retaliating. He found himself thinking, "See, Malfoy's jibes are certainly of a higher caliber, as those around him merely suggested holding a mattress to catch him. Of course, during the match, no one could run onto the Quidditch pitch holding a mattress, and Malfoy did not conjure one for him. He didn't even draw his wand. As Harry soared past the Slytherin stands, he glimpsed Malfoy propped up on his elbow, gazing at him with a broad smile. On a brisk November morning, the wind was sharp and biting, yet Harry felt a sudden warmth flush across his face. It was not until he narrowly avoided being struck by a rogue bludger that he fully concentrated, refraining from glancing at the audience. Chapter 16, Aerial Ballet. Draco leaned on his chin, admiring Potter as he glided gracefully through the air. Even without binoculars, it was evident how skilled he had become in just a few months of riding a broomstick. Draco was confident he could outfly Potter, yet he had to concede that Potter possessed a natural talent for flying that was superior to his own. Of course, his jest about giving Potter a cushion was merely a joke, although he imagined that, according to his dreams, Potter would come perilously close to falling during this match. However, it could not be dismissed that this might be a ruse by Potter to distract Slytherin's seeker, Higgins, while he was preoccupied mocking him, allowing Potter the opportunity to capture the golden snitch. Now the elusive snitch had vanished, with Potter twisting and turning in the sky, not yet flying as adeptly as in his dreams. After a while, Draco grew bored, letting out a deep yawn. He was utterly exhausted of late. It was not merely Harry's perception. Draco had indeed been conspicuously absent from his vicinity these past few days. Not only from Harry's sight, but even Crabbe and Goyle rarely encountered him after class. This was because he had been relegated to assisting Snape in preparing potion materials for the underground classroom, a punishment for sneaking into the Forbidden Forest during the troll incident. Of course, Snape had not reported him for point deductions. He merely claimed Draco was helping with potion lessons. Aside from attending classes, Draco had been forced to spend nearly all his time in the potions classroom, incessantly scrubbing, washing, peeling, slicing, and grading, to the point where he began to wonder if he was transforming into a house elf. The only respite he found was when he visited Professor Sprout in the greenhouse to procure herbs, allowing him a brief opportunity to wander outside and breathe in some fresh air. Potter appeared equally busy whenever Draco caught sight of him soaring above the Quidditch pitch. He was always in motion. Their captain, Wood, attempted to maintain secrecy, yet such ostentatious training could hardly go unnoticed. However, no one was privy to the quality of their performance. Everyone awaited the spectacle of Potter's potential failure. Although Draco had mocked Potter, he could not help but chuckle at Potter's foolishness, eagerly anticipating his aerial ballet. He harbored a complex and inexplicable sentiment towards Potter, yet regardless of the circumstances, Potter's missteps always brought him joy, barring encounters with the Dark Lord. Draco yawned again as the Gryffindor commentator continued to bellow. He shook off his wandering thoughts. At that moment, Harry, who had been hovering mid-air, suddenly twisted, causing his broom to jerk violently, struggling to lift him higher. The surrounding crowd erupted in cheers as Slytherin scored, momentarily oblivious to the unfolding anomaly, but Draco, who had been watching intently, instantly recognized the danger. Draco had intended to relish the spectacle, yet upon witnessing the scene, he abruptly stood, brows furrowed. This was not what he had anticipated. Surely, Potter's inexperience or lack of control over his broom could not account for such erratic behavior. The broom was performing acrobatics, as if it sought to throw him off. The exorbitant price of brooms stemmed from the countless intricate spells and protections woven into their creation, and Potter was currently riding the finest broom in the world, the Nimbus 2000. This could only be dark magic. Draco snatched Crabbe's binoculars and directed them towards Quirrell, who sat like a statue, fixated on what was presumably Potter, his lips twitching slightly. Yet, just below him, Snape sat equally still, his gaze locked on the same point, seemingly muttering to himself. This perplexed Draco. He had heard Quirrell declare his intent to kill Potter, while Snape was undoubtedly a spy for the Dark Lord at Hogwarts. Although both Dumbledore and Potter seemed to trust Snape as a double agent for the Dark Lord, Snape had ultimately taken Dumbledore's life. And the only reason he received the Order of Merlin was due to Potter's insistence on defending him, leaving few in the light who genuinely believed in his integrity. Snape was likely a master of deception, appearing cold and acerbic, yet inexplicably able to garner trust. The Dark Lord and Dumbledore, until their respective demises, remained steadfast in their belief in Snape's loyalty. Even Narcissa sought him out in dire circumstances, pledging an unbreakable vow, which at least proved she had never doubted his allegiance to the darkness. As for Lucius, he held unwavering faith in Snape, and despite their post-Fallout tensions, he was genuinely saddened by the news of Snape's demise. Even Draco himself found it impossible to believe Snape was aligned with Potter's side. He preferred to think of Potter and his friends as foolishly benevolent. So who was casting spells upon Potter? Or was it both? High above, Potter clung to his broom with only one hand, The Weasley twins attempting to rescue him had failed, inadvertently sending him higher into the sky. They circled beneath him, hoping to catch him should he fall, yet if something went awry, Potter would perish. Draco withdrew his wand. He could not quite remember how Potter had safely returned to the ground in his dreams, as he had been too busy laughing uncontrollably. However, he now considered conjuring a cushion for Potter or devising a way to thwart Quirrell or Snape by casting a binding or petrifying spell from this vantage point. No, casting a spell here would certainly reveal him. Perhaps he should move behind the teacher's box to enact his spell. As Draco contemplated this, preparing to return the binoculars to Crabbe, he suddenly noticed a tuft of brown hair darting beneath the teacher's box. Draco quickly raised the binoculars to his eyes, scanning the Gryffindor seating, and indeed, he only spotted the Weasley twins, with no sign of Granger. Meanwhile, the broom continued to thrash violently, attempting to dislodge Potter, who appeared to be on the verge of losing his grip. Draco clenched his wand tightly, attentively observing the teacher's box. Suddenly, a plume of fire erupted from Snape's robes. Yet he remained oblivious, until Professor Burbage nearby alerted him. Snape jumped in shock, rising abruptly, inadvertently colliding with Quirrell. At the sight of Professor Burbage, Draco hesitated. But he could not afford to dwell on it. His gaze was fixed on Potter. Potter had now managed to regain his position on the broom, seemingly diving towards the ground for safety. A collective sigh of relief echoed through the crowd, and Draco slumped back into his seat, tossing the binoculars back to Crabbe. Crabbe caught the binoculars and began scanning the skies, muttering, "What a shame, Potter almost got thrown off, didn't he?" Draco scoffed, only to be startled by a deafening cheer erupting from the Gryffindor stands. He leapt up again, seizing Crabbe's binoculars to peer below, only to see Potter raising the golden snitch aloft in triumph. Oh no, he had forgotten that Potter had almost swallowed the snitch during his dive and had missed the classic comedic moment of Potter regurgitating the snitch. Just moments earlier, he had been too preoccupied with watching Snape and Quirrell. What was there to be concerned about? Was it not Potter who, in his dreams, secured victory for Gryffindor in this very match? Draco felt an overwhelming sense of dejection as he smashed Crabbe's telescope onto the ground in a fit of anger and stormed off. Crabbe assumed Draco was upset about Gryffindor's triumph and thought it quite normal for him to destroy a telescope. After all, Goyle had just discarded his snacks in frustration. Regrettably, he had nothing of his own to throw. As Draco distanced himself, Crabbe hurriedly picked up the telescope and rushed after him, while Goyle cast a regretful glance at the discarded snacks before begrudgingly following suit. Among the Slytherins, the mood was either one of despondency or indignation, with their captain, Flint, still grumbling in the common room that evening. How can that even count? He practically swallowed the golden snitch. Draco, too, sat glumly by the window, aware that he would have to prepare materials for Snape again come morning. Regardless of whether Snape had indeed plotted to eliminate Potter that day, Draco was thoroughly exhausted from toiling away like a house elf. He even found himself yearning to attend Professor McGonagall's class. Yet he could not ignore the fact that Snape had caused him injury, one that still lingered. It was not that he wished to shirk responsibility or evade punishment. Rather, Snape had assigned him an overwhelming number of tasks. After dictating what needed to be done each day, Snape would vanish without a trace. Yet if Draco failed to complete them by the designated time, he would be met with harsh reprimands and would not be permitted to return to the dormitory until all was finished. Should he dare to complain about the excessive workload, Snape would threaten to fail him in potions and inform his father. Of course, Draco was well aware that this threat was far from idle. He had ample reason to believe that Snape was a man of his word. Draco harbored suspicions that Snape intended to confine him within the castle, preventing him from wandering freely. If that were the case, then his method was indeed effective, as he found himself unable to go anywhere, often forced to burn the midnight oil just to complete his assignments, dreaming only of a restful night's sleep. Chapter 17, The Christmas Holiday, Part 1. Just as Draco pondered whether he would be condemned to slice and grind in the dungeon classroom for all eternity, Christmas finally arrived. Filled with emotion, he dragged his suitcase with great haste to return home. Although the holiday might present an opportunity for some to investigate Snape or draw closer to Potter while most students were away, Narcissa had inundated him with letters, each confirming when he would be on break. He, too, could not bear to linger a moment longer in that underground classroom. Remarkably, Snape announced that day that his punishment had come to an end. With a heart full of joy, Draco had barely reached the castle entrance when he spotted Weasley and Granger assisting Hagrid in transporting various Christmas decorations into the castle. He tilted his head to glance outside and, as expected, saw Potter lagging behind, burdened with too many items. Upon seeing Malfoy and his two lackeys eyeing Harry with ill intent, Ron stepped forward protectively, asking with suspicion, "What are you up to, Malfoy?" "I haven't said a word yet," Draco replied, casting an irritated look at Weasley. in an effort to avoid worsening relations with the trio, as had happened in his dreams. He was exercising remarkable restraint, yet Weasley simply refused to behave. Humph, it's clear you don't have good intentions. With a derisive laugh, Draco continued. It seems you have no plans to return home, do you? How pitiful. But I suppose saving a few meals is always a benefit for someone from your impoverished household. Wouldn't you agree? You. Ron's face flushed crimson with anger. As they were unable to return home this year since his parents had gone to Romania to visit his brother. Ron. Hermione called out from behind, attempting to intervene. There are too many people around. Engaging with Malfoy right now is certainly not a wise decision. What is going on here? At that moment, Harry had caught up. Having initially failed to see Malfoy due to Hagrid's imposing figure blocking the entrance. As he climbed the stairs and witnessed the tense standoff, his expression hardened, instinctively sensing that Malfoy had uttered something offensive. He could not fathom why Malfoy could not be a little more amiable. Draco noticed Potter standing warily beside Weasley, casting him a scrutinizing glance as though he were guilty of some misdeed. A wave of irritation washed over him. How could he have once worried for Potter during Quidditch? We were just discussing how the Weasley family is too poor to support their children returning home. However, you might consider purchasing a Weasley. This would not only ensure the rest of their family has enough to eat, but would also resolve your own lonely predicament. Crabbe, Goyle, and several other Slytherins who had inexplicably found themselves caught in the fray erupted into raucous laughter, their mirth drowning out Hagrid's admonitions. While Harry and Ron's faces burned with indignation. How dare you say that to me? Ron, incensed, dropped the items in his arms and lunged at Draco, only to be restrained by Hermione's desperate grip. Draco scoffed dismissively. Come now, Weasley, I wasn't referring to you specifically. Is your family not comprised of more than just you? Or do you fancy yourself as Potter's wife? Ron was practically apoplectic, his face now redder than his hair, struggling to break free once more. Malfoy, I warn you. Malfoy. Harry, equally furious, brandished his suitcase as if to charge at Draco, but Hermione clutched him tightly with one hand while desperately holding onto Ron with the other, struggling to control both boys. Stop it. Snape is watching over there. If he sees us, he'll deduct points. Everyone turned to follow Hermione's gaze, and indeed, Snape was approaching. Harry and Ron halted their movements in frustration, while the other Slytherins, save for Draco, wore expressions of amusement. What is the meaning of this? Snape's voice, dark and foreboding, cut through the air. Hagrid, finally able to interject, replied, just a little spat among the children, nothing serious. It had better be nothing serious. Fighting within the school is in direct violation of our rules. Snape cast a threatening glance at Potter, Weasley, and Granger before finally turning his attention to Draco, adopting a slightly softer yet still stern tone. The train is about to depart. Do not linger here as if you were some homeless wretches. Yes, Professor, the Slytherins chuckled, casting sidelong glances at Harry. Harry glared at Snape, but refrained from speaking. He was certain that if he uttered a single word, Snape would swiftly deduct 5 or even 10 points from Gryffindor. Though he might have achieved a resounding victory, Draco felt far from jubilant. He exchanged a casual farewell with Snape and, bypassing Potter, strutted out with his self-satisfied Slytherins. Naturally, only Draco circumvented Potter. Upon reaching Crabbe, he simply shoved past him. The train soon departed, and since some students remained behind, particularly the upperclassmen preparing for their OWLs, the compartments were notably less crowded than at the start of the term. However, it wasn't long before Parkinson, accompanied by Greengrass, found their way to their compartment. The last time, the 5 of them had crowded into a single compartment, which had been quite cramped, but at that time, Parkinson and Greengrass had already been present, making it difficult for Draco to ask them to leave. Now, however, he was far less inclined to share the space. As soon as Parkinson stepped inside, he remarked, "Is there truly no other place to sit? We are already 3 people here, but I wish to share a compartment with you. I heard you just had another run-in with Potter?" Parkinson said nonchalantly, glancing at Draco and Goyle sitting on one side, while Crabbe occupied the other. Without hesitation, she approached Draco and remarked to Goyle, "There are only 2 people next door with Nod. You should go sit with them." Goyle appeared somewhat reluctant, as both Draco and Crabbe were on this side, and he was disinclined to venture next door. However, Parkinson's fierce demeanor instilled a sense of fear in him, and he cast a pitiful glance at Draco. Just then, Zabini happened to stroll past the entrance, and Draco suddenly stood up, exclaiming, "Hey, Zabini." Draco? Zabini shot a brief glance at the scene in the compartment and understood immediately. With a knowing smile, he said, "Didn't you mention wanting to see the hypnotic abilities of the boa constrictor? Gant had to send his boa back home this time. It might be your last chance. I just saw him feeding the snake a blast-ended scrut. Do you want to go take a look?" "Sure." Draco feigned interest and promptly exited the compartment, following Zabini without a backward glance. Although Slytherins had a penchant for serpent-themed jewelry or adornments, not everyone had an affinity for live snakes. particularly if those snakes could hypnotize their prey, luring them to willingly become their meals, especially when that meal could explode into a bloody mess upon death. To be honest, even Draco was not particularly eager to witness such a spectacle, let alone the girls, and neither Crabbe nor Goyle showed any intention of following. Draco successfully departed alone with Zabini, but he did not anticipate that Zabini would indeed lead him to Gant's compartment. Standing at the door, Draco hesitated to enter and said, "You can't be serious about bringing me to watch Gant feed the snake a blast-ended scrit, can you?" Before Zabini could respond, Gant's voice boomed in protest. "What? A blast-ended scrit? That is far too gruesome. My Barney will be terrified. Everyone claims boa constrictors are wicked, but you all misunderstand them. They are truly gentle creatures. They hypnotize their prey merely to spare them pain and death." Draco cast a disdainful glance at the snake that was burping contentedly in Gant's arms. "You should move in with Hagrid. I'm sure you two would get along splendidly." "Why? Does he keep snakes too?" Gant asked, his eyes lighting up with excitement. "Not sure, but you both seem to share a peculiar disposition," Draco replied, and then he noticed Parkinson peering down the corridor. He swiftly stepped into the compartment, settling beside Zabini with a frown, casting a sidelong glance at Gant and commenting to Zabini, "How on earth did the Sorting Hat place him in Slytherin? He ought to be in Hufflepuff." "Huh, don't be so harsh. Crabbe and Goyle are like that, yet you still spend all your time with them," Zabini chuckled. "Are you envious, so you choose to associate with him?" Draco retorted. Though he found Crabbe and Goyle dull, he did not appreciate others voicing such opinions. He knew Zabini was unabashedly irreverent and held disdain for everyone. "I still prefer my own company. He is so dim-witted that I wouldn't want to step foot in this compartment. You don't know that he has been hypnotized by his own snake more than once. One day, he even ran around the common room stark naked," Zabini stated, expressing his disdain openly, while Gant, cradling his snake, looked mildly displeased yet remained silent. "Then why are you here?" Zabini shot Gant a few eye rolls, then turned to Draco with a wink, saying, "I'm here for you, Draco." "You're revolting, Zabini," Draco said, feigning a gagging motion. In truth, Zabini was quite handsome, with an elegant demeanor that had captivated many girls since the moment he arrived. Even some boys found him charming, though Draco was not among them. Zabini laughed heartily. "What's wrong? Is Pansy bothering you again?" "Humph, she is not that bad. Why do you always avoid her?" "You can have her. She is too clingy," Draco replied curtly. "You keep her. I prefer someone more attractive." Zabini shook his head emphatically. "You could pursue Ginny Weasley," Draco suggested casually, recalling that Zabini had once remarked in a dream about Ginny Weasley's beauty. "Is she truly beautiful?" "Perhaps. But never mind. Her family are blood traitors, and my mother would be vehemently opposed." Despite his words, Zabini appeared somewhat intrigued. Several hours later, the train finally arrived in London. Narcissa and Lucius were indeed waiting for him at the station. Upon returning home, Draco felt an overwhelming sense of relief. He had not realized how exhausting first-year classes could be. It seems it wasn't the first-year classes, but rather the preparation for potions that drained me," he mused. "Snape mentioned you possess great talent in potions," Lucius stated proudly. "I hear you even volunteered to prepare materials for his class, and did exceptionally well." Draco's eyes widened in disbelief. Was Snape anticipating his potential complaints, and had preemptively prepared? How could he ever lodge a complaint? Well, he had initially intended to confide in Narcissa, but how could he dare mention it to Lucius? He worried that Snape might write home about it. Besides, if he were to complain, he would not have willingly taken on the role of a house elf for potions for so long. Lucius remained blissfully unaware of his son's unease, continuing to express his delight. "I've purchased some related books for you. Once you've rested, you can pick them up from my study in a few days. Snape mentioned he would provide you with additional tutoring, so don't disappoint him." Chapter 18. The Christmas Holiday, Part 2. Overall, Draco's Christmas holiday was quite pleasant. Narcissa busied herself with decorating the estate and procuring gifts, while Lucius had numerous social obligations to attend to. Draco had no particular recipients for whom he needed to prepare gifts meticulously. Although Potter's face had briefly flashed in his mind, he swiftly dispelled the thought and ultimately selected a few suitable items from what Narcissa had prepared for him to send to his friends. Before long, Draco found himself with ample leisure time, until boredom struck, leading him to ponder a rather curious question. How could there be a three-headed dog at Hogwarts? Moreover, why was it placed in a corridor that students might likely traverse or even inadvertently stumble upon? It is known that the three-headed dog is a fiercely formidable creature. Each head possesses a significant attacking prowess and is typically used to guard valuable treasures. Hogwarts was filled with underage wizards. Should any student be harmed, Dumbledore would surely find himself in a precarious position. There must be something exceedingly precious that warranted such a risk, but what could it be? He recalled that Quirrell had mentioned something about the Dark Lord seeking an item that night on the astronomy tower. but he could not access it yet and needed more time. Furthermore, on the day the troll invaded, he had followed Quirrell there, likely falling into Quirrell's trap. Upon reflection, it seemed that Potter and his friends were also searching for something. He noticed them frequenting the library almost daily before he would slice and grind his potion ingredients. It was not unusual for Granger to be there, but it was rather peculiar that Potter and Weasley were often found there as well. Draco meticulously recalled every detail of Potter's exploits during his first year, but regrettably, apart from the grand outcome of Potter vanquishing the Dark Lord's servant, there seemed to be no substantial information. Even the details of how Potter defeated Quirrell were scant. So many rumors and whispers had failed to mention even a single event. In truth, aside from the fourth-year incident of the Dark Lord's resurrection, which Dumbledore had tirelessly disseminated with numerous details, it seemed that only a select few knew what transpired each year, and those individuals were unlikely to share their knowledge. Thus, the many legendary deeds attributed to Potter were shrouded in mystery, with no one ever detailing what Potter had actually done or how he accomplished it. It is precisely for this reason that the image of Potter shattered so easily in the 4th grade. No one believed his words. After pondering for several days, Draco still could not fathom what extraordinary secrets Hogwarts held, secrets that even the Dark Lord had sought after his disappearance, and which Potter had begun to pursue upon his arrival. Perhaps there existed some legendary tale of Hogwarts that he was unaware of? Tentatively, he inquired of Lucius and Narcissa, for they had both attended Hogwarts years ago. However, their perspectives on legends were starkly contrasting. To Narcissa, Hogwarts was an ancient institution where the founders had bequeathed their successors with treasures they deemed most significant. Additionally, Hogwarts had nurtured numerous exceptional wizards, some of whom may have concealed important artifacts within its walls, for with generations of powerful sorcerers continuously adding layers of protection, Hogwarts might be even safer than Gringotts. Furthermore, Hogwarts was, in fact, larger than it appeared. Even a lifetime of exploration might not unveil all its secrets. Among these, the treasure left by Slytherin was particularly renowned. Narcissa believed Draco to be intrigued by this, given that a legend had long circulated among Slytherin's descendants regarding a treasure accessible solely to them. Draco was well acquainted with this legend, having discussed it numerous times with Nott and others before his enrollment. And even in dreams he had gleaned insights into what this treasure might be, though he remained skeptical about its authenticity as one of Potter's exploits. Generations of Slytherins had sought this treasure, and according to Narcissa, Lucius had once been among them. Narcissa did not oppose Draco's inclination for a bit of adventure. After all, the cunning and agility of a Slytherin were not innate qualities. Thus she encouraged Draco to seek out the fabled artifact. Reassured by the presence of numerous teachers and Snape overseeing matters, ensuring that no mishaps would occur. Conversely, Lucius dismissed the notion of Hogwarts treasures with derision, asserting that they were mere trifles hidden by children. True value resided solely in the relics left by the founders. To his knowledge, only Gryffindor's sword still remained at Hogwarts. The locket of Slytherin and Hufflepuff's cup had been hidden away by unknown individuals, and Ravenclaw's diadem had vanished long before Rowena Ravenclaw's demise. As for the treasure said to be attainable only by the descendants of Salazar Slytherin, along with the fabled Chamber of Secrets, he contended that they were mere fabrications. On this last point, Draco held reservations. However, Lucius' earlier remarks triggered a recollection. In his dreams, Potter had risked his life to retrieve a diadem, and it seemed he had initially sought it out. Could it be Ravenclaw's diadem? Although Draco was uncertain as to why Potter and his companions would seek to destroy it, he realized he could seize the opportunity to obtain it before Potter became aware, to unveil the secrets it might hold. Of course, this would have to wait until the holiday concluded and he returned to Hogwarts. Draco felt a tinge of impatience. Yet recalling that Potter would likely not pursue it until his 7th year, he felt less urgency. In the ensuing days, Draco found himself returning to the same contemplations about what the Hellhound guarded and reminiscing about Potter's actions in his dreams. Soon, it was time for Draco to pack his belongings in preparation for returning to Hogwarts. The night before his departure, Lucius recalled the new potions book he had purchased for Draco. Gifted with a natural aptitude for potions, Draco found that, unlike spells, potions did not require physical coordination. During his time assisting Snape for free, he had discreetly experimented with various concoctions from his dreams, able to craft the correct potions simply by following the memories he retained, even managing to create some potions typically reserved for 5th and 6th years. Thus, upon glancing at the cover and table of contents of the book Lucius had procured, Draco set it aside. However, while retrieving the book from Lucius' study, a beautifully crafted black notebook caught Draco's attention from an open drawer. It appeared somewhat antiquated, yet its gilded cover radiated elegance, as if enhanced by magic. Curiosity piqued, Draco reached out to grasp it, only for Lucius to turn around and exclaim, "Do not touch that." Startled by his father's voice, Draco instinctively withdrew his hand. Lucius swiftly approached, closing the drawer before addressing Draco. There are certain things you should not handle, even when they lie before you, particularly those within this study. Very well, Father, Draco replied obediently, though inwardly he remained unconvinced. His peripheral vision lingered on the drawer, speculating if it contained Lucius' secret diary. Ultimately, Draco entrusted the book Lucius had gifted him to the house elf Dobby for safekeeping, deciding against taking it to school, as he had already confirmed that its contents were familiar to him. On the train back to school, Parkinson no longer insisted on sharing a compartment with him, perhaps because Zabini had already joined them. Cramming 6 individuals into one compartment was indeed uncomfortable. Draco had initially intended to seek out the diadem upon returning to school, but unexpectedly, Snape announced he would provide him with individualized tutoring, fulfilling his promise starting from the second day of their return. Although this was a significant improvement over the previous monotonous days, Draco still found himself spending the majority of his time in the underground classroom. This time, he engaged in some extremely labor-intensive processes, leaving him no room to distract himself with other thoughts, lest he risk undoing all his hard work. At long last, Draco managed to slip away to the treasure room, only to discover that the diadem was not so easily located. The treasure room resembled a veritable rubbish heap. While he recalled from his dreams that Potter had picked up the diadem somewhere to the right of the exit, Draco now found that the area to the right was exceedingly vast and devoid of any clear boundaries. Moreover, he couldn't even find a broom to fly up and survey the room from above, leaving him baffled as to how Potter had managed to stumble upon a flying broom in his dreams. Draco promptly abandoned the notion of finding it immediately. Checking the time, he hurriedly exited the treasure room and made his way to the Transfiguration classroom. He could not afford to be late for McGonagall's class. He already had a plethora of assignments to complete and did not wish to waste time on the punishment for tardiness. However, as he approached the classroom, he spotted Longbottom in distress, being tormented by Peeves, who had commandeered his belongings and scattered them about. As Longbottom retrieved each item, Peeves snatched it away again, tossing it elsewhere. Draco was reluctant to engage with Peeves, but deterring would take far too long, and he would surely be late for Transfiguration. So he ultimately decided to walk past. Peeves immediately noticed him and exclaimed, another little brat. Let us see if you've brought all your textbooks. With a gleeful cackle, Peeves zoomed toward Draco. Frowning, Draco recalled what he had heard about Peeves in his dreams and tentatively threatened. I've heard about the mischief you caused in your lifetime. Peeves abruptly halted, his expression a mix of terror and disbelief. No, you can't know. I do know. Your mischief led to your demise. No. Peeves covered his ears, unable to bear Draco's words, and with a piercing scream, he shot through the ceiling, his shrill voice nearly shattering the eardrums of both Draco and Longbottom. Longbottom sniffled, finally gathering all his belongings, and the memory orb rolled to Draco's feet. You carry this thing around every day? Draco bent down to pick up the memory orb, only for it to begin spinning wildly and turning crimson the moment it touched his fingertips. Always a reminder, Longbottom carefully remarked, watching Draco. You've forgotten something important. Perhaps I simply neglected to collect my socks, Draco retorted with a hint of self-deprecation, tossing the memory orb back to Longbottom and striding purposefully towards the Transfiguration classroom. Longbottom, perplexed by Draco's meaning, caught the memory orb and hurried after him, stammering, No, it wouldn't remind you of something trivial. It must be of significant importance. Draco felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Not only could he not recall what he had forgotten, but he also had a tear-streaked Longbottom trailing behind him. He was tempted to cast a leg-locking curse on him. Meanwhile, Longbottom, oblivious to the tension, inquired, What did Peeves do while he was alive? Longbottom, do not presume I was rescuing you just now. I merely needed to pass through. Draco snapped impatiently. In truth, Draco himself was uncertain about Peeves' past antics. He had only discovered during his ghostly phase that Peeves occasionally sensed his presence, albeit without seeing him. In moments of boredom, he would occasionally startle Peeves, only to have the poltergeist scream, I'm sorry, Mom. I didn't mean to harm you. Peeves resembled a mischievous child, likely having done something reckless that led to his mother's demise. However, Draco had no intention of divulging this to Longbottom. As the Transfiguration classroom came into view, he turned and glared at Longbottom, saying, Do not follow me. Longbottom, indeed, shuddered and halted a few paces behind. Wipe your tears, otherwise, Potter will think I'm bullying you. No, he won't, Longbottom murmured in protest. Humph. Draco scoffed and disregarded him, striding into the classroom. Crabbe and Goyle had already reserved a spot for him in the center. Although spacious, it still made him appear like butter in a sandwich. The row, originally meant for 4, now accommodated only the 3 of them. Upon his entrance, Crabbe and Goyle rose, and he motioned for Goyle to shift to the center while he took the edge seat. At that moment, Zabini entered, walking directly to Draco's side. Slide over, he ordered. Draco nodded at Crabbe and Goyle, and they complied, allowing Zabini to settle beside Draco. Is Longbottom under some curse? He stood at the entrance like a daze, only following me in when I arrived. Draco glanced back and indeed saw Longbottom just settling beside Weasley. Whatever Weasley had said had provoked Potter's furious glare directed at him. I bet Potter and the others think Longbottom is cursed and that I cast it, Draco remarked with annoyance. Zabini raised an eyebrow in surprise. Did you not do so? Chapter 19. The Norwegian Ridgeback, Part 1. Draco did not attend Gryffindor's second match, but Crabbe and Goyle accompanied Zabini, as Severus Snape was officiating, leading them to believe that Gryffindor would surely lose, thus ensuring an entertaining match. However, Draco anticipated that this match would be the shortest in Quidditch history, concluding in merely 5 minutes, given that it was Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff, to prevent any incidents. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were seated together while Slytherin and Gryffindor were separated. This was a terribly misguided decision. How could one expect Gryffindor and Slytherin to coexist peacefully? Even a 5-minute game was ample time for a skirmish to erupt. He suspected that he and Weasley might indeed come to blows, though he had no fear of Weasley. Yet, such a brawl would likely leave him with black eyes, and, even worse, Weasley might yank out a considerable amount of his hair. While he could endure a bruised eye, after all, he had similarly disfigured Weasley. He found it rather undignified for two men to resort to hair-pulling in a fight. Thus, Draco wisely resolved against attending the match. Sure enough, as he hesitated on whether to wander to the trophy room, he encountered Zabini and a group of Slytherins at the castle entrance. The match, as he had predicted, concluded swiftly. Draco savored the sight of Zabini, who had completely lost his usual composure. His hair was a disheveled mess, and he was gingerly rubbing the roots of his hair on the left side of his forehead, indicating he had likely clashed with Weasley. Though his eyes were unharmed, one side of his cheek was swollen, detracting from his previously handsome appearance. Draco sympathetically patted Zabini's back, to which Zabini retorted angrily, "Are all Gryffindors out of their minds? Especially Weasley. How could he be so crude, coming from a pureblood family? His sister must be a rough, hideous creature." Raising an eyebrow, Draco inquired, "Are you suggesting that he fought you because you called his sister ugly? Who mentioned his sister? I've never even seen her. I merely spoke of Potter." Zabini fumed. Oh, Draco elongated the sound, then continued, "That's quite similar. After all, Potter is his darling, and the entire family is depending on him." Zabini nodded in agreement, chuckling heartily. At that moment, the Gryffindors approached, celebrating their players. Draco noted that Potter was absent, while Weasley and Granger lingered at the back. To be frank, Zabini's combat prowess far exceeded Weasley's. Weasley sported 2 black eyes, blood trickling from beneath his nose, and his mouth bore a prominent bruise. Yet he wore an exuberant grin, animatedly recounting to Granger how Potter had swooped down to catch the golden snitch, seemingly oblivious to the chaos around him. Draco listened intently, noting that Potter's victory mirrored the events of his dream, but Weasley's jubilant expression struck him as particularly jarring. Thus, as Weasley drew near, he remarked, "What has got you so jubilant, Weasley? Did Potter manage to snatch a galleon for you during the match?" Weasley immediately charged at Draco, followed closely by several other Gryffindors, but Slytherin had no shortage of supporters either. Draco quickly stepped back, observing from a distance. Zabini shot him a disapproving glance, but refrained from joining the fray. Draco shrugged, indicating that such a brawl was ill-suited for him. Ultimately, Percy's intervention, shouting about point deductions, prevented further conflict, repeatedly threatening Slytherin to return to their common room. Though Slytherins were displeased, they had little choice. If Flint had been present, Percy, as a fellow prefect, would not have wielded such authority. Draco remained indifferent. He merely found Weasley irksome but had no desire to engage in a physical confrontation. After a considerable time in the common room, Crabbe and Goyle finally returned. They had left Longbottom unconscious but were not in much better shape themselves, both bearing numerous scratches, with Crabbe's arm nearly bitten through by Longbottom and Goyle sporting deep bite marks on his chin. The ferocity of this altercation far surpassed that of the skirmish between Zabini and Weasley. Now their faces were smeared with a nauseating ointment, causing them to grimace even while eating. Draco harbored serious doubts about Madam Pomfrey's intent, suspecting she had deliberately withheld pain relief. In the days that followed, Slytherin and Gryffindor continued to engage in minor skirmishes, though none escalated to the severity of this incident. Potter seemed preoccupied, often huddled with Granger and Weasley in hushed conversations. It wasn't until Draco overheard them mentioning the word dragon that he recalled, from their first year, when Potter and his friends had dealt with a dragon and had secretly sent it away after he discovered them. Certainly, even if he remained undetected, they would ultimately have to send it away. Dragons, as creatures, exhibit rapid growth, necessitating vast estates that span several contiguous mountain ranges at the very least. Otherwise, Proper care is simply unfeasible. Furthermore, the challenge of raising one discreetly cannot be overstated, as privately keeping a dragon is illegal. In truth, he harbored aspirations of nurturing a dragon himself. However, even if his family's enterprises could secure such a location, Lucius had yet to attain a position of absolute power. Dragons possess notoriously volatile temperaments, particularly upon reaching maturity, making it exceedingly difficult to conceal their presence. Draco, at present, had no intention of becoming embroiled in this affair. The Forbidden Forest likely harbored malevolent creatures that preyed upon unicorns, and unlike Potter, he was not favored by fortune. What if an unforeseen calamity were to befall him? Moreover, his workload in potion-making had recently escalated, as Snape had discerned his prodigious talent in the subject and was determined not to let it go to waste. Lucius had subsequently sent a plethora of potion textbooks, leaving Draco with little time to concern himself with Potter. Draco had initially wished to devote more time to Transfiguration, a subject in which he had always struggled, yet it held immense importance for both his daily life and future career prospects. Unfortunately, the time he could allocate to Transfiguration had dwindled to less than that spent in his dreams. Fortunately, he learned far more quickly than in his dreams, often surpassing all but Granger in aptitude. While he believed the potions he was currently studying to be rather simple, the reality of studying them unveiled a multitude of overlooked details. Through experimentation, he had also stumbled upon many unexpected insights. Regardless, he had no choice but to study. Enhancing his potion-making skills could prove advantageous in unforeseen ways. However, wishes are often beautiful, while reality remains harsh. Distracted by thoughts of Potter's inexplicable recent hostility towards him, Draco inadvertently added a gecko's tail to the cauldron instead of the intended salamander's tail, resulting in an explosion. Although the explosion did not harm Draco, it released a gas that caused rapid unconsciousness. Before he could react, he collapsed to the ground. Unfortunately, Snape was mysteriously absent that entire afternoon. To make matters worse, there were no classes in the underground classroom that Saturday, leaving Draco to lie there until the effects of the gas completely dissipated, at which point he gradually awakened, only to find it was nearly midnight. After lying on the cold, hard floor for an entire afternoon, Draco felt as though he had become a lifeless corpse. He slowly rose, grimacing as he stretched his stiff limbs, and then, with a creak in his neck and dragging his feet, he made his way towards the exit of the classroom. As for the cauldron and the debris scattered around from the explosion, he had no inclination to clean up. He simply yearned to return to the comfort of his warm, soft bed. The corridor was shrouded in darkness, rendering everything invisible. The walls felt damp in places. Displeased, Draco wiped his hands on his outer robe and drew his wand, uttering Lumos. The tip of his wand illuminated, and a gust of wind sent another shiver down his spine. He casually pulled the door to the underground classroom closed and proceeded towards the dungeons. However, after a short distance, as he passed a fork in the corridor, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps racing towards him through the darkness. Draco turned, but the corridor was too dark for him to see anything. His body was frozen, akin to a rusted machine, leaving him unable to flee. He turned and pointed his wand in the direction of the noise, calling out loudly, "Who is there?" "It's me," came a voice quivering with emotion, rushing towards him and colliding with his chin. Before Draco could comprehend who it was, he felt his already stiff jaw nearly shatter from the impact. He cradled his chin and bent down, as if the force had brought tears to his eyes. Once he regained his composure, he realized it was Longbottom who had crashed into him. Sorry. Longbottom exclaimed, tears welling in his eyes. Draco, irate, retorted, "What are you doing here at this hour? Madam Pomfrey said I was completely recovered, and I didn't want to stay in the hospital wing anymore." Ron grinds his teeth and sometimes laughs in his sleep after he got hurt. "It's particularly terrifying with just the two of us at night. Then go back to Gryffindor. Or have you finally realized that you're actually a Hufflepuff? I suspect even they wouldn't want you at this rate." No. I went back to Gryffindor, but the fat lady changed the password again," Longbottom nearly wailed. "Last time, after I fell off my broom. I spent the whole night sleeping outside, while Blood Trader Weasley passed by multiple times. Can you?" "No. Please. Longbottom truly began to cry. Draco, exasperated, warned him, "Stop crying. Do you want Filch to hear you?" Longbottom jumped, immediately glancing around nervously. Although he ceased crying, he continued to sniffle. Draco and Longbottom were familiar acquaintances, yet Draco found him tiresome. Had it been in the past, he would have relished tormenting him further. But after lying on the floor for an entire afternoon, he lacked the energy to engage in such mischief. With a sigh, Draco said, "What do you want? I can't take you back to Slytherin, nor will I accompany you to wander about outside all night." Longbottom's face brightened with hope as he looked at Draco. "I overheard Harry and Ron whispering. They plan to send a dragon away at midnight tonight." Draco's eyes widened in astonishment. They had indeed acquired a dragon. I'm looking for them. They intend to send the dragon from the basement? Draco asked incredulously, realizing why he had been unable to locate them in the tower in his dream. No, it was supposed to be from some tower. I nearly ran into Filch on the way. To avoid him, I collided with Peeves, Longbottom lamented. Peeves chased me relentlessly, and I was so frightened that I hardly paid attention to where I was going. Later, Peeves snatched my wand and vanished, with no light. I couldn't see anything around me and lost my way. Before you found me, I had already wandered in circles here several times. Chapter 20, Norwegian Ridgeback, Part 2. Longbottom could be considered one of the core figures in Potter's inner circle outside of the trio. Helping him now could potentially yield information about what Potter and his friends were up to. Draco endeavored to persuade himself that assisting Longbottom held significance, rather than simply casting him with a Petrificus Totalis and returning to his dormitory for sleep. Yet, could you please step back a bit and refrain from clutching my arm? Draco said, unable to contain his irritation. Longbottom, still with a quiver in his voice, replied, but something just floated past me. What ghost in Hogwarts have you not encountered? Is there anyone more terrifying than Bloody Baron? Perhaps it was him. What did he do to you? Aside from looking frightening with all that blood? Isn't that enough? Malfoy, all right, from this moment forward, no more talking. Keep your distance, or I will leave you behind and not take you to find Potter and the others. Longbottom fell silent, and Draco cautiously led him towards the astronomy tower. The castle's doors were tightly shut at night. Potter and the others certainly could not transport the dragon outside themselves. The easiest way for outsiders to retrieve something would be to enter from the tower. The astronomy tower, being the highest in Hogwarts, offered an expansive, open space for observing the sky, making it an ideal location for removing a dragon, especially since Professor Grapple often forgot to lock it. Draco cautiously steered clear of the areas where he might encounter teachers and Filch, successfully guiding Longbottom to the base of the astronomy tower staircase. He felt a vague discomfort at the realization that he had been sneaking to the tower rather frequently of late. Suddenly, the ghostly figure of nearly headless Nick drifted down from the tower, startling Longbottom into a yelp. Draco snapped, "Quiet, Longbottom. Do you wish for us to be discovered by Filch?" He mused that perhaps such a discovery was not entirely unwelcome. At that moment, Filch emerged from the shadows beneath the astronomy tower, escorting Potter and Granger. A chill wind swept down from the tower, causing Draco to shiver involuntarily. Filch brought all four of them to Professor McGonagall's office, where she glared at them with unmistakable fury. "Can anyone provide me with an explanation? It is already 1 o'clock in the morning. What business do you have in the astronomy tower?" Harry hung his head in silence. Granger trembled visibly, and Longbottom began to sob again, while Draco subtly shifted to the side. This movement caught McGonagall's attention, and she fixed him with a stern gaze. "And you, Mr. Malfoy, Filch claims you led Longbottom to the astronomy tower? I encountered him outside the dungeons. He claimed to be lost, and asked me to help him find Potter and the others," Draco replied candidly, genuinely not having intended to break any rules by seeking out Potter. I was told by Madam Pomfrey that I could return to my dormitory, but I did not know the password," Longbottom whimpered. "Then Peeves kept chasing me and snatched my wand. It was so dark I lost my way. And after wandering for a long time, I saw a light ahead and ran towards it, only to find it was Malfoy." McGonagall nodded, seemingly persuaded by Longbottom's account, before turning her attention back to Draco. "And you, Mr. Malfoy, why were you not asleep in your dormitory at this late hour? Why were you wandering the lower levels alone?" "I had an incident while practicing potion making in the dungeons this afternoon. A cauldron exploded, and the fumes knocked me out. I just woke up," Draco admitted, though feeling somewhat embarrassed. He recognized that McGonagall was not one to be easily deceived. Still harboring some skepticism, she observed him for a moment and ultimately stated, "I will inform Professor Snape of this matter and see if he can corroborate your story." After questioning Draco, McGonagall turned to Harry and Hermione. "And what about you two? What were you doing in the astronomy tower at such an hour?" Hermione shivered, and for the first time could not respond to the professor's inquiry. Harry quickly interjected, "We were looking for Neville. We heard he was supposed to leave the hospital wing today, but he hasn't returned, so we came out to find him. I think Neville might have heard the fat lady or Sir Nicholas mention that we had sneaked out and was searching for us." As he spoke, Harry discreetly signaled to Neville, who was too frightened to notice, but Draco caught the exchange. McGonagall's gaze shifted to Neville, yet he remained unresponsive for a long moment. Draco glanced at Harry and volunteered. Longbottom said it was the ghost who mentioned it. This seemed a reasonable explanation, and a collective sigh of relief swept through the group, even Filch's expression revealing disappointment. However, Professor McGonagall was not so easily convinced. "I believe visiting hours in the hospital wing end at 5 o'clock. If you were aware that Mr. Longbottom could be discharged, then either Mr. Longbottom, you deliberately delayed your return until after curfew, avoiding Potter and Granger, or Mr. Potter and Miss Granger, you neglected to notice Mr. Longbottom outside the door as you left." McGonagall's gaze swept over the group, her anger palpable. Of course. We can easily verify when Madam Pomfrey permitted Mr. Longbottom's discharge. I'm sorry, Professor, I lied, Harry admitted glumly, but he could not disclose the dragon incident. So he hastily concocted another excuse. I thought I had left my potion assignment in the astronomy tower during yesterday's class. Since it is usually off limits when classes are not in session, and it was due on Monday, but I hadn't finished it. So I asked Hermione to accompany me tonight to look for it. Hermione, unable to articulate a response, nodded vigorously, echoing Harry's earlier claim about searching for Neville. Fortunately, there were no glaring inconsistencies this time, and the faculty members privately understood that Professor Snape often made things difficult for Harry, making his urgent quest for his potion assignment seem reasonable. Finally, McGonagall appeared convinced, only asking, "Did you find it?" "No, I don't think it was there," Harry replied. "Well, even so, you should not have been wandering about at night. You could have waited until tomorrow to speak with Professor Grubbly-Plank. I am sure she would not have denied you that opportunity." McGonagall's gaze shifted back to Neville. "And you, Mr. Longbottom. While you were permitted to return to Gryffindor from the hospital wing, you should not have been roaming the castle at this hour. It is extremely dangerous. If you cannot access the tower, you ought to return to the hospital wing. Furthermore, I have heard that your injury was a result of fighting within the school. Thus, Gryffindor will lose 50 points. I hope you will remember this lesson." Longbottom gasped, tears brimming in his eyes. Harry exclaimed incredulously, 50. "Indeed, Mr. Potter. And you three will each lose 50 points, McGonagall stated firmly. "Professor." Hermione finally found her voice, pleading, "Please, we understand we were wrong. Professor, we promise we won't do it again, please." Harry echoed. But McGonagall coldly interrupted, "No more words. Since you are aware of your wrongdoing, you must accept the consequences. In addition to the point deductions, you too will also be assigned detention. As for you, Mr. Longbottom, consider this a warning. Next time, if you use the excuse of not knowing the password to excuse your behavior, you will not be so fortunate." Having addressed the matters concerning Harry, Hermione, and Neville, McGonagall instructed Filch to escort them back to Gryffindor Tower, while she personally took Draco to Snape's office. Snape soon appeared at the door, impeccably dressed, though it was evident he had not yet retired for the night. McGonagall briefed him on the situation, to which Snape responded, "That explains why the third classroom looks as if it were attacked by a troll, with foul substances strewn about." Having received Snape's confirmation, McGonagall did not harbor any doubts. Draco too felt a sense of relief, yet Snape regarded him coolly and stated, "However, I believe an appropriate punishment is necessary. I have warned you before not to wander aimlessly around the castle, and it appears you have not heeded my advice." Draco shuddered. "Tomorrow, you will clean all the dungeons thoroughly. I expect not a speck of dust to remain in any of them," Snape concluded, then turned to McGonagall, adding, "And let him also serve detention." "Very well," McGonagall nodded, pleased that Snape was holding his own students accountable rather than shielding them from consequences. Draco felt utterly despondent. He had not intended to roam the castle, especially not tonight. He had no desire to be punished alongside Potter in the Forbidden Forest. Yet now, not only would he have to venture into the Forbidden Forest, but he was also tasked with cleaning all the dungeons. It was all Potter's fault. If they had not brought a dragon to the castle, they would not have been scurrying about at midnight, and Longbottom would not have come down to the dungeons in search of them. Thus, he would not have encountered Longbottom and taken him to find Potter. Regrettably, the following day, Draco was unable to clean the dungeons, as he had fallen ill. Who could lie in the subterranean classroom for an entire afternoon during such frigid weather and then sneak out to the astronomy tower in the dead of night without succumbing to illness? However, Snape did not forget his punishment. Once Draco recovered, he was compelled to clean the dungeons for an entire month before being absolved. Even more disheartening for Draco was that he barely had a chance to rest. Soon, during breakfast one day, he received a note at the dining table, which read, "Your detention begins tonight at 11 o'clock. Report to Mr. Filch in the entrance hall." Draco glanced up at the Gryffindor table and indeed saw that Potter and Granger had received identical notes. Potter even turned around to look at him, nodding gravely in acknowledgement. No, he did not wish to venture into the Forbidden Forest, not even with Potter, especially not with Potter. Chapter 21, The Forbidden Forest, Part 1. At 10:40 in the evening, Draco trudged out of the Slytherin dungeons amidst Zabini's mockery, not sympathy, and Goyle's glistening eyes. They presumed he was merely going to Professor McGonagall's office to write lines or transcribe the school rules and motto. Or perhaps Goyle thought he was off to duel with Potter. Only Draco knew they were all likely to risk their lives in the Forbidden Forest. Upon reaching the entrance hall, he found Filch waiting impatiently. Potter and Granger arrived a moment late, much to Filch's displeasure. "Follow me. I hope this serves as a lesson. The next time you consider breaking the school rules, you will think twice, won't you?" Filch remarked, leading them out of the castle. Unfortunately, they had abolished the truly effective means of punishment from the past, which were far superior to what existed now, such as hanging misbehaving students from the ceiling for days on end to deter future infractions. But you should know, I have preserved those chains in my office. And when I have a moment, I oil them up, just in case they might be needed one day. Wouldn't you agree? Filch said gleefully, casting a sinister smile over his shoulder as he carried the lantern with an unusually sprightly step. They hurried across the pitch-black grounds, and under the silvery moonlight, Draco could distinctly see the pallor of Granger's face and Potter's attempt to suppress his fear. Seeing them frightened made Draco feel somewhat better. Soon, they spotted Hagrid's hut in the distance. Is that you, Filch? Hagrid's booming voice called out from ahead. Oh, do hurry. I've been waiting for you for quite some time. Clearly, both Potter and Granger exhaled in relief, their expressions relaxing, while Draco remained in a state of discontent. Filch also noticed the demeanor of Potter and Granger, and maliciously remarked, "You don't think the punishment is merely a jolly time with that idiot, do you? This is punishment. Tonight, you will accompany him into the Forbidden Forest." Ha ha ha, don't entertain any delusions of returning unscathed. Draco had long anticipated venturing into the Forbidden Forest, so he refrained from responding, uncertain of what Potter and Granger were thinking as they remained silent. Thus, the three merely listened to Filch's grating laughter as they followed him in silence. Hagrid, unable to contain his impatience, strode towards them, Fong bounding behind, wielding a massive crossbow and a full bucket of arrows. "I've been waiting for you for half an hour, but the time is nearly upon us. Are you ready, Harry, Hermione?" Hagrid inquired, directly ignoring Draco. Draco was already aware of Hagrid's close bond with them and took little offense. However, Filch was distinctly displeased with Hagrid's amiable demeanor. "You shouldn't be so kind to them. You know they have misbehaved and are here to face their punishment, Hagrid. So, that's why you brought them here late, is it?" Hagrid scolded, frowning, busying himself with reprimanding them. "This is not the place for your lectures. We have much to accomplish tonight. Your duty is done. You may return." Filch squinted his eyes in dissatisfaction, but ultimately, he merely growled, "Fine, I'll come back at dawn to collect their remains." Hee hee. With that, Filch strode off towards the castle, lantern in hand, with a vengeful gait. Hagrid began leading them towards the Forbidden Forest, with Potter and Granger flanking him, while Draco quietly followed behind. After a few steps, Potter suddenly glanced back at him, as if fearing he might flee, prompting Draco to roll his eyes. Upon reaching the forest's edge, a narrow path gradually delved into the dense woods. Hagrid raised the lantern high, but it illuminated only a few paces ahead before succumbing to the darkness. "All right, I must inform you, what we are about to do tonight is indeed perilous. I do not wish for any of you to encounter danger. So you must listen to me carefully," Hagrid instructed, gesturing towards a patch of silvery liquid not far off. "Do you see that shimmering silver liquid? That should be unicorn blood. I surmise there may be an injured unicorn in the Forbidden Forest, and it is gravely wounded, likely not long for this world. This marks the second one I have encountered this week. Last Wednesday, I found one that had already succumbed. Something is hunting them. And tonight we must endeavor to locate that poor unicorn and help it escape its suffering. It may have been injured last night, stumbling around aimlessly. There are blood trails everywhere, making it impossible to discern which way it has fled. Therefore, we will need to split into two groups and search according to the blood trail." Draco furrowed his brow, while Harry and Hermione displayed similar trepidation. Hagrid called Fong, who had been frolicking nearby, and continued, "Don't worry. As long as you stick with me or Fong, the creatures of the Forbidden Forest will not harm you." Draco observed Potter and Granger, remembering that in his dreams, they had followed Hagrid, handing Neville over to him. Without Neville, he wondered how Hagrid would split them up. Surely, he couldn't have Fong accompany him alone. Draco glanced down at Fong, who had trotted over and was panting at his feet, looking quite innocent. What a large dog, yet so timid. In the face of danger, it darted away faster than anyone, so it seemed safer to stay close to Hagrid. Draco surveyed the group. He certainly could not follow Hagrid alongside Potter and leave Granger to lead Fong alone, rapidly considering the various combinations of the four individuals and one dog. Excluding the scenario of one person taking Fong alone, Draco realized he would either have to follow Hagrid alone or go with Granger. As Hagrid hesitated, Draco suddenly declared, "I choose Potter." "Me? I?" Harry was momentarily taken aback, stumbling over his words. Hagrid, momentarily thrown off, clarified, "No, that's not how it works. You must stick with me or one of the others. If we choose Fong, I think Potter would be more useful in such a dangerous place. Wouldn't you agree?" Draco said, albeit begrudgingly. In truth, he harbored doubts that, in terms of intellect, physical prowess, or magical ability, Potter might not measure up to Granger. Logically, it would have been wiser to choose Granger, yet he found himself inexplicably intimidated by her. Harry remained silent, while Hermione appeared somewhat displeased by this reasoning. However, she did not wish to enter the forest with Malfoy either, yet she was deeply concerned for Harry. Perhaps I should accompany them as well. Having an extra person is always beneficial. No need. Potter is sufficient. I don't want to venture into the Forbidden Forest with you, Draco retorted immediately. Hermione shot him a glare, exclaiming, I have no desire to venture into the Forbidden Forest with you. Anticipating Hermione's impending protests, Harry interjected reassuringly, It's all right, Hermione. If we encounter any danger, we shall signal for help. Although Hermione still appeared somewhat anxious, Hagrid interjected, Then it is settled. However, I must first caution you. Fong is a coward. You must hold on to his leash tightly. After Hagrid explained how to signal for assistance, they set off into the depths of the Forbidden Forest. After walking for a while, they arrived at a fork in the path. Draco and Harry took the right path, while Hagrid and Hermione ventured left. Draco carried the lantern. Realizing he had forgotten how heavy it was, after a brief period, his arm began to ache, forcing him to frequently switch hands and raise the light higher. Shall I carry it? You can hold on to Fong, Harry offered. Draco glanced at Potter's frail figure and slender arms and snorted, No thanks. The wand needed to remain ready to signal for help or defend against threats. Using the Lumos or levitation charms would occupy the wand and hinder their immediate response time. And the levitation charm would not allow the lantern to follow them. Draco genuinely wished that Crabbe or Goyle were present, or even Longbottom would suffice. Draco? Harry hesitantly called out. Draco turned to face him. What? Why did you say last time that I would fall from the sky? Harry scrutinized Draco's expression. Draco, perplexed, retorted. When did I ever say you would fall from the sky? On the morning I received my Nimbus 2000, you told me to, not fall while doing ballet. You know, during the first Quidditch match, my broom suddenly went haywire, making it somewhat resemble ballet, Harry said casually. Huh, it was quite similar, Draco chuckled lightly. Harry shot him an annoyed glare before hesitating. Do you know something? Know what? Draco's internal alarm bells rang. Did you overhear Snape's plan to harm me? Snape? Why not Quirrell? Quirrell? I know you admire Snape. Who admires Snape? Draco protested vehemently. Ignoring his protest, Harry continued. But you needn't drag Professor Quirrell into this for Snape's sake. Professor Quirrell has been fighting against Snape, thwarting his attempts to steal. At this point, Harry abruptly fell silent. Draco, ever perceptive, inquired, Steal what? I don't know. Perhaps it's not about stealing at all. He just wants me dead. Harry quickly changed the subject. He and my father were sworn enemies. Intrigued, Draco raised an eyebrow. He understood that even if he pressed further, Potter would not divulge what Snape intended to steal. So he let the matter rest. Even if they were enemies, it doesn't necessarily mean he wants you dead. We are also adversaries. Yet I have never wished for your demise. We are different, Harry said, somewhat awkwardly. Draco arched an eyebrow, eager to say something more. But just then they reached another fork in the road, prompting him to ask, which way? Harry observed the blood of unicorns on both sides of the fork, noting that there was more on the left, and he replied, Let's go this way. Then let us proceed this way, Draco declared, heading right. He couldn't recall where they had encountered that creature in his dream, but it seemed that Potter chose the paths, so as long as he went in the opposite direction, they might avoid running into that creature again. Harry, feeling displeased, followed him. This was the second time Draco had asked which direction to take only to resolutely choose the opposite. They walked in silence for a while, and as they ventured deeper into the forest, the path grew narrower, with branches and underbrush reaching out towards them. They found no unicorns, nor did they encounter any monsters. Unable to restrain himself, Harry asked again, Do you really not know how Snape was injured? I don't, Draco replied tersely. Recalling how Potter and his friends were lauded and rewarded after defeating the troll, becoming the talk of the first years. While he had spent months as a house elf in potions class due to Snape's injury, still occasionally assisting even outside of his extra potions classes. Draco's tone was less than amiable, prompting Harry to fall silent as well. Potter, Draco called out, unsure of what to say next, his emotions in turmoil. It dawned on him that he had hardly spent time alone with Potter, aside from that one instance when Potter had nearly severed him in a duel with dark magic, only for Snape to arrive just in time to save him. Draco felt an unexpected pang in his chest, instinctively reaching for the scar there. But then he remembered it was merely a dream. He wasn't injured now, so he lowered his hand. When Harry heard Draco call his name, but then fall silent, he took the initiative to say, You can call me Harry. Forget it. I don't want to sound too familiar with you, Draco quickly dismissed, feeling irked. Harry felt his warmth met with coldness, and his displeasure grew. They soon reached another fork in the path, and Draco again asked, Which way? Why are you asking me? Malfoy? Regardless of my choice, you will undoubtedly choose the opposite. Harry retorted irritably. That's true, so which way will you choose? Harry had never encountered someone quite like Draco, who could switch from polite conversation to challenging his nerves with every word, turning on a dime. He believed Draco wished to be friends, to cultivate a good relationship, but in reality, he only wanted to mock Harry's sentiments. The more Harry thought about it, the more anger bubbled within him. Without waiting for Draco to ask again, he angrily led Fong down a path, declaring, "This way." Draco hurriedly caught up, calling after him. "Hey, what is your problem? Come back. We're going that way." Ignoring him, Harry dragged Fong along, quickening his pace. The two of them dashed ahead, almost breaking into a run, oblivious to the increasing number of silvery bloodstains on the ground. Chapter 22, The Forbidden Forest, Part 2. Uncertain how far they had traveled, Harry suddenly halted, causing Draco to nearly collide with his back. "What are you doing, Shil?" Harry hissed, gesturing ahead. Following Harry's gaze, Draco beheld a pristine, shimmering unicorn lying in a clearing behind the gnarled branches of ancient trees. "How do we end up here?" Draco's eyes widened in terror. Harry crept forward cautiously, inching closer to the creature. Draco, in a panic, grasped his arm, exclaiming, "This is it. This is the unicorn." It lay there, lifeless, a ghastly wound visible, from which a silvery liquid seeped steadily. "This is bad. That creature is likely on its way." Draco frantically scanned their surroundings, attempting to pull Harry away. But Harry stood frozen, captivated by the ethereal beauty of the deceased unicorn. Before Draco could voice his concerns, a rustling sound interrupted them, and from the underbrush at the edge of the clearing emerged a hooded figure, crawling towards the unicorn. Draco felt as though he had been hit with a Petrificus totalis. Paralyzed with fear, the cloaked figure approached the unicorn, leaning over the wound and, to Draco's horror, began to drink its blood. Draco felt as if his own blood were being siphoned away, leaving him lightheaded. Although the creature's face was obscured by its hood, he inexplicably sensed he knew what it was, or rather, who it was. The atmosphere was suffused with a chilling dread. Draco stifled a scream, entirely forgetting that he still clutched Harry's arm. Harry could not withstand the force, letting out a pained gasp. This sound abruptly roused the figure cloaked in a hood, if it could still be termed a human. It raised its head and spotted their location at once, rising to its feet. The blood of the unicorn stained its chest in a dazzling silver hue as it swiftly glided toward them. Draco felt as though he were suffocating. He wanted to grab Harry and flee at once. However, at that moment, Harry suddenly collapsed to the ground, moaning in agony, his hands clutching his forehead. He loosened the leash of Fong, who, with a whimper, bolted for his life. "Harry, what is wrong with you?" Draco exclaimed, throwing himself beside Harry, unaware that he had called out his name. Unfortunately, Harry was in such pain that he could hear nothing. Draco wished desperately to flee alongside Fong, but it was too late. All he could do was panic and shout at the hooded figure with his wand. Obstacles, obstacles, obstacles. Yet each incantation was effortlessly dispelled. Draco felt himself nearing unconsciousness, his limbs growing weak, his mind failing to conjure any other spells, and he continued to feebly scream obstacles. Meanwhile, the hooded figure drew ever closer, and Harry writhed in agony on the ground. Despair began to envelop Draco. He vividly recalled a centaur rescuing Harry in his dream. But where was it now? As if to affirm Draco's doubts, a sharp sword suddenly sliced through the air, embedding itself deep in the ground before the hooded figure, forcing it to halt. With the sound of urgent hooves approaching, a tall centaur leaped from the woods, his brown skin accentuating his platinum hair and silver mane, which shimmered with an extraordinary glow under the moonlight. The centaur soared over their heads, landing between them and the hooded figure, raising his front legs high and compelling it to retreat several paces. Centaurs are remarkably enigmatic creatures. They are neither entirely human nor ordinary animals. Gifted with wisdom and the ability to speak, they excel in archery and possess their own unique brand of magic. While their individual offensive power may not be the strongest, they are always found in groups, and one would never wish to confront a band of centaurs. The hooded figure clearly recognized this trait, hesitating only briefly before turning to flee into the thicket from whence it came. The centaur waited until he was certain it had truly escaped before turning to Draco and Harry, his expression filled with concern. "Are you both all right?" "I'm fine," Draco replied, somewhat exhausted, "but Potter seems a bit off." At this moment, Harry finally regained some composure, weakly adding, I'm fine too, thank you." Observing as Draco leaned against a tree, struggling to rise, the centaur examined Harry for injuries, only to spot the prominent lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. He paused, worry etched on his face. "You are the boy from the Potter family? Oh, you must leave the forest quickly. It is not safe here, especially for you. Can you ride? That way, we can move more swiftly." With that, he lowered his front legs, offering his body as a mount. Harry glanced at Draco. Remarkably, Draco refrained from mocking him for having fainted. Instead, he simply stated, "You sit in front. Otherwise, if your head starts hurting again, you might fall off." Harry did not argue. He too wondered why his head had suddenly throbbed with such intensity. Once they were all settled, the centaur stood tall and introduced himself. "I am Forenza." Before he could finish his sentence, more hoofbeats echoed from the woods, and a chestnut and a black centaur burst forth, drenched in sweat, followed closely by several others, their bellies heaving from exertion. Upon seeing the scene before them, the black centaur immediately roared, "What are you doing? Good heavens! Forenza, how could you allow a human to ride on your back? My word, do you not feel ashamed? Do you think you are just an ordinary horse or a mule? Bane, you do not understand. The boy from the Potter family is here," Forenza retorted, insisting that they must hasten the boy's departure from the forest. The black centaur grew even angrier, shouting, "What have you told them, Forenza? We have all sworn to never defy the will of the heavens. The movement of the planets has already foretold this. Cannot you see it? Calm down, Bane." The red centaur interjected. "Calm down. The matters of humans have nothing to do with us. Centaurs concern themselves solely with the prophecies of the stars. There is no need for us to blindly follow humans like foolish beasts. Enough. Did you not see that unicorn? Do you not comprehend how it came to be slain? The heavens? The heavens!" Forenza shouted in frustration, suddenly rearing up on his hind legs. Harry instinctively gripped his shoulders, while Draco slid down slightly, quickly wrapping his arms around Harry's waist to avoid being thrown off. Forenza hastily lowered his front legs, still angrily addressing Bane. "Have the stars not revealed this secret to you? You must understand. Whether we wish to or not, we must stop the creature lurking in our forest. Yes, if necessary. I will stand with the humans." At that moment, Draco recalled that this centaur indeed went on to teach at Hogwarts, offering divination classes. Though he had refrained from selecting that subject due to its perceived lack of accuracy, Bane was about to protest further when Forenza gracefully turned, leading Harry and Draco deeper into the woods. Harry's grip on his shoulder shifted to clutching his waist for greater stability. Draco still held Harry's waist, yet couldn't help but find him softer than he had in the dream within the treasure room, where Harry had been rigid and tense. "Harry, not idle," asked Forenza. "Why are they so angry? And what was that creature in the hooded cloak?" Draco perked up, keen to listen, but Forenza merely slowed his pace, cautioning them to dodge the low-hanging branches without answering their questions. They traversed the woods in silence, and after a considerable time, as Draco noticed Harry beginning to stiffen, Forenza suddenly halted. "Harry Potter, have you ever heard what unicorn blood can do?" No. We only used a little of its horn ground into powder and some hairs from its tail in potions class," Harry replied, shifting uncomfortably, then turned to Draco, asking, "Malfoy, do you know? We certainly cannot use unicorn blood, for harming a unicorn is a grave offense, not merely by human law, but more importantly, by the laws of nature. Once you harm them, you will be cursed," Draco explained. Indeed, Forenza concurred, to kill a unicorn, such a pure and fragile creature, is an abominable crime. Only a person devoid of all sanity would do such a thing, for the blood of a unicorn can prolong life, even when you are on the brink of death. Even as your soul begins to fade, it can keep you clinging to existence. But from the moment its blood touches your lips, you will only possess a half-hearted life, a cursed existence. But who would willingly live such a cursed, half-alive existence? Wouldn't it be better to die? Harry mused, gazing at Forenza's mane, which glimmered in the moonlight, reminiscent of Draco's color. Yes, unless he merely intends to use it to buy time to acquire something else, something that can fully restore life and abilities, something that grants immortality. "Mr. Potter, do you know what is hidden within the school at this very moment?" "The Philosopher's Stone," Harry exclaimed, suddenly feeling the grip around his waist tighten, realizing that Draco was still seated behind him. "Very well, Mr. Potter. Do you know who has been waiting for so many years? Someone who should have long since perished yet clings tenaciously to life, yearning for resurrection and a fresh beginning." Harry felt as though his heart had been suddenly seized by an unseen force. He could almost hear Hagrid's words from that fateful night of their first encounter. "Most believe he has died, but I consider that mere nonsense. That fellow likely has little of humanity left, and he could never succumb so easily to death." Behind him, Draco felt an overwhelming unease, as if the very air around them had become perilously thin, making it difficult for him to breathe. If Forenza spoke of that individual, he harbored no doubt that the person would seize every opportunity to survive, employing every means to stage a comeback, and that individual remained, to this day, the most formidable wizard of all. A chill swept over Draco. He had experienced such a dream, and thus far, nearly every detail had unfolded. He felt a slight sense of relief at his precognitive abilities, yet if this trajectory continued, Harry sensed Draco's distress and turned to him with concern. "Malfoy, what's wrong?" At that moment, a voice filled with worry rang out. "Harry? Harry, my goodness, are you all right?" Hermione came rushing towards them along the path, with Hagrid, out of breath and bow in hand, trailing behind her. "I'm fine, Malfoy," Harry replied, still glancing at Draco. "I'm all right," Draco quickly asserted, striving to regain his composure. Forenza lowered himself, and Draco promptly slid off his back. "Harry?" Hermione reached Forenza's side. "Yes, don't worry, I'm truly fine, Harry reassured her, dismounting from Firenze's back and addressing Hagrid. The unicorn is dead, Hagrid. It lies over there in the clearing. Hagrid hurried to examine the unicorn's lifeless body, while Firenze bent down again, saying, I shall leave you here. This is the edge of the Forbidden Forest, and there should be no danger. Thank you, Harry responded. Suddenly, Firenze turned his gaze to Draco and softly remarked, the stars appear to return to their positions each year. Yet they are never identical. However, the stars this year remained unchanged. Draco, still reeling from the recent shock, failed to grasp his implication. Just as he was about to inquire, Firenze had already turned back to Harry and the others. The stars of fate are often easily misinterpreted. Even centaurs are not exempt from occasional errors, yet I sincerely hope this is merely a miscalculation. Good luck, Harry Potter. Draco was unaware of how he returned to the dungeons. He didn't even know what he was thinking, as if his mind were a tumult of conflicting thoughts. Or perhaps, devoid of any clarity. What did it mean that the stars remained unchanged? And what if that dream continued to manifest step by step? Chapter 23, Through the Trapdoor. For an entire week, Draco felt as if he were in a daze. He had no recollection of how he managed to complete his examinations, and he even questioned whether he had attended them at all. Draco had never been so acutely aware of what it meant for dreams to be continually validated. Although Dumbledore had stated during the incident at the Astronomy Tower that the Dark Lord had not come to Hogwarts, Draco was certain, and Firenze had confirmed, that the creature in the Forbidden Forest was indeed him. The individual in his dreams had wrought significant destruction upon Hogwarts, leaving half the castle in ruins. Draco could scarcely fathom what devastation would ensue should he arrive at Hogwarts now. Ultimately, Draco found himself before the stone gargoyle leading to Dumbledore's office. Feeling the pressing need to inform Dumbledore of the events in the Forbidden Forest, however, he hesitated, contemplating whether he should also disclose certain subsequent matters to Dumbledore. Instinctively, he had never contemplated assisting that individual in eliminating Potter, even if it would effortlessly fulfill Lucius's desires and elevate the Malfoy family to great power and status. For he had inherently recoiled from such an action, to the extent that he did not even dare to confide in Lucius and Narcissa about his dream. In the dream, he ultimately regretted it. He wished to stand alongside Potter, so he could not admit that he had also let him go, which is why he sought him at school. And in the end, he had even transformed into a ghost, wishing to shield him from Narcissa's attack. For days he pondered, resolute in his understanding that he could not align himself with the forces of darkness. The Dark Lord was not an easy figure to negotiate with, and the world under his dominion sent chills down Draco's spine. Yet, if he took no action, according to the conclusion of the dream, while Potter might defeat the Dark Lord, he would be slain by Narcissa, and the Malfoy family would surely face dire consequences. Undeniably, the Dark Lord's opposition lay with Dumbledore and Potter, with Potter appearing rather foolish, as Dumbledore had orchestrated everything for him. Yet, Draco could not bring himself to trust Dumbledore. How could there exist a genuinely altruistic individual whose intentions were solely for others and not for personal gain? Dumbledore merely occupied the right side. Moreover, he was an exceedingly wise and cunning individual. Draco harbored doubts that if Dumbledore were to scheme against him, even with his knowledge of many future events, he might not escape unscathed, and if Dumbledore were to uncover his secret, he would be left with no trump card. Contemplating this, Draco immediately felt the urge to withdraw. After all, Potter would undoubtedly inform Dumbledore of the events in the Forbidden Forest. Even if he did not, Hagrid certainly would, for they were allies. However, before Draco could leave, the statue suddenly sprang aside, and Draco looked up to see McGonagall emerging from the cracked wall. What are you doing here, Mr. Malfoy? McGonagall squinted suspiciously. Already feeling guilty, Draco nervously blurted out, I was looking for Professor Dumbledore. McGonagall's brows furrowed tightly. Professor Dumbledore left the school this afternoon and will not return until tomorrow. Why is it that all of you are seeking Professor Dumbledore today? Do you have a secret to share with him as well? What? Draco's complexion shifted slightly. Who else was seeking him? What secret? McGonagall scrutinized him with a stern gaze and stated, Since you are not pursuing the same matter, then you need not know. A chill coursed through Draco, and he hastily pressed, Are Potter and the others also looking for Professor Dumbledore? Have they found him? Unfortunately, Professor Dumbledore is evidently busier than you might imagine. He cannot simply remain at the school waiting for students to seek him out to share their secrets, Professor McGonagall said with displeasure. McGonagall did not confirm whether it was Potter, yet she did not deny it either. Draco instinctively surmised that they were undoubtedly in search of the Philosopher's Stone, and Potter would certainly confront Quirrell directly. He just wondered whether the Dark Lord had infiltrated the school as well. If Potter were to face the Dark Lord now, there would be no chance of victory. Draco furrowed his brow tightly and turned to leave, but Professor McGonagall called out sternly from behind, It is almost curfew, Mr. Malfoy. You should return to your dormitory immediately. Professor Snape mentioned that you have not been well since your return from the Forbidden Forest. And if you wish to avoid another venture into the Forbidden Forest, it would be best not to wander about at night. Draco felt his head buzzing, hardly paying attention to what McGonagall was saying. If he was right, there must be a passageway in the room guarded by the Hellhound, although it was within the castle. That room had a floor of rough wooden planks, resembling Hagrid's hut. Draco initially intended to dash to Gryffindor Tower to seek Potter. But just as he turned the corner and ascended a few steps, he heard Snape's voice from below. Draco, where do you think you're going? Have you gotten lost in the castle before the lights go out? It was not that Draco dared not admit he was going to find Potter. He simply said, I'm going to the library. Snape regarded him with a skeptical expression, replying, In 10 minutes, it will be curfew. The library has long since closed. I'm sorry, I lost track of time. Draco found himself with no choice but to venture downward. He had initially planned to wait for Snape in his office before discreetly slipping into the underground classroom, avoiding a return to the dungeons. However, Snape insisted on escorting Draco all the way to the Slytherin common room, which was bustling with people, making it impossible for him to discreetly slip away. Furthermore, Snape had issued a stern warning. If he caught Draco wandering the castle again, he would write to his father and ensure Draco failed his potions class. No, that wouldn't happen, Draco assured himself nervously, for those were indeed his two greatest fears. Yet now, after Snape departed, he concocted a feigned excuse for Nott and Zabini, pretending to be fatigued as he retreated to the dormitory. However, Draco was so anxious that it felt as if countless ants were scuttling within him. Once everyone else had finally succumbed to slumber, he sprang up, tiptoeing out of the room. Confirming that the common room was empty, Draco finally exited. By this time, midnight had long since passed, and he was uncertain if he could still intercept Potter and his companions outside of the room where the Cerberus resided. As Draco dashed toward the fourth-floor chamber, he held on to a glimmer of hope, but regrettably, he arrived too late. The door to the room stood ajar, indicating that Potter and his friends had already entered. The Cerberus, upon sensing intruders, erupted into a cacophony of barks, and Draco was astonished at how Potter and the others had managed to bypass it. Despite its clumsy demeanor, the creature was fiercely loyal and would heed only the commands of its master. Draco flung the door open wide and swiftly recoiled his hand as the Cerberus began to bark menacingly from within. The door was too narrow and low for the beast to see outside, yet it extended its noses, fervently sniffing the air. Draco retrieved a vial from his pocket. As one massive head attempted to protrude through the door, he quickly thrust the vial before its nose. Oblivious, the Cerberus inhaled deeply several times, almost immediately succumbing to unconsciousness, its enormous head crashing to the ground. The other two heads continued to bark frantically, and Draco aimed the vial at the nose of the now unconscious head. Although there were 3 heads, their bodies remained one, and it wasn't long before he heard the sound of another heavy thud from within. Draco corked the vial containing the sleeping gas and carefully stowed it back in his pocket. After discovering its efficacy following an entire afternoon of slumber, he had surmised that it could prove useful. Thus, after diligently analyzing the reasons for his previous failure, he had devised a non-explosive method to prepare more. The Cerberus was immune to magic, and its massive form rendered it resilient to physical attacks, yet the potion had surprisingly potent effects. Of course, given the creature's size. Draco was uncertain how long the effects would last. Exercising caution, he levitated the creature slightly away from the door before swiftly entering the room. Indeed, there was a hole in the floor where the original trapdoor had been shattered by the Cerberus' jaws. Draco noticed a standard harp lying beside the hole, an object that had certainly not been present during his last visit. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. Music or some melody was likely the key to navigating the Cerberus. It became evident that Dumbledore was testing and nurturing Potter, meaning he could not have set an insurmountable obstacle. Though perilous, there was indeed an opportunity even for first-year students. Draco's assumptions were soon validated. Beneath the hole in the floor lay a massive devil's snare. As a buffer for the descent from such a height, the soft vines ensured that anyone jumping down would not sustain injury. As for the potential of entanglement, although only briefly covered in herbology, there was no need for concern. Granger, who had memorized all the necessary texts, would definitely know how to deal with them. In truth, Draco himself had taken some time to recall the details. While he was not one to memorize texts, he had found these classes exceedingly familiar and had paid closer attention to the details due to his boredom. Fiery flames. Draco was elated to find that he could now conjure some moderately advanced offensive spells. The vines that had sought to ensnare him recoiled in a frenzy, retreating and exposing the floor and walls, revealing a slanted passage leading downward. Draco glanced up at the distant small opening above. He was still within the castle, albeit uncertain as to whether he had descended underground. The passage was damp, with moss covering the walls, and occasional droplets of water fell from above, appearing even deeper than the underground classroom. Before long, he spotted a glimmer of light and heard rustling sounds. Extinguishing his wand, Draco cautiously approached. This was a brightly lit chamber, with numerous winged keys flitting beneath the vaulted ceiling, while a heavy wooden door stood opposite him, flanked by 3 discarded flying broomsticks. So, was this a test of Potter's flying skills? Draco rushed to the wooden door, attempting a simple Alohomora and even resorting to forceful bombardments, all to no avail. Ultimately, he had no choice but to seize a broomstick and submit to the task of capturing a key. Fortunately, ever since awakening from his dream, it seemed he had indeed honed his skills as a seeker for Slytherin, making the task of capturing a key rather trivial. Moreover, one key appeared particularly worn, easily discernible among the multitude. However, the process of capturing the key proved somewhat vexing. He was taken aback to discover that the other keys attempted to assault him with surprising ferocity. Eventually, Draco succeeded in opening the wooden door, exasperatedly ruffling his disheveled hair and angrily tossing the key back, striding forward. He fumed inwardly, wondering why Dumbledore had set this challenge for Potter, which they had already overcome. And yet he had to endure it again. Then, Draco beheld Ron sprawled on the floor of the new room, while Granger anxiously attempted to rouse him. Upon noticing Draco's entrance, Granger panicked, drawing her wand and pointing it at Ron. "Malfoy, what are you doing here? If I were you, I wouldn't aim that wand at me," Draco replied, but seeing Granger in a ready stance, he quickly added, "Expelliarmus." Granger, having not yet learned the spell, was caught off guard as her wand flew from her grasp towards Draco. He breathed a sigh of relief, for he still harbored a slight fear of Granger. One never knew what dreadful little spells she might have gleaned from obscure texts. At that moment, Granger, now alarmed, dove toward Ron, searching frantically for his wand. Wait. I'm not here to fight," Draco hastily declared, approaching in an attempt to return Granger's wand. But Granger had already located Ron's wand, and immediately aimed it at Draco, clearly skeptical and poised to cast a spell. "Don't come any closer," Granger shouted. "How did you get here?" Draco was at a loss for how to convince her. All he knew was that she and Ron were perpetually attached to Potter. "Relax," he said, offering Granger her wand reversed. "I'm just like you. I came down from the Forbidden Forest with that big dog." Yet Granger remained unconvinced, her expression one of wariness as she refused to reach for it. "I'm here because Potter is in danger. That day I overheard him speaking with that centaur about the Philosopher's Stone. Today, I learned by chance that you were also looking for Professor Dumbledore. So I guess you were searching for the stone. Listen, I suspect that Voldemort may have infiltrated the school. Perhaps Quirrell has employed some means," Draco continued. Granger, interrupting him in astonishment, exclaimed, "Quirrell? Wait, isn't it Snape? Snape? He is here too?" Draco was equally taken aback. Before the curfew, it was indeed Snape who apprehended him and dragged him back to the dungeons. Yet when he managed to escape, he deliberately circumvented Snape's office, leaving him unaware of the potion's master's presence within. "I am uncertain," Hermione remarked. "The last chamber could only be traversed by one individual. Harry instructed me to return and inform Dumbledore. However, it had consistently been Snape who sought to endanger Harry and steal the Philosopher's Stone, while Quirrell had been steadfastly thwarting him. I cannot fathom Snape's intentions," Draco mused, furrowing his brow, "but Quirrell is undoubtedly a servant of the Dark Lord. I overheard him addressing him as his master." Hermione scrutinized Draco with a mixture of skepticism and contemplation before ultimately placing her trust in him. Only then did Draco retrieve his wand after she cautiously accepted hers. At that moment, however, Weasley suddenly roused, discovering Draco's presence and the absence of his wand, leading to a flurry of confusion. Yet, Draco remained unperturbed by the potential chaos, especially as Hermione was there to elucidate matters. Before long, Weasley acquiesced to the reality of the situation, though he muttered discontentedly to Hermione, "Why is Harry in danger, and why is he so anxious?" "Ron," Hermione softly cautioned. Draco turned away, concealing the faint flush that crept upon his cheeks. It was indeed peculiar for him to fret over Potter. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that this was a matter of potential consequence. Should Potter perish now, what would be left for him? What do we do now? Harry must have consumed the only potion capable of passing through the black flames. We should check again. Perhaps the potion will restore itself. Draco proposed with a glimmer of hope. "We shall accompany you," Weasley immediately responded. Draco shot him a glance, but seeing Hermione nod in agreement, he ultimately refrained from dissenting. Hermione voiced her concern. "I wonder how Harry is faring." As they traversed the doorway into the next corridor, Draco felt a fleeting sense of relief. Thankfully, there was no need to waste time playing another game of chess in that room. "The next challenge does not involve battling a troll either," Hermione added. "It has already been subdued by Snape or Quirrell." Upon passing the foul-smelling troll's chamber and opening the door to the next room, they found, as Hermione had described, that it was bare save for a table adorned with 7 bottles. As Weasley prepared to step inside, Draco abruptly halted him. This door frame has been enchanted. Once someone enters this chamber, the door will be sealed by a one-way flame. A one-way flame? Weasley inquired. In other words, one can enter but not exit, Draco elaborated. If we all venture in and the potion does not restore itself, we shall be trapped within. Hermione volunteered. I shall go in. I alone know the answer to the riddle. Hermione, you must not always presume that you are the sole intellect in the world, Draco retorted bluntly. Someone must return to inform the professors. Dumbledore is absent from the school, and McGonagall is unlikely to believe my words. Ron can return, Hermione suggested. Draco raised an eyebrow. I too harbor doubts as to whether McGonagall would believe him. I will go with you, Weasley immediately declared. Hermione, you seek Professor McGonagall. However, Hermione appeared reluctant. Fine, Draco said impatiently. Even if the potion does restore, it will only suffice for one person, will it not? I shall enter first, if it cannot be restored. There is no need to ensnare more individuals here. With that, he stepped over the threshold, and indeed, a purple flame erupted immediately, sealing the entrance. Hermione shouted from outside. It's the smallest one. The flames seemed to muffle sound, and Draco could discern only the 2 crucial keywords. Yet, he felt little elation at this hint. He called out, Hermione, I have told you before, do not always assume you are the only one with intelligence. However, upon reaching the table and inspecting the bottles, the presence or absence of intellect became irrelevant, for the potions had not restored, and 2 of the bottles were empty. Draco felt a wave of despondency wash over him as he returned to the flames at the entrance and shouted, the potion has not restored. You must return to find McGonagall. Understood, came Hermione's voice from the other side of the flames, though it seemed she and Weasley had become embroiled in a dispute. Draco had little interest in their quarrel. He hastened to the opposite end of the room, where the doorway blazed with black flames. Uncertain of the nature of this fire, Draco felt beads of sweat form upon his brow, though it was not as fierce as the fiend fire. Merely approaching it sent waves of heat coursing through him, akin to the searing touch of molten metal against skin, a pain that resonated from the very depths of his soul. Moreover, the protective charm he cast to shield his hand emitted a foul, burnt odor. Draco attempted various extinguishing spells, yet none bore fruit. He could neither part the flames nor diminish their height. Ultimately, he found himself anxiously pacing the room in vain. On the other side of the flames, silence reigned, and he could conceive no solution, fervently hoping Hermione and Weasley would swiftly summon McGonagall. She might possess some means to assist. The thought of Potter and Quirrell being alone in that chamber, perhaps even facing the Dark Lord himself, sent chills down his spine. Of course, he adamantly insisted he was not concerned for Potter. Rather, he feared that should the Dark Lord kill Potter, he might very well be next. Time drifted by without a sound from behind the black flames, and the purple fire remained dormant. Draco, increasingly agitated, circled the room several times, even approaching the table to scrutinize the parchment inscribed with the riddle. Hermione's deductions had proved accurate. However, Potter had drained every last drop from the small vial, rendering it crystal clear as though it had never contained anything at all. Certainly, the remaining drop would bear little utility. Not only would it be difficult to ascertain its contents, but he lacked the equipment and materials to concoct another potion immediately. Unable to contain his frustration, Draco smashed the vial against the ground, shattering it into countless fragments. He contemplated shattering another in a fit of rage when he suddenly heard a scream emanating from beyond the black flames. Potter! Draco dashed to the edge of the black fire, but he remained unable to breach the inferno, shouting desperately, Potter! What has happened? Can you hear me? Potter! Yet, no reply came from beyond the flames, only the increasingly harrowing screams. Draco felt as though he had been plunged into icy waters, trembling uncontrollably. Of course, ice. He could not freeze the flames, but he could freeze himself as a trial. Just a moment. Merely a moment would suffice to allow him passage through the fire. Draco stepped back 2 paces, aimed his wand at himself, and cast the most potent freezing charm he knew, followed by a protective spell from the outside. As the screams intensified, Draco inhaled deeply, closed his eyes, and surged forward. However, under the influence of the freezing spell, his limbs swiftly stiffened, causing him to run slower than he had anticipated. Fortunately, his slower pace allowed a spell to whiz past him, dispelling the black flames just before he could reach them. Draco tumbled into the final chamber, where Potter lay unconscious upon the ground. Beside him lay a heap of charred ashes, from which a swirling cloud of black mist coalesced. Within the mist appeared an unsightly visage. Upon spotting Draco, it declared, "You. Last time, it was you who trailed me, my loyal yet foolish servant. How fortuitous, lad. You should feel honored to become my servant. The mist lunged toward Draco, but the freezing charm had taken effect, rendering his body nearly immobilized, frost clinging to his eyelashes, leaving him utterly incapable of movement. At that moment, a warm crimson light surged through the doorway, immediately enveloping him in a protective shield that thwarted the encroaching dark mist. Its heat even melted the icy grip of the spell Draco himself had cast. Dumbledore. The dark mist roared in fury. But upon the mere raising of Dumbledore's wand, it vanished through the walls. The venerable Dumbledore, his face adorned with a cascade of white beard, swiftly entered, retracting the warm protective charm as he reproached softly, "Foolish child, how could you believe that an ice spell could penetrate the sinister flames?" Draco, feeling somewhat awkward, shifted his stiff body and rose from the ground, while Dumbledore hastened to Harry's side at the bottom of the stairs. Just then, Hermione and Ron burst in from outside, breathless, shouting, "Harry! He is fine, just unconscious." Dumbledore turned and smiled at them, assuring them that Madam Pomfrey would arrive momentarily. "What about Quirrell?" Draco inquired, glancing around. "I suspect he may have turned into this pile of ashes," Dumbledore indicated next to Harry. "And Snape?" Ron asked, rushing down the steps alongside Hermione. They disdainfully circumvented the heap of Quirrell's ashes and gathered by Harry's side. Draco trailed behind them, taking a few steps closer. Yet he hesitated to appear overly concerned for Harry, stopping at a respectful distance. "It's Professor Snape. I believe he is on his way here as well." Dumbledore spoke gently, quickly examining Harry. Ron and Hermione exchanged worried glances, encircling Harry with concern. Draco felt torn about approaching, yet when he noticed Hermione glance his way, he hastily averted his gaze. In that moment, he spotted an inconspicuous red gem not far from Harry. At first glance, the gem seemed unremarkable, but upon closer inspection, it appeared to possess a mesmerizing glow within. It must be the Philosopher's Stone. Draco stepped forward and reached for the stone, a fleeting thought of claiming it for himself flashing through his mind, but he halted as he sensed a gaze upon him. It was Dumbledore watching him, his face obscured by the white beard, leaving Draco uncertain of his expression. A sudden image of Dumbledore plummeting from the astronomy tower flashed through his mind, causing Draco to stiffen and retreat a few steps. Yet Dumbledore, smiling, said, "If you could kindly retrieve that stone for me, I would be most grateful. I do not believe that taking it would diminish your admirable courage in braving the sinister flames to save Mr. Potter. I had no intention of saving him." Draco weakly protested, but all he received in return was Dumbledore's silent smile. After a moment of inner conflict, he ultimately walked over and picked up the Philosopher's Stone. To Draco's surprise, the stone was warm to the touch, though not hot, merely a comforting warmth that spread through him the moment his fingers made contact. It not only revitalized his previously stiff body from the freezing spell, but seemed to warm his very soul, filling him with a profound sense of satisfaction. It was akin to returning to a cozy cabin after wandering alone in a fierce blizzard, only to find the person you had been searching for sitting by the fireplace, turning to smile at you. Draco had never known the Philosopher's Stone could evoke such a magical sensation. It was no wonder so many desired it. Yet, if even the Dark Lord coveted it, then perhaps only Dumbledore could truly safeguard it. Just as Draco was about to present the stone to Dumbledore, he glanced up and abruptly noticed the mirror of Eriste before him. His reflection appeared in the mirror, revealing that he was. Draco stared in astonishment at the scene before him, mouth agape, completely unaware that the Philosopher's Stone had slipped from his grasp and fallen to the ground as he gazed wide-eyed at the mirror in disbelief. Chapter 25. A Conversation Again. "What do you see?" Dumbledore's gentle voice broke through the silence. No, nothing." Draco abruptly turned to shield the mirror, but its size made it impossible to obscure. His face turned an unnatural hue as he stammered, What is this? What do you see in the mirror? Deceptive illusions? Oh, it can indeed be considered a fantasy. This is the mirror of Eriste, which reveals our deepest desires, whatever they may be," Dumbledore explained. No, that is impossible." Draco cried out in denial. "It's merely a mirror that displays random images to confuse people." "You are not entirely incorrect," Dumbledore nodded in agreement. Draco stole another glance at the mirror, suddenly realizing that Dumbledore could also see the reflection. A deep blush crept onto his pale cheeks. He jumped up, taking a few steps back, pointing at the mirror. "That is not real. I don't desire such things. Absolutely not. I never have." "Mr. Malfoy, calm yourself. In truth, I cannot see what you see within. I can only observe you standing before the mirror," Dumbledore replied, moving to stand in front of it. "If you do not believe me, you may check for yourself. You will not see what I observe." Indeed, Draco could only see Dumbledore standing there, his beard slightly trembling. Relieved, Draco dared not approach the mirror again. He turned away, moving to the staircase, refusing to glance at Harry any longer. Hermione displayed no interest in the mirror, while Ron rushed over to take a look, exclaiming gleefully, "I've always wanted to see what I looked like as a prefect again, especially as the Quidditch captain and head boy." Draco scoffed, prompting Ron to glare at him. "Then what did you see?" Ron demanded. Draco's expression darkened. "That is none of your concern." Madam Pomfrey's arrival interrupted the conversation in the room as she hurried to Harry's side, followed closely by McGonagall and Snape, who were the first to arrive. Beneath McGonagall's stern facade, a slight tension was evident as she ensured Ron and Hermione were uninjured while Madam Pomfrey tended to Harry. Regardless of their assurances, she remained visibly anxious. If this side of the room was tender and heartwarming, the other side was decidedly chilling. Snape regarded Draco with a disdainful glare, his voice dripping with menace. "I am pleased to see you still breathing. But your father will receive my letter along with your report card first thing in the morning." "Professor," Draco lamented, feeling utterly despondent. Yet it was Dumbledore who came to his rescue, stating, "Professor Snape, might I trouble you to escort Mr. Malfoy to my office? I believe we can sit down to discuss matters." Snape begrudgingly nodded at Dumbledore before casting a cold glance at Draco and striding out of the room. Draco glanced back at Harry, worry etched on his face, only to find Dumbledore still watching him, prompting him to hastily follow Snape. Throughout their journey, Snape remained silent, allowing Draco ample time to formulate his thoughts. Undeniably, Snape had a close relationship with his family, so close that he nearly became his godfather. After the arrangement fell through for reasons unknown, Lucius had not sought another to fulfill that role. Yet, it was precisely because of their closeness that Draco felt compelled to keep secrets from him. Even in dreams, when he was still a Death Eater, he had strived to keep things hidden, let alone now. Upon entering the headmaster's office, Severus Snape turned around, his hands clasped, as he observed Draco approaching with trepidation. He scrutinized him intently and inquired, "When did you begin associating with Potter and his lot?" "And no, I didn't," Draco stammered nervously, having anticipated Snape's question and thus prepared his response during the journey. "You know I have always been at odds with Potter. Today, I noticed them sneaking around as if they were plotting something, even mentioning the restricted area on the 4th floor, so I decided to follow them." "Oh, so you weren't accompanying them?" Snape regarded him with skepticism. Draco shook his head. "No, I personally escorted you back to the dungeons before curfew. Why was I not informed of any such incidents?" Draco had contemplated this question hastily as well, and replied, "I was merely suspicious at the time, not entirely certain. So I wanted to verify." Snape continued to scrutinize him with doubt. "Then why, upon discovering they had entered that room, did you not return to inform me, but instead ventured in yourself?" "I was only suspicious. The door to that room had been opened, but I did not see them. After I subdued the hellhound, I still saw no one inside," Draco stated honestly, then began to ramble. "I wasn't certain, so I decided to go in for a look. However, the last time I entered, the floor was intact, and I didn't expect there to be a hole this time, which led to my unfortunate fall. After that, I had no choice but to proceed, and later encountered Granger and Weasley, who tricked me into that room you set up. I was trapped there as both the potions for advancing and retreating were gone." "Is that so?" Snape slowly articulated, his expression still one of suspicion. Draco nodded vigorously, striving to make his face and demeanor appear more credible. Snape scrutinized Draco for a moment longer before he eventually huffed and restored his impassive facade, stating, "Then let us hope that is indeed the truth. It would be wise for you to keep your distance from Potter in the future. You may dislike him and oppose him, but should you witness any further foolishness on his part, you must report to me directly. Do not follow him on his misguided escapades, understood?" Draco truly had no intention of following Potter again, yet he did not foresee reporting to Snape in the future. Nevertheless, he obediently replied, "Yes, Professor." Snape nodded in satisfaction just as Dumbledore entered, smiling as he said, "Ah, it seems I have arrived at just the right moment. Have you concluded your discussion?" "Indeed, Headmaster," Snape replied. Draco was merely concerned that someone might intrude upon the restricted area and lose their life, which is why he followed them, though foolishly he did not choose to report to the teachers. However, he did attempt to seek you out. Both Minerva and I can attest to that." Draco cast a surprised glance at Snape, not expecting him to defend him, and was unaware that Snape knew of his earlier attempt to find Dumbledore, as well as his encounter with McGonagall. "Oh, yes, indeed, Minerva mentioned that to me as well," Dumbledore said cheerfully. "Well then, since your discussion is complete, I would like to speak with Mr. Malfoy privately." Snape regarded Draco with suspicion once more, and Draco quickly feigned reluctance, genuinely wishing to avoid a conversation with Dumbledore. Snape squinted, ultimately relenting. "I believe Draco has disclosed all he knows to me. He is weary and may return, and I shall relay any necessary information to you." However, Dumbledore remained insistent. "I do not believe I will take up much of Mr. Malfoy's time. He has narrowly escaped an attack from Voldemort, and I do not wish for him to suffer any psychological trauma." Upon hearing this, Snape abruptly looked down at Draco, who feigned ignorance and gasped in feigned terror. Wait, that means the Dark Lord? Yes, my child, Dumbledore replied gently, though his keen gaze made Draco feel as if his act was woefully inadequate. Dumbledore continued, although I arrived in time, and he suffered no substantial harm. The child was still frightened. You see, he is still trembling. Only then did Snape notice that Draco indeed shivered, and he coldly remarked, pathetic. Draco pouted in indignation. Despite having encountered the Dark Lord only twice, the horrors he had witnessed in dreams, and even the mere mention of the name instilled profound fear within him. In truth, when the Dark Lord had lunged at him earlier, he had nearly lost consciousness. Very well, Severus, do not fret. I shall personally escort him back to Slytherin shortly. Fine. Snape finally acquiesced, but as he turned to Draco, his tone shifted coldly. Today's events were entirely self-inflicted. I have warned you numerous times against wandering aimlessly in the castle, yet it seems you never retained the lesson. Therefore, I must impose the punishment I have previously mentioned. So you do not think my words hold no weight? No. Professor, Draco lamented at the thought of failing his potions class and having Lucius informed. His face contorting in despair as he pleaded, I was wrong. I promise I will never again venture out at night or enter the restricted area. I shall not violate any school rules. However, the only response Draco received was Snape's retreating figure and a cold huff. He stared despairingly at the closed door of the headmaster's office, scarcely daring to imagine Lucius's reaction upon receiving his potion's grade of 0. Dumbledore's reassuring voice resonated from behind. Do not worry, Professor Snape is not as unfeeling as he appears. You think so? He will certainly do it. He will indeed give me a 0 in potions. Given your potion that left Lewis in a comatose state, he will likely grant you an excellent grade in potions, Dumbledore remarked. Now, why not come over and sit down for a warm cup of tea? I imagine your freezing charm was quite formidable, and you must not be feeling well. No, I do not wish to drink. It was merely a basic freezing charm, and I am perfectly fine now. Draco eyed the cup of hot tea warily, his hopes for his potion's grade dwindling. If you are concerned about forgetting the potion, so many people are already aware of your venture into the restricted area that I see no need to remind you of anything. Dumbledore smiled as he pushed the teacup toward Draco. No, that is not my intention. Unable to resist Dumbledore's insistence, Draco eventually lifted the teacup, taking a small sip, though he truly did not desire tea or anything else Dumbledore offered. Seeing that he was genuinely disinterested, Dumbledore kindly inquired, May I know why you ventured into the restricted area? As I mentioned to Professor Snape earlier, I heard Potter and his friends discussing their intent to thwart Quirrell. So I came to find you, but Professor McGonagall informed me that you had gone to the Ministry of Magic, and thus I had no choice but to search for them in the restricted area myself. Draco paused before continuing. On the day the troll was unleashed, I saw Quirrell running upstairs on my way back to Slytherin, so I followed him to the 4th floor restricted area. I later considered that he must have noticed me, deliberately leading me into that room. Well, perhaps Voldemort saw you. He could be lurking within that scarf on Quirrell's neck. If that is the case, then they must be attending defense against the dark arts classes with the Dark Lord every week. Draco's eyes widened with terror, and he shuddered. Did you already know he was there? Draco could not help but ask. I mean, the Dark Lord. No, I was unaware he would possess Quirrell. Dumbledore shook his head. I believed he was lurking in the Forbidden Forest. He killed that poor unicorn. Hogwarts is protected by many ancient magics, and he would not dare to enter easily. As I previously mentioned, I thought he was merely controlling Quirrell to execute his commands. But you are mistaken, Draco bluntly pointed out. Indeed, I misjudged an urgent summons from the Ministry of Magic, only to arrive there and find Fudge claiming he had never sent me such a letter. Because of your blunder, you nearly jeopardized both my life and Potter's, Draco said, a lingering unease evident in his voice. Yes, I deeply regret that, Dumbledore acknowledged with calmness. His curiosity piqued as he continued. What surprises me is your willingness to venture forth to aid Mr. Potter. I certainly did not act to assist him, Draco quickly retorted, hastily raising his teacup to his lips, feigning that the heat of the tea was the cause for the flush upon his cheeks. I merely wished to ensure that Potter did not monopolize the spotlight. I suspect this entire affair was orchestrated by you on his behalf. Indeed, I did make some preparations, Dumbledore candidly admitted without pretense. However, plans are always subject to change. Every endeavor carries its own risks. I am grateful you were there. Draco scoffed. I didn't render any significant assistance. No, what truly matters is not the outcome, but the journey you undertook alone, braving the perils to reach your destination. Dumbledore's smile softened further. I believe Harry will be quite pleased to learn of your audacity in confronting the treacherous flames for his sake. No, Draco appeared increasingly agitated. You need not share my foolish actions with him. How can it be folly? Not everyone possesses the courage to act thus for a friend. No, we are not friends. Draco vehemently insisted, his agitation palpable. And it was indeed a foolish act. I must have been utterly devoid of intellect to charge blindly into such peril without even comprehending the nature of those flames. How foolish I was. I do not require the mockery of others, especially not Potter's. I am certain Mr. Potter would not mock you. He would be quite moved. Draco, however, remained resolute. No. I do not seek his sympathy. Very well, if you are so adamant, Dumbledore replied, shaking his head. Yet, having a well-meaning adversary can be beneficial for anyone. Now, one final question. When you touched the Philosopher's Stone, did you feel anything? With that, Dumbledore placed the stone upon the table, gesturing for him to touch it once more. Draco gazed at the mesmerizing red gem, casting a wary glance at Dumbledore, yet refrained from reaching out. He held a degree of trust in Dumbledore, albeit cautiously. It felt warm and satisfying. Do not all experience it differently? Draco inquired tentatively. Dumbledore's expression remained inscrutable, simply smiling as he replied, generally, the feelings are quite similar. After a brief pause, Draco scrutinized him but remained silent. Then, if you have no further inquiries for me, shall we escort you back to the dungeons? Draco shook his head. I can return alone. I promised Professor Snape I would. Just a moment, Dumbledore insisted, placing the stone into a small box. And before Draco's eyes, he concealed it within a magically activated mechanism behind the bookshelf. I must speak with Nick about its destruction in the coming days. Though Draco felt a pang of regret, he deemed it of no consequence to him and moved on. Upon returning to the dormitory, Draco suddenly found himself feeling somewhat absurd. In his dreams, devoid of his assistance, Potter repeatedly triumphed over the Dark Lord, achieving ultimate victory without his intervention. He realized he was unnecessary, and Potter required none of his aid. Chapter 26, A Visit to the Sick. Ultimately, Snape did not assign a 0 for his potions class. Despite the astonishingly effective potion that had incapacitated Luvius, though he did send a sternly worded letter to Lucius outlining the serious consequences of Draco's actions. Had it not been for Narcissa's consideration of his reputation, the correspondence he received on the third morning would have consisted of a lengthy tirade rather than merely 10 pages of reprimands. The school announced the end-of-term grades early. Yet Draco's results were not as stellar as he had anticipated. He had presumed that even without diligent study, he would achieve full marks. Take History of Magic, for instance. Despite having studied for 7 years, he could not possibly surpass Granger, who had memorized every word of the entire textbook. Yet Granger was the top of the class. This was rather difficult for Draco to accept. Though he had long known in his dreams that Granger would likely secure first place year after year, much to the point that both he and Lucius had grown accustomed to this outcome. Learning he had indeed not outperformed her left him feeling unjustly slighted. Even if he had been somewhat hazy during the examination, he had confidence in his abilities. After all, he had already mastered all his subjects and was merely revisiting the material. Yet the results delivered a stinging blow to his pride. It was akin to a 7th-year student failing to surpass a first-year novice, and there was a profound sense of anger, not directed at Granger, whom he refused to acknowledge he admired even slightly, but rather at Potter, who had inadvertently distracted him from his studies. He found himself returning to his habitual blame of Potter. It was all Potter's fault. As he ruminated, the image from the mirror of Eriste flashed in his mind, prompting him to stumble and abruptly halt. No, that mirror only reflected illusions. It was a fabrication. After convincing himself of this once more, Draco regained his composure, the heat of embarrassment dissipating. At that moment, a few voices reached his ears from ahead. Please, Madam Pomfrey, just 5 minutes. We only wish to see him. Once Harry wakes, he will surely want to see us. Please, let us have a moment. No, he requires rest. Please. From a distance, Madam Pomfrey seemed to glance in his direction. Draco's heart raced as he instinctively ducked into the adjacent corridor. How had he ended up in the hospital wing? He glanced back at the direction he had come from, relieved to find Crabbe and Goyle had not followed. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for an explanation. Everyone assumed he had discovered Potter and his friends' plot that night and had run out to cause trouble, only to be caught and returned by Snape. He offered no clarification, unable to articulate why he was concerned about the Gryffindor fool engaging in reckless adventures. Granger and Weasley were still entreating Madame Pomfrey, while Draco lingered in the corridor for a moment before quietly departing. Although Potter had awakened, Granger and Weasley were denied entry, and he certainly could not go in either. What reason would he have to visit Potter? He had no desire to see Potter at all. Eventually, Madame Pomfrey could no longer withstand their pleas and allowed Hermione and Ron to wait outside while she entered to assess Harry's condition before deciding whether to permit them to visit. During the wait, Ron and Hermione conversed. I think I just saw Malfoy. Impossible, Hermione asserted, with how he's been treating us lately. Yesterday, I heard him mocking Harry with Zabini and the others. Perhaps he truly did come to stir trouble. Fortunately, That door was sealed by flames. Otherwise, he might have aided Quirrell in harming Harry. I told you I should have stayed behind to keep an eye on him, Ron muttered, feeling both relieved and frustrated. Upon seeing Hermione glare at him, he quickly changed the subject. What do you think Malfoy saw in that mirror? Hermione pondered for a moment before answering. Perhaps a girlfriend? Maybe someone from school. Otherwise, why would he be so flustered? It was the first time I ever saw Malfoy blush. Maybe it was Pansy Parkinson. They seemed to be inseparable, Ron speculated. Perhaps. Hermione shrugged, unable to recall any other girl who was particularly close to Draco. At that moment, Madam Pomfrey emerged from within. Addressing Hermione and Ron, you may enter to see him, but only for 5 minutes. Upon seeing Harry lying safely on the bed, both Hermione and Ron were filled with exhilaration. Harry, too, was delighted to see them, though he still experienced a mild headache, not from the scar, but rather as if he had sustained a concussion. They inquired about what had transpired inside, and Harry recounted everything, including what Dumbledore had just informed him. Nicholas Flamel intended to destroy the Philosopher's Stone, and that Snape had not only refrained from harming him, but had seemingly been trying to protect him throughout the year. This latter revelation was difficult for Ron and Hermione to accept, yet the truth remained unaltered. Ultimately, Ron could only comment, I told you Malfoy was up to no good. Snape did not look pleased with him at all. Curious about Malfoy's involvement, Harry asked, how did Malfoy end up down there? Did you encounter him on your way? No. After I returned from the chess set, I was trying to wake Ron when Malfoy suddenly entered from the room with the flying keys, Hermione explained. At first, he was quite unfriendly and even snatched my wand. So you took mine? Ron interjected. He used some spell. I don't know which, Hermione replied. Ron, astonished, exclaimed. You mean there's a spell you don't know? Hermione shot him a sharp glare before continuing. He claimed you were in danger and suspected that Voldemort had infiltrated the school, and he knew that it was Quirrell who sought to steal the Philosopher's Stone, not Snape. He said he had overheard Quirrell conversing with the mysterious man, even calling him master. How could I not know this? Ron exclaimed in disbelief. Hermione rolled her eyes at him. You were unconscious at the time, but once you woke up, I had to exert considerable effort to prevent you from rushing at Malfoy. Do you remember? I should have punched him, Ron grumbled, only to receive another glare from Hermione. Later, we went to the potions room. Malfoy thought perhaps the potion would restore itself, but it didn't. He insisted on waiting inside while we went to find McGonagall. I was adamant that I needed to keep an eye on him, as he kept insisting you were in danger and pretended to be concerned for you, which was rather suspicious. Even if you had stayed, it wouldn't have made a difference. Didn't you see what he did to the Devil's Snare? Hermione frowned. While it's true that Devil's Snare is afraid of light and fire, it is not easily ignited. Burning a few tendrils is simple, but to scorch it to that extent, even Professor Sprout would be distressed. I suspect she may have deducted some herbology points from Malfoy for that. What happened next? Harry inquired. We initially planned to find Professor McGonagall and then head to the Ollery to send a message to Dumbledore, but as soon as we reached the entrance hall, we encountered him. He seemed already aware and greeted us before dashing up to the 4th floor, and we could hardly keep up with him. Upon reaching the room of requirement, Dumbledore vanished, and we had to take brooms to catch up, which delayed us. By the time we arrived, the fire in the penultimate room had already gone out, and you were unconscious on the floor inside, while Malfoy stood on the staircase, looking rather unwell. I didn't see him before I passed out, Harry remarked. He likely followed Dumbledore in. All right, enough about Malfoy. Do you think Dumbledore intentionally allowed you to do that? Ron pondered. He must know everything that goes on in this castle, including what transpired below. Oh, surely not. He only realized Malfoy had also gone down when he saw you unconscious, Hermione countered, but then added doubtfully. However, he must have some way of knowing certain events within the castle. Still, to allow you to confront Quirrell is rather alarming. What I mean is, Quirrell is a Death Eater, and you could have been killed. No, I don't believe it was like that. I think Dumbledore didn't know everything that unfolded, Harry mused thoughtfully. He is an intriguing individual. I think he might have wanted to give me an opportunity. He guessed our plan but didn't stop us. Instead, he assisted us from the shadows and imparted useful knowledge to prepare for potential situations. Ultimately, I think he believed I had the right to confront Voldemort. Very likely. That is Dumbledore, Ron affirmed. Now, let us move on from that. You must attend the end-of-year feast tomorrow. The scores for the houses have been tallied, and unfortunately, Slytherin has once again claimed first place. You missed the last Quidditch match, but it's not a big deal. No one cares. You simply must attend the feast, where there will be a grand banquet, and the food is always delectable. At this point, the previously agreed 5 minutes had long elapsed, and Madam Pomfrey, unable to tolerate any longer, ushered Hermione and Ron out. Throughout the night, Harry pondered Malfoy's purpose for being there. He seemed to recall a figure rushing in just before he lost consciousness, but the pain in his head had rendered it impossible to see clearly. No matter how hard he tried to recall, He could not ascertain whether that figure was indeed Malfoy. However, such thoughts did not hinder Harry from swiftly falling into a deep sleep, as he indeed needed the rest. No, Potter. Chapter 27. The House Cup. No. Potter. Don't die, wake up. It felt as though someone were screaming his name in anguish. Harry jolted awake to find it was morning, with sunlight streaming through the window and birds chirping merrily. He could not remember if he had dreamt, but he had slept soundly, and now felt as if all his vitality had returned. When Madam Pomfrey brought over breakfast, albeit reluctantly, she consented to his request to attend the feast and, even more begrudgingly, mentioned that someone else had come to see him. Harry turned expectantly toward the door, only to see Hagrid enter. He did not mind seeing Hagrid. He merely thought that Malfoy might have heard he was awake and would come to explain the events of that evening. As the full account was missing only Malfoy's perspective, was it not? Hagrid was filled with regret since Harry's injury, particularly for revealing the secret of the three-headed dog to Quirrell, and he was so remorseful that he had shed tears. Harry continuously assured him that he bore him no ill will. After all, Malfoy had taken down the dog with a potion, and he was merely a first-year student. Voldemort and Quirrell always found ways through Fluffy. Nevertheless, Hagrid remained despondent. Ultimately, he gifted Harry a beautifully crafted album he had made, filled with photographs of Harry's parents that he had gathered from various places. This deeply moved Harry, nearly bringing him to tears, as for so many years he had possessed only one photograph of his mother, found in Aunt Petunia's album. That evening, Harry descended alone to attend the end-of-year feast. But Madame Pomfrey insisted on confirming that he was indeed all right before permitting him to go. Thus, when he entered the banquet hall, it was already filled with people. The hall was adorned with the green and silver decorations of Slytherin. Even a massive banner of a Slytherin serpent hung on the entire wall behind the head table. From a distance, Harry spotted Draco sitting at the Slytherin table, resting his chin on his hand, appearing somewhat distracted. As Harry stepped into the hall, a momentary silence fell over the crowd, and Draco abruptly looked up in his direction. Harry intended to greet him with a friendly smile, but Draco merely turned his head away, seemingly displeased. Feeling bewildered, Harry took a seat between Ron and Hermione. Draco was certainly not in high spirits. Any Slytherin would find it hard to rejoice at the thought of their hard-won house cup being snatched away by Gryffindor. Moreover, this defeat not only shattered their 6-year winning streak, but also marked the beginning of a long drought without the trophy. However, the true source of his discontent lay in the sudden recollection of the Mirror of Erist. Moments later, Dumbledore arrived, and the banquet commenced in earnest. After a jubilant opening address, the moment everyone had been waiting for, the awarding of the House Cup, was upon them. The Slytherin students awaited with bated breath, and Draco's spirits sank even further as he noticed Potter glancing back at him repeatedly. Now, let us proceed with the awarding ceremony for the House Cup. The scores for each house are as follows. 4th place, Gryffindor, with 312 points. 3rd place, Hufflepuff, with 352 points. 2nd place, Ravenclaw, with 426 points. And 1st place, Slytherin, with 522 points. Thunderous cheers and stomping erupted around him, but Draco felt no joy at Dumbledore's continued speech. Indeed, Dumbledore cleared his throat and added, yes, everyone performed remarkably. However, a few recent events must also be taken into account. First, Mr. Ron Weasley, under immense pressure, won one of the most splendid chess games in Hogwarts history, for which Gryffindor is awarded 60 points. The cheers from Gryffindor eclipsed even those from Slytherin earlier, and the Slytherins sensed that matters were taking a turn for the worse, quickly calculating the implications. Once calm was restored, Dumbledore continued. Secondly, Miss Hermione Granger, in the face of fire and crisis, maintained her composure and executed brilliant logical reasoning, thus awarding Gryffindor another 60 points. Gryffindor erupted with joy, thrilled to have amassed a total of 120 points. The Slytherins whispered among themselves, realizing that if this trend continued, Potter's points would likely equal theirs. Sure enough, Dumbledore proclaimed, "Ah, indeed." Thirdly, Mr. Harry Potter, when confronted by formidable foes, exhibited astonishing bravery and dauntless courage, resulting in Gryffindor receiving an additional 120 points. The Great Hall erupted as if an explosion had occurred, for those tallying the scores recognized that Gryffindor had surpassed Slytherin. The Gryffindors seemed intent on shouting until their voices gave out, while the Slytherins simmered with fury, wishing to upend their tables in protest. Yet, before Dumbledore, none dared to act on their anger. Leaning on his hand, Draco cast a glance at Potter's back, sourly pouting. He had anticipated this outcome. Dumbledore raised a hand, gradually restoring silence to the hall. He smiled and said, "There are many forms of courage. Facing enemies requires exceptional bravery, while standing firm in one's beliefs among friends demands equal fortitude. Therefore, I shall award Mr. Neville Longbottom 30 points." At this point, Gryffindor's victory was assured. and this additional scoring merely served to extend their lead. However, it deeply provoked the Slytherins, some of whom could not contain themselves and shouted, "This is unfair." Dumbledore, unfazed, smiled and once more signaled for silence. Courage manifests in various ways, and so does friendship. While we may occasionally experience friction due to differing personalities and positions, in the face of true danger, we invariably unite and support one another through adversity. Thus, I am awarding Mr. Draco Malfoy 60 points. A momentary hush fell over the room, many eyes turning to Draco. Then, the Slytherins erupted in raucous cheers, regardless of the reasoning. Slytherin and Gryffindor now stood equal at 582 points. The House Cup, which had seemed destined to be claimed by Gryffindor, now appeared within reach once more. Draco felt a twinge of discomfort. He had thought he and Dumbledore had come to an understanding and that his foolish antics in that room would not be mentioned. Dumbledore must have been muddled, for judging by Snape's expression that night, he surely had not done anything commendable. Thankfully, Snape was their head, and he likely spoke well of him. Zabini, wearing a look of delight, voiced this sentiment. Draco had initially been concerned that someone might discover his encounter with Potter, which would render his time in Slytherin quite unbearable. However, he had forgotten that everyone seemed to view him as Potter's arch-nemesis, and no one would believe he had approached Potter to offer assistance. Dumbledore was indeed a master of twists and turns, yet his words left Draco feeling somewhat uneasy. However, his discomfort and embarrassment did not linger long, for Nott excitedly dashed around the table, slapping him on the back with such enthusiasm that it nearly knocked the breath from him. "You did it, mate." At that moment, the hall gradually quieted, and Nott's exuberant exclamation pierced the silence, prompting Dumbledore to turn and smile at them. Everyone awaited further point allocations, or perhaps another twist, having already witnessed several precedents. Yet, Dumbledore stated, competition exists to foster improvement. Winning or losing is merely a result, while the invaluable lessons we gain during the process are paramount. Hogwarts is divided into 4 houses not to incite rivalry, but to encourage a spirit of friendly competition. I can find no justification for favoring one house over another. Thus, I declare that this year's House Cup should be jointly awarded to Slytherin and Gryffindor. With that, amidst another eruption of applause, Dumbledore clapped his hands, and the green and silver streamers above Hufflepuff and Gryffindor transformed into vibrant red and gold. The solitary Slytherin serpent coiled behind the guest table, while a majestic Gryffindor lion approached and sat beside it. This marked the first time in Hogwarts history that 2 houses jointly claimed the House Cup. Snape shook hands with McGonagall, wearing a somewhat forced smile, casting a fierce glare at Harry before disdainfully eyeing Draco. An inexplicable chill ran down Draco's spine. Yet he scanned the room and found no one meeting his gaze. Zabini still believed Dumbledore was favoring Gryffindor by generously awarding them extra points to balance against Slytherin. What else with that 30 points for Longbottom's so-called courage? Nott continuously stood up across the table, attempting to glean what Draco had been up to that fateful night. Meanwhile, Draco was preoccupied with the banner behind the guest table, questioning why Gryffindor's lion proudly faced forward while Slytherin's serpent lay in a pitiful coil beside it, as if to signify that their House Cup had been partially usurped by the lion. Harry, on the other hand, was thoroughly pleased, chattering incessantly with Ron, who had transformed his excitement into an insatiable appetite, while Hermione remained more reserved, chiming in occasionally, still somewhat shy about the numerous compliments being directed her way. Gryffindor's elation was palpable, and for the other 2 houses, Gryffindor's shared victory was far preferable to Slytherin claiming a 7th consecutive title. As for Slytherin, this was their 7th consecutive title. In any case, it was a rare occasion of universal delight. Before long, the long-awaited holiday finally arrived, and everyone swiftly packed their belongings. A house elf from Hogwarts was assigned to transport their luggage onto the train, so even though Draco felt he had little to bring home, he ultimately packed a large trunk. This journey home seemed to proceed more slowly than ever before. In the confined space of Draco's compartment, Parkinson and Greengrass squeezed in alongside Zabini, resulting in a full house of 6. Nott had attempted to join them twice, but found no available seat. Moreover, a constant stream of Slytherins felt compelled to stop by and greet Draco, leaving him bewildered by the unexpected nuisance of returning home by train. Although he had secured the coveted House Cup for Slytherin's 7th consecutive victory, a sense of triumph was overshadowed by the incessant attention. Even a trip to the lavatory felt like a public spectacle, leaving him to ponder how Potter managed such scrutiny with ease. As Draco navigated his way to the restroom, he caught sight of Potter's compartment, which was genuinely overflowing, with a throng of people even crowding the doorway. As he squeezed past, he could barely glimpse Potter's chaotic hair, resembling a disheveled nest. When the train finally arrived at King's Cross Station, Lucius and Narcissa were already awaiting his arrival. The moment Draco disembarked, they spotted him and hurried over, Narcissa enveloped him in a warm embrace, as if they had not seen each other for years. "Mother," Draco exclaimed shyly. Once released, he introduced his friends. "You have met Crabbe, and this is Goyle. Goyle, these are my father and mother." "Hello," Goyle uttered nervously, setting down Draco's luggage beside them, while Crabbe scanned the area, searching for his own father. "Ah, so you are old Goyle's son. I just saw him outside the station," Lucius commented, casting only a brief glance at them, his expression stoic yet tinged with a hint of arrogance. Old Crabbe did not come in. After bidding farewell to Draco, Goyle and Crabbe departed together. Many Slytherins passing by greeted Draco, including several upperclassmen, which elicited a flicker of surprise followed by pride from Lucius. Apart from Nott, Draco had only introduced them to Zabini, though Narcissa seemed less than fond of him, particularly when she noticed Zabini's mother approaching. Despite exchanging pleasantries, Draco could discern that her smile lacked sincerity. Once the crowd at the station had thinned slightly, Lucius summoned a house elf to retrieve Draco's belongings. To Draco's surprise, the elf summoned was not the usual Dobby, who often seemed neurotic, but rather the more efficient and composed creature. Upon its arrival, Dobby began scanning the area anxiously, as if searching for something. Noticing Draco's frown while observing Dobby, Narcissa explained, "We don't often call upon Dobby. He primarily assists your father, as you know how busy Lucius is. However, since Dolly is preparing your welcome dinner at home, we thought it best to have Dobby carry your luggage." Draco nodded, yet his gaze remained fixed on the house elf, who was still looking around while carrying his suitcase. Chapter 28. Holiday Gatherings. I wonder what Potter is up to now? Draco mused for what felt like the umpteenth time upon receiving an invitation to Nott's home. Of course, he was not genuinely concerned about Potter. Rather, he felt a need to stay informed about Potter's activities, as he was undeniably a pivotal figure in the wizarding world. Truthfully, the rationale above was merely self-deception. The haunting images from the Mirror of Erist at the end of last term had lingered in his thoughts. However, following the passing of his grandfather last month, Narcissa, despite her tenuous relationship with her father over the years, had been in a state of melancholy since the funeral. She had declined all invitations and gatherings, leading Draco to remain homebound as well. Since Narcissa rarely took Draco back to the Black family estate, he had little emotional connection to his grandfather. Over the past month, he had devoted considerable time to researching all available resources and had recently concluded that the visions within the Mirror of Erist were entirely unfounded. I knew it. How could such things possibly occur? At that moment, a loud cheer erupted from a pair of players engaged in wizard chess, startling Draco and causing Crabbe to drop the cake he had been holding. Draco regarded him with disdain as Crabbe nonchalantly picked it up and resumed eating. Nott's gathering included not only Crabbe but also Goyle and Silas, along with some upperclassmen. However, Zabini was absent due to family matters. In fact, he had not attended any of their classmates' gatherings, nor had he extended invitations to anyone. Even during Draco's earlier holiday gathering, Zabini had not participated, although they had exchanged a few letters while he was on vacation in Egypt with his mother and stepfather. Typically, holidays were filled with endless gatherings, some organized by the younger generation and others hosted by adults. These events could be quite enjoyable, often serving as opportunities to expand social circles. As many pure-blood families shared distant familial ties, one could never predict who might prove beneficial to know at such gatherings. For children, parties were always a source of joy. Boys could enjoy matches, while girls could indulge in shopping and grooming excursions. With sufficient attendees, they might even engage in a game of Quidditch on the estate grounds. Draco had encountered Longbottom at some gatherings, though he was often out of place. Without Potter or the Weasleys present, he would invariably find himself subjected to teasing, requiring protection from a senior Hufflepuff. Draco had always been somewhat curious about how Potter spent his holidays, though considering the Muggle world he likely inhabited, it was doubtful that his experiences were particularly delightful. This year, during the break, Potter had stood at the station, gazing back at Hogwarts for an extended period, appearing as though he would rather remain at school working for Filch than return home. Draco could see that Potter was reluctant to leave. Throughout this lengthy holiday, Draco had realized that he knew far too little about Potter and his adventures. Although he often found himself at odds with Potter, most of his knowledge stemmed from various rumors, the veracity of which remained uncertain. For instance, with the upcoming second year, it was evident that while Potter was indeed a Parselmouth, he was not the one who had opened the Chamber of Secrets. Potter certainly could not be a descendant of Salazar Slytherin, for the Dark Lord was the last heir of Slytherin, and Potter could not possibly be his offspring. Moreover, Parseltongue was exceedingly rare. He had never heard of any ancestors in the Potter lineage possessing such a gift. Lucius might lose his position on the school board this year, as he had deliberately implicated the Weasleys and Potter using dark artifacts. However, the specifics of the item remained elusive, as dreams provided no clarity. Dumbledore would not disclose the secret to all students, and Lucius was increasingly uncommunicative about many matters. For instance, his recent attempts to glean information had only raised Lucius's suspicions, especially since the Ministry appeared to be investigating dark artifacts, which had caused Draco some anxiety. Additionally, Potter might inadvertently cause them to lose a house elf, specifically Dobby, who had come to retrieve him for the break. House elves were quite rare, typically found only within ancient and affluent families, and their numbers were often limited. Hogwarts likely housed the most house elves of any location. While Lucius held little fondness for Dobby, he had no other choice. The Malfoy family now possessed only 3 adult house elves. Dolly managed all essential household tasks while also caring for the young house elf, Dodo, and Dobby had aged to the point where he could only manage simple tasks, such as watering the lawn and trees, unable to best even a goblin in a contest. Thus, Lucius was left with Dobby as his only available servant. Of course, not all household duties necessitated a house elf's assistance. They employed some human staff, yet many tasks were invariably performed with greater assurance by house elves. Although Draco had seldom employed Dobby, he had long been aware that the house elf was somewhat neurotic. Unlike other house elves, Dobby possessed his own thoughts and was not particularly obedient, often causing more trouble than assistance. It seemed that even Dobby's own kin, like the others, held a certain disdain for him. Nevertheless, despite his shortcomings, a house elf was indeed a commendable servant, and the absence of even one would be akin to severing a part of oneself. If Potter were to truly snatch Dobby away, Lucius would undoubtedly be furious. Subsequent events would attest to the fact that even a house elf like Dobby represented a significant asset. Potter must feel exceedingly fortunate to have acquired a house elf as early as his second year, and one that was already of age. As for Draco, he certainly did not wish to exacerbate Lucius's prejudices against Potter, which might lead him to unhesitatingly ally with the Dark Lord in the future. Yet he had no intention of preventing Potter from acquiring Dobby, for if events were to unfold as per his dreams, leading to Potter's capture at Malfoy Manor, then Dobby would be their sole hope of escape, and the only means he could conceive of ensuring Potter's safe passage without arousing suspicion. However, these thoughts had only resurfaced after he encountered Dobby during the holiday, and he found himself struggling to recall specific details about Potter's apprehension at Malfoy Manor. That dream, much like other occurrences from previous years, was gradually fading from his memory. This caused Draco to worry whether he ought to document what he still remembered. Yet, he hesitated, for it was evident that writing it down would be perilously dangerous. If it were to fall into the wrong hands, the consequences would be unimaginable. Draco could hardly trust Lucius, knowing he would surely use such information to aid the Dark Lord. Even though he dreamt of Potter ultimately triumphing, the outcome for the Malfoy family appeared grim. Nonetheless, Draco found himself in agreement with his dream self-sentiments. There would be no good fortune following the Dark Lord's victory. Draco? Hey mate. Not called out as he approached. What are you thinking about? Draco snapped back to reality. Nothing, what's up? I've called your name several times, and you didn't respond. Montague and Warrington said they'd take us to play a game of Quidditch. If we perform well, they'll recommend us to Captain Flint. Not exclaimed, pulling Draco along as they headed outside. He then lowered his voice conspiratorially, but don't get your hopes up too high. Eckley mentioned that Montague and Flint prefer more robust players. He might have his eye on either Crabbe or Goyle. Draco's lips twitched. In his dream, Montague had appointed Crabbe and Goyle as beaters in his 5th year, yet they hadn't even graduated yet. Wasn't Higgins the only one graduating this year? Finding a beater required agility. What need was there for sheer bulk? True, but it seems they intend to choose a more solid player this time. During the match, all they need to do is spot the golden snitch and knock Potter off his broom. Yet, if you ask me, Crabbe and Goyle are utterly dreadful on brooms. You are the one who rides better, not lamented, glancing at Draco's slender limbs. But they'll surely think you're too skinny. Who knows who would manage to knock whom off their broom? You or Potter? Draco was at a loss for words, realizing that his insistence in the dream for Lucius to acquire the team had stemmed from his lack of physicality. When he returned home, he stormed in without waiting for a servant to take off his coat. Montague was indeed considering either Crabbe or Goyle, yet neither could even maintain stability while flying, which left him feeling exceedingly conflicted. Thus, he proposed that before recommending them to Flint, he would provide them with some special training during the holiday. In flying lessons, they couldn't even catch up with the tip of a Ravenclaw broom. They even dared to dream of catching Potter. Even if the golden snitch were placed right under their noses, they wouldn't be able to seize it, let alone hope to knock Potter off his broom. With a furious demeanor, Draco burst into Lucius's study and exclaimed, "Father, you must help me get onto the Slytherin team. Didn't you say you were an excellent flyer? How is it that you cannot even join the team?" Lucius replied, less than pleased. The Ministry of Magic was currently investigating dark artifacts, and he had to organize his collection. Moreover, Draco had entered without knocking. "I am an excellent flyer, but they want a gorilla for the position of seeker. Isn't there already enough of a gorilla on the team?" Regardless, I must become Slytherin's seeker, Draco asserted, his voice firm. Although he did not wish to rely on bribery to join the team, that position was rightfully his. I will look into the matter. Do not worry. Whatever we Malfoys desire, we always obtain, Lucius said, narrowing his eyes. However, my son, you are indeed rather slender. Has the Hogwarts dining hall as standard declined? Before school resumes, I shall have your mother prepare more of your favorite dishes. Disregarding Lucius's latter comments, Draco left the study feeling satisfied, confident that Lucius would surely help him achieve his desires. After resting in his room for a while, Draco suddenly recalled Dobby. Dobby. Chapter 29, The House Elf Dobby. Dobby. With a pop, Dobby appeared before Draco, clad in a tattered, old pillowcase. Bowing his head respectfully and timidly, he inquired, Master Malfoy, how may I serve you? Have you heard of Harry Potter? Draco recalled that in his dream, house elves seemed to harbor a dislike for Potter, even the one inherited by Potter from his stepfather. Dobby's reaction was entirely contrary to Draco's expectations. Harry Potter. Dobby's eyes, already large and green, widened in excitement as he exclaimed, the great Harry Potter. Dobby has certainly heard of him. Initially, Draco was curious as to how Potter managed to acquire their house elf, but upon witnessing Dobby's fervent response, he felt no need to inquire further. Such fervent eyes could be found among Potter's fan club at school, and this year would see an additional member in Ginny Weasley. Yet, Dobby was far more charming, Draco thought disdainfully, glancing again at Dobby's oversized green eyes. Perhaps it was best not to make comparisons. What have you heard? Dobby cautiously observed Draco's expression and responded carefully. He is Master Malfoy's classmate. And what else? Draco asked with keen interest. He was sorted into Gryffindor. Dobby exclaimed, barely containing his excitement before quickly adding, but Master is in Slytherin. Indeed, that is correct. Did you see him while waiting for me at the station? Draco inquired. He appeared far more amiable than Lucius, and Dobby relaxed slightly, eager to ask, did the great Harry Potter also take the train home? Why else would he? Would he ride a broom for hours? Draco chuckled at the image that sprang to mind, but Dobby looked crestfallen. Dobby did not see him at the station. He was summoned before Dobby arrived, and he only saw Master and your friends. Ah, that's right. Potter must have already left by the time you arrived. So I didn't see him either. What else have you heard about him? He defeated the dark wizard whose name cannot be spoken. Upon mentioning Harry Potter, Dobby seemed unable to contain his excitement, but immediately regretted it, looking timidly at Draco. Dobby didn't he mean it? Dobby, you are not mistaken. Indeed. He defeated him once again a few weeks ago. Draco recalled that moment, feeling a twinge of envy as he mused that Dumbledore must have given Potter some sort of advantage. Otherwise, it was hard to believe that he could contend with even Quirrell. However, the outcome was that Chilo had turned to ash, and Voldemort could only flee with his tail between his legs. Dumbledore insisted it was the power of his mother's love, a notion that was hard to believe, considering she had been gone for so many years. At that moment, Dobby mustered his courage and stepped forward, tugging at Draco's sleeve with eager anticipation, inquiring, did Harry Potter once again defeat the Dark Lord whose name cannot be spoken just a few weeks ago? Draco raised his hand to reclaim his sleeve, but nonetheless replied, I wouldn't say he was defeated, but the Dark Lord attempted to kill him, and not only failed, but also lost his parasitic hold. Draco was unsure why he was sharing this with a house elf. Perhaps it was because the elf had no one else to confide in. With almost every half-sentence Draco uttered, Dobby could hardly contain himself, exclaiming, oh, the great Harry Potter. Draco found himself amused, realizing Potter's charm transcended species. It was no wonder Lucius allowed Dobby to be taken by him. However, shortly after Draco finished speaking, Dobby's demeanor shifted to one of despondency. Harry Potter is not well treated by his family. Not well treated? They provide him with the worst food, often order him around, and deny him meals unless he completes his chores. They frequently beat and scold him. Tears welled in Dobby's eyes. Draco incredulously responded, who told you such nonsense? Potter would never allow himself to be bullied like that. He is quite fierce. Dobby is not lying. Dobby saw it with his own eyes. And Dobby confirmed he has a lightning-shaped scar. Dobby pointed angrily at his forehead. You went to his house? Draco exclaimed in astonishment. As soon as the words left his mouth, Dobby shrank back, running to a corner and banging his head against the wall, shouting, bad Dobby, bad Dobby. Dobby's ruckus worried Draco that it might attract Narcissa or Lucius, prompting him to shout sternly, enough. Come here. Dobby immediately ceased his self-punishment and timidly approached Draco. With a furrowed brow, Draco sternly asked, did you go to Harry Potter's house? Speak the truth, or I shall tell my father. Dobby trembled and resumed his original timid demeanor, responding, Dobby only wanted to see him. Though Draco was not particularly familiar with Dobby, the elf's guilty expression was unmistakable. Draco lowered his voice, just to see? What did you do to him? Dobby intercepted Harry Potter's friends' letters. Just as Dobby seemed poised to dash toward another wall, Draco, feeling a pang of concern, quickly grasped Dobby's ear, commanding, "Stand still. Do not throw yourself against the wall again, do you hear me?" "Yes. You truly intercepted Potter's letters?" "Yes, Master. You are indeed the most ardent fan in Potter's following," Draco sighed, feeling a wave of exasperation wash over him. "Quickly return the letters to him." "Yes, Master." Dobby's head drooped in disappointment. Suddenly, Draco interjected, "Wait." Dobby turned to face him. "Cough. First bring them to me for inspection." Dobby remained still, gazing at Draco with wide eyes. Draco, feeling somewhat embarrassed under Dobby's scrutiny, raised his voice. "What are you staring at? I command you to bring them to me at once, or I shall inform Lucius that you went to seek Harry Potter." Dobby trembled, reluctantly extracting a thick bundle from his old pillowcase, hesitantly refusing to hand it over to Draco. But Draco snatched it from him, stating, "All right. You may return to your tasks. I will call for you later." "Yes, Master. Remember, do not speak of this matter or our previous conversation to anyone. Not even if my parents inquire." "Yes, Master." With a pop, Dobby vanished. Draco perused the letters, most of which were scrawled in a chaotic manner, while a few exhibited more legible handwriting. He could easily surmise that the messy ones were from the Weasleys, while the more orderly ones were likely penned by Granger, with the remaining two originating from other classmates. Draco proceeded to open the letters to verify his assumptions. It was evident he was simply curious about Potter's correspondence. The Weasley letters rambled on without focus, resembling a ledger of mundane events, with the sole meaningful content being an invitation for Potter to visit. Granger's letter was similarly uneventful, filled with concerns for Potter and urging him to complete his homework. The other two letters, one from Longbottom and the other surprisingly from Hagrid, also contained nothing of interest. Consequently, Potter's letters proved to be quite dull. Draco resealed the letters, restoring them to their original state, pondering how much more interesting his own letters to his friends would be, although he had no intention of writing to Potter. The following day, as Draco rubbed his temples and summoned Dobby once more, it was already afternoon. The poor quality of sleep the previous night had left him with faint dark circles under his eyes. He returned the letters to Dobby and instructed, "Take these back to Potter and do not intercept his letters again." "Yes, Master." Dobby's head hung low. "Furthermore, you must not disclose any of the events from the past few days to anyone, and you must also not inform Potter that I am aware of this matter, nor that I took his letters." "Yes, Master." Dobby curiously lifted his head to glance at Draco. "All right, you may go." Draco waved his hand, and Dobby respectfully bowed before vanishing again. However, just as Draco held a naive perception of house elves, the household had no defenses against them. Thus house elves were often privy to many secrets, and Dobby was no exception. Yet Dobby was unlike other house elves. He always had his own thoughts. Chapter 30. Escape from the Dursleys. Harry found himself at a loss for how to articulate his current dismal circumstances. He had initially thought that being treated as a servant in the Dursley household was the worst of his plight, only to realize that being a servant was, in fact, a privilege, for they were unaware that he could not perform magic outside of school. Now, he had sunk to the depths of being their prisoner. Uncle Vernon had installed iron bars on his window, and the door was fitted with an external lock and a doggy door, effectively locking him in his room. They confined him, providing meager meals through the doggy door, 2 slices of what resembled scouring bread or a bowl of broth, and he was permitted to descend only twice a day to use the bathroom. This predicament was all thanks to that neurotic house elf, who seemed to serve a dark wizard, claiming that a certain plot would lead to terrifying occurrences at Hogwarts. To prevent Harry from returning to Hogwarts, he had deliberately hurled a cake in Uncle Vernon's client's face. The Ministry of Magic swiftly sent a warning letter, presuming that Harry had cast the levitation spell, leading the Dursleys to realize that he could no longer use magic outside. Thus began his life as a prisoner. That house elf was truly determined to keep him from Hogwarts, but Harry could not fathom who else would harbor such hatred toward him aside from Voldemort. Perhaps it was simply someone who did not want him to return to school. The only solace Harry found was in the knowledge that his friends had not forgotten him. Since returning from Hogwarts, he had received no letters, and he felt almost entirely severed from the magical world, causing him to question whether the past year had been a mere dream, as if he had only been an apprentice at an Ollery, hence Hedwig. Of course, his friends had not forgotten him. It was that house elf who intercepted all their letters. It was through their correspondence that he managed to endure, as Ron's letters never failed to make him laugh, and he could feel the warmth and camaraderie of their home even through the parchment. Regrettably unable to accept their invitations to visit, but he cherished the ability to read their letters. In recent days, Harry found himself with little else to occupy his time other than perusing those letters. Even the reminders from Hermione about his homework seemed endearing. Of course, nearly all of his possessions were locked away in the cupboard under the stairs by Uncle Vernon, rendering it impossible for him to write even if he wished to. However, Amongst all the correspondence, there was one letter that bore no signature, and he could not recognize the handwriting. The content was a mere 3 words: "See you at school." Harry could not fathom who would pen such a note. During his time at school, he had received a few anonymous letters, but aside from Ron and Hermione, only Neville and Hagrid knew his address, making it unlikely for anyone else to send him a letter. Certainly, the other professors at school could access his contact information, but it was improbable they would be bored enough to write such a note. This letter was evidently different from the previous anonymous ones, yet with only 3 words. It was impossible to draw any conclusions. With nothing else to do, Harry even examined the letter and envelope through a magnifying glass. Aside from the fact that the paper was of a quality exclusive to the wizarding world, he discovered nothing else of note. He longed to ask Hermione if she knew any spells that could conceal writing and how to reveal it. Yet, with Hedwig now confined, he had no means of contacting her. Ultimately, he resigned himself to setting the letter aside and not dwelling on it. The reality of Hedwig refusing to eat the subpar food delivered to him, coupled with his own starvation, was already enough to trouble him. Harry even pondered whether, by the time they came to find him after the school year, he and Hedwig might both perish from hunger. Finally, on a night when hunger roused him once more, Ron and the twins arrived in a turquoise car, hovering outside his window. It turned out Ron had persuaded the twins to come to his aid after hearing from his father that Harry had received a warning from the Ministry of Magic. Harry felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, nearly brought to tears. Had they not both been boys, he might have considered marriage out of gratitude. They used the car to wrench off the bars from his window, and George even pried open the door to help retrieve his belongings from the cupboard. Just as he was about to climb into the vehicle, Hedwig, forgotten in the room, let out a sharp cry. Remembering her, Harry hurried back to grab her cage and fortuitously stumbled upon the strange letter left on the table. Hedwig's cries roused Uncle Vernon, who angrily ascended the stairs, only to discover Harry attempting to escape. He charged at Harry like a maddened bull, seizing his ankle, just as Harry was about to be dragged back into the room. George quickly caught hold of him, while Ron hurriedly placed Hedwig and her cage aside to grasp Harry's other hand, and Fred leaned out of the front window to grasp the back of Harry's shirt. With Harry kicking desperately, Ron and the twins pulled with all their might, finally liberating him from Uncle Vernon's grasp. "Step on it. Go, go," Ron shouted while pulling Harry into the car. Seeing that Harry wouldn't fall out, Fred slithered back into the vehicle, and the car shot off into the night sky. As Harry looked back, the houses on Privet Drive grew smaller. While Uncle Vernon raged at his window, and Aunt Petunia leaned out beside him, frowning at Harry. "See you next year," Harry yelled at them. Aunt Petunia's face turned an ashen shade of anger, mirroring Uncle Vernon's, and they silently wished for Harry to fly away quickly, fearful of being seen by the neighbors. The Weasley brothers erupted into joyous laughter, and Harry breathed a sigh of relief, leaning back in his seat, a smile spreading across his face. Ron, still chuckling, began rummaging through a large bag of food from the back seat. "Want something to eat, mate? It's a long way home." "Starved." Harry embraced Ron warmly and began to search through the bag. "How did you know I was about to starve?" "I didn't, but you hadn't replied to a single letter. And we had to fly across half the country. I figured we'd be hungry on the way," Ron explained, already tearing open a packet of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. "What on earth happened? Didn't they feed you? You look like you've lost a lot of weight." Harry recounted the events, stuffing several pastries into his mouth, detailing Dobby's warnings and the incident involving the cake that splattered Uncle Vernon's client. After he finished, there was a prolonged silence in the car. Fred spoke first, very suspicious. "Clearly something is amiss," George added. "Did he not tell you who orchestrated all this?" "I think he might not be able to, as every time he tried to say something, he would suddenly run off and bang his head against the wall. He certainly seemed a bit unhinged, but he doesn't appear to be lying." Fred and George exchanged glances and said, "Harry, you might not realize, but house elves generally cannot perform magic without their masteress' permission. Are you suggesting he was compelled to act? Well, it's not impossible. Perhaps he was sent to prevent you from returning to Hogwarts, or maybe someone simply intended to play a prank on you. Do you have any enemies?" "Malfoy," Ron blurted out. "No, surely not." Harry hesitated. "Perhaps Snape. He seems to harbor a bit more animosity toward me." "Snape has no need for such petty tricks. He could easily find a way to expel you directly at school, and frankly, I doubt he would want to expel you. After all, he could utilize you to deduct points from Gryffindor in every class." George shrugged. Ron nodded vigorously in agreement, leaving Harry speechless. "Wasn't Malfoy the one who added points for Slytherin at the end of the term?" Fred asked. "Didn't Dumbledore say he was your friend?" "Let me think. He mentioned that in the face of real danger, we would always stand together." "Oh, come on. Malfoy must have colluded with Snape to deceive Dumbledore. He must have gone to the secret passage to figure out what we were up to so he could report us," Ron said bitterly, taking a bite of pumpkin pasty. "You don't understand. He has been glued to Harry like a leech, and at the slightest hint of trouble, he would be the first to run off and tell. When did he ever get glued to me? Harry protested. And when did he ever report me? Back during the troll incident, he was right behind Snape, wasn't he? I bet he realized we snuck off to the bathroom and then ran to tell Snape. Ron continued, but we ended up defeating the troll. Not only did we not lose points, we gained some instead. You didn't see his face, it was ashen. Later, he even tried to push you down the stairs. I told you, he didn't try to push me down the stairs. Then what was he doing getting so close? Let us not discuss that. Remember the time you all went to the astronomy tower? Harry interrupted. If he had reported that, how on earth did Filch catch you? But he didn't lose points. You three each lost 50. He must have heard us discussing Norbert. He was just waiting for an opportunity. Neville must have heard us talking about sending Norbert away at night. Perhaps he bumped into Malfoy, and with a little scare, he spilled everything. Harry was momentarily at a loss for words. Ron continued analyzing. He didn't dare tell me for fear of Malfoy causing you trouble. So he insisted on leaving the hospital wing that day. Then he went to corner Malfoy, but Malfoy had already told Filch, so you were caught. Neville couldn't shake him off, so he ran up to the astronomy tower too, having already concocted an excuse. Potion accident? Isn't he a potions genius? Snape gives him private lessons every day. How could he have an accident? Snape always protects his Slytherin students. He would definitely vouch for him. But Malfoy was also punished in the Forbidden Forest. Exactly. That's the evidence. Ron immediately questioned if it were truly an accident caused by potion making. Why would Snape still impose a punishment on him? Well, that does seem plausible, but Harry felt that something was still amiss. At that moment, upon reaching a conclusion in their debate, Fred remarked, those who possess house elves are primarily ancient wizarding families, and they tend to be quite affluent. Indeed, George nodded in agreement. Mother has always hoped for a house elf to assist us with our laundry. Though we do not have a house elf, Fred paused. We do have that insufferable ghoul in the attic and a garden full of gnomes. Ha ha ha. What are ghouls and gnomes? Can they help with chores? Harry inquired. Come on, don't mislead Harry, they're pests. They thrive on destruction and are impossible to drive away. Mother is always troubled by this, Ron quickly interjected. House elves are only found in those grand old manors and castles. You won't find one in our home, he added. Harry fell silent. Picturing Draco strutting about in a grand manor, or even a castle, surrounded by the finest luxuries and casting condescending glances at others. Generally, such individuals would be rather unlikable. Yet in reality, the Slytherins flocked around Draco. He must possess an uncanny ability to endear himself to others. Harry felt a twinge of discomfort in his stomach. Undoubtedly a result of having gone too long without food and suddenly overindulging. Chapter 31, The Burrow and the Cottage. Speaking of which, the surname Malfoy is rather uncommon. I suspect he is likely the son of Lucius Malfoy, Fred remarked. Lucius Malfoy? Harry recalled seeing Draco being embraced by his mother at the station, standing next to a haughty-looking man, who must have been his father, given their identical light blonde hair. Heaven knows how envious he had felt at that moment, seeing others greeted by their parents. I've heard Dad mention him, George said. He was a staunch supporter of the Dark Lord. However, after the Dark Lord vanished, he began to claim those matters were none of his concern. Many believe he is merely spinning tales. Dad says he is likely an accomplice of the Dark Lord. Harry felt even worse. If that were indeed the case, Draco's pursuit of them into the hidden passage that night warranted further contemplation. Perhaps he had received some directive from his father to assist Quirrell or something of the sort, but he simply could not get through that blazing door. Draco always exuded an air of knowing secrets, and it seemed he could foresee certain events, like that Quidditch match, which he dismissed as Snape's doing after it was proven otherwise. Yet why did Draco make such remarks so early on? However, if Draco had not learned this from Snape, but rather from Quirrell, everything would fall into place. Noticing Harry's troubled expression, Ron hastily said, "Don't worry too much. Quirrell is dead, and the Dark Lord has fled. With just Malfoy, he can't accomplish much." Well, Ron continued, "I'm just glad we came to fetch you. You didn't reply to a single letter, and I was quite anxious. By the way, who wrote that letter you were holding?" In his haste to pull Harry up, Ron had carelessly tossed the letter aside, only now recalling it. He rummaged beneath Hedwig's empty cage to retrieve it, as Hedwig had been incessantly hooting from her cage. George had just liberated her from it, and now she was joyfully flying behind the car. Ron handed the letter to Harry, who gestured for him to read it. "I don't know who wrote it. Do you recognize the handwriting? It looks somewhat familiar. Could it be another admirer of yours?" Ron said, glancing at the exquisite envelope and the elegant cursive, nudging Harry with his elbow and grinning mischievously. "You must have received quite a few love letters at school. That box is likely overflowing." "Certainly not," Harry replied, flushing. "It merely said 3 words, see you at school. I thought it might have been Fred or George writing to me, since not many people know my address." "Oh, we can't afford such an expensive envelope," George interjected, taking the letter to examine it, "and we wouldn't use such pretentious cursive." Fred tilted his head to take a look as well, adding, I've only seen that kind of script on Dad's invitations, typically reserved for grand banquets or significant invitations. Could it be a relative or friend of your parents wanting to meet you at school? I don't know, but why meet at school? Oh, perhaps he will be teaching at Hogwarts. After all, our defense against the dark arts teacher is deceased. If Snape takes over that class, Fred scoffed, we'll be left without a potions professor. Hey, I think we've veered off course. You've driven too far west, Fred. George pointed at the compass on the dashboard. As the sun rose over the eastern horizon, Harry and the three Weasleys finally returned to the Weasley home, affectionately known as the Burrow. Upon entering, they were immediately bombarded by Mrs. Weasley's fervent reprimands, as they had sneaked away from home and secretly taken Mr. Weasley's magically modified car. Naturally, only Ron and the twins faced the brunt of her ire, while Mrs. Weasley treated Harry with gentle care, especially upon learning that he had gone hungry at the Dursleys, offering him several extra fried eggs and sausages. Life at the Weasley household was a stark contrast to that of number 4, Privet Drive. The home appeared disheveled and was filled with enchanting occurrences and various surprises. Yet everyone seemed to find joy in any circumstance. They always managed to discover the most delightful aspects of any situation, particularly the twins, with Percy being the notable exception. In this joyful atmosphere, Harry swiftly integrated into the Weasley family life, and in the blink of an eye, a week had passed. That morning, an owl delivered the Hogwarts letter, which, unsurprisingly, had arrived for Harry as well. Dumbledore always seemed to know everyone's whereabouts. Draco received his Hogwarts letter at the cottage, as he had grown tired of being home, and Lucius had taken Narcissa and him to the seaside for a holiday. This was, of course, a mere pretext. The truth was that the Ministry of Magic was set to conduct a thorough inspection of items associated with the Dark Lord, and Lucius was concerned about their own potential scrutiny, especially since the Malfoys had consistently ranked first on the list of suspected Death Eaters. Their suspicions were not unfounded. While they could not be classified as the Dark Lord's most devoted followers, they were certainly at the top of the list of Death Eaters outside of Azkaban. However, Draco was not pleased with this notoriety. In truth, he had been troubled throughout the entire holiday, whenever he broached the subject of the Dark Lord with Lucius. His father would dismiss him, as if even he believed he had truly been under someone's control back then. As for Narcissa, she felt Draco was too young to be inquiring about such matters. Draco was deeply frustrated, but being only 12 years old left him powerless. Regarding dark magic, Lucius maintained that magic itself is neither good nor evil. Only those who cannot control it regard it as dark magic. The same could be said for dark magical objects. Draco chose to remain silent on the topic. Undoubtedly, Malfoy Manor contained enough dark magical artifacts to land Lucius in Azkaban multiple times, necessitating that he dispose of any items that might be discovered. Some possessions were too dear to him to part with, so he brought them along under the guise of a holiday. Yet, he could not transport too many items right under the Ministry's nose, so he would likely need to resort to selling some in Knockturn Alley. Draco had entirely forgotten when he had gone to buy books in his dreams. Yet it seemed they would have to linger there for another week. Who knew if the Ministry might wish to inspect the Malfoy cottage as well? While it had a convenient hiding place, too many items would make detection all too easy. Lucius would still need to dispose of certain belongings. Lucius purchased the latest model of the Nimbus broomstick for the team the very next day following that event. Flint made a special trip to Malfoy Manor to express his gratitude and insisted on conducting several preliminary training sessions with Draco to ensure his victory in the selection trials. It was evident to all that he had the final say in the team. Draco, however, had merely intended to buy some books and thought it would be a convenient opportunity to do so, thus saving him precious time. They had arrived at the cottage several days later than planned, leaving him to wonder if this would delay their book-buying excursion further. Dobby. After several seconds, Dobby appeared. What is your command, young Master Malfoy? Not much of a command, just a casual inquiry. How is Potter faring? Draco idly twirled his wand. Dobby looked up at him with a hint of suspicion. You cannot tell me that you did not visit him later. I heard from Dory that you always vanish without a trace. Dobby trembled slightly, timidly replying. They have imprisoned Harry Potter, sealing the windows with iron bars, and providing him only a broth with a single leaf of cabbage for each meal. What? Draco stood up in shock. Why would they do such a thing? Aren't they his relatives? Bad Dobby. Bad Dobby. Dobby leaped towards Draco's desk, banging his head against the leg of the table. Draco shoved him away, exclaiming, Enough! You are not Potter's house elf. I am your master. You need not punish yourself for merely relaying his affairs to me. What has happened to him? They have punished him with magic. They are muggles, afraid of magic. After speaking, Dobby found another spot to inflict punishment upon himself. I knew those wretched muggles were no good. Draco furiously tossed his wand onto the table. Dobby continued to bang his head, driving Draco to the brink of madness. Stop. Go fetch something to eat for Potter. If he were to perish from starvation after surviving the Dark Lord, it would be the greatest joke in the wizarding world. Not needed now, Dobby said, cradling his head and tearfully adding, Harry Potter has already been taken away by his friends. Friends? Draco pondered for a moment. Weasley? Yes. Dobby nodded. His family is so impoverished that they can barely feed themselves. How could they possibly provide food for Potter? Draco remarked disdainfully, suddenly realizing he had overreacted and retook his seat. Well, it's better than being with those muggles. Should we still send something to Harry Potter? Dobby inquired. No. And do not sneak over to the Weasley house to spy on him again, Draco stated. If the Weasley family discovers you, the Malfoy name would suffer irreparable disgrace. Yes, young master, Dobby said, his head drooping in disappointment. By the way, do you know when Potter will be visiting Diagon Alley? Dobby immediately perked up, looking at Draco expectantly. I do not know, but Dobby can investigate at the Weasley house for you. Forget it, no need for that, Draco replied, and Dobby lowered his head in disappointment. Draco felt somewhat helpless. Was it truly appropriate for his house elf to be so fond of Harry Potter? He sighed deeply and waved his hand. You may go. Remember, do not speak of our conversation to anyone or anything else. Yes, young master. With that, Dobby vanished. Draco rubbed his temples. Potter was being mistreated by his own kin? Why would he choose to return? It was utterly incomprehensible to him. Chapter 32, Nocturne Alley. Draco's predictions proved accurate. They spent another week at the seaside cottage before returning to Malfoy Manor. Upon entering the sitting room, Draco's spirits plummeted as he spotted the latest edition of the Daily Prophet on the table, featuring an article about Gilderoy Lockhart's signing event in Diagon Alley the previous Thursday. If memory served, he was supposed to encounter Potter at Lockhart's signing during this holiday. Instantly, Draco lost interest in the prospect of buying books, while Lucius remained quite enthusiastic. Having received word that the Ministry of Magic was about to commence a search for dark magical items. The following morning, he had Draco awakened early, instructing him to dress appropriately, as they would be heading to Diagon Alley after breakfast. By the time they reached the guardhouse at the manor's entrance, Draco was still not fully awake, groggily trailing behind Lucius. The reason for visiting the guardhouse was that only its fireplace was connected to the Floo network. One could not imagine the chaos that would ensue if anyone could simply sprinkle some Floo powder and waltz into Malfoy Manor, with the fireplace situated there. Even if someone were to go astray, they could only reach the manor's outskirts, where servants were stationed, and entry without an invitation from the family was strictly prohibited. The distance from the manor to the guardhouse was considerable, and Draco found himself yawning repeatedly. Lucius observed his son with dissatisfaction. Wake up, Draco. A Malfoy must always maintain an air of elegance in public. Draco longed to retort that when the Death Eaters took residence in Malfoy Manor, no one in their family would be maintaining that so-called elegance, not even himself in front of the Dark Lord. Of course, Draco dared not voice this thought, instead standing upright and replying, Yes, father. Lucius nodded in approval before inquiring, Have you brought your book list? Yes, Draco said, patting his pocket. Narcissa had caught a chill by the seaside and returned home with a lingering headache, thus choosing to rest today rather than accompany them. Lucius retrieved an exquisite little jar from the fireplace, opened the lid, and handed it to Draco. First, we shall go to the shop of the hag in Nocturne Alley. Isn't it the shop of Borgin and Burke's? Draco queried, puzzled. One cannot sell everything to him. You must not let others know all your circumstances. It only renders you vulnerable and ultimately leads to peril. However, only Borgin dares to accept the most dangerous items, and selling to him ensures relative safety. Draco was familiar with the hag's shop. He took a handful of Floo powder and tossed it into the fireplace. The flames roared to life, transforming into a vivid green and rising to an impressive height. Draco stepped into the fire, declaring, the hag's shop. A powerful, twisting force yanked Draco as he spun rapidly. Deafening noise filling his ears as the scenery blurred before him, making him feel nauseated. At last, he arrived, emerging from the hag's shop's fireplace, coughing and covered in soot. He fervently wished to master apparition quickly. However, the spell was strictly prohibited for younger students, and he could hardly fathom enduring several more years of relying on the fireplace for transportation. At that moment, Lucius also entered the shop. As both he and Narcissa never traveled using Floo powder, the guardhouse's fireplace was reserved for Draco and guests who could not apparate. Although they always accompanied Draco to the guardhouse, they would directly apparate to their destination once he had accurately stated it. Despite the shop's name, it was not truly run by a hag, though Draco suspected the female proprietor had some hag lineage. Her skin was pale, her hair pure silver, bearing a striking resemblance to a banshee, though she eschewed cloaks and did not weep. She stood behind the counter, merely raising her head to regard Draco as he entered. Without any intention of approaching or breaking her gaze, she simply stared at him with an impassive expression. Draco felt somewhat uncomfortable under her scrutiny, but fortunately, Lucius soon entered the shop, causing her gaze to shift away from him. Lucius handed Draco a small box to hold before stepping to the counter, where he produced a roll of parchment and arrogantly proclaimed, "I have heard you may be interested in this." The shopkeeper took the parchment, examined it, and nodded. "These are all exceedingly rare materials. I am willing to offer you 570 galleons for them." Draco's eyes widened in disbelief, while Lucius appeared dissatisfied, stating, "This is a personal collection of mine, the finest quality. 1,300 galleons is the minimum price. That is far too expensive." The two individuals engaged in a lengthy discussion, with the female shopkeeper steadfastly refusing to raise the price beyond 800, while Lucius adamantly disagreed with lowering it below 1,000. Ultimately, Lucius retrieved a bag from his pocket, from which he produced a tightly wrapped box encased in sheepskin, along with 3 vials. Draco could only identify one of the small bottles, which contained a silvery liquid that likely was unicorn blood. As he contemplated the contents of the box, Lucius abruptly instructed him to wait over there. Although Draco wished to dispute this, he immediately fell silent upon receiving a disapproving glance from Lucius and retreated to a corner. He remembered that during their last visit, Lucius had also denied him the opportunity to look, although he had little interest at that time. His curiosity this time was solely piqued by the bottle that potentially contained unicorn blood, prompting him to wonder what lay concealed within the box. With his back to Draco, Lucius opened the box, causing a faint blush to appear on the shopkeeper's face as she gazed at him in astonishment. Lucius nodded before closing the box, and the two resumed their haggling. Draco wandered about the shop, which primarily sold materials for potion making, though most items displayed on the counter were rare, but not particularly illegal, hovering around acceptable limits. There were also some completed potions, yet the labels indicated they were merely insecticides and goblin repellents. Of course, what shops truly sold might not necessarily be displayed in plain sight. When Lucius called for him, Draco approached, only to find that the intriguing box and vials had vanished. The shopkeeper emerged from the back room, levitating a small chest that landed on the counter with a heavy thud, suggesting its considerable weight. Lucius opened it, revealing a chest brimming with gold galleons, nearly blinding Draco with its sheer quantity. Though it was well known that his family possessed considerable wealth and Lucius had never been frugal with money, Draco had never before seen such an abundance laid out before him, clearly exceeding 1,000 coins. Lucius took a quick glance at the stack, swiftly calculating the total amount, replaced the money, and closed the chest, affirming, "Indeed." Lucius then retrieved the earlier bag and carefully placed the chest inside, the bag having been enhanced with a stretch charm to accommodate numerous items without altering its outward appearance or weight. The shopkeeper resumed her impassive demeanor. Yet just before they departed from the counter, she suddenly grasped Draco's arm and said, "I believe you may return to seek me out soon. With those materials, I can create something of great significance that you will find necessary." "Why?" Draco questioned, perplexed. The shopkeeper's eyes suddenly reddened, and with a sorrowful tone, she replied, "Because the moment I saw you, I felt compelled to weep." "Nonsense!" Lucius exclaimed, furiously seizing Draco's arm. "We all know your hair is dyed. You possess no lineage of a banshee." With that, he nearly dragged Draco out the door. As they stepped outside, the shopkeeper's voice echoed behind them. "I look forward to your next visit." Lucius slammed the door with force, pulling Draco along in a huff, exclaiming, "What utter nonsense! You shouldn't have listened to her. She probably spent money and now feels regret. What a loathsome woman. She failed to gain an advantage in pricing, so she resorts to this repulsiveness. She will pay for it." Lucius was genuinely incensed, to the extent that he could not restrain his ire in the subsequent shops. When he was nearly collided into by a clumsy patron in one store, he almost drew his wand to cast a spell. Draco, however, remained optimistic, fully agreeing with Lucius that the shopkeeper had simply wished to vex them. Even if misfortune struck and events unfolded as they had in his dreams, he would not meet his demise until just before the final battle. After all, what calamity could possibly befall him in second year? Oh, indeed. There were rumors of a basilisk at school, but as a pure blood, he had no cause for concern. Thus, Draco dismissed the shopkeeper's words entirely, feeling that perhaps he might worry a bit more 2 years hence. Meanwhile, Lucius remained in a state of agitation until they arrived at Borgin and Burke's, where he seemed to regain a measure of composure. However, even as he donned his elegant, languid demeanor once more, the forceful manner in which he pushed open the door betrayed his lingering displeasure. Borgin and Burke's was perpetually cluttered with an assortment of items, some of little practical use, designed to obscure the truly extraordinary objects. Not spotting Borgin, Lucius rang the bell on the counter, while Draco gazed with curiosity at the items he had once seen in his dreams. For instance, the Nimbus 2000, which would undoubtedly prove invaluable during nighttime strolls in the castle, yet he decided against the opal necklace. There was also the vanishing cabinet, Perhaps even Borgin believed it to be mere refuse. The vanishing cabinet? Who could know that the items placed within it did not truly vanish, but rather were transported to its sister cabinet located within Hogwarts? In his dreams, utilizing this vanishing cabinet to silently bypass Hogwarts' impeccable defenses and usher Death Eaters into the castle might have constituted his singular, albeit dismal, achievement in life. Draco found himself irresistibly drawn toward the vanishing cabinet, overwhelmed by an unfamiliar wave of melancholy. This cabinet had appeared numerous times during the darker days of his dreams, and he felt an urge to reach out and caress the object that had both offered him hope and plunged him into regret and despair. "Draco, do not touch anything," Lucius cautioned. Unexpectedly, Draco blurted out, "I want this." The Banshee, also known as the Death Banshee, is classified by the Ministry of Magic as level XX. The Banshee has a pallid complexion, silver hair cascading over her shoulders, and is typically cloaked. Her wailing is piercing and mournful, evoking profound sorrow in those who hear it. She is often seen with her hands clasped together, her eyes perpetually red from weeping. The Banshee roams at night, appearing beneath the windows of those who are about to die, and is said to frequent hills or riverbanks. Some witnesses describe her as an elderly woman, while others claim she appears as a young maiden. The Banshee never reveals herself before Muggles, who can only hear her voice, which they perceive as an ominous hallucination. Although somewhat foreboding, she does not engage in harm against others. Chapter 33, Borgin and Burks. "I have already purchased you the finest broomstick and secured your place on the team," Lucius remarked distractedly, tapping his fingers impatiently on the counter. "Come over here." "That was my rightful position. Flint is not the brightest," Draco retorted, though he obediently returned to the front of the counter. "Besides, Potter already has an excellent broom. I cannot be inferior to him." "I have heard you say that more than 10 times. Lucius interrupted, casting a glance at him. "It's always Potter, Potter. However, I heard that he was granted a place on the Gryffindor team last year, and that he earned this honor during his very first flying lesson. I had even arranged for you to have flying lessons ahead of time, and yet you still cannot surpass a Muggle-raised child. But he is the renowned Harry Potter. How can I possibly compete with him?" Draco drawled, his tone laced with irritation. "Draco, I have told you before. It is unwise to speak of Harry Potter in such a manner while everyone else venerates him as a hero. I heard that you received extra points last semester due to your association with him," Lucius scoffed. "That is well and good, but to improve, you should feign admiration for him in front of others, even if only behind his back. Perhaps someone might overhear your words." "Good morning, Mr. Borgin." A hunchback man, slicking back his greasy hair with his hand, ambled behind the counter, where he greeted, "Ah, Mr. Malfoy, it is indeed a tremendous honor to see you again. And young Master Malfoy, welcome. How may I assist you today? I've just received a splendid new stock you must peruse. It's both exquisite and reasonably priced. I assure you, I am not here to purchase anything, Mr. Borgin," Lucius stated directly. The smile on Borgin's face instantly diminished. "Oh, you have something to part with? You must have heard that the department has intensified its searches lately," Lucius remarked bluntly. Having known Borgin for many years, he was well aware that Borgin knew many of his secrets. He prompted Draco to place a small box on the counter and handed Borgin a piece of parchment. "There are still a few items in my possession that could cause me trouble. I would be quite distressed if someone from the department were to come calling." Borgin donned a pair of pince-nez glasses as he perused the list, commenting, "I doubt the department will trouble you, will they? So far, they haven't. And the name Malfoy still holds some weight. However, the department has become increasingly meddlesome. Certain scoundrels seem fixated on ancient families. Moreover, it is rumored that a new Muggle Protection Act is on the horizon. I am certain that scruffy, impoverished Arthur Weasley is behind it. He has an affinity for Muggles." "Indeed, the Weasleys," Borgin said, his disdain evident. They began discussing certain items on the list, while Draco, noticing Lucius's distraction, wandered toward the vanishing cabinet. He wasn't particularly fond of it, nor did he aspire to achieve that particular distinction, yet knowing its secret made him uneasy about leaving it in Borgin's shop. What if someone else discovered that secret? Fortunately, the cabinet at Hogwarts was broken. As long as he did not attempt to repair it, he believed he would be safe for the time being. However, he realized he hadn't seen the other vanishing cabinet during his last visit to the treasure room. Of course, with so many items in that room, it was possible he had simply overlooked it. Draco circled the vanishing cabinet in Borgin's shop and attempted to pull the cabinet door. It did not budge, seemingly stuck. He was merely tugging at it absent-mindedly, as he considered this cabinet nothing more than an ordinary piece of furniture, given that the other one was defective. Lucius, having nearly concluded his conversation with Borgin, called out, "Draco, it's time to go." Draco cast one last glance at the cabinet before joining his father, still unwilling to give up, inquiring, "Mr. Borgin, how much for that cabinet?" "Ah, you truly have an eye for quality," Borgin exclaimed with immediate delight. abandoning the parchment to eagerly approach him. Look at that pattern, the craftsmanship. It's an antique worthy of collection. Storing items in such a cabinet would elevate your taste to an entirely new realm. Allow me to show you its interior. My house elf wouldn't even deign to use such rubbish, Lucius interjected, his impatience reaching its peak. He coldly remarked, I am not here to purchase junk. I have precious matters to attend to. Draco, don't embarrass me. My apologies, father. Realizing Lucius was genuinely upset, Draco dared not say more and dejectedly returned to his father's side. Very well, Borgin, we can proceed with my list now, can't we? Lucius said impatiently. I have little time today. We have important business to conduct. Of course. Borgin, equally disappointed, returned to the parchment. As Borgin reviewed the last few items, Lucius, displeased, remarked to Draco, it's bad enough that Harry Potter outshines you in every regard. As you've said, his fame certainly aids him. But what about exam scores? Even a girl from a non-magical family like Granger outperformed you. I find it utterly shameful, and yet you still dare to ask for this and that. Draco was rendered speechless by the reprimand. He indeed felt humiliated for not surpassing Granger, yet he stubbornly retorted, not in every subject. I only scored 3 points higher than her in potions. Lucius scoffed, you constantly complain about the excessive potions homework. I thought you were exceptional. I suspect Snape only gave you extra lessons because your grades were so dismal he could no longer tolerate it. I believe we are finished here. At that moment, Borgin tucked away the parchment, adding, do not blame young Master Malfoy. Nowadays, everyone favors those muggle-borns. Wizarding bloodlines are becoming increasingly devalued. I do not share that sentiment. Lucius retorted, flaring his nostrils in indignation. Nor do I, Mr. Malfoy, Borgin said, producing several gold galleons. So, shall we consider this a deposit? Very well. Lucius pocketed the money nonchalantly. I shall await your arrival tomorrow to collect the goods. Indeed, I shall be punctual. With that, Lucius turned on his heel and strode out of Borgin's shop, the door creaking ominously as he pushed it open. Draco hurriedly followed, not daring to utter a sound. Clearly, the words of that female shopkeeper had genuinely irked Lucius. Once the Malfoys departed, Mr. Borgin immediately shed his obsequious tone, muttering to himself, until tomorrow, Mr. Malfoy. But if those rumors are true, the items you sell me are likely but a fraction of what you keep hidden. Borgin grumbled as he retreated to the back room. And for a long while, the shop fell silent until the door of the vanishing cabinet gently creaked open. Harry emerged stealthily from within, having inadvertently ended up here after mispronouncing the Flu Network destination while attempting to reach Diagon Alley from the Weasley household. Now covered in soot and feeling as though he had inhaled more, he dared not cough. Even now, his heart raced. He had desperately clutched the cabinet door to prevent Draco from opening it, and he doubted he could have stopped Borgin from doing so. The mere thought of Draco insisting on buying that cabinet sent chills down his spine. He had to thank Hermione. Had her excellent grades not provoked old Malfoy's ire, Draco might have insisted on purchasing it. His tone had sounded quite resolute. Had that transpired, Harry would have had no choice but to leap from the cabinet and awkwardly greet him with something along the lines of, Hey Malfoy, how was your holiday? What a disaster. How could he possibly explain hiding in the cabinet and overhearing the dealings of dark magical artifacts? Old Malfoy seemed hardly kind to his own son. Moreover, Harry was unsettled by the tone and content of Draco's conversation with his father regarding him and Ron's dad. He began to suspect that Ron's misgivings about Draco might not have been wholly unfounded. Harry steeled himself, tiptoeing past clutter and glass counters, quickly slipping out of the shop. It was a grimy alley, and the shops lining the street appeared dark and foreboding. The window of the very shop he had exited displayed either withered heads or enormous black spiders, all resembling establishments associated with dark magic. Even the passers-by on the street exuded a rather shifty demeanor. An old crone, dressed like a wicked witch from a Muggle tale, noticed the lost Harry. Just as she approached him with ill intent, Hagrid appeared just in time to avert disaster. Knockturn Alley had always been a treacherous place. Even scruffy wizards should not be underestimated, for who knows what formidable dark magic or artifacts they might wield against you. The old witch, clearly no benign character, prompted Hagrid to dash into action, toppling the plate from her hands as he whisked Harry away at a swift pace. They veered off course, sprinting through the winding alley amidst the old witch's screams and pursuit, until they finally returned to Diagon Alley. Unexpectedly, upon emerging, they found themselves in close proximity to Gringotts. After taking just a few steps, Hermione spotted him, calling out to him from the steps of the bank. In no time, she effortlessly repaired Harry's glasses, which had been broken in the fireplace. Harry mentioned that he wanted to find the Weasley family first, and just then, they happened to arrive, allowing everyone to finally reunite. Hagrid, relieved to see Harry safe, bid them farewell, while Harry, along with Hermione, Ron, and their respective families, proceeded into Gringotts. The Grangers only needed to exchange Muggle money at the counter, whereas the Weasleys and Harry had to visit their own vaults. While awaiting the Goblin's assistance, Harry brought up the incident at Borgin and Burke's, where he had seen Draco. No sooner had he begun to speak than they heard a distant, reluctant voice. Though it was faint from a distance, the tone was one that Harry recognized all too well, having just heard it. "Can't I just wait here for you?" "No. You're not leaving my sight today." Harry craned his neck to look, easily identifying Draco and his father's light blonde hair, even among a throng of people. But they soon vanished into the entrance of the small cart railway. However, it seemed that the others had not caught sight of them in time. Mrs. Weasley, thinking he was anxious, comforted him, saying, "Don't worry, the goblins are always quick. Just look at the speed of their carts." Mr. Weasley pressed on with his earlier inquiry. "Did Lucius Malfoy buy anything?" "No, he was there to sell something," Harry replied. "Huh. I knew Lucius Malfoy was up to no good. I really want to catch him in the act," Mr. Weasley declared. Mrs. Weasley immediately warned him, "Be careful, Arthur. That family is not to be trifled with. Don't bite off more than you can chew." "Do you think I can't handle Malfoy?" Mr. Weasley retorted indignantly. At that moment, the goblin who was to assist them approached, bowing as he led the Weasley family and Harry inside, while Hermione's family headed to the counter. After agreeing to reconvene in the hall, Harry and the Weasley family entered the railway cart, where, of course, the Malfoys had long since departed. The goblin-driven cart sped along the tracks at a dizzying pace, making it nearly impossible to discern who was riding in the other carts. Harry and the twins relished the exhilarating rush, but the others were less enthusiastic. Chapter 34, Lockhart. Draco loathed the goblin's cart. It seemed to perpetually hover at the threshold of nausea, right on the verge of inducing vomiting without actually doing so. He was certain that if he were to be sent home via the flu network at that moment, he would surely be sick in the fireplace. Lucius noticed his discomfort and took him to an ice cream shop to sit for a while. Just as they settled down, Draco caught sight of a huge poster of Lockhart hanging across from them at Flourish and Blots, his teeth gleaming even more brightly in the sunlight. "What an idiot," Draco commented, recalling the dreadful second-year defense against the dark arts class that awaited him. Lucius admonished him once more. "We've just discussed that when the majority of people are fawning over someone, even if you dislike him, you shouldn't express such blunt opinions in public." "Oh, fine, Father," Draco replied absently, then suddenly noticed a small line of text beneath the poster and changed his demeanor. "Then, Father, you rest here a bit longer. I'm off to see my future dashing and charming defense against the dark arts Professor S. signing event." With that, he abandoned his half-eaten ice cream and hurried excitedly out of the shop towards Flourish and Blots. Lockhart's dazzling smile, bolstered by a gust of wind, fluttered enticingly, while the small text read, "Gilderoy Lockhart signing copies of his autobiography, Me, the Magical, this afternoon from 12 to 4:30. When Lucius located Draco, he found him lazily leaning over the railing on the second floor of the bookstore, gazing down below. Lucius handed him a signed copy of Lockhart's book, disdainfully remarking, "It's just a signature. You don't need to be like these people. I didn't know you were a fan of Lockhart." "I'm not a fan. Nor do I want his signature." Draco tossed the book aside carelessly. "Then why did you rush over here?" Lucius raised an eyebrow, unfazed by Draco's dismissal of the signed book, which was quickly snatched up with a scream by a female admirer. Struggling to maintain a facade of admiration for those who were idolized, Draco had been somewhat displeased, but he found Lockhart's writings rather absurd. The tales within were indeed somewhat exaggerated and lacked substantiation. His mother had abandoned reading them halfway through, yet she was vexed that her friends adored such books. Lucius remarked, "But how did you know he would be your defense against the dark arts teacher next term?" Draco hesitated for a moment, then quickly replied, "Not mentioned it in his letter." Lucius did not question this. Old Knot was also a board member of the school, so it was entirely plausible. At that moment, two red-haired figures squeezed through the entrance among the crowd, swiftly grabbing books and joining the queue. Draco turned to ask, "Are those people from the Weasley family?" Lucius snorted. "Who else has red hair and has dressed in such scruffy old clothes for decades?" Lucius seemed to have a long-standing antagonistic relationship with Mr. Weasley, often clashing with him at the Ministry of Magic. This recent search operation appeared to be his long-suggested inquiry into the Malfoy estate. However, such matters were of little concern to Draco. The arrival of the Weasleys undoubtedly meant that Potter would not be far behind. "Ah, no, of course. He isn't here to see Potter. He simply wished to verify if events would unfold as they always had." In truth, after being punished to the Forbidden Forest, he had begun to harbor doubts. He had resolved not to seek out Potter to avoid being sent to the Forbidden Forest, yet that very night, he unwittingly found himself at the Astronomy Tower, unable to escape the fate of the Forbidden Forest. Of course, not everything transpired exactly as it had before. However, it seemed that the more significant events ultimately occurred regardless. For instance, the injury of Longbottom, the Quidditch match, and his desperate attempts to evade the forbidden forest excursion, among others. Nevertheless, it was worth noting that not all things mirrored his dreams precisely, such as the end-of-term House Cup. As Draco pondered these thoughts, Lucius said, "I need to go buy some potions for your mother. Will you wait here for me, or will you accompany me?" "I'll wait here," Draco replied without hesitation. "I can gather the books from the school list first, saving time to return the potions to Mother sooner." "Very well," Lucius said. "But you must promise not to run off from this bookstore." "I promise." Lucius nodded in satisfaction and quickly exited Flourish and Blots. With nothing else to occupy his time, Draco knew he had to find all the necessary books before Lucius returned. Yet, even after returning to the second floor, he saw no sign of Potter. Only the Weasley couple with their daughter, who still resembled an ugly duckling. The shelves around Draco were filled to the brim with various books by Lockhart. Faced with the choice between reading Lockhart's tales or selecting the second-year textbook, Draco unhesitatingly chose the latter. After a considerable wait, at last, Potter and his trio indeed arrived at the bookstore. The moment he stepped through the door, Draco's attention was instantly drawn to him. After so long, seeing Potter again suddenly brought back memories of the Mirror of Erist, which had previously slipped from Draco's mind. Uneasily, he instinctively leaned back, as if afraid of being seen. However, as Harry and his companions entered, they immediately grabbed books and hurried over to the Weasley couple, while Hermione stood beside her parents, chatting animatedly with them. At that moment, Draco realized that the peculiar couple conversing with the Weasley parents were Hermione's own progenitors. No wonder they donned such eccentric attire. And he had no recollection of them whatsoever. It appeared that Harry and Ron also exhibited a rather indifferent reaction towards Lockhart. However, unexpectedly, Hermione displayed a glimmer of excitement. Draco glanced down at the bustling Gilderoy Lockhart, who was indeed quite striking in appearance. Yet, considering his self-important demeanor and those glaringly white teeth, it was best to avert his gaze. Whether in photographs or in person, one could hardly focus on anything but his blinding smile. Having confirmed the occurrence of this event, Draco initially intended to depart. However, the crowd below suddenly erupted in commotion. It turned out that Lockhart had spotted Harry among the throng and forcibly dragged him to the front for a photograph. Draco paused, utterly perplexed as to whether this was a fan meeting for Lockhart or for Potter. Once Harry stepped forward, the scene nearly spiraled out of control, with some attempting to rush forward to join in the photo and others trying to tug at Harry's robe from behind. Amused by the chaos, Draco suddenly caught Harry's gaze as he looked up towards the second floor. Without a moment to retreat, he feigned nonchalance, leaning over the railing and striving to maintain his earlier sardonic expression as he observed him. Truth be told, viewing someone from Harry's perspective, looking up, was undoubtedly a challenging angle. Nevertheless, upon locking eyes with Draco, Harry felt his heart leap unexpectedly. He desperately reassured himself, perhaps as old Malfoy suggested. Draco was merely pretending to be fond of him. Yet, even so, that mischievous grin possessed an undeniable potency. Fortunately, Lockhart swiftly interrupted his thoughts by tossing a complete set of his works into Harry's arms, proclaiming that he would be joining the Hogwarts faculty. The young Harry, brimming with admiration, must be thrilled to not only meet me in person but to receive these books as a complimentary gift, complete with my signature. Little does he know that, in the near future, he will discover something far more valuable than all of this, me. Just as the title of my latest autobiography suggests, he and his Hogwarts classmates will be graced with a true wizard. Ladies and gentlemen, you guessed it. I am immensely proud and honored to announce that I shall be the defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The audience erupted into thunderous applause, while both Harry below and Draco above were thoroughly disgusted. In his moment of irritation, Draco accidentally knocked a potions book off the pile at his feet, which landed squarely on Ron's head, causing him to crouch down in pain, tears welling in his eyes. Draco turned to leave, but the cramped space of the bookstore's second floor offered little room for escape, compelling him to hasten his departure. Although he hadn't been particularly amicable with Potter and the others at the end of last term, Dumbledore had acknowledged their so-called friendship, and he had no desire to jeopardize it. Alas, just as Draco descended the stairs, Harry called out sharply, "Malfoy." Frustrated, Draco turned around. "Hello, Superstar Potter." Just as Ginny was about to speak, Ron charged in from behind. "Malfoy, you did that on purpose." Just as Ron harbored animosity towards Draco, the feeling was mutual. As Ron approached with an accusatory demeanor, Draco merely lifted his chin and scoffed. "You can believe what you want. Do you want me to compensate you for medical expenses? With all these books, Potter is probably going to starve at your house, right?" Ron's face flushed crimson as he flung the books to the ground, disregarding how Draco knew Harry stayed at his home, and lunged at him. Harry quickly wrapped his arms around Ron's waist, while Hermione clutched at his clothing from the other side. Ron protested vehemently. "Let go of me, Ron." What are you doing? Mr. Weasley called out, accompanied by Mrs. Weasley and the twins, who squeezed through to see what was happening. Ron, deflated, shot Draco a furious glare. Draco, however, merely shrugged with an air of arrogance. I'm only looking out for you. You, Ron exclaimed. Mr. Weasley, Arthur warned, his voice tinged with authority. Oh dear. If it isn't Arthur Weasley, a hand rested on Draco's shoulder. Lucius had arrived. He had seen his son seemingly embroiled in conflict and had dashed across the street, only to find himself confronted by the loathsome Weasley family. Lucius, Arthur greeted tersely, acknowledging him with a nod. I hear you've been rather busy lately? Conducting searches day in and day out. I presume they're compensating you for overtime? With school about to commence, your family's expenses must be considerable. Lucius snatched a tattered copy of Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration from Ginny's cauldron, mocking, oh dear, it seems not. Merlin, if you can't even manage to earn a single galleon, what is the point of your relentless efforts to be a disgrace among wizards? Arthur's face reddened even more than Ron and Ginny's combined, retorting, clearly, we have differing views on who constitutes a disgrace among wizards. Well, look at this new friend of yours, Weasley, Lucius remarked, his gaze shifting to the apprehensive Granger couple nearby, while tossing the book back into Ginny's cauldron. I thought your family had already sunk below the standards of wizards. Draco noticed where Lucius was directing his attention and hastily attempted to intervene. No, Dad, but it was too late. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as Ginny's cauldron toppled over, and Arthur lunged at Lucius, engaging in a rather undignified scuffle. Dad, Draco exclaimed, dropping the books to rush over and separate them, but Ron, seeing him charge forward, wasted no time in tackling him. Harry inadvertently released his hold on Ron, leaving him to grapple between the two. Get away, Weasley. No, I want to let you help your father. Harry shouted amidst the tussle. Stop it. I just want to intervene. Let me go? Potter, no one believes you. Harry, don't pull me. Keep holding on to him. It was nothing short of a chaotic melee. Mrs. Weasley alternated between shouting at Arthur and Lucius, Arthur, don't do that. And then at Draco, Ron, and Harry. Stop it. All of you cease this at once. In stark contrast, the twins rallied their family members on both sides, eager to join in if the situation had been more suitable. No, Ginny, you can't go over there. Hermione held back Ginny, who had mustered the courage to assist Harry, while she herself drew her wand, aware that Diagon Alley was teeming with wizards and the Ministry would struggle to ascertain who cast which spell. However, Molly had already noticed Hermione's actions. No, 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 Hermione. Don't cast spells. It truly was a dreadful fracas. Chapter 35, Two Fights. Ultimately, it was the timely intervention of the burly Hagrid that prevented the situation from spiraling further into chaos. He approached, lifting Ron and Draco as if they were mere chicks and setting them aside, before rushing to break up the brawl between Arthur and Lucius. Ron had one eye so swollen he could barely open it, and the other wasn't in much better shape. Draco's hair was disheveled, half his face swollen, and blood streaming from his nose. Even Harry had not emerged unscathed, sporting a particularly unfortunate injury. One eye was puffy and his face bruised, while Hermione's recent repairs to his glasses were shattered, the frames completely broken. With Hagrid successfully separating Lucius and Arthur, it was evident that no further fighting would ensue. However, due to the earlier scuffle, the books belonging to Ron and Draco had been flung to the ground nearby, compelling them to endure their aches and pains as they bent down to retrieve their belongings. Ron squinted as he gathered his books, casting a glance at Draco, who was pinching his nose while picking up his own belongings. A smile crept onto his face, yet the movement sent a jolt of pain through his mouth. Nevertheless, he cheerfully remarked, your books don't look particularly new either. At least they aren't as tattered as yours, which were beyond repair from the very beginning. Draco, his voice hoarse, retorted, if you envy them so much, I could always spare you one. Ron leaped up, poised to lunge at him once more. But both Hermione and Molly swiftly caught him. Malfoy, don't overstep your bounds, Harry interjected. He merely sought to mediate. Fortunate that none of his possessions had been caught in the fray. However, Ginny's cauldron had been knocked askew by Arthur from the onset, and it now lay entangled with Draco's books. Yet, the two maintained their distance, diligently collecting their own items without disturbing the others in between. Harry stepped forward, nudging the second-year books, or those appearing relatively new, toward Draco, while gathering the remainder to place in Ginny's cauldron. With Harry's assistance, they soon had all the books collected. Draco approached Lucius, clutching the books tightly, only to realize that his father was not only aware of the fight, but that Draco had sustained injuries. My goodness, Draco, I shall take you to the healer at once, Lucius exclaimed, casting a venomous glare at Arthur as he added, Weasley, you ought to be more cautious and not be solely focused on scrutinizing others. With that, he whisked Draco out of the shop in haste. In comparison to the dire states of Ron and Draco, Arthur and Lucius appeared merely a bit scratched. Yet the distinction between a mere slap and a proper altercation was evident. As Lucius exited, he clutched his abdomen, while Arthur grimaced, rubbing his chest as he limped back to Molly's side. "You ought not to have engaged in a fight, Arthur," Hagrid admonished. "Everyone knows that fellow is utterly vile. Listening to him is a sheer waste of time. Come, let us step outside." The two scuffles had caused considerable upheaval, and though the shopkeeper seemed inclined to intervene, he hesitated in the face of Hagrid's towering stature. On the street, Mrs. Granger still trembled from the earlier commotion, while Mr. Granger optimistically remarked, "Wizarding brawls are not so different from our own." Molly, furious, was berating Arthur. "You set such a poor example for the children. Fighting in public? Really? Look at Ron's eye. Good heavens. He looks as if we must rush him to receive treatment." "I thought Mother was just going to say little Ron looks like a frog." George chuckled. Fred chimed in, "Or a toad." Molly and Ron shot them fierce glares, though Ron's squint rendered his expression indiscernible. "It's nothing, Mom. It merely appears severe. Malfoy's scrawny arms lack strength," Ron insisted. "Kids fighting is nothing out of the ordinary." Arthur added, "And aren't you still a child yourself? You are now a father of 7. Molly retorted, exasperated. "Goodness, what would Gilderoy Lockhart think of us? Did you not see? He was positively delighted." Fred replied, "When we left, I heard him ask a reporter from the Daily Prophet if he could include the fight in his article." Ron retreated to Harry and Hermione's side, where Hermione, with remarkable skill, repaired Harry's glasses once more, restoring even the lenses. "Thank you. I ought to learn that spell," Harry expressed gratefully. "Did you hear what Malfoy said earlier?" Ron inquired. "What?" Harry asked. "He knows you are at our house." Ron exclaimed. "That house elf must belong to him. Otherwise, how would he know? We certainly did not announce it to the Daily Prophet." Harry nodded hesitantly, now somewhat bewildered by the situation. Perhaps Draco truly was not a good person, but he did not seem to harbor malicious intent toward him. Arthur's voice called from ahead. "Lucius is acting rather oddly today, but usually, whenever something displeases him, he assumes I am behind it. This time, he must suspect that I suggested to the ministry to search his home." Molly replied incredulously, "Wasn't he at you?" "No. It truly was me," Arthur said proudly. Emerging from the fireplace in the keeper's hut, Draco touched his nose, feeling the blood trickle once more, his body aching all over. Today had been utterly disastrous. It was not until after the incident that he recalled Lucius and Arthur had fought in his dream as well. Potter and Granger had been raised in Muggle households, while the Weasley family was renowned for their fondness for Muggles. With Lucius's words, a confrontation was inevitable. However, he did not recall engaging in any fights in the dream, nor how he had become entangled in such a predicament. Yet, it was exceedingly abnormal for Lucius to engage in a brawl, entirely contrary to his usual principles. Soon, Lucius appeared at the door, and Draco wiped away the fresh blood with a handkerchief, internally cursing the healer for inadequate treatment, then hurriedly stepped outside. On the return journey to the manor, Draco could no longer restrain himself and asked, "Father, did you not say one must always maintain decorum and dignity in public?" "Indeed. But there are times when one may momentarily set aside such decorum, when circumstances warrant," Lucius replied, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "What circumstances?" Draco pressed. Lucius merely patted his head, saying, "You will come to understand in due time." Upon arriving home, Narcissa appeared to be in better spirits. Although Draco had already received treatment from the healer, and externally showed no signs of injury, the perceptive Narcissa sensed something amiss between the two. Upon learning of the events, her expression darkened to the point of resembling ink, rendering Draco mute with fear. Lucius seemed to have something to discuss with Narcissa, and gently urged Draco to retreat to his room to rest. Eager to escape, Draco complied. Narcissa harbored suspicions that Lucius intended to concoct an excuse. Yet his grave demeanor only heightened her concern. Once in his room, Dory swiftly delivered food to Draco per Narcissa's orders, but he instructed her merely to place it on the table. His mood was sullied, and he felt utterly drained. After the tumultuous events of the day, he had definitively severed ties with the Potter trio. At the end of the last term, after seeking them out, their relationship had begun to thaw, with Potter even smiling at him during the banquet. Draco collapsed onto his bed, utterly exhausted from the day's escapades, from the flu powder to the Gringotts cart, culminating in a brawl with the Weasley. It was enough to wear anyone out, and he soon succumbed to slumber. The final holiday always felt fleeting, as if it passed before one could fully appreciate it, even amid the continuous stream of healers. In recent days, Narcissa seemed to believe that Draco might be easily broken by a few punches, summoning numerous renowned healers, leaving Draco irritable as he sat listlessly on a high stool undergoing examinations. Ultimately, the healers assured her that he was in no danger, merely possessing a naturally frail constitution, which rendered him somewhat pale. With time, he would improve. Yet Narcissa appeared unable to rest easy. On the last day before school commenced, Dory had returned the damaged books, now looking as pristine as if they had just been purchased. Draco packed several new notebooks and writing implements into his trunk, along with some other trinkets, and most importantly, his Firebolt 2001 broomstick. The station was as crowded as the previous year, but it was only when Granger suddenly burst into his compartment that Draco realized he had not seen Potter due to the throngs of people. Granger seemed to have checked every compartment, but Potter and Weasley were nowhere to be found. After a moment, Draco recalled that in his dream, Potter and the others had driven the Weasley car to school. Draco suddenly realized his urgent need to find a secure method to swiftly document the vivid recollections of his dreams. Many occurrences only crystallized in his mind upon careful reflection, revealing that they indeed transpired within the dreamscape. However, on that fateful day in Diagon Alley, he had forgotten to procure any invisible ink. Borrowing some from others or requesting his parents to send him a supply would undoubtedly compromise the secrecy of his diary. Nevertheless, invisible ink was hardly a clandestine substance. When suspicions arose regarding the contents of 1's writing, invisible ink was the first thought that came to mind. A simple revealing charm could easily unravel its concealment, which was why it remained perpetually inexpensive. Hermione Granger was frantically darting back and forth in the corridor. After she passed their compartment for the third time, Draco, feeling irritable, stood up and made his way outside. Parkinson, who was chattering incessantly, immediately inquired, "Where are you going?" "I want to come too." "To the restroom." "Do you wish to accompany me?" No. Parkinson's cheeks flushed. Unexpectedly, Zabini suddenly rose and said, "Then I shall join you." Draco shot him a bewildered glance. "I am not inviting anyone to accompany me to the lavatory, you know. I merely happen to want to go," Zabini replied innocently. Draco, exasperated, had no choice but to proceed ahead. This time, Clark and Goyle were seated nearby with Sirius. Originally, he was meant to share a compartment with Zabini and Nott, but Parkinson had brought Granger along. Nott, already familiar with Granger, even extended an invitation for them to join, causing the compartment to become quite cramped. Walking down the aisle alongside Zabini, it was no surprise that Granger once again returned from the front. As she approached, Draco remarked, "Do not flit about the train like a ghoul, Granger. Even if Potter misses the train, the school will send someone to retrieve him." "Really?" Hermione made a concerted effort to disregard Draco's unfriendly tone and initial comment. "I cannot find a single teacher on the train, and all the owls are with the luggage. He might not even need the school to come for him. After all, he is Harry Potter." Draco scoffed. "Potter, the boy who can command attention wherever he goes, is always bound to create a stir." Hermione narrowed her eyes dangerously. "What do you mean?" "They will surely arrive at school on time." "I am quite certain they will," Draco replied impatiently. "Fred and George also said Mr. Weasley would find a way." "But I can't help but worry," Hermione lamented, desperately seeking reassurance from others, even in the absence of tangible evidence. "Perhaps you are right. They will undoubtedly reach school punctually. Even if not, the school wouldn't expel them for being late, would it? Harry Potter. Huh. Dumbledore wouldn't dream of expelling him." Draco scoffed, secretly wishing that one of the Weasleys would face expulsion instead. "Well," Hermione said, disliking his tone, "regardless, thank you. Don't mention it. I merely found your incessant pacing bothersome." "Say what you will," she retorted, deciding to move on and spend time with Ginny. After her departure, Draco intended to continue forward when Zabini interjected, "I didn't expect you to converse with a mudblood. I told you. I was merely irritated by her pacing about in the aisle." "Your taste is quite unique," Zabini remarked disdainfully. "Apart from her intelligence, I fail to see any reason you would choose to engage with her." "I wasn't engaging with her. We were simply on our way to the restroom, remember?" Draco replied impatiently. Zabini, unfazed, continued, "And besides her blood status, I dare say your mother would not approve of her unruly hair. What is it that you find appealing?" Draco, exasperated, blurted out without thinking, "I wouldn't choose Granger even if I were interested in Potter." "You fancy Potter?" Zabini exclaimed in astonishment. No. Don't take just that one sentence." Draco hurriedly explained, "What I meant was, your mother would certainly disapprove of Potter's messy hair as well," Zabini interjected. Chapter 36. A new term. Upon arriving at school, Harry still had not made an appearance. As soon as Hermione reached the castle, she spoke with Hagrid, who reassured her that everything would be fine. He promised to search for Harry and the others after escorting the first years to the castle. Hermione initially planned to wait by the entrance, but ultimately Professor McGonagall ushered her inside. It was only after McGonagall repeatedly assured her that Harry would not be expelled that she felt a sense of relief. Draco, in stark contrast, felt no concern whatsoever. Even if he had not experienced that dream, he was certain that Dumbledore would never expel Potter, aside from Snape. It seemed that no one would dare consider expelling the illustrious Harry Potter. During the feast, Snape sat for but a moment before seemingly noticing some commotion outside and exited through a side door. Many observed that Harry Potter appeared to be absent, but their attention was quickly diverted by the sorting ceremony. When Professor McGonagall called for Ginny Weasley, a freckled girl rushed forward, her face redder than her hair in her nervousness. Zabini nudged the pensive Draco. Is this the Weasley sister you spoke of? Or does he have other sisters? Because I must say, I'm beginning to question your taste. It wasn't he me who called her beautiful. Draco rolled his eyes at Zabini. It wasn't he you who said that. You told me on the train last semester, did you not? Someone else mentioned her beauty. I certainly did not think so. Someone? Who? Was it Potter? Zabini raised an eyebrow. Most likely, Draco replied. Potter must find her attractive. Otherwise, how could he end up dating her later on? Potter actually discussed how pretty this girl is with you? Oh dear, you're destined for heartbreak, Zabini teased. Draco shot him a frosty glare, saying, Zabini, we have already discussed this matter. I am not gay, nor am I interested in Potter. Yes, just a joke. Don't be upset, Zabini pleaded. I saw in the papers that you two had a scuffle in the bookstore. Ah, and your father had a brawl with the Weasley patriarch as well. And it was quite a brawl at that. Indeed, Draco replied gloomily. The papers also claimed you fought over Lockhart's autograph. Is that true? Draco sighed in exasperation, glancing resentfully at the classroom. When Zabini continued to inquire, Draco countered. What do you think? The papers also stated your mother has been a widow 6 times. But that is true. She is quite likely to become a widow for the 7th time, Zabini remarked nonchalantly. While we were in Egypt, my stepfather might have been cursed by a pharaoh. She always seems to have bad luck, despite the myriad of speculations in the public eye, including doubts regarding the actual number of marriages. There was no evidence to suggest that Zabini's mother had caused the demise of any of her husbands. Moreover, due to her renowned beauty, there were always those willing to take the risk. Ultimately, Draco concluded, regardless of your situation, we certainly did not fight over Lockhart's autograph. I suppose not, but I truly did not anticipate that Lockhart, with his dazzling smile, would become our teacher. Zabini remarked disdainfully as he gazed at the podium. How much time do you think he spends polishing those teeth? Draco shared his disdain. Quite a bit, I'd wager, even from this distance. I feel as though my eyes might be dazzled by the light reflecting off them. But my mother is absolutely taken with him. She has attended nearly every one of his signing events. You were there for that one 2 weeks ago? Draco raised an eyebrow. No, we didn't go that day. My stepfather suddenly collapsed, and we had to take him to St. Mungo's. That was when we discovered he had been cursed by a pharaoh. Ah, Draco mused. Perhaps it's not so grave. As long as we can acquire the hair or skin powder from the pharaoh who cursed him, we could concoct an antidote. After my mother dropped me off at the car today, she would rendezvous with a healer from St. Mungo's and embark on yet another journey to Egypt. Perhaps to uncover which pharaoh had cursed him, Zabini remarked. Yet before her departure, she repeatedly urged me to solicit additional signatures from Lockhart. She stuffed at least 5 complete sets of Lockhart's works into my trunk, nearly preventing me from accommodating any other textbooks. While Draco and Zabini chatted and snacked, Snape briefly flickered at the back of the classroom, summoning McGonagall, and shortly thereafter, Dumbledore also exited unexpectedly for a time. Upon Snape's return, his demeanor was distinctly displeased, and McGonagall appeared rather discontented as well. Draco noted that McGonagall seemed to nod at Granger, and when his gaze shifted back to the staff table, he unexpectedly caught Dumbledore winking at him. Draco found it rather unsettling to receive such a subtle signal from Dumbledore, though he boldly speculated that it likely indicated Potter and his companions had arrived. Sure enough, rumors soon spread that Potter and Weasley had flown to school in a car, not only witnessed by numerous muggles, but also disastrously crashing into the precious Whomping Willow. At the break of dawn the next day, as Draco entered the dining hall, he was met with the resounding voice of the Howler. A middle-aged woman's voice thundered through the hall like a giant, causing the very ceiling to tremble. You and Harry nearly lost your lives, and now your father must face scrutiny at work, and it is all your fault. If you dare to make another mistake, we will take you home at once. Ron Weasley had practically shrunk beneath his seat, while Harry fidgeted nervously beside him. At that moment, the Howler abruptly shifted to a gentler tone, turning to a distant red-haired girl. Ginny, dear, congratulations on your acceptance into Gryffindor. As everyone's gaze shifted toward her, her face flushed crimson, and she awkwardly bowed her head, fixated on her bowl of porridge as if she had just discovered its exquisite craftsmanship. Shortly thereafter, the Howler ignited, curling into ashes that fell into Ron's porridge. With a mischievous grin, Draco deliberately strolled past with Crabbe and Goyle, casually remarking, "You might as well drink that porridge infused with Howler essence, for you may not afford such a luxury again." Ron sprang up in anger from his chair, but Draco had already quickened his pace to reach the Slytherin table. Thanks to the Howler, Draco was in high spirits that morning. His good mood even soared during Transfiguration class. Not only was he unfazed by Granger's success in transforming a button into a beetle before him, But his spirits lifted further upon witnessing Weasley's wand, wrapped in magical tape, clumsily harm 2 beetles in succession. What are you looking at? Zabini's voice suddenly broke in from beside him. Draco jumped, turning back with a rather displeased expression. Nothing. Zabini wore a cryptic expression but chose not to press further. Draco had an inkling of what he might say, yet he refrained from explaining that he was not watching Potter. Indeed, he truly wasn't for various reasons. On their way to dark arts class that afternoon, when he spotted a foolish little boy desperately taking pictures of Harry, he wished to mock Potter, but ultimately refrained. However, Lockhart, spotting them from afar, dashed over, insisting on a duo autograph photo with Potter. Draco maliciously mused that he had never realized Potter possessed the potential to become a professional comedic wizard. Once he vanquished the Dark Lord, he could embark on a tour, surely drawing crowds to every performance. Draco entered the classroom, beaming, only to be nearly blinded by the multitude of Lockhart's photographs adorning the room. Countless gleaming white teeth sparkled like flashbulbs, creating a veritable press conference atmosphere, a testament to Lockhart's elaborate arrangements. At that moment, Zabini waved from the front row, but Draco shook his head, wisely choosing to sit at the back, closest to the door. Zabini approached, asking, "Top student? Why are you sitting so far back today?" "I fear being blinded by the big-toothed monster's glare," Draco replied, referring to the nickname they had given Lockhart. In a good-natured tone, he advised Zabini, "Come sit here. You'll regret it otherwise. But I want to get all those books signed. Once is nauseating enough. I don't want to endure it every class. Trust me. You won't get any signatures today," Draco insisted, still in high spirits. Ultimately, with a deep sense of skepticism, Zabini sat next to Draco, hauling over all of Lockhart's books, nearly occupying an entire seat. With Zabini vacating his space, Parkinson immediately moved over, as she, like many other girls, was quite enamored with Lockhart, chattering incessantly about him on the train and eagerly anticipating his class. Before long, Lockhart and Potter entered the classroom in succession. Once all the students were settled, Lockhart commenced with a self-aggrandizing introduction, even more shamelessly distributing a quiz to assess their knowledge of his personal information and preferences. Draco could hardly be bothered to read the questions thoroughly, simply marking whichever answers appealed to him. Zabini, observing his rapid responses, expressed astonishment. "Have you read his books?" "Not at all," Draco replied absently. "What does it matter? It's not a final exam." "True enough. But what if he actually tests us on these for the finals?" Zabini lamented. Draco paused momentarily, recalling a dream where the finals had been cancelled due to the kidnapping incident. Moreover, it seemed Lockhart had suffered amnesia. "Well, in any case, there's no need to worry. But my dream is becoming increasingly hazy. I must find a way to document what I still remember. Perhaps I should make a copy and send it to my mother. Once she fills it out, we can review it before finals." Draco cast a sidelong glance at him. Smiling, "Sounds good. I certainly won't bother to study. But I'm eager to see your expression once you memorize Lockhart's habits and preferences and then learn their no exam." Zabini regarded Draco with a hint of suspicion. Feigning innocence, Draco inquired, "What's the matter? You seem rather cheerful today," Zabini remarked. "Indeed, I quite enjoy school." Draco replied dismissively. Unfortunately, Draco's good mood did not last. He recalled that Lockhart had indeed unleashed a Cornish pixie, causing utter chaos. Though he was far away. Before he could escape, Crabbe had already overturned tables and chairs. He and Knott's ink bottles spilled, with Knott swiftly saving Draco's collection of Lockhart's works. Draco, however, would have preferred his Lockhart autobiography to be soiled, as he had no intention of reading it, but the ink bottle had directly splattered onto his notebook, additionally drenching him in the process. Noticing the commotion, a mischievous pixie seized the opportunity, snatching ink bottles from classmates' desks and flinging them into the crowd. Draco picked up his ink-soaked book and notebook, shaking them off as he hurriedly followed Knott out of the classroom. As they exited, they could still hear Longbottom's cries for help and Lockhart shouting incantations that seemed unfamiliar. However, those spells appeared ineffective, as the cacophony inside the classroom continued, with the sounds of crashing and screams growing ever louder. "Yes, my apologies," Crabbe called after them. "That little creature bit my arm. I merely wanted to shake it off." Draco grunted in response, his robes entirely ruined. Crabbe watched as Draco disdainfully held the ink-stained book with 2 fingers, assuming he was displeased with it. He hurriedly offered, "I can help you exchange it for a clean one. Here, take it. I had no intention of reading it anyway." Draco, in a huff, tossed both the book and his notebook onto Crabbe. Consequently, Crabbe was now smeared with ink as well, but he dared not express his frustration towards Draco, silently trailing behind. Goyle, standing nearby, patted him on the back in a gesture of consolation. Later, when Draco had calmed down, Crabbe mustered the courage to approach him with the notebook and a pristine book. Draco impatiently glanced over, declaring, "This book is mine, clean, and I shall trade it with you." Crabbe nervously replied. This notebook was given to me by you, and it seems to be unsoiled. Draco raised an eyebrow. The ink bottle was directly spilled into that notebook. Unsoiled? Chapter 37. The Secret Diary. He reached out to take the notebook, which indeed showed no signs of ink stains. Draco straightened up, flipping through the notebook. Seeing Crabbe pitifully hold up a clean copy of Lockhart's Me, the Wizard, with Lockhart's dazzling smile still on the cover. Draco pushed him away in annoyance, saying, Give me the ink-stained one. But, that one has several pages stuck together. Crabbe hesitated. Just hand it over. I'm not interested in the blathering of the big-toothed fool, Draco retorted impatiently. Crabbe dared not protest further, and quickly handed over Draco's original book, not daring to utter a word. Once Draco waved him away, he hurried off. Regardless, it was rare for Draco to be so accommodating. He thought Draco would surely want the clean book, if that were the case. He would have to devise a plan to snatch one from another student in a different house, lest he face the consequences upon returning home for the holidays. Meanwhile, Draco examined the copy of Me, the Wizard in his hands, significantly marred by ink, with the last few pages nearly glued together. He distinctly remembered that when he picked them up, both this book and that notebook still dripped with ink. The presence of ink on the book indicated that it was not merely an issue of the ink itself. Furthermore, it was improbable that ink was the problem. Who would bring invisible ink to class for note-taking? Thus, the issue lay with the notebook itself. Draco noted that this notebook was not made of the quality he was accustomed to. The paper was even of inferior grade and had begun to yellow. The cover was also unimpressive, bearing traces of magical refurbishment. Refurbished traces? Draco suddenly recalled that he had handed all his books to Dolly for refurbishment upon returning from the bookstore. If the book restoration merchant had mistakenly returned an extra one, it could only mean that this notebook had been included when he picked them up. Draco leaned towards the latter theory, of course. He would never purchase such a yellowed notebook, but it was highly likely that it had been scavenged from a second-hand market by the Weasley family. Yet, this notebook seemed too new compared to the Weasley family's tatters. Thus it had been passed to him by Potter. Should he return it to the Weasleys? Absolutely not. Draco thoroughly inspected the notebook, inside and out. It became evident that this notebook might indeed be someone else's old possession. The cover had been meticulously refurbished, and the inner seams bore traces of magic, indicating that the refurbishing merchant had attempted to replace the entire cover but had failed, resulting in a new shell being wrapped around it. Upon careful examination of the inner pages, it became apparent that this was less a notebook and more a diary. Each page had a designated space for a date, yet none contained any written content. Only on the title page was there an indistinct note, barely legible, Tom Riddle. Draco glanced around the common room. Everyone was gathered by the fireplace, lamenting about the dreadful defense against the dark arts class. No one paid him any mind. He approached the table, casually grabbing a bottle of ink belonging to an unknown person, twisted off the cap, and poured it directly onto the diary. Indeed, the ink lingered for only a moment before emitting a radiant glow. Then, as if absorbed, it vanished. Just as he contemplated pouring more ink, words began to materialize on the page. Hello, I would be most grateful if you refrained from dousing me with ink in such a manner. Draco was startled, nearly dropping the ink bottle. He steadied it, though some ink still spilled. New words appeared on the diary. Of course, if you enjoy this method, please continue. Excitement surged within Draco. He sensed that this could very well be the object he needed. However, prior to anything else, he needed to understand it thoroughly. He glanced back at the lively group engaged in conversation, then retreated to his dormitory with the diary. Soon, Draco attempted every revealing spell he knew, yet none yielded any results. Looking around, he found a quill, dipped it in ink, and wrote, "What are you?" The letters flickered and vanished from the page. Moments later, a response appeared. As you can see, a diary. Draco gazed in astonishment at the emerging words. After a moment's thought, he wrote, "I have never encountered a diary that could respond to its user. Now you have. Do all the words written on the paper disappear? Yes. I must allow them to vanish. Otherwise, one day, these pages will be filled. You will find that using me for journaling is exceedingly convenient. Simply tell me the current year, and thereafter, you may journal on the corresponding dates. When you wish to review, I will display the entries accurately by year, month, and day. What if others wish to see?" Draco inquired tentatively. The diary soon replied, "Only the portions you are willing to disclose will be visible to others, and they must provide the correct keywords or date." Draco asked, astonished, "Can you discern who is writing?" "Of course. Every individual has a distinct handwriting style and writing pressure. You may mimic another's handwriting, but you can never perfectly replicate the pressure and technique. How can I ensure that others cannot see the content I wish to keep private? You need only inform me." "Very well. Then I wish for everything I write today and henceforth to be visible solely to me." "Understood. Please tell me your name." "Draco Malfoy," Draco wrote. "Very well. Mr. Malfoy, Draco was elated. This was indeed the ideal diary, where only he could view his inscribed thoughts, alleviating his worry of inadvertently being discovered by others. However, before utilizing it, he needed to test its authenticity. Yet, Draco encountered difficulty in choosing a test subject. Anyone he approached would inevitably expose the existence of his secret diary, a fact he wished to keep hidden. Who could guarantee that the magic of this diary could not be unraveled? Hearing footsteps approaching, Draco quickly tucked the diary deep within his cabinet, covering it with a pile of clothes. Nod entered and saw Draco already changed into his pajamas in front of the cabinet, casually asking, "You're not still upset, are you?" "No, it's merely a book by the big-toothed fool." Draco suppressed his earlier excitement, adopting a nonchalant tone. "I told you, your family could buy all of Lockhart's books without issue. How could you be angry over one book?" Nod approached the bed, rummaging for his pajamas under the covers. "Yet you took the book and said nothing, ignoring everyone. Even Crabbe dared not come down. Then let him stay up there." Draco flopped onto his bed, pulling up the covers, preparing for sleep. Had it been in the past, he would have certainly asked Crabbe to help him test it, considering they had known each other since childhood, and he was rather foolish. However, the thought that Crabbe would eventually be foolish enough to seek to oust him and align himself with the Dark Lord, endangering not only himself but also others, dissuaded him from such notions. Speaking of which, he had not had the opportunity to return to the treasure trove to retrieve the diadem last year. This year, he must carve out time to visit multiple times. For searching there was indeed a monumental task. In a haze, Draco soon succumbed to slumber, unnoticed by anyone as a faint glimmer of light seeped through the crack of his wardrobe. In the days that followed, Draco found himself pondering whom he could enlist to help him experiment with that diary. Crabbe, Goyle, and Not's father were all Death Eaters and would undoubtedly return to the Dark Lord's side. Revealing their knowledge would be decidedly unwise. The Zabini family, while neutral, harbored a cunning individual in Blaze, and the veracity of their family matters was uncertain, which did not inspire confidence. Who could say whether he might one day pledge allegiance to the Dark Lord? The matter of experimentation continued to plague Draco's thoughts. He occasionally conversed with the diary, though he dared not inscribe anything about the future within its pages. Yet, through these dialogues, Draco discovered that it was indeed an erudite and endearing tome. According to its own account, the creator required not only a secretive medium for recording, but also a companion with whom to discuss secrets and confidentiality, thus endowing it with a wealth of knowledge. Explaining its vast understanding of various subjects, Draco yearned to discuss the matter of his dream with it, even devoid of the Dark Lord's involvement. Foreknowledge of future events was hardly advantageous in the wizarding world, much like how seers often faced dire fates. Moreover, he was not a seer. He only knew of events that would transpire over the next 6 years, and even then, solely those he had personally experienced. All of Slytherin seemed incapable of providing Draco with reassurance, leading his mind to drift toward one individual, Harry Potter. If anyone were to steadfastly refuse allegiance to the Dark Lord, it would undoubtedly be Potter, for even if he wished to ally himself, the Dark Lord would surely seek to eliminate him, leaving him with no viable options. However, after their skirmish at the bookstore, Draco felt that approaching Potter might be a futile endeavor. Furthermore, Potter was inseparable from Weasley and Granger, akin to conjoined twins. Draco half suspected they had merged their beds in Gryffindor, sleeping together without a moment's respite. No, Granger likely couldn't reside in the boys' dormitory. But Potter could certainly share a bed with Weasley. No, now was not the time for such thoughts. Draco remained troubled until Saturday morning, when Flint unexpectedly sought him out, insisting he join Quidditch practice. There had been no prior notice. It was a sudden demand, and Draco was somewhat reluctant, yet Flint, with a mischievous grin, insisted he must attend. As Draco was well aware, Flint was the sole authority within the Slytherin team. And despite the fact that it was merely the first week of term with no tryouts held, he had already designated Draco as the new seeker, and none dared contest this decision. However, upon arriving at the pitch, Draco immediately spotted Potter soaring through the air. The Gryffindor team appeared to be in training, but Flint confidently marched them forward. Flint, Gryffindor's captain, Oliver Wood, swooped down from above. Draco trailed behind, surrounded by towering teammates, and once Wood landed, he was obscured from view. Yet, it seemed he had positioned himself in Flint's path, as the players ahead came to a halt. Wood's irate voice rang out. "This is our practice time. We even got up early for this. Now please vacate the premises." "Oh, the pitch is rather spacious, Wood," Flint replied with ill intent. "But I've reserved the entire grounds. I have exclusive rights." "Oh, what a pity. However, I possess a signed note from Professor Snape." After a rustle of parchment, Flint continued. "You see, Professor Snape stated that the weather is splendid, and we must train our new seeker." "You found a new seeker?" Wood inquired, momentarily diverted by curiosity. "Where?" The hulking players swiftly parted to grant Draco a wide path. He suspected this was a scheme Flint had orchestrated in advance. Regardless, whether he was willing or not, the situation had unfolded as it had. He sauntered forward confidently, waving lazily at Potter behind Wood, and drawled, "Hello, Scarhead." Chapter 38, The Snavella's Curse. "Hello, Scarhead." Upon hearing such a moniker, Harry's expression soured. Observing Potter's displeasure always brought Draco a sense of satisfaction, prompting him to flash an exuberant smile. One of the Weasley twins beside him scornfully remarked, "Aren't you that son of Lucius Malfoy? Since you mentioned Draco's father, allow me to show you his generosity in bestowing gifts upon the Slytherin team." Flint and the other Slytherin players erupted into laughter as they brandished their brooms, gleaming. Brand new Firebolt 2001s. The Gryffindor team gaped in astonishment, enviously eyeing the brooms. This was likely why Flint had abruptly summoned everyone for practice, even arranging for Snape's signature beforehand, all to seize the pitch and irritate them in the process. At that moment, Ron and Hermione dashed in from the sidelines. "What's happening? Why aren't you playing?" Ron exclaimed, though they had all heard the commotion. He feigned surprise. "Malfoy, what are you doing here?" "I thought they had recruited a terrible seeker, so I brought along a gigantic golden snitch for practice." "Didn't he realize your eyesight was so poor, Weasley? Is it that your family can't afford to treat your swollen eye from when I pummeled you, rendering you completely blind? It's a miracle you are still alive after driving your car into the Whomping Willow." The Slytherin team chuckled in unison. Ron's face flushed crimson, and Fred stepped forward. "Who was it that got beaten to a pulp, covered in blood, all captured by the Daily Prophet's photographer? Too bad they only published that splendid picture of your father. What a truly spectacular image of bloodshed." George chimed in. Draco retorted angrily, "What s with all the Weasleys? Does Gryffindor recruit based on who s the poorest? You should immediately enlist the two missing Weasleys to prevent them from forever being unable to afford a broomstick." At this, the Weasley twins turned ashen, and Ron's face was about to explode from embarrassment, while the Slytherins roared with laughter. Hermione, unable to bear it any longer, interjected sharply. "At least none of the Gryffindor team members have to pay to gain a spot on the team. They all earn their places through merit." Draco's breath hitched, and his face flushed with indignation. In a fit of rage, he blurted out, "Nonsense. You insufferable little—" Draco, however, before the last two words escaped his lips, caught sight of Potter standing nearby, and clarity struck him, forcing him to restrain his words. Yet Hermione, perplexed, asked what? "He said you're a disgusting mudblood," Warrington interjected, completing Draco's sentence. In an instant, an explosive reaction erupted among the Gryffindors. Their female seeker hurled the quaffle forcefully at Draco, and the Weasley twins lunged at him. Montague shoved Draco aside to shield him from the quaffle, while Flint dashed in front of Draco to prevent the twins from tackling him. Bull and Derek charged in to assist Flint. Draco was knocked about, staggering backwards several steps before finally extricating himself from the fray. Clutching his head, he had just emerged when he heard Ron's furious cry, "You'll pay for this, Malfoy." A tremendous explosion reverberated throughout the stadium. Draco lifted his gaze and beheld Weasley, clutching his abdomen, staggering backward before collapsing onto the ground. A smirk danced upon Draco's lips. So, it was indeed Weasley's turn to unleash the slug-vomiting spell today. He found himself inevitably at odds with the trio, yet at least Weasley's misfortune unfolded as anticipated. Ron, are you all right?" Hermione shrieked as she rushed towards him. Ron's wand had shattered upon their collision with the Whomping Willow, and he had been in a state of disarray ever since. This incident marked a complete catastrophe, as the slug spell he had cast rebounded upon himself, resulting in Ron expelling an endless stream of slugs. Witnessing the scene firsthand, Draco could not suppress his laughter, even when he caught Harry's glare of animosity directed at him. However, deep down, he felt somewhat aggrieved. He had held back, considering it was actually Warrington who had suggested that he would have been better off dealing with it himself. Regardless, he still found himself the focal point of everyone's ire. Flint and the other Slytherin teammates were doubled over in laughter, while the twins abandoned their tussle with Flint to join Harry by Ron's side. Colin, who had somehow found his way nearby, was soon snapping pictures furiously with his camera. "Move aside, Colin," Harry shouted in frustration, turning to Hermione. He said, "We should hurry and get him out of here. Hagrid will surely have a remedy, and it's south the closest place." Hermione nodded vigorously, and together they hoisted Ron up, who was still continuously spewing forth glistening slugs. "Wow," Colin exclaimed, hastily capturing more images. Harry, exasperated, shoved him aside, while Draco quipped, "Don't forget to give me a few copies. I want the shot of him regurgitating slugs." "Get lost, Malfoy," Harry retorted angrily, with Ron, who was on the verge of tears from the slug ordeal, being dragged away swiftly by Harry and Hermione. The twins positioned themselves defiantly in front of Draco, ready to pounce again. Flint quickly pulled him behind himself. After all, He was the son of a significant benefactor, and Draco indeed had a remarkable talent for flying. Should he sustain any injury, finding another seeker would prove a challenge. Ever since the incident with Ron and the slugs, Harry had refused to acknowledge Draco, though the bulk of his disdain stemmed not merely from the slug incident itself, but from Draco's derogatory remarks about Hermione being a mudblood and his mockery of Ron. Previously, Harry had held a favorable impression of him last term, but it had become evident, as old Malfoy had anticipated, that Draco was merely interested in maintaining a relationship due to his reputation. Observing his demeanor towards his friends and other Gryffindors mirrored that of Slytherin. Hermione had pointed out that Parkinson had called her a mudblood on the train during their first year, and Draco had been present in that compartment. Meanwhile, Draco had succumbed to despair. Following the events surrounding the Philosopher's Stone last term, he had harbored some hopeful expectations, but now he had reverted to his former self. This term, he had no intention of risking a venture into the Chamber of Secrets or attempting to rescue Potter. After all, Potter didn't require his assistance. He was the boy who lived, and the one likely kidnapped was probably Potter's future girlfriend. What chaos would he cause by intervening? In truth, he could not fathom what was so remarkable about Weasley's sister. Draco snorted dismissively, as his current dilemma remained finding someone to experiment with the diary. After careful deliberation, Draco settled on Goyle. Although Goyle's father was also a Death Eater, Goyle himself was relatively obedient, appearing more reliable than Crabbe. Once he had made his choice, Draco wasted no time summoning Goyle to test the diary. The ease with which Goyle engaged with it left Draco questioning why he had ever thought to seek Potter's assistance. At this stage, both Goyle and Crabbe were exceedingly compliant, and upon reflection, it seemed improbable that the Dark Lord would concern himself with which Death Eater's son had penned a secret diary. It was merely Draco overthinking matters due to his own guilt. After Goyle had imitated Draco's writing in the diary, Draco finally felt reassured. The diary indeed possessed the ability to discern the writer's identity and kept secrets secure. After dismissing Goyle, he eagerly inscribed the words, Tom? This referred to the diary's original scribe, the individual who had created it, while Draco referred to it as the diary. It indicated that he could also be addressed by the name Tom Riddle. They had exchanged various thoughts about Tom Riddle, and apart from being a student at Hogwarts, the diary disclosed little else. The diary soon responded, Hello, Mr. Malfoy. The dream felt so vivid, as though he had truly experienced the 7 years within it. Yet upon waking, he recalled the events from the previous night with startling clarity. It was certainly not an ordinary dream, nor merely a typical prophetic vision. It bore the semblance of a prophecy. Thus, Draco wrote, Tell me about prophecy. Prophecy. The diary explained that while prophecies and seers share similarities, they are fundamentally different. Firstly, unlike the vague predictions of seers, it is said that a prophet can accurately foresee specific events, down to the time, place, and individuals involved. This precarious ability places prophets in constant danger, often subjecting them to abduction, torture, or even death, prompting some to conceal their identities and refrain from making prophecies. Furthermore, prophets are exceedingly rare and do not pass their abilities to their descendants. For instance, the renowned first prophet, Leo Shafik, has no known descendants who have emerged as prophets or even true seers. This information aligned with Draco's understanding. Prophets were exceedingly scarce and typically met untimely ends. Perhaps this scarcity explained why no prophets had appeared in nearly a millennium. How do prophets foresee the future? I do not know, Mr. Malfoy. I believe no one knows indeed. No one understood how prophets gained their foresight. Divination and astrology were laden with conjecture and speculation, rendering such precision improbable. However, in terms of accuracy, the events he recalled did not seem as precise as those attributed to prophets. For instance, last year, Longbottom had not, as he remembered, been punished alongside them in the Forbidden Forest, and Gryffindor had not triumphed over Slytherin but had jointly claimed the House Cup. After posing several questions, Draco remained perplexed about the nature of that dream, ultimately resigning himself to the uncertainty. Presently, he needed to document the dream's details to avoid forgetting everything later. Before he began writing, Draco hesitated for quite some time, finally inscribing in the diary, If I die, should a person named Harry Potter emerge, you may reveal to him everything I have written today. Understood, Mr. Malfoy. October 31st, 1992. Chapter 39, Halloween. Draco spent over a month reflecting and recording during his free time. Throughout this period, the diary, Tom, would engage him in discussions. Draco felt as though he had suddenly gained a friend, just as its creator had hoped. It was an intelligent and discreet companion. With its assistance, recording and organizing his thoughts became remarkably simple. However, approximately last weekend, after spending too long in the library, Draco fell ill. After all, to document these clandestine matters, he often occupied the solitary corner seat near the window. Yet, With the increasingly frigid weather since the beginning of the month, many had succumbed to colds, with the hospital wing daily witnessing students emerging with smoke billowing from their ears. Madam Pomfrey's revitalizing potion worked wonders for colds. But the side effect was that those who consumed the potion would experience smoke emanating from their ears for several hours, reminiscent of a steam train's whistle, albeit without the sound. Draco initially thought that the potion would tarnish his image, thus he was reluctant to consume it. However, with Halloween fast approaching and the Quidditch season about to commence, Flint could not allow him to languish in bed, frail and unwell. Consequently, Draco had no choice but to train atop his broomstick, even as smoke billowed around him. The October weather had been rather dreary. Yet with the onset of the new season, every team was eager to amplify their practice sessions. The applications to reserve the pitch had even extended into December, leading Madam Hooch to meticulously schedule their training slots for both morning and evening. Thus, despite the unfavorable conditions, they had to grit their teeth and persevere, uncertain if the subsequent reservations would prove even worse. Among all the teams, Gryffindor was undoubtedly the most fervent. Oliver would seize every opportunity to train his players. Even when other teams abandoned their practice due to heavy rain, he would promptly lead his team onto the field. Initially, Marcus Flint also attempted to contest the pitch with his Slytherin team, but upon returning, Draco consistently relapsed into illness, each bout appearing more severe than the last. Madame Pomfrey was infuriated, declaring that if this continued, she would urge Professor Dumbledore to bar Draco from participating in the matches, which prompted Flint to cease his rivalry with Wood. Nonetheless, Wood remained troubled, as Fred and George were constantly scouting Slytherin's condition. They had witnessed the remarkable speed of the Nimbus 2001, 7 green shadows darting through the air like jets, and noted that when Malfoy was not ailing, he flew with skill comparable to Harry's. Wood would often clap Harry on the shoulder, remarking, "Thank goodness our seeker isn't he pampered lordling languishing at home." Each time Harry encountered Draco, he felt a twinge of concern, albeit slight. Even in his sickly state, Draco remained as acerbic as ever. "Let go of me, Harry. I must pummel him into a pig's head." Ron fumed, attempting to shake free of Harry and Hermione's grasp. Hermione urged, "Before you manage to turn Malfoy into a pig's head, Crabbe and Goyle will have surely turned you into one." "Who said that?" Ron retorted, though he was already calming down. By this time, Draco had wandered off with Crabbe and Goyle, prompting Harry and Hermione to release Ron. "I told you not to provoke him. You can't outwit him, nor can you outmatch his lackeys," Hermione said impatiently. "But I speak nothing but the truth. He constantly boasts of his pure-blood superiority, yet look at his frail, sickly form. I doubt he'll reach adulthood." Ron continued to fume, adding that being poor was preferable to Draco's sickly appearance. In truth, his remark was about Draco's runny nose. "Harry," Ron snapped, glaring at Harry. "Let us hurry, it's almost 7. Nick's Death Day party should be starting soon," Hermione urged. Harry regretted his hasty agreement to attend nearly headless Nick's Death Day party. That day, after returning from Quidditch practice, he had collided with a disgruntled Filch, who insisted on punishing him for the mud he tracked in from outside. Fortunately, Nick had persuaded Peeves to drop a vanishing cabinet on Filch's office, which had effectively saved him from punishment. When Filch discovered a letter on his desk, he let Harry go without any repercussions. Feeling indebted to Nick for his assistance, Harry had promised to attend the party and advocate for him with the Headless Hunt. Recalling Nick's elated expression, Harry was determined not to disappoint him, especially since Hermione would not allow such a thing. However, today he had heard that this year's Halloween feast would be particularly splendid, piquing his curiosity. Hagrid's enormous pumpkins had been carved into lanterns, and Dumbledore had invited a dancing skeleton troupe to entertain the guests. Even after entering the magical world, Harry had yet to witness dancing skeletons. As Harry glanced back at the elusive Draco between Crabbe and Goyle, he imagined they would surely enjoy the feast. "Harry, what are you doing? Let us go." "Oh," Harry replied, turning back and hastily following Hermione and Ron. However, Draco was not enjoying himself at all. After catching a cold from Goyle, he found himself bedridden once more. After consuming Madame Pomfrey's potion, his ears were still emitting smoke, and his head felt heavy. Madame Pomfrey had suggested he might be developing a resistance to the potion and had already requested Snape to concoct a new remedy. But it likely wouldn't be ready until after Halloween. The flickering candles in the banquet hall were blinding, and the incessant clattering of the dancing skeletons on stage was irksome to Draco. Crabbe and Goyle, however, were relishing their meal, their plates piled high. Draco stood up, declaring, "I'm heading back. You may continue eating." "I'll return as well," Goyle hastily replied, oblivious to the sauce dripping onto his clothing. Crabbe quickly stuffed a chicken leg and sausage into his pocket as he stood. Draco regarded his attire with disdain, saying, "No need, you carry on. The potion is beginning to take effect. I merely have a slight headache. You'll fill the room with greasy odors. Goyle hesitated, reluctant to part with the food, but eventually nodded, and Crabbe, without further insistence, happily resumed eating. Draco rubbed his temples as he exited the banquet hall. He had initially hoped to discover who Slytherin's heir might be today. However, given his current dizziness and the smoke emanating from his ears, he knew he would undoubtedly reveal himself. Draco merely peeked at the staircase. Everyone was celebrating in the banquet hall, and the corridor was devoid of sound. He abandoned the idea of investigating further. What if the basilisk truly existed? Just as he turned to return to Slytherin, a sudden blur enveloped him, akin to falling into the soft embrace of his own bed at home. Even though Dottie had provided him with a similar mattress and quilt, nothing in school could compare to the rest he desperately needed. Perhaps the pudding hasn't been devoured yet. I truly hope there is something to eat, Ron mused, leading the way toward the staircase to the entrance hall. Just as Harry was about to respond, he suddenly heard a chilling, raspy voice whispering maliciously, "Tear and kill." "What? Harry?" Hermione noticed Harry's distress. "What's wrong? Did you hear that?" "What?" "Listen," Harry urged, scanning the surroundings, yet saw nothing. So hungry, kill you." Ron, suppressing his urge to indulge, returned to stand beside Harry. "It's time to kill you, tear you apart, eat." "I didn't hear anything," Ron said, curiously glancing at Hermione. "Did you hear it?" Hermione shook her head, but at that moment, Harry noticed the voice was growing fainter, seemingly moving, and heading upwards. Harry took a few steps in the direction of the sound, telling Ron and Hermione, "This way. Kill, kill, kill." "Harry, where are we going?" "Shoo." Harry gestured for silence. Straining to listen intently, it seemed someone was plotting to kill another. "Harry, maybe you misheard." "No, just a couple of days ago, I thought I heard it too." "I assumed I was mistaken," Harry replied, already ascending the stairs. Ron and Hermione exchanged concerned glances, helplessly following behind. At that moment, a voice echoed from higher up. "The scent of blood. He will kill," Harry exclaimed, disregarding Ron and Hermione's protests, and rushed up the stairs. He sprinted down the corridors in search, yet found nothing. The voice had vanished. Ron and Hermione followed closely behind, panting heavily, uncertain of what Harry was truly seeking. As they approached a dead end, Ron wiped the beads of sweat that threatened to drip into his eyes and inquired, "Harry, what's going on? What exactly did you hear?" Harry, feeling a twinge of uncertainty himself, suddenly spotted a figure lying in a shadowy corner as he dashed past the final wall. A large puddle of water, seemingly flowing continuously from the restroom, lay not far from the body. Chapter 40, The Attack. Ron and Hermione noticed as well, with Hermione exclaiming, "Oh my goodness! Who is that? Quick, go find Madam Pomfrey." Harry took a few steps forward and, upon catching sight of the person's hair, was struck by a foreboding sense of dread. He raced over. "Draco! Malfoy!" Ron followed suit, while Hermione had already dashed towards the hospital wing. Carefully, Harry turned Draco over. His eyes were tightly shut, and his complexion was as pale as parchment. A smudge of blood on his face suggested a possible nosebleed from the fall. After rolling Draco onto his back, one of his hands dangled in the water, and Harry quickly lifted it. His hand felt ice-cold, as if touched by frost. Ron, anxious, asked from behind, "Is he still alive?" "I don't know," Harry replied, worry etched on his face as he meticulously checked for wounds, silently praying for Hermione's swift return. Just then, Ron gasped sharply, Harry, look." "What?" Harry lifted his head, following Ron's gaze. On the wall before them, between two windows, some blood-red words had been smeared. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened once more. Beware of the one who opposes the heir." Beneath those words, a large puddle of crimson liquid spread ominously. "What is that hanging there?" Ron inquired. And Harry then noticed a shadowy figure dangling beneath the torch in front of the words. It was none other than Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat. Its tail was hooked over the torch bracket, its body stiff as stone, and its eyes bulged wide, fixed on the ground below. Ron glanced between Mrs. Norris and Draco, his voice trembling as he struggled to suppress his fear. "Perhaps we should not linger here." At that moment, a commotion erupted. The sound of hundreds of feet ascending the stairs echoed from both ends of the corridor. Students, laughing and jostling, surged into the passageway, only to be met with the sight of Draco on the ground, the hanging cat, and the ominous pool that resembled blood. The cacophony of chatter abruptly fell silent. In the ensuing stillness, Harry quickly released Draco's hand, instinctively trying to shield him. Just then, hurried footsteps approached from behind the students. Harry fervently hoped it was Hermione bringing Madam Pomfrey, but instead, it was Filch's irate voice that rang out. "What is going on here? What happened?" Filch swiftly pushed through the crowd to the front, and his eyes widened in horror as he first spotted Mrs. Norris. He staggered back, hands covering his face, unable to believe what he saw. "Oh my, Mrs. Norris? What happened to my cat?" It's you. You killed her," he shrieked, furiously lunging at Harry. It was only then that he noticed Draco lying on the ground, looking very much unwell. Who is that? You've murdered a student. Filch. A stern, elderly voice called out. Dumbledore arrived on the scene, followed closely by several other teachers. The students quickly parted to create a path, and in the blink of an eye, Dumbledore was beside Harry, crouching down to assess Draco's condition. Behind him, Snape's eyes widened in shock as he recognized the fallen figure. His countenance darkened, and he bellowed at Harry. What have you done to him? I know you have grievances against him, but I never imagined you would go so far as to kill him. Professor Snape, Dumbledore interjected firmly. Mr. Malfoy is not dead. He has merely fainted. Snape, upon hearing this, nearly shoved Ron aside as he crouched down on the opposite side of Draco. At that moment, Hermione and Madam Pomfrey finally arrived, both breathless. Dumbledore rose and addressed her, just in time. Poppy, I believe it would be prudent to conduct a thorough examination of Mr. Malfoy. Let me assist. Snape had already lifted Draco into his arms and nodded to Dumbledore before casting a suspicious glance at Harry and hastening away with Madam Pomfrey. But headmaster, my Mrs. Norris, Filch lamented, gently cradling her and weeping. Dumbledore stepped forward to inspect her, stating, she is still alive. Filch let out a joyful sob, and Dumbledore turned to the students, commanding, all right, everyone, return to your dormitories immediately and do not emerge. Except for you three, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, and Miss Granger. The prefects swiftly organized the students' departure, and the students, without hesitation, followed suit. Suddenly, Gilderoy Lockhart appeared, as if belatedly arriving, pushing through the throng of students. This must be a case of a stunning spell. I have witnessed others use this curse to interrogate criminals until they faint and never awaken. Filch began to weep anew, while Dumbledore took Mrs. Norris from him. Covering his face, unable to bear the sight, Dumbledore peered through his crescent-shaped glasses, scrutinizing Mrs. Norris closely before drawing his wand and murmuring an incantation while tapping her. However, there was no response. I recall encountering a remarkably similar incident during my time at Beauxbatons, Lockhart chimed in, detailed in my autobiography. At the time, she had been petrified. Dumbledore interrupted, indeed. Lockhart eagerly concurred, exactly. I believe that to be the case. It was his doing. It was him. Filch shrieked, his sagging face turning a deep shade of crimson as he pointed an accusing finger at Harry. Harry retorted loudly, I didn't touch Mrs. Norris. Nonsense. It was you. You murdered her. You saw my letter. I did not. Filch, a second-year student, could not possibly accomplish this, Dumbledore asserted firmly. This is a form of the most advanced dark magic. No, it was definitely him. You saw the words he wrote on the wall. Filch cried, his voice rising in hysteria. Harry, filled with anger, shouted again, I did not write that. He saw it in my office. He witnessed my rapid incantation letter. Filch's face contorted with horror, realizing he had exposed Harry as a squib. Argus, calm yourself. We can revive Mrs. Norris, Dumbledore reassured him. Madam Sprout recently acquired some young mandrakes. Once they mature, I have a potion that can restore Mrs. Norris to health. Let me brew it. Lockhart interjected. I have brewed this potion over 100 times. I could do it in my sleep. No one was interested in Lockhart's self-aggrandizement, and Filch joyfully embraced his cat, tears streaming down his face. Harry, concerned, turned to Dumbledore. What about Malfoy? He doesn't appear to be petrified either. I fear he may have taken an excessive dose of the calming draft. I have heard that the Slytherin team has been practicing in the rain lately, which has exacerbated his cold. Having indulged excessively, the cold remedy proved somewhat ineffective. Perhaps he believed that consuming more would lead to his recovery. Dumbledore wore a sympathetic expression, advising, therefore, you must also take care of your health. Harry nodded in agreement. Well then, you may take your leave. Upon hearing this, Harry, Ron, and Hermione hastily exited the corridor, making their way towards Gryffindor. Along the way, Harry quietly inquired, should I inform them about the voice I heard? No, don't. Ron replied without hesitation. Even in the wizarding world, hearing voices that others cannot is certainly not a good sign. But you believe me, right? Harry pressed. Hermione nodded. And Ron promptly asserted, of course I believe you. However, you must admit, it is rather unusual. I know it's peculiar. The entire situation is quite strange. And what about the words on that wall? What does it mean that the Chamber of Secrets has been opened? Oh, I seem to recall something about that, Ron said. Reminiscing. Someone mentioned to me that the Chamber of Secrets at Hogwarts was opened. Perhaps it was Bill. I can't quite remember. Well then, what is a squib? Harry asked. In stark contrast to wizards of Muggle descent, a squib is someone born into a wizarding family, but devoid of any magical abilities. Ron chuckled, covering his mouth. Ron. Hermione glared at him sternly. All right, it's not really funny, but considering Filch, it makes a lot of things clearer. For instance, why he despises students so much. Because he is envious of us. At that moment, a bell chimed. All right, it's already midnight, Hermione remarked. We should head back. We wouldn't want to be in trouble with Snape when he returns from the infirmary. Mentioning Snape reminded Harry of Draco, prompting him to exclaim, "Do you think Malfoy has truly overindulged in cold medicine? Isn't it obvious?" Ron replied gleefully, "He has been looking quite under the weather lately, and when we encountered him in the corridor this evening, he looked as if he might faint at any moment." Harry nodded, having also noticed that Draco appeared flushed and was coughing since that afternoon. However, Hermione interjected, "I find it rather odd. The Halloween feast was held in the Great Hall, while Slytherin's dormitory is in the basement. How could he have fainted alone on the third floor?" "You mean?" Chapter 41, Recovery. Draco awoke in the infirmary early the morning after the incident, feeling invigorated and remarkably well. However, he was somewhat bewildered as to why he was not in his bed in the dungeons. Soon, Madam Pomfrey arrived, carrying breakfast. She seemed rather displeased. "How dare you deceive me into believing that poor Mr. Goyle's cold had relapsed, requiring me to bring him medicine? The potion must be measured with utmost precision. Even a slight excess can be perilous, and you can soon double the amount." Draco weakly defended himself. "I really wasn't feeling well yesterday, feeling quite incredulous. The medicine had proven increasingly ineffective. Having taken 2 doses yesterday, he felt completely recovered today. Not yesterday, but the day before." Madam Pomfrey corrected him angrily. "You fainted in the corridor on the 3rd floor and nearly perished." "The 3rd floor corridor?" Draco repeated in astonishment. "Yes, fortunately someone found you," Madam Pomfrey continued. "Professor Snape worked tirelessly to concoct a new potion overnight, allowing you to recover so swiftly. Now, eat your breakfast and prepare to return to your dormitory for class. However, you must report to me every day for a physical examination for the next week." "Every day?" Draco exclaimed, confident in his recovery. He had been teased for his frequent illnesses and was reluctant to comply. But upon seeing Madam Pomfrey's fierce gaze, he relented. "Very well." After she departed, Draco sat on his bed, consuming his breakfast while his mind was preoccupied with the events of that evening. He vividly recalled that he had merely walked to the foot of the stairs before turning back, but what transpired afterward was a blur. He seemed to have collapsed onto his bed. But why did he faint on the 3rd floor? Draco quickly finished his meal, intending to return to the dungeons immediately. However, before he could rise from his bed, Dumbledore and Snape arrived, leaving Draco somewhat taken aback. They were there regarding the previous night's events. Dumbledore engaged in light conversation with Draco, though Draco felt unnerved by his benevolent smile. He would have preferred if Dumbledore regarded him with the same disdainful expression as Snape. "Mr. Malfoy, could you enlighten us as to why you abruptly departed the feast yesterday?" Dumbledore inquired gently. "I felt unwell and intended to return to my dormitory to rest." "If you were returning to the dungeons, why were you found in the corridor on the 3rd floor?" Snape interjected coldly. "Or do you know of a secret passage from the 3rd floor to the dungeons?" No, Draco protested. "I never made it to the 3rd floor. I had only just stepped out of the hall when I lost consciousness. The next thing I knew, I was here." Draco did not fully disclose the truth. He had collapsed at the foot of the stairs, yet he could not articulate why he had gone there. Snape scrutinized Draco's expression as he questioned, "Are you suggesting that someone rendered you unconscious and then deliberately transported you to the 3rd floor, merely to abandon you in the corridor?" "I don't know. I can't even be certain if someone attacked me. I had a terrible headache last night, and I can't ascertain whether I fainted on my own or if I was assaulted." This was the only truthful part of Draco's statement, and he conveyed it earnestly. Dumbledore asked, "Prior to your fainting, did you see anyone or anything unusual?" "No," Draco shook his head. "My head was pounding. I just wanted to return to my dormitory and sleep." "Do you feel better now?" Dumbledore inquired with concern. Very well," Draco replied. Dumbledore smiled. "This potion was specially brewed for you by Professor Snape overnight, but due to your previous overconsumption of cold medicine, you experienced some poisoning. Therefore, you must come here daily for checkups until the remnants are completely cleared from your system. Madam Pomfrey has already informed me." "Excellent. I believe, if you hurry, you might still make it in time for your first class this morning," Dumbledore cheerfully suggested. "All right." Once Dumbledore and Snape departed, Draco quickly changed into his clothes and suddenly discovered that his robe pocket contained a diary. He was uncertain when he had taken it out. It felt exceedingly unsafe. Although he had ensured that no one could see what he wrote, losing it would render all his previous records futile. Moreover, after the last incident involving Tom's casual remark, he realized that his writings should never be viewed by Potter. Potter, in his folly, would surely misinterpret them. And as a notorious gossip, he would undoubtedly share his findings with his trio of friends and Dumbledore. Thus, it was imperative that he safeguard the diary and keep its existence a secret. Upon returning to the dungeons, Draco intended to stow the diary securely before promptly gathering his books for class. However, upon entering the common room, he was surprised to find many people present, seemingly engaged in an animated discussion. As he entered, silence fell, and all eyes turned toward him. "Draco!" Pansy exclaimed, rushing over. Are you all right? I heard you were attacked by Potter. Potter? Who said I was attacked by Potter? Draco evaded Parkinson's embrace, only to be swiftly encircled by others. Filch claimed that Potter and Weasley had petrified his cat and knocked you unconscious. Nonsense. How could they possibly have knocked me out? Draco remarked, somewhat displeased. As he had surmised, he was likely embroiled in the initial attack upon hearing Dumbledore and Snape's inquiries. Rumor had it that Filch intended to punish Potter, which had prompted Potter's resentment and subsequent actions against his cat. Crabbe inquired whether they had quarreled that evening. It was whispered that Potter had opened the Chamber of Secrets to exact revenge on those who had wronged him. The Hufflepuffs claimed there was a considerable amount of blood on the ground. Draco reiterated, I did not encounter Potter, nor was I injured. I've been feeling unwell due to a recurring cold, as you all know. I should have returned with you that day. So should I, Crabbe and Goyle lamented. Do not wear such expressions. I do not require your care. Draco said impatiently. Now, if you do not mind, I shall go change for class. Finally free from the throng and preventing Crabbe and Goyle from following him, Draco relished a moment of solitude. He secreted his diary in the most concealed spot of his wardrobe before changing his clothes and departing. However, upon returning to the common room with his books, he found Crabbe and Goyle still waiting there, along with Zabini, Nott, Silas, and Parkinson, who had not departed. Zabini remarked, Draco, you have yesterday's books. It dawned on Draco that he had spent more than just one night in the infirmary. For the following days, everyone discussed the attack on him and Filch's cat that night, with some even approaching him to inquire about what had transpired. The rumor that Potter was the heir of Slytherin had spread, although some speculated that Draco himself might be the heir. Yet, it seemed illogical for the heir to unleash a monster only to be attacked by it, given the legend that Slytherin possessed absolute control over that secret creature. Draco had also visited the corridor where he had been discovered. The inscriptions on the walls remained, and Filch had moved a chair to guard the spot daily. Initially, Filch had sought him out to ask whether he had seen Potter that day, but now he began to suspect that Draco had attacked his cat. Yet, these matters did not trouble Draco as much as the incessant presence of Crabbe and Goyle, who seemed to shadow him at all times, even willing to accompany him to the library, making it difficult for him to discuss the recent attack with Tom. Furthermore, whenever Potter appeared, they readied themselves for confrontation, as if facing a formidable adversary. Together with Zabini, Nott, Silas, and Parkinson and her friends, Draco now found himself in a grand entourage wherever he went, reminiscent of the small faction he had formed in his dreams. However, this had rendered Madame Pants of the library quite unwelcoming towards him, and on several occasions, Potter appeared to want to speak to him, only to be intimidated by the throng. Draco too had questions for Potter, but it was not until the commencement of the first Quidditch match that he finally extricated himself from his entourage. Harry intercepted him on his way to the changing room. Although he had confirmed he was alone before stopping him, Harry still glanced over his shoulder. Seeing his demeanor, Draco chuckled. What is it, Potter? Planning to ambush me in the changing room this time? Malfoy, don't be ridiculous. I have no intention of attacking you. Harry retorted angrily. Then why are you here alone? I wanted to ask you why you were on the third floor that night. Harry inquired. Did Dumbledore not inform you? Harry shook his head. Draco smirked, but nonetheless replied. I lost consciousness on the first floor. I do not know why I ended up on the third. Lost consciousness? Did someone truly attack you? Harry asked, astonished. Did you see who it was? No one attacked me, Potter, Draco replied. I was ill that day, remember? If anyone had attacked me, I'm certain it would have been you. I would never attack you. Harry exclaimed, agitated. Humph. And who followed someone into the boys' bathroom to assault him in a dream? Granger. Perhaps? Draco sneered. Who knows? Harry's earlier tone had risen, prompting Flint to poke his head out of the changing room and shout as he rushed over. What are you going to do to him? Looks like your protector has arrived, Draco remarked, while Harry glanced back, intending to make a hasty exit. Draco quietly grasped Harry's arm, murmuring, You are the one who needs protection. Be careful. Don't push yourself too hard in catching the golden snitch. If anything goes awry, call off the match. Harry regarded Draco with suspicion, and just as Flint nearly reached them, Draco released Harry, who promptly darted into a nearby corridor. Are you all right? Flint asked. Draco replied lazily. It's just Potter. What could he do to me? Good. Then let us show them our new brooms and the skills we've honed in training. Draco responded breezily, though he cast a worried glance toward the direction in which Potter had departed. After systematically recalling and documenting his dreams, Draco had gained a clearer prescience of the events that were about to unfold. Potter's matches were always fraught with chaos, and this year, particularly perilous. Chapter 42, The Out-of-Control Bludger. After Flint and Wood exchanged fierce handshakes, the new Quidditch season commenced. Harry soared high, scanning above all heads for the golden snitch. Draco, not to be outdone, darted around like an arrow. Suddenly, a black bludger hurtled towards Harry, who narrowly dodged it. the ball grazing his scalp and leaving him drenched in cold sweat. "I warned you to be careful, Potter," Draco shouted from a short distance away. Harry had no time to respond when the bludger veered back in his direction again. George swooped in and struck the bludger toward Draco, who barely managed to pull up his broom in time to avoid it. "You all right, Harry?" George called. "I'm fine." However, before he could finish, the bludger abruptly changed course and zoomed directly at Harry's head. Harry quickly descended to evade it, while George swiftly flew up to strike the ball away again. Yet that bludger seemed bewitched, returning once more in pursuit. Harry accelerated, darting across the pitch, the bludger relentlessly tailing him. Fred noticed the commotion and positioned himself ahead. Harry made a sudden drop, and Fred swung with all his might, striking the bludger head-on, sending it flying away. "That did it," Fred exclaimed, relieved. However, he celebrated prematurely, as the bludger appeared magnetically attracted to Harry, who was like a magnet for it. The bludger frantically attempted to knock Harry off his broom, forcing him to desperately change directions and flee, while Fred and George closely flanked him, battling to strike the ball away. In the midst of their frantic maneuvers, Harry could only see their flailing arms and was unable to search for the golden snitch. But when he spotted Draco speeding in a particular direction, he immediately accelerated in pursuit. Fred and George's sweeping formations could not keep pace with him, but they quickly realized that Draco was likely chasing the golden snitch, and they relentlessly struck the bludger toward him. Even though the bludger continued to return and harass Harry, it significantly hindered Draco, who ultimately lost sight of the golden snitch and angrily ascended to search afresh. At this juncture, Fred fervently signaled toward Wood, who promptly received the cue and requested a timeout from Madam Hooch. Harry, Fred, and George descended to the ground, still contending with the now maddened bludger. "What is going on?" Wood exclaimed. "We've lost so many points." "Fred, George, where were you when Angelina was nearly struck by that rogue bludger?" George retorted angrily. "We were just 20 feet above her, trying to prevent Harry from being killed by another bludger." Fred chimed in. "I'm certain someone tampered with that ball. It has been relentlessly pursuing Harry. Even when it flew in front of others, it stubbornly turned back. This is utterly abnormal." "It's probably Malfoy," George asserted. "I just heard him threaten Harry." "Well, he did tell me to watch my back before the match," Harry mused, frowning. "He might genuinely believe I attacked him." "Huh. He must have done something to that bludger." Elias Pennant, the Seeker, suggested. "No. If we request an investigation, it would count as us conceding to Slytherin. If Malfoy is behind this, we absolutely cannot let him have his way," Harry declared resolutely. Turning to the Weasley twins, "You don't need to hover around me incessantly. Unless the golden snitch decides to fly into my sleeve, I will have no chance of catching it. Listen, just play normally and protect the others. I can handle that rogue ball myself." "Don't be foolish, Harry," Fred warned. "It'll smash your head to bits." But Harry was insistent. It was evident that Draco flew just as well as he did. If the match continued like this, losing to him was merely a matter of time. "This is all your fault, Wood," George exclaimed angrily. "Win or die on the field? You're mad to say such things before a match." Wood glanced at Harry and then at the Weasley twins, clearly torn. At that moment, Madam Hooch approached them and asked Wood, "Is it time? Can the match resume?" Wood looked at Harry, who nodded firmly, and after a moment's hesitation, he said, "All right. I suppose we can continue, Madam Hooch." As the match resumed, Draco angrily soared near Harry, shouting, "Why aren't you stopping the match? Let your schemes prevail." Harry shouted back, and suddenly he twisted downwards to evade the approaching bludger, which then hurtled towards Draco. George sent another bludger Draco's way, forcing him to ascend quickly to avoid the two balls coming from different directions. Fortunately, they weren't both madly pursuing him. Without capturing the golden snitch, the Quidditch match would not cease. Draco, infuriated, resolved to ignore Harry's fate, but still needed to seize the snitch as swiftly as possible. Harry began to zigzag, spin, and dive, evading the relentless pursuit of the bludgers. Yet, every time Draco appeared to spot the snitch, he would swiftly chase after it with his bludger. After yet another missed opportunity, Draco nearly found himself toppled from his broom by Harry. Unable to contain his frustration, he yelled at Harry, "Scarhead, can't you practice your ballet properly? You're like a third bludger." The bludger continued its relentless chase, and as Harry dodged it once more, he turned to glare at Draco, only to suddenly spot the golden snitch just behind Draco's neck, who was obliviously glaring at Harry. In a swift maneuver, Harry spun around, pretending to fly erratically, fearing that if he charged straight at Draco, he would discover the snitch behind him. However, he became so focused on the snitch and Draco that he inadvertently slowed down. Bang! The bludger finally struck him, colliding heavily with his arm, and Harry felt certain his arm was broken. The pain seared through him, and he felt a bit dizzy as he almost slipped sideways, narrowly avoiding a fall by gripping his broom tightly with his legs and steadying himself with his other hand. Yet soon the bludger launched another attack, this time aiming for his head. With no other option, Harry dashed straight towards Draco, hoping the latter would be startled enough to veer away rather than retreat. At that moment, Draco had turned to shout at Flint, "Stop the match!" With one hand. Harry could not maneuver around Draco, but judging the distance to the snitch, he still felt a glimmer of hope despite Draco's obstruction. Accelerating forward, his right hand hung limply by his side. He released his uninjured hand from the broom and extended it straight out. When Draco turned back, Harry was almost upon him, teetering dangerously on the brink of falling off his broom, appearing as if he were reaching out for help. Draco hesitated for a mere moment, but ultimately did not evade. Yet, just as Draco reached out to catch him, Harry veered slightly downward, his head colliding forcefully with Draco's chest. In an instant, Draco felt as though his heart had stopped for several seconds as Harry crashed into him, and they plummeted rapidly towards the ground. A cacophony of gasps erupted from the crowd below, and numerous slowing and levitating spells were cast, but they ultimately crashed down with a heavy thud. Amidst the whistle and the many cries of surprise, Harry rolled off Draco, who lay on the ground, coughing violently. Cough, cough. Are you insane? Why didn't you slow down? As Draco sputtered, the voice of Lee Jordan echoed through the broadcast. Harry Potter has caught the golden snitch. Gryffindor wins. Draco turned to Harry in disbelief, his face a portrait of betrayal. Harry had no doubt that Draco had intended to save him, extending his hand to catch him. However, having missed that opportunity, with only one hand remaining, he had surely failed to seize the golden snitch, causing Gryffindor to lose the match. Yet, seeing Draco's expression, Harry felt a pang of discomfort, unsure of what to say as a throng of people rushed over to surround them. The fastest among them was a young Gryffindor boy, who began snapping pictures even before reaching them. Draco, standing up angrily, shouted at him, "Get lost!" Flint was the first to arrive at Draco's side, yelling, "You didn't even see the golden snitch right behind you, and you let Potter knock you off your broom. You said it was behind me. I don't have eyes on my back." Draco shot back, equally furious. Flint's anger escalated as he roared, "All you had to do was turn around. Draco, are you all right?" Flint's shouting was interrupted by Pansy's shrill voice as Draco's devoted entourage quickly gathered around him. Flint wanted to berate Draco further, but Zabini interjected, after falling from that height. "You need to see Madam Malkin." Though Draco felt only a dull ache in his chest and soreness all over, remaining there would only fuel his anger. So he nodded and followed Zabini off the field without looking back. While Draco believed there was no need to visit the hospital wing, Harry yearned to seek Madam Malkin immediately. However, he was caught by Lockhart, forced to watch as Draco, clutching his chest, was escorted away by a throng of admirers. Lockhart flashed his dazzling smile, displaying a row of gleaming teeth, and addressed Harry and the anxious Gryffindor students surrounding him. "Don't worry, Harry. I will heal you." "No," Harry replied nervously. "Just leave it as it is. Thank you very much. Don't fret. It's just a very simple spell. I've healed countless people with it. Rest assured." Lockhart reassured him, picking up Harry's hand. "No, just take me to the hospital." Harry winced through gritted teeth. He certainly ought to visit the hospital, Wood remarked. Despite his injuries, Harry could not suppress the smile on his face. That last move was simply magnificent. You caught the golden snitch and knocked a Slytherin player off their broom. Truly spectacular. It has always been them who knock others down. Through the throng of legs surrounding him, Harry glimpsed Fred and George effortlessly depositing the dejected bludger into its box. Suddenly, he was jolted back to reality as Lockhart brandished his wand towards Harry's arm. "No, stop," Harry weakly protested. "It won't hurt, I assure you," Lockhart smiled, then uttered a spell with a flourish, the tip of his wand emitting a bright light. Harry could hardly bear to look. Yet a sensation akin to an electric shock coursed through him, radiating from his shoulder to his fingertips, as if a pump were rapidly draining his arm. Desperately, Harry turned his head away, but the sound of collective gasps filled the air, followed by the familiar crackling noise. "No, don't take that photo. Colin," he shouted. "Oh, sorry," Colin replied, as Harry glanced at his arm, which no longer hurt, yet felt utterly numb. "Ah," Lockhart remarked. "Well, sometimes little accidents occur. But the important thing is that it doesn't hurt at all now, right? It will never hurt again, and there will be no fractures." "Fractures?" Hagrid exclaimed from behind. "His entire arm is devoid of bones." Lockhart elegantly disregarded Hagrid's comment and turned to Hermione and Ron. "Well then, Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, could you kindly accompany Harry to the hospital? Madam Pomfrey should be able to make a few adjustments." Ron and Hermione, now devoid of any annoyance, struggled to help Harry to his feet, while Harry gazed at his right sleeve, which protruded like a completely rubbery prosthetic arm, feeling as if he were on the verge of fainting. Chapter 43, The Second Attack. Madam Pomfrey was quite displeased. "Why didn't you come to me directly? I could have set your bones in just a second, but now they must regrow." "That is possible, isn't it?" Harry asked nervously. Of course. But it will hurt a bit, Madam Pomfrey replied tersely, tossing a set of hospital robes at Harry. You'll need to stay here overnight. With that, she turned to Draco, saying, I believe there's nothing major, though it would be wise for you to stay for observation, given that you've just been injured. No, I don't think that's necessary, Draco replied firmly, though he still felt a twinge of pain in his elbow and discomfort in his chest. However, on the night of Potter's victory in the hospital, the heir of Slytherin would likely open the Chamber of Secrets once more. It was safer for him to remain in the dungeons. The last time, he had inadvertently crossed paths with the heir during their nocturnal activities, which had resulted in him being dumped on the 3rd floor. Hearing Draco's words, Madame Pomfrey relented. Very well, you may leave. With that, she stepped out to fetch medicine for Harry. As Ron helped Harry draw the curtains around the bed, Draco noted Harry's hand and remarked with a smirk. It seems quite resilient, Potter. Lockhart finally got something right. Malfoy, Ron shouted angrily. Oh, let it go, Ron, Harry quickly interjected, but when he turned back to Draco, he had already made his way to the door. As Draco exited the infirmary, he found the corridor empty, having just witnessed Madame Pomfrey ushering away the visitors. Alone for the first time, he hesitated, contemplating whether to sneak into the trophy room, when he was suddenly collided with by someone rushing down the stairs. Are you blind? Draco angrily scolded, clutching his chest. Did everyone today have to bump into him? It was Colin, the young boy who had been taking photographs, still dangling a camera around his neck, while pictures scattered chaotically from his hands. Upon seeing Draco, he recoiled in fear. I am sorry. Draco, disinterested in furthering the matter, shot him a glare and proceeded down the stairs. Colin hurriedly gathered the fallen photos and dashed back toward the infirmary. At the lower level, Draco paused, glaring at the ground for several seconds, torn in internal conflict, before finally bending down to retrieve a discarded photo. It captured the moment when Potter had just fallen to the ground during the match. Draco's face twisted in anger as he glared at Potter, who appeared innocent, likely in response to the match results. Frustrated, Draco rubbed his temples, contemplating tearing the photo apart. Suddenly, a voice called from behind, startling him. Without thinking, he quickly stuffed the photo into his pocket and turned around. What are you doing standing here? Zabini approached. Is your body all right now? Yes, I'm fine, Draco replied, joining Zabini as they made their way back to the dungeons. The atmosphere in the common room was rather dismal following their loss. Some blamed Draco for Slytherin's defeat, while others believed it solidified the suspicions surrounding Potter's earlier attack on him. Not fell into the latter category, immediately suggesting several ways for Draco to seek revenge. Draco waved his hand dismissively, indicating his desire to retreat to the dormitory for some rest. While not sympathetically patted him on the back and continued his discussion with Sirius, Zabini decided to remain above, while Crabbe and Goyle insisted on following Draco down. Frustrated, Draco wished they would betray him already. Their constant presence hindered his ability to act independently. Fortunately, despite their insistence, Draco resolutely refused them, reiterating several times that Potter would not sneak into their dormitory to attack him, until they finally acquiesced. With everyone still in the common room, the dormitory was empty. Draco retrieved his diary from the cabinet and sat at his desk, informing Tom of the events concerning the 3rd floor corridor and the bludger. Tom concurred, suggesting that he had likely been moved to the 3rd floor by the heir of Slytherin after fainting, perhaps to exacerbate the situation. Do you believe there is truly a basilisk in the chamber? Draco wrote. Perhaps. Basilisks have exceptionally long lifespans, and no one knows how many years they can live. However, you need not worry. You are a pure-blood wizard yet in that dream. The last victim, Ginny Weasley, was also a pure-blood wizard, and the Weasleys were among the 28 sacred families. Perhaps it is because the heir of Slytherin wishes to meet Harry Potter, as Parseltongue is indeed a rare talent. You mentioned that Ginny Weasley would eventually become Harry Potter's girlfriend. Perhaps he had already fallen for her by then. Draco frowned, as footsteps echoed outside. He quickly closed the diary and lay down on his bed. Shortly thereafter, Zabini and the others entered, speaking softly. Draco had initially intended to feign sleep, but he soon drifted into genuine slumber. That night, just as in his dream, Colin Creevey was indeed petrified, and his camera was utterly destroyed. Almost overnight, news spread throughout the school, with rumors swirling among all houses and suspicion rife among the students. However, in a slight deviation from Draco's dream, Colin's attack did not occur on the stairs descending from Gryffindor Tower, but rather outside the infirmary, where it was speculated that he had attempted to sneak out to see Harry when he fell victim. Harry's culpability appeared to deepen, with even lower-year Muggle-born students beginning to avoid him. Meanwhile, a trend emerged within the school, with students sporting protective charms, talismans, and various other odd items to safeguard themselves. Compared to other houses, the members of Slytherin appeared rather untroubled, They regarded the petrification of the mudbloods from Gryffindor as indicative of a larger issue, particularly as Draco, a pure-blood Slytherin, remained unscathed. Draco himself harbored some concerns, uncertain whether the basilisk could distinguish between purebloods and mudbloods. He suspected that his own escape was merely due to having lost consciousness that day. Naturally, if the heir had absolute control over the creature, it would stand to reason that indiscriminate attacks would be avoided. Nevertheless, despite his worries, Draco could not resist mocking Longbottom for his foul stench of onions and decay, which nearly rendered anyone who approached him unconscious. One morning, an owl delivered a letter. The Ministry of Magic had conducted 2 surprise inspections at Malfoy Manor, and Lucius suspected a third would follow. Consequently, Narcissa wrote to Draco, advising him not to return home for Christmas, as each search resulted in chaos and disorder. Initially, Draco had intended to go back this year, especially since he had been plagued by nightmares lately. Zabini remarked that Draco appeared to be on the verge of another cold. Ultimately, however, Draco signed his name on the list of those not returning home. With his decision, Crabbe and Goyle also readily added their names. My stepfather seems to be nearing his end. The Pharaoh's powder my mother brought back from Egypt has proven ineffective, Zabini lamented. I must return to see him one last time. He has always treated us kindly. Then go back. Why are you telling me? Draco replied, perplexed. As not only Zabini but also Parkinson, Nott, Silas, and even Gant had previously come to him to explain that his staying behind meant no one else could return home. Yet Zabini looked at Draco earnestly and said, You have been looking quite concerning lately. At times, it feels as though you are, he faltered, unsure how to articulate his thoughts. Like what? Draco pressed. I cannot put it into words, Zabini shook his head. But one night, I woke up to find you standing by the window. I called to you, but you didn't respond for quite some time. Eventually, you turned to me and smiled before returning to bed. It was nothing, really, just a rather unsettling smile. Draco frowned, pondering for a long while. I have no memory of that, but I have been having nightmares recently. Perhaps I suffer from somnambulism? Perhaps you should consult Madam Pomfrey. She surely has remedies for sleepwalking or nightmares. Draco nodded indifferently, as he was reluctant to seek Madam Pomfrey's assistance. Since the last incident with an overdose of cold medicine, she had made quite a spectacle of his visits to the infirmary. The most recent encounter in the castle had seen her attempt to take him back for an examination. Thus, Draco now endeavored to avoid any vicinity near the infirmary. However, fate dealt him a cruel hand during potions class when someone deliberately blew up Goyle's cauldron, causing a swelling potion to erupt and splatter the entire class. Draco's proximity left him no room to evade the mess. Despite his efforts to shield his face, his arms, back, and other parts of his body swelled like balloons. A cacophony of screams filled the air as students scrambled to escape, yet at least half of them were doused, most of whom were Slytherins. This incident was one Draco failed to document in his diary, and he was uncertain if it had even occurred in his dreams. Goyle was not markedly better at potion making than Longbottom, having caused several similar mishaps. However, Draco was certain this time it was not Goyle's fault. He had just checked on him and found nothing amiss that would precipitate an explosion. Amidst the chaos, Snape bellowed, Silence! Silence! Those splattered with potion. Come to me for a de-swelling remedy. Draco was the first to down the antidote, but even as the others returned to normal, the back of his head remained twice its original size, and his arms were thicker than those of Crabbe and Goyle, who had already recovered. He appeared exceedingly bizarre and felt a heavy ache in his head. Ultimately, Snape had no choice but to hasten him to the infirmary. As they departed, Snape turned and ominously declared, Once I determine who threw fireworks into another's cauldron, I will ensure their expulsion. Harry desperately tried to mask his confusion, but once they left, he turned to Ron and lamented, He must suspect me. He cannot prove it was you, Ron reassured him. Chapter 44, The Dueling Club. Harry felt an undercurrent of worry. It wasn't just Snape's possible suspicions, but Draco seemed increasingly serious. Why did others recover after taking the de-swelling potion while he did not? During dinner that evening, Harry kept an eye on the Slytherin table. Crabbe and Goyle had come to eat, yet Draco was absent. Do you think something might have gone wrong? He asked, a hint of guilt in his voice. Not at all. It's merely a bit of swelling potion. Madam Pomfrey will surely have him right as rain, Hermione reassured him. Perhaps Goyle mismeasured something, Ron speculated. Look, everyone else is fine. I think Malfoy must have stood too close and gotten splashed too much. Which is why he won't come to eat. We all know how vain he is. Just think about how much time he must spend on that hairstyle. He might even be close to matching the time it takes for Lockhart to polish his teeth. Hearing the jab about Lockhart, Hermione quickly interjected, Ron, Lockhart is our teacher. He must maintain his appearance. So is Snape, and he doesn't even wash his hair, Ron countered. Just then, Snape's chilling voice echoed from behind. If you devoted as much attention to your potion studies as you do to my hair, perhaps you might pass this term. The three were startled. and Snape strode toward the staff table, prompting them to hastily finish their meals and leave the dining hall. On their way back to the common room, Ron voiced his concerns. That was a threat, wasn't he? Do you think he could really fail me? As long as you manage to pass the exam, you'll be fine, Hermione replied nonchalantly. However, Ron's face fell in despair. Then I'm definitely going to fail. On a brighter note, their Polyjuice potion was nearing completion. This endeavor had likely breached 100 school rules, necessitating them to find a concealed spot for brewing. Yet, given that a second attack had occurred, Harry was relieved they had begun this endeavor after the previous incident. Interestingly, it was Hermione who had conceived the idea, believing that even if Draco was not the heir of Slytherin, he might possess valuable knowledge. Can you imagine how it feels for the model student? Who is the least inclined to break rules, to urge you to flout them? Thus, although Harry and Ron had not taken the matter seriously at the time, they had never opposed her suggestion. The Polyjuice potion was an exceedingly complex concoction, and they had to finagle a signature from Lockhart to borrow the book containing the recipe from the restricted section. However, several ingredients were beyond their reach, which was why they had blown up Goyle's cauldron to create a diversion to steal from Snape's private stores. Hermione claimed that the potion would be ready in no more than 2 weeks. Harry fervently wished for it to be completed sooner, as Draco had been imparting an increasingly peculiar vibe lately. This odd sensation reached its zenith during the dueling club a week later, an event proposed and hosted by Lockhart to teach students some dueling skills for their self-protection. Of course, he likely intended merely to showcase his splendid dueling stance. Unfortunately, he chose Snape as his assistant to demonstrate the duel alongside him. It was nothing short of a tragicomedy. Before Lockhart could fully execute his flamboyant dueling pose, he was sent sprawling by Snape's disarming charm. Hermione, anxiously straining to catch a glimpse of Lockhart's condition, whispered to Harry and Ron, "Last year, Malfoy used that disarming spell to snatch my wand. It must be Snape who taught him." Lockhart, curled on the ground, took a considerable time to rise. Although he proclaimed that he could have effortlessly countered Snape's spell, sacrificing himself merely for demonstration's sake, he had no desire to engage in another display with the menacing Snape. Harry noticed Lockhart's gaze searching the crowd and instinctively shrank back behind Ron. Yet he was swiftly discovered. "Oh, Harry," Lockhart exclaimed with delight, "why don't you and Mr. Weasley demonstrate?" Initially, this did not seem too dire, but Snape interjected, "Weasley's wand is prone to mishaps even with the simplest of spells. If Potter is injured, someone will have to escort him to the hospital wing. I suggest Draco step forward." Draco emerged from the Slytherin ranks, wearing an elegant smile, and approached Harry. "Very well. Now face your partner and bow," Lockhart commanded, stepping aside. As Harry observed Draco bend at the waist, he too hurriedly bowed. Upon rising, Draco lowered his voice and said, "Let's see what you can truly do." "What?" Harry was taken aback. Draco had already turned with a smile and walked away. "Harry, you need to step back," Lockhart reminded him. Harry turned, feeling a peculiar strangeness about Draco. Even his smile seemed different, as if he were genuinely interested in him. "All right, now turn around," Lockhart announced loudly. "Raise your wands and prepare. When I count to 3, cast your spells. Remember, only disarming. I do not wish for any accidents. Now ready? 1, 2, 3. Harry abruptly raised his wand and shouted, "Expelliarmus." To his dismay, Draco completed his incantation even sooner. An explosive sound erupted as a robust black serpent burst forth from the tip of his wand, crashing heavily onto the floor, which reverberated with a dull thud. Although Harry's disarming spell was also cast, Draco merely sidestepped to evade the red light emanating from Harry's wand. The conjured serpent, enraged by its fall, lifted its head, fixing its gaze upon Harry, preparing to strike. Harry watched it nervously, suddenly realizing that the disarming spell likely had little effect on a serpent, unless its fangs could fly like a wand, perhaps transforming it into a vase. He had been practicing that in Transfiguration class recently, but with little success. Having savored Harry's fearful expression long enough, Snape sauntered forward, declaring, "Allow me to vanquish it." "Don't move. Let me handle this," Lockhart interjected, rushing up and dramatically waving his wand while shouting the incantation. With a tremendous crash, the serpent was hurled high into the air, only to crash heavily back to the ground, still very much present and increasingly agitated. It hissed furiously, slithering towards the nearest boy, raising its head to reveal its venomous fangs, poised to attack. Before Harry fully comprehended the situation, he dashed forward and shouted at the serpent, "Stop, don't attack him." Miraculously, the serpent seemed momentarily bewildered, glancing back at Harry and then at Justin, as if contemplating, before ultimately sheathing its fangs and returning to the ground, obediently gazing at Harry. Harry felt his heartbeat gradually return to normal, the fear dissipating, and he looked delightedly at the boy, who was Justin from Hufflepuff, with whom he had previously conversed. However, Justin appeared utterly terrified. his face a mask of shock and anger as he shouted, "What did you just do?" Before Harry could respond, Justin had already turned and fled the hall. Snape, furrowing his brow, scrutinized Harry several times before stepping forward to wave his wand, transforming the serpent into a cloud of black smoke. The hall fell silent. All eyes fixed upon him, rendering Harry somewhat uncomfortable. Snape regarded him with a mixture of surprise and cunning, then turned his gaze towards Draco. Following Snape's gaze, Harry noticed that among the crowd, only Draco wore a faint smile, seemingly unfazed. Whispers began to circulate among the onlookers, casting fearful glances at Harry. Ron promptly approached and tugged at Harry's sleeve, urging, "We need to go. Harry, quickly." Harry turned, and Ron solemnly nodded at him, leading him out of the hall, with Hermione hastening alongside them. As they moved closer, everyone around them swiftly parted, as if wary of inciting trouble. Just before exiting, Harry glanced back at Draco, who was now conversing with Snape, yet his gaze remained fixed intently on Harry, the faint smile on his lips unmistakably widening as Harry turned away. Once back in the deserted common room, Harry confided in Ron and Hermione. "Malfoy must be up to something. It was intentional." "He certainly is," Ron replied, pushing Harry into an armchair and seating himself in another. "Why have you never told us you can speak Parseltongue?" "What?" Harry asked, perplexed. "Parseltongue," Ron exclaimed. "It means you can talk to snakes." "What's wrong with that? Surely many people can do it?" However, through Ron's explanation, Harry learned that not everyone could converse with snakes, and others couldn't even comprehend what he was saying. Thus, when he spoke to the serpent while rescuing Justin, it likely sounded to others as though he was inciting the serpent to attack. To make matters worse, Hermione informed him that speaking Parseltongue was a renowned ability of Salazar Slytherin, and for over 1,000 years, only he and his descendants had possessed such a gift. Given that Salazar Slytherin lived over a millennium ago, it was plausible that Harry could be one of his descendants. That night, Harry found it nearly impossible to sleep. Knowing next to nothing about his father's family, the Potters, the Dursleys had never shared any information about them, nor had anyone ever sought him out. Harry could only imagine that following the day's events, everyone would assume he was a descendant of Slytherin, the one who had opened the Chamber of Secrets. Yet, he was certain that he had not opened it. Initially, he had been skeptical of Hermione's suspicions regarding Draco, but now he too harbored doubts. Draco had undoubtedly released that serpent on purpose. He might have known Harry was a Parselmouth. Could it be that Draco himself was also a Parselmouth, hiding the fact? Moreover, Draco had been behaving quite strangely of late. Although he continued to strut about, surrounded by a throng of Slytherins as usual, there was something off about him. Not only had his complexion, which had been slightly flushed since the last attack, begun to pale again, but he also exuded an overall oddness. Ron and Hermione insisted he was no different than before, yet Harry sensed some ineffable change, perhaps in his gaze. The way he looked at Harry made him distinctly uncomfortable. In the past, even when Draco appeared unfriendly, his eyes held little malice. Thus, his taunts or jibes felt more like playful banter between longtime friends than genuine aggression. Were they once friends? It was during their initial encounter in Diagon Alley that he exuberantly rushed over to embrace him, exclaiming, "Potter, do you know me?" Harry, shrouded in his blankets, curled up tightly. Draco must have been in some sort of predicament. Chapter 45, Christmas Gifts. Draco was quite certain that something was amiss. He had recently begun to feel as though he were coming down with a cold, and certain memories seemed hazy. Initially, he attributed this to his illness. But a few days prior, he started to suspect that someone had cast the Dementor's curse upon him. His first suspicion fell upon Hagrid, as records indicated that it was Hagrid who had unleashed the monster 50 years ago, leading to his expulsion from Hogwarts. However, following the events at the dueling club yesterday, while Draco was convinced that he had indeed been subjected to the curse, he ruled out Hagrid as the culprit. Perhaps Hagrid had reopened the Chamber of Secrets. But it certainly was not he who had cast the curse upon Draco. Upon careful reflection, it became evident that his memories began to feel surreal after returning from the hospital wing, as if they were not his own experiences, but rather someone had implanted those memories into his mind. Although he could not pinpoint exactly when things started to feel off, the entire time frame in which Snape had escorted him to the hospital wing and back to Slytherin was clear. He had not left the dungeons until attending the dueling club. Thus Hagrid could not have cast a spell upon him. Draco was certain that he had been subjected to the Dementor's curse the moment he left the dungeons, for he had no intention of attending that disastrous dueling club event. Yet, he went nonetheless, and like in his dreams, transformed into a serpent, exposing Potter's ability to speak Parseltongue. Draco did not wish to suspect Snape, but it appeared that he was the most likely suspect, especially since he had taught the spell that inadvertently exposed the incident. However, it must be said that apart from his somewhat menacing demeanor, Snape was not entirely unkind to Slytherin students, particularly to Draco himself. On a more optimistic note, if the curse were to be controlled effectively, it would not cause significant harm. Regardless, Draco had begun researching the brain-locking charm since last year, and had made some preliminary progress. This spell would prove crucial in the later stages of his dreams. Unlike other advanced spells, failure in the brain-locking charm would not result in personal harm. Although his progress was slow due to the lack of training, he was certain that if someone attempted to access the memories he worked so hard to conceal, he would sense it. Yet, the events of yesterday left Draco unsettled. It seemed as though the individual controlling him was well aware of Potter's secret ability. Perhaps his brain-locking charm was still too weak? After all, Snape was an expert in this area. Draco felt a growing frustration. Unable to untangle his thoughts and uncertain of whom to consult, he could not rely on anyone from Slytherin. Potter was out of the question. And Dumbledore. He recalled from his dreams that Dumbledore had steadfastly believed Snape was on his side until the very end. The more he pondered, the more agitated he became. And soon he felt a throbbing pain in his head, causing him to collapse back onto his bed with a thud. Since awakening that morning, he had felt particularly fatigued. So when Crabbe came to summon him for History of Magic class, he was nearly asleep. Drowsily, he requested them to fetch him a leave of absence, claiming that his cold had resurfaced, and then he succumbed to a deep slumber. To his surprise, upon awakening, he learned that Justin Finch-Fletchley and the Gryffindor ghost Nick, who had been frightened off by Potter yesterday, had been attacked. Draco's brow furrowed, momentarily sensing something amiss flickering through his mind, but he could not grasp it. Many individuals were attacked in his dreams, yet to Draco, they merely represented numbers, and he could only vaguely recall which houses they belonged to. Aside from the initial attack pulling him into the fray, things had thus far mirrored his dreams, so Draco did not feel overly concerned. After all, Potter would ultimately resolve the issue. He figured he should focus more on his health. Perhaps he ought to return home for Christmas and have Lucius take him to St. Mungo's for an examination. It was merely a minor flu. After all, why did it keep recurring? However, ultimately, Draco did not board the Hogwarts Express back to London, as he fell ill again on the day before the holiday. He had no choice but to seek out the hospital wing, where Madam Pomfrey, predictably alarmed, conducted a thorough examination and insisted that he be hospitalized. Though he was most reluctant, Madam Pomfrey was the only person at Hogwarts whose authority even Dumbledore respected, compelling Draco to comply and lie down on the hospital bed. Crabbe and Goyle insisted on staying with him until just before dinner. Their attentiveness, while slightly irritating, did alter Draco's perception of them. They were too dim-witted to feign such concern. After dinner, Madame Pomfrey presented him with a large vial of a potion that shimmered with a beautiful red hue, yet emitted a scent reminiscent of hell. She claimed it was a fortified version of the special potion tailored specifically for his constitution. Draco hesitated, eyeing the potion skeptically, which displeased Madame Pomfrey greatly, but ultimately, he drank it, knowing that Snape's potions were of high quality. Surprisingly, despite its foul aroma and taste, the potion brought a wave of comfort, coursing through him like a warm current, dispelling all chill and discomfort, enveloping him in a state of languid bliss. It felt as though he were basking in the sun on a serene day, reclining in a chair outside a cozy cottage. The enhanced potion proved remarkably effective. When the first light of Christmas morning streamed through the window, Draco awoke feeling rejuvenated. Returning to the dungeons, he found that the Christmas gifts had already accumulated in the common room. Crabbe and Goyle sat beneath the Christmas tree, eagerly unwrapping their presents while munching on treats. Narcissa and Lucius had sent him an abundance of Christmas gifts, with his favorite being an exquisite serpent-shaped tie clip. Other classmates had also sent gifts, and Draco was relieved that they did not send him the same food-laden offerings they had sent to Crabbe and Goyle. Zabini had gifted him a questioning sphinx, while Nott had presented him with an entire set of premium broom care supplies. Staying at Hogwarts during Christmas was relatively tranquil, as most students had returned home, leaving the common room rather deserted. Moreover, since first-year students could not venture to Hogsmeade, the atmosphere became a tad monotonous. However, given that he had been ill recently, Draco now needed to dedicate time to preparing and sending out Christmas gifts for others. Fortunately, he had already prepared gifts for Lucius and Narcissa, while he could simply find random items to send to the others. The only hassle was that he had to ascend to the Ollery to send them off, which was quite a trek from the dungeons, especially with multiple parcels in tow. The Ollery was as chaotic as he remembered it, while not filthy. The flurry of owls coming and going left the small space filled with feathers. Draco frowned, eager to complete the task quickly. After Crabbe and Goyle had set down Draco's parcels, they rummaged through their pockets for snacks, but by the time they finished their treats, Draco had yet to send out all his gifts. Due to the festive season, many remaining students had employed the school owls to send their own Christmas gifts, leaving Draco with a limited number of owls available. Thus he had to wait for them to return. Crabbe and Goyle grew increasingly impatient once their snacks were gone, and Draco shared their restlessness. Their eager gazes only exacerbated his irritation, prompting him to send them away as he leaned against the window, watching outside and waiting. With only 3 more gifts left to send, bored and listless, Draco meandered around the myriad windows of the Olery, only to suddenly notice Potter and several Weasleys soaring through the air towards the Quidditch pitch, seemingly engaged in a match. This time, Potter was not playing Seeker. Instead, he was fervently swinging his bat in pursuit of the quaffle. Although the distance rendered it impossible to discern their expressions, Draco recognized him solely by Potter's distinctive flying style. Nevertheless, this did not diminish Draco's sense of envy as he watched them revel in their game, while he was stuck waiting idly in the disheveled Olery. After 2 hours of Quidditch, Potter eventually concluded the match, while Draco remained in the Olery, sending off all his gifts. The more he observed Potter's apparent joy, the more his displeasure grew. The Slytherin team had all returned home, and he could hardly drag Crabbe and Goyle along to practice while taunting Potter. In the air, Crabbe and Goyle would undoubtedly be outmatched, leaving them at the mercy of the game. Ultimately, the Owls returned, and Draco successfully dispatched all his gifts, including a feather from an owl as a Christmas present for Potter. When Harry discovered he had received a mysterious Christmas gift, a mere owl feather no less, he found it utterly laughable, akin to receiving a toothpick from the Dursleys. He wagered that the feather was likely scavenged from the Olery. Even Ron remarked, "Perhaps you have another aunt or uncle in the wizarding world. Or maybe a cousin." Frustrated, Harry picked up the envelope again, noticing the handwriting seemed oddly familiar. He sprang up the stairs, rummaging through his belongings until he unearthed that nameless letter from the holiday. Indeed, it was the same handwriting. And he dashed downstairs to show Ron. Oh, Fred did say it might be a letter from your parents' friend who is coming to teach at Hogwarts. True, Harry replied, but it definitely isn't Gilderoy Lockhart's handwriting. Certainly not, Ron nodded. Just look at Hermione's book for comparison. It's 1,000 times more flamboyant. But who could it be that wrote to you? I have no idea, but he or she must be at school, Harry remarked, shaking the newly received envelope, which was made of Olery stationery. I told you, it's probably your admirer. Or Malfoy, Harry gasped. Malfoy? Ron scoffed. I've never seen anyone else with a white owl at school besides you. He might have deliberately plucked it from Hedwig to send it to you. Fred and George have been joking about you being the heir of Slytherin. Malfoy wouldn't be pleased about that. Is that so? Yes. Haven't you noticed? Every time they ask you who your next target is, Malfoy's face grows more and more sour, Ron shrugged. If they weren't both purebloods, I'd genuinely worry they'd be next on the list. Do you really think Malfoy is the heir of Slytherin? Harry asked uncertainly, harboring doubts, but feeling that Malfoy was simply venomous in speech and not truly malevolent. We shall find out soon enough, Hermione's voice chimed in suddenly, nodding to them. I've checked. The Polyjuice Potion is flawless. Chapter 46, The Polyjuice Potion. Under Dumbledore's lead, the Christmas carols resonated throughout the hall, creating a vibrant atmosphere at the Christmas feast, where even Snape, under Dumbledore's persistent urging, had to sing a verse. His singing voice was notably different from his speaking tone, deep and magnetic, but the expressionless visage and icy gaze extinguished any momentary enchantment his voice may have kindled, leaving everyone apprehensive about potential retribution upon returning to school. Aside from that, the feast was quite satisfying, particularly the food. Crabbe and Goyle devoured it with such fervor that it seemed as though they had not eaten in years. Even Draco indulged more than usual, feeling somewhat overstuffed upon returning to Slytherin. However, Crabbe and Goyle, who had returned early with him, clearly had not yet satisfied their appetites. After circling the common room and finding nothing appealing, they ventured back to the dining hall, hoping to partake in another round of Christmas pudding. Feeling unencumbered by the sparse presence in the dungeons, Draco confidently brought his notes to the common room to study. After reviewing the upcoming events, he realized he had been waiting alone for Crabbe and Goyle for quite some time, which began to bore him. With still some time before bedtime, Draco decided to sneak off to the treasure room, as he had yet to locate Ravenclaw's diadem. Recent bouts of illness had dampened his spirits, leaving him little inclination to search. However, the current moment was perfect. No one was watching him, and after a hearty meal, a little movement would aid digestion. This thought was promising, but Draco had scarcely stepped outside when he encountered Crabbe and Goyle, who were halted by a Weasley. I'm a prefect. Nothing dares to attack me, the tall, red-haired Percy Weasley declared pompously. What are you two doing wandering the halls at this hour? Huh. The basilisk doesn't care about prefects, Draco scoffed. And as for you, being a Weasley, though pure blood, your family's circumstances might warrant concern about attacks. What are you doing here? Crabbe and Goyle turned to reveal expressions of sheer surprise, which bewildered Draco, as such looks typically only emerged when they discovered something delectable. It seemed they had grown weary of this Weasley's presence, but dared not act against him due to his higher year and prefect status. Malfoy. Draco maintained his leisurely pace, casting a glance at the disgruntled Gryffindor across from them. What are you doing down here, Weasley? Mind your tone. Malfoy. You should show some respect to a prefect, Percy said indignantly. I dislike your tone. Coincidentally, I feel the same about yours. Draco rolled his eyes, nodding at Crabbe and Goyle to follow him. However, after a few steps, he noticed they remained rooted in place, prompting him to impatiently say, Come on. Do you intend to stand here with this Percy Weasley for eternity? Crabbe and Goyle hurried to catch up with Draco, while Percy Weasley shouted angrily from behind. I'm Percy Weasley. Whatever, Draco muttered to himself. Who cares what a rat like Weasley is called? Crabbe emitted a muffled grunt. Goyle remained unresponsive. And Draco did not look back, accustomed to their silent agreement with him without needing a reply. Arriving at the stone wall marking the entrance to the dungeons, Draco stood aside, pondering why Crabbe and Goyle had developed a habit of rushing ahead to open the door for him since last semester. This time, however, they appeared bewildered, staring blankly at the wall. Of course, such incidents were not unprecedented. They had likely forgotten the new password. Pure blood, Draco stated, exasperated with their foolishness. Goyle blinked in confusion. The new password is pure blood, Draco reiterated impatiently, stepping forward to call the door open and striding inside. 3 upperclassmen, who had returned at some point, sat chatting around the carved chairs by the fireplace, barely glancing up at their entrance. Draco led Crabbe and Goyle directly to the low table on the far side, away from the warmth of the fire. Did you make it back to the dining hall in time for food? Draco casually inquired as he plopped himself onto the most spacious sofa, noticing that Goyle and Crabbe remained standing. Sit down, he urged. Goyle and Crabbe complied. Yet their responses were starkly contradictory. Draco regarded them with curiosity as Goyle quickly interjected, We only caught the tail end, and it finished soon after. We didn't get enough to eat. To be honest, you two usually overindulge, Draco remarked with a frown. However, upon witnessing Goyle's pitiful gaze, he sighed. Oh, very well. It is Christmas after all. A little extra won't hurt. My mother sent some leftover cakes. Let me fetch them for you. Understanding that their concern over the Halloween incident had led them to accompany him back and consequently miss the remaining portions of the meal, Draco generously retrieved the leftover cakes. Crabbe and Goyle craned their necks to glimpse the daily prophet he had tossed onto the table, which bore news of Arthur Weasley being fined for the magical muggle car Potter and his friends had driven to school. Draco suddenly noticed that his notebook had been carelessly left beside the newspaper, and a jolt of alarm surged through him. He hastily discarded the food onto the low table, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as he picked it up and slipped it into his pocket. With the notebook secured, Draco settled back onto the spacious sofa, attempting to divert Crabbe and Goyle's attention from his actions by casually discussing the news. Look at the Weasley family. One wouldn't suspect they are pure-blood wizards. Their son is as foolish as their father. That Percy Weasley has been loitering around here. Does he truly believe he can contend with the heir of Slytherin? He should consider himself fortunate that the heir doesn't take an interest in him. Crabbe's face contorted, prompting Draco to raise an eyebrow, sensing something amiss. Goyle quickly interjected, Take it easy, don't choke. Crabbe nodded, appearing to struggle to swallow his mouthful. Draco scrutinized them, feeling a nagging suspicion. Only Crabbe had taken a piece of cake from the box, while Goyle sat motionless. He recalled that Goyle had always favored cake more than Crabbe did. Aren't you going to eat? Didn't you say you weren't full? Goyle immediately sprang up, seizing the entire box from the low table, and while devouring it hurriedly, he mumbled, Why is Percy Weasley here? ISNT, everyone's saying Harry Potter is the heir of Slytherin? Crabbe looked at Goyle in surprise while naturally reaching for another piece of cake from the box. They now appeared no different from their usual selves, yet Draco, despite losing his suspicion, wore a sour expression. Humph, spare me. Use your pig brains and think. How could St. Potter possibly be the heir of Slytherin? Just look at him, always mingling with that muggle-born Granger. It's clear he, like the Weasleys, has a fondness for muggles. Then you must know who it really is, Crabbe said, shoving cake into his mouth while glaring intently at Draco's expression. Yet Draco's face bore only impatience. You asked me yesterday. How many times must I tell you? I don't know who it is this time. This time, Goyle seized upon the detail. Draco was taken aback by his unexpected sharpness. Narrowing his eyes, he continued. You should know the Chamber of Secrets was opened 50 years ago, but my father refused to tell me what transpired then. However, I've heard some things from other sources. What things? 50 years ago, someone opened the chamber, many were attacked, and like this time, they were petrified. But ultimately, one muggle-born perished. When the school was nearly closed, a fellow named Tom Riddle exposed the culprit. Although the evidence was scant, the perpetrator was expelled. However, Draco straightened himself, fixing his intense gaze upon Goyle. This individual never left Hogwarts. He is still here to this day. Both Goyle and Crabbe held their breath, hanging on to Draco's every word. Who is he? The keeper of keys and grounds, Hagrid. That is impossible, Goyle exclaimed, only to be met with Draco's skeptical gaze, prompting him to hastily clarify, "No, I mean, he seem capable of such a feat, and besides, isn't he a Gryffindor?" Draco raised an eyebrow, reclining lazily against the back of the sofa as he remarked, "Isn't Harry Potter also a Gryffindor?" Goyle's brow twitched, and he exchanged glances with Crabbe, both momentarily at a loss for words. "Perhaps you could directly inquire with Hagrid about what transpired back then," Draco suggested nonchalantly. Goyle stared at Draco in disbelief. "We? You want us to ask him?" "Not me. You." Draco paused, a smirk curling upon his lips as he added, "I'm not surprised you suspect I know more. But I am astonished that you would approach me in such a manner." Crabbe, frightened, dropped the piece of cake he was holding, and Goyle stammered, attempting to feign calmness. What are you talking about?" Draco pointed at Crabbe. "See, the effects are beginning to wear off." Crabbe, or rather Ron, let out a shriek, clutching his head as his hair began to redden, and he bolted for the exit. Goyle, embodying Harry, also leapt up in terror, hastening to flee the Slytherin common room. The moment they burst through the stone wall's door, they dashed down the corridor, frantic. Harry felt his feet slipping inside Goyle's oversized shoes when he heard Draco's voice call out behind them, "Potter, watch out for the basilisk in the chamber." Draco's warning abruptly cut off, followed by a muffled thud. Harry came to a sudden halt, glancing back, but the corridor was engulfed in darkness, revealing nothing. Ron, ahead of him, called out urgently, "Let us go. Harry, if he brings other Slytherins after us, we're done for. Did you hear that? Malfoy couldn't he have been attacked again, could he?" Harry said uncertainly. "What? If that were the case, it would be fantastic." Ron exclaimed. All right. But maybe he is trying to trick us into going back," Ron said anxiously. "And even if he was attacked, he is a Slytherin. The heir of their founder wouldn't harm him. Remember, last time he was unharmed, right? So let us hurry," though still somewhat apprehensive. Harry ultimately followed Ron back to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Upon entering the lavatory and confirming no one was pursuing them, they finally sighed in relief. It was then that Harry discovered he was still clutching Draco's cake box. Ron noticed as well. "How did you end up bringing this back?" "I was in such a rush, I didn't even think about it," Harry replied. Ron casually reached into the box for another piece of cake, saying, "I can't believe this cake is so delicious. I'm starting to wonder if Crabbe and Goyle are so rotund because they follow Malfoy around all the time." "Little theater, Draco. Nonsense. That is a complete slander." "Harry, but this cake is truly delightful." "Draco. Oh, then I shall buy you more." "Ron, take care, Harry." "Hermione, you might want to put down the chicken leg and cake before you remind Harry to take care." Chapter 47, The Fourth Attack. As they reached the cracked mirror in the bathroom and set down the cake box, Harry's vision blurred. He had completely reverted to his original self, and his eyesight had deteriorated once more. He pulled out his glasses and put them on, while Ron impatiently knocked on Hermione's cubicle door. "Hermione, are you in there? Come out. We heard a lot from Malfoy." "Go away," Hermione shrieked hysterically from within. Initially, Hermione intended to transform into a Slytherin girl using Millicent's hair to accompany them. However, after consuming the polyjuice potion, she steadfastly refused to emerge, insisting they proceed without her. Earlier, due to the urgency of their mission, they speculated that her reluctance stemmed from a disdain for Millicent's appearance. Yet, her continued seclusion raised suspicions. What could have transpired? Ron glanced back at Harry and addressed the door of the cubicle. "You must have reverted by now. We have all transformed back." At that moment, the weeping moaning Myrtle suddenly oozed out through the door's crack, appearing more jubilant than ever. "Oh, you simply must see. It's utterly terrifying." Myrtle giggled as she floated to perch atop the sink. After much coaxing at the door, Hermione finally emerged from the cubicle, sobbing. With two pointed cat ears protruding from her hair, she cried, I thought Millicent's hair was a cat's fur. She must have had a cat." With tears streaming down her face, Hermione lifted her head, revealing her visage now covered in a soft, black fur, long whiskers twitching. And her eyes transformed into a striking yellow, pupils constricted into narrow slits, fixating on them. This sight startled Ron, causing him to stumble backward into Harry. Harry, snapping out of his stupor, exclaimed, How could this happen? The time has elapsed." Hermione wailed, I can't revert back." She was certain she would be ridiculed mercilessly. Myrtle cackled gleefully. "Silence," Ron shouted angrily, prompting Myrtle to glare back at him. "Do not fret, Hermione," Harry quickly added. "Madam Pomfrey will undoubtedly have a solution to restore you, and she never asks too many questions." After considerable persuasion, Harry and Ron managed to convince Hermione to leave the restroom for the hospital wing, with Myrtle incessantly fanning the flames of their distress. Fortunately, as Harry had predicted, Madam Pomfrey did not inquire further and promptly attended to Hermione, demonstrating her considerable expertise in remedying transformation mishaps. Owing to this incident, They had to wait until the following day for Hermione's emotions to stabilize before seizing the opportunity to discuss what they had learned from Draco the day before. Hagrid? That is impossible. Hermione reacted, mirroring Harry's astonishment from the previous day. Ron and I discussed it yesterday, Harry stated. Ron mentioned he had seen the name Tom Riddle in the trophy room. He happened to receive the special award for meritorious service 50 years ago. Hermione turned to Ron, who nodded and said, Harry and I crashed into that Whomping Willow, remember? So Filch punished me with detention to clean the trophies. It was that day when I was hiccuping and blowing my nose, and I had to clean that metal hundreds of times to remove the snot. Professor Binns also mentioned that the Chamber of Secrets had been opened 50 years ago, Hermione said solemnly. Harry nodded gravely, indeed. And Tom Riddle received the special award for meritorious service 50 years ago. Harry's expression grew even more serious. Perhaps Malfoy knows something and is deliberately implicating Hagrid to divert our suspicions from him. Everyone is aware that Hagrid was expelled from school in his youth, Ron boldly conjectured. Malfoy might have realized long ago that we are not Crabbe and Goyle. I think that is unlikely. It is more probable that my reaction to hearing Hagrid's name was too intense and gave me away, Harry replied. If he knew it was us, do you think he would offer us cakes? That is true, Ron said, deflated. Those cakes were even better than the ones at dinner. However, Hermione cautiously observed Harry and tentatively suggested, I recall you encountered Hagrid in Diagon Alley, correct? Yes, Harry bit his lip. He said he was looking for a potion to get rid of the flesh-eating slug. At this point, a silence enveloped the three. After a notably lengthy pause, Hermione hesitantly proposed, perhaps we could subtly inquire with Hagrid about what transpired back then? That would surely make for an awkward conversation, Ron remarked. Hey, Hagrid. We were wondering if you released a terrifying monster in the castle that attacked other students? I meant to ask subtly. Then how should we approach it? Perhaps we could seek out Malfoy for clarification, Harry suddenly suggested. After all, he already knows it was us, and it seems he wants to tell us something. Forget it. Even if he tells you something, it may not be true. Ron and Hermione were both opposed to Harry's intention to question Malfoy. Yet Harry was determined to subtly probe him whenever the opportunity arose, at the very least to inquire about what he had wanted to say in the corridor. However, throughout the day, Harry did not encounter Malfoy, and by dinner time, he had not seen him at the Great Hall, causing Harry to worry that Malfoy had indeed been attacked. Yet, he did not see him being escorted to the hospital wing. In the evening, Harry persuaded Ron to sneak near Slytherin to investigate. The good news was that they did not see Malfoy, aside from nearly colliding with Percy. The bad news was that, aside from nearly colliding with Percy, they did not see Malfoy. Fortunately, by the third day, Malfoy reappeared, striding ahead of Crabbe and Goyle as usual. However, when Harry approached him, Malfoy wore a smile devoid of sarcasm or mockery, and for some inexplicable reason, Harry felt a shiver run down his spine. Potter, Malfoy said politely, do you need something? That peculiar sensation returned, causing Harry to instinctively lean back slightly. We had some misunderstandings before. Perhaps we could find a time to talk privately, Malfoy suggested with a smile. Though his brow furrowed slightly, Harry had previously complained to Ron that Malfoy did not exhibit the manners of a wealthy child as depicted on television, yet. Now witnessing his sudden humility and politeness gave Harry an unsettling chill. About what? Harry stepped back. What did you want to say last time? Last time? I already told you. Malfoy grinned more sincerely. It was about Hagrid. Although he had mentioned Hagrid on both occasions, the aura surrounding this instance felt entirely different from the last. Harry furrowed his brow. Do you wish to know more details? Malfoy stepped closer, smiling at him. Then we can discuss this. No need. Harry felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. I don't trust you. With that, Harry circumvented Malfoy and hurried away, glancing back only to find Malfoy still standing there, smiling at him. After relaying the encounter with Malfoy to Ron and Hermione, they too sensed that something was amiss with Malfoy. However, they all believed it was likely because Malfoy had realized their suspicions and was attempting to deflect blame on Hagrid. Feigning friendliness, Harry felt that the situation was more complex than it appeared, yet he could not persuade them otherwise. Harry and Ron spent the afternoon in the hospital wing, keeping Hermione company, departing only when it was time for dinner. Before they left, Harry made a point to visit Colin, nearly headless Nick, and Justin. This was the first time Harry had seen Justin since the attack, as Justin's friends Hannah and Ernie suspected Harry had attacked them. Thus they were very wary and had not allowed him to visit. Harry understood the pain of being suspected, so he had no desire to inquire with Hagrid about anything. This holiday, more students chose to return home than during the previous Christmas, particularly those of Muggle descent. Except for Hermione, no one was willing to risk staying at school for a few more days. Thus, Harry initially thought that no new attacks would occur, even speculating that if Malfoy was not the heir, perhaps the heir had also gone home for Christmas. Yet, that very night, the fourth attack took place. Filch collapsed in the very spot where his cat had been attacked, just outside the lavatory in the third-floor corridor. It was reported that a loud explosion had erupted in the middle of the night, yet by the time the teachers arrived, Felch lay sprawled on the ground, lifeless. The sink in the lavatory was utterly destroyed, water cascading everywhere. Although Felch was a squib, the fact that even a teacher had been assaulted undoubtedly heightened the atmosphere of terror within the school, prompting some upperclassmen to contemplate seeking accommodation in Hogsmeade, wishing to vacate the dormitories. What pained Harry the most was that whenever anyone saw him, they instinctively parted to create a wide berth, far broader than when Fred and George used to bellow and jest. Moreover, no one dared to converse with him. Not even the ancient pureblood wizards who made a concerted effort to avoid eye contact. The only small consolation was that Crabbe and Goyle now seemed to fear him as well. Whenever Malfoy was absent, they would flee at the mere sight of him. Malfoy, however, exhibited no fear. In fact, he had requested a private conversation with Harry for the second time, which Harry declined. The peculiar, curious gaze Malfoy cast upon him made him exceedingly uncomfortable. He would much rather face the previous sardonic Malfoy than spend another moment with this current version. Do you think someone could have used Polyjuice Potion to become Malfoy? Harry could not help but ask when he visited Hermione again. Well, he would have to drink it every hour, Hermione replied, and without prolonged observation and mimicry, it would be easy for those around to discern the difference. Just look at how quickly you two were seen through. I highly doubt Crabbe and Goyle could tell the difference. Let us wait until school resumes and see, Ron suggested. Crabbe and Goyle might not be the sharpest tools in the shed, but others shouldn't be so dim-witted. For instance, that Zabini, who always hangs around Malfoy. Doesn't he strike me as someone easily fooled? And then there's not. Their families have been friends for ages. So it's possible Nott and Malfoy have known each other since childhood, Ron remarked, noticing Harry's suddenly hopeful expression. What are you staring at me for? My family isn't in the same social circle as the Malfoys. I hardly saw him when we were young. Thus, Harry could only anticipate the reactions of the Slytherins upon the commencement of the new term. Chapter 48, Valentine's Day Gifts. However, upon returning from the break, Harry was disappointed. While students from other houses feigned illness to avoid returning to school, all the Slytherins were present, and not one among them harbored any suspicion of Malfoy. In fact, it appeared that Zabini was even friendlier with him than before, accompanying him almost everywhere, while Crabbe and Goyle were relegated to the background. In Gryffindor, with Hermione still residing in the hospital wing, everyone naturally assumed her absence was due to the attack, and many queued to catch a glimpse of her. Hermione's tail had vanished, yet her pointed cat ears remained perched atop her head. Whenever someone entered, she would squeal and hide under her blankets, clutching her head. Madame Pomfrey had to drape a curtain around her to shield her from prying eyes, as her feline whiskers still adorned her face. Harry and Ron visited her daily. Ron wished he could grow fur himself so he could rest in the hospital, but Hermione insisted they bring her homework every day, diligently self-studying to keep up with her studies. The ensuing month passed in tranquil monotony, with those who had been absent gradually returning to school. At last, when Hermione's cat ears and whiskers finally disappeared, she was discharged and welcomed back to Gryffindor with exuberance. As Hermione left the hospital, Harry overheard Professor Sprout and Madame Pomfrey discussing how the Mandricks had become temperamental and taciturn, indicating that they were nearing maturity. It would be but a matter of time before they were transplanted once their blemishes healed. Consequently, Madame Pomfrey informed the visiting students that once the Mandricks matured, they would soon awaken. As time progressed, no further attacks occurred, and the mood among the students began to brighten, improving the overall atmosphere within the school. However, for Harry, little had changed. Few dared to speak with him or even walk past him. To all this, Lockhart believed himself to be the architect of the newfound cheerfulness, and he appeared to be planning something to uplift the students' spirits. On the morning of Valentine's Day, everyone finally learned what Lockhart had in mind. He had adorned the entire dining hall in a riot of pinks and floral arrangements, with colorful confetti cascading from the whimsical ceiling. Harry, having trained late into the previous night for Quidditch, arrived somewhat bleary-eyed and tardy. Approaching Ron, he found him grimacing as he picked confetti out of his milk coffee, while Hermione seemed to be in a daze, gazing up at the ceiling with a silly grin. What on earth is going on? Ron pointed towards the staff table, where Lockhart, clad in a matching pink robe, sat while the other professors wore stern expressions. Harry turned to the Slytherin table, but Malfoy was absent, along with Zabini. Only Crabbe and Goyle remained, oblivious as they devoured their breakfast. At that moment, Lockhart stood up and exclaimed, "Happy Valentine's Day, esteemed teachers and fellow students. I am immensely honored to announce that I have received cards from 46 individuals. I wish to extend my heartfelt gratitude to them, and as you all know, I have been preparing a little surprise for you all." With that, Lockhart clapped his hands, and 12 glum little dwarfs marched in from the entrance. However, they were not your typical dwarfs. Lockhart had adorned them with golden wings, each strumming a harp, making them resemble cherubs. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome our delightful little cupids. Indeed, they will be present throughout the school today, delivering Valentine's cards. Lockhart continued, but that is not all. I believe your other professors will be eager to participate in today's wide array of activities. Why not ask Professor Snape to teach you how to brew a love potion? Additionally, you may not know that Professor Flitwick is the most skilled wizard I have ever encountered when it comes to captivating magic. Haha, that sly old dog. You should consult him on how to make someone fall head over heels for you. The table opposite, Professor Flitwick, was nearly face first in his cereal bowl, while Professor Snape's countenance darkened to an ominous hue. If anyone dared to mention love potions in his presence, he would surely poison them on the spot. Hermione, for heaven's sake, you're not one of those 46, are you? Ron inquired as they left the dining hall for their first class. Hermione suddenly feigned great interest in her schedule, poring over her book and ignoring him. Throughout the day, the diminutive cupids darted through the corridors, incessantly bursting into classrooms to deliver Valentine's cards, much to the teacher's chagrin. Harry found solace in his current unpopularity, relieved not to be the subject of embarrassment. However, on his way to Charms class that afternoon, he was called out. Hey, you there? Harry Potter. Turning, he saw a particularly sullen little dwarf elbowing his way through the crowd toward him. Harry's heart sank, and he turned to flee, but before he could escape, the dwarf had pushed through the throng and tackled him. Here is a musical card that must be personally delivered to Harry Potter, the dwarf announced, aggressively plucking the strings of the harp. Not here, Harry pleaded, shoving the dwarf away and attempting to escape. However, just then, Ravenclaw was also hurrying to their Charms class from behind, while a first-year Gryffindor was passing by on the staircase ahead. Before Harry could reach the stairs, he was abruptly seized by a small figure and pulled back. Stop right there. Let me go? Harry shouted furiously, tugging at the diminutive creature. With a vicious tearing sound, the item in question was completely ripped apart. Books, parchment, quills, and various other scattered items clattered to the floor. Harry quickly crouched down, frantically gathering the fallen objects, hoping to escape before the little creature began to sing. What on earth is happening here? Came a languid drawl from behind the crowd, Malfoy's distinctive voice. Harry began to madly shove the items together, clutching them in a desperate attempt to flee, instinctively wishing to keep Malfoy from hearing the ludicrous Valentine's Day musical card. Yet, before he could take a single step, the small figure suddenly leaped up and clung to his knees, causing him to tumble heavily to the ground. Well, the little creature said, plopping down on Harry's lap. Here's your special Valentine card with its accompanying song. Despairingly, Harry looked up to see Crabbe and Goyle rudely clearing a path through the Ravenclaws, nearly toppling a small blonde girl in the process. Malfoy sauntered to the front of the crowd, raising an eyebrow with keen interest. The little creature began to sing in a discordant voice. His eyes are as green as pickled toads. His hair is as dark as a sleek blackboard. I wish he were mine. He is so handsome, a warrior who conquers the Dark Lord. Oh, I truly wish he were mine. Laughter erupted all around, and Harry felt as though he could scarcely breathe, as if someone were squeezing his throat. He would gladly exchange all the gold from Gringotts to vanish into a wisp of steam on the spot. Once the song concluded, the little creature hopped off Harry's lap without a second glance, kicking the next card and shoving through the crowd. Harry forced himself to feign indifference, laughing along with everyone else as he stood up, his legs numb from the weight of the creature. All right, disperse. Everyone go on. Percy stepped forward, doing his utmost to disperse the crowd. The class bell rang 5 minutes ago. Hurry to your lessons. That was quite a performance, Potter, Malfoy remarked with a smirk, causing Harry's face to flush crimson. By this time, most students had already scattered, but Percy, noticing Malfoy still lingering, curtly instructed, You too, Malfoy, off you go. Malfoy cast a sidelong glance at Percy, refraining from engaging in a retort, and maintained a veneer of politeness as he strolled forward. Just before entering the classroom, he remarked to Ginny, who had yet to leave, It seems Potter is not very fond of your Valentine's card. I didn't send it, Ginny exclaimed indignantly. And when she caught Harry's gaze, she swiftly covered her face with her hands and fled. Ron, upon hearing Malfoy's words, erupted in fury, brandishing his wand. But Harry quickly pulled him away, not wanting Ron to spend the entire Charms class sulking. From that day forth, Fred and George discovered a new source of amusement. They lost interest in calling him the heir of Slytherin, opting instead to loudly sing his eyes are as green as pickled toads whenever they encountered him. Harry was uncertain whether to feel anger or amusement, as it seemed other students were less fearful of him following this incident. This was also partly due to the fact that no further attacks had occurred for some time, leading everyone to believe that the threat had subsided. Professor Sprout announced that the Mandrakes would soon reach maturity, and thus the unfortunate souls in the hospital wing would soon awaken. Things were progressing positively. Even Moaning Myrtle's restroom had finally been repaired, so she would no longer be wandering about, startling others by suddenly appearing from the toilets on other floors. Nor would she monopolize a single restroom, driving others away. Naturally, this did not only apply to the other girls' restrooms. A great deal had transpired at Hogwarts this term, keeping everyone quite busy. Given that the restroom on the third floor had been unused, they merely halted the flow of water without restoring it to its original state. This left moaning Myrtle rather dissatisfied, prompting her to seek a new restroom to inhabit, though none seemed to please her as much as the previous one. Eventually, due to the numerous complaints received, the school had to meticulously restore the original restroom. Although everything seemed to be moving in a favorable direction, Harry had not relinquished his observation of Malfoy, particularly after witnessing Malfoy's abysmal performance during the Quidditch match between Slytherin and Ravenclaw. It was nothing short of miraculous that he had not fallen off his broomstick. Ultimately, Slytherin lost the match, yet surprisingly, Flint did not berate him. Instead, he advised him to return and rest. Indeed, Malfoy appeared increasingly pallid, nearly as white as a sheet. However, aside from his complexion, he seemed to be in good spirits. Gone were the days when he would take a leave of absence at the slightest hint of discomfort. Now, he attended classes daily, always wearing a polite and warm smile. It seemed that no one else noticed anything amiss with Malfoy, which occasionally led Harry to question his own suspicions. Until one day, after potions class, Snape summoned Malfoy, and Harry pretended to walk out with the other students before stealthily sneaking back, pressing himself against the wall near the door. Draco, you ought to see Madam Pomfrey about your complexion. It resembles that of someone drained of all blood by a vampire, Snape's icy voice expressed. Yet the concern in his words was unmistakable. Thank you for your concern, but I'm quite well, Malfoy replied politely. I've just been a bit fatigued lately. You see, I didn't secure first place last year, and my father was quite displeased. So, if the school intends to proceed with exams this term, I'd best start preparing soon. There was a moment of silence in the classroom before Snape's voice broke through. Are you truly preparing for the exams? What else would I be doing? Malfoy's tone was light. I do hope to achieve a good grade. In that case, you may return, but don't overexert yourself. Very well, Professor. Malfoy's footsteps retreated, and just as Harry was about to slip away, he heard Snape's voice softly cautioning. However, remember my warning, do not wander about at night. In the past, being caught by Filch merely resulted in detention. This time, it could very well lead to a lifetime of it. I shall remember, Professor, Malfoy replied, the last word elongated oddly. Snape fell silent, and this time Malfoy truly exited. Harry tiptoed away as quietly as possible. Chapter 49, Hermione is attacked. Harry sprinted upward until he caught up with the others. Ron and Hermione had slowed their pace to wait for him, trailing at the back of the crowd. Harry pulled them into an empty corridor and said, I just overheard Snape threatening Malfoy. Do you think that Slytherin's heir might actually be Snape? Snape? Just think about it. Even if Filch were a mute, he has 1,000 ways to deal with students, yet he was bested. If it were Snape, it would make perfect sense. He could likely handle Filch with just a finger, Harry remarked, recalling that day when Malfoy had rushed out to tell them something, but had abruptly trailed off. Perhaps he was rendered unconscious by Snape, which is why he couldn't finish his statement. After all, Snape's office is located in the dungeon, and he has been continuously threatening him to prevent him from revealing the truth. Are you overthinking it? Ron remarked, somewhat exasperated as he gazed at Harry. I still believe it was Malfoy. Hermione, however, inquired curiously, what did he say when he chased after you that day? Why didn't you tell me? He mentioned something about the Chamber of Secrets having a basilisk or something similar, and then he fell silent. Harry explained. Basilisk? The only thing I know is that there seems to be a city called Bath in the eastern part of Avon, Ron replied. He must have been trying to mislead you. Bath. Bath. Hermione murmured, deep in thought. Just then, Harry suddenly heard that raspy, mysterious voice again, calling out for blood. Did you hear that? The voice is back, Harry exclaimed, eager to follow the sound. Ron grabbed him firmly by the arm. Harry, don't go. Did you hear it? It came from below. Harry insisted anxiously. Ron shook his head, but Hermione suddenly slapped her forehead, exclaiming, I've just thought of something. I need to go to the library. With that, she dashed upstairs. What could she possibly have thought of? Harry fretted, still wanting to investigate the direction from which the voice had dissipated. I don't know, Ron said, shaking his head as he followed Harry downward. But why does she need to go to the library? Harry pondered, searching the lower level. That's just Hermione's style, Ron shrugged. Whenever there's a problem, she heads straight to the library. They thoroughly searched the entire lower level, but found nothing. Harry hadn't heard the voice again. But perhaps the lack of discovery was a good sign. Potions class was the last lesson of the afternoon, and after returning to Gryffindor Tower to drop off their books, Harry and Ron waited for Hermione, but she did not return. They decided to head to the Great Hall first, but Hermione was absent there as well. Just as Ron was planning to sneak some food to Hermione, Professor McGonagall hurried in, her expression grave. All students must return to their respective common rooms immediately. The heads of houses will provide you with further information, she announced loudly. An oppressive atmosphere suddenly enveloped the hall as everyone lowered their voices, rising to crowd towards the exit. Harry and Ron stood up and made their way out, with Ron still attempting to stuff more food into his pockets. Professor McGonagall approached them, attempting to soften her tone. Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, I think it would be best if you accompanied me. Harry was puzzled, and Ron, still clutching a chicken leg, followed McGonagall as they left the Great Hall and ascended the marble staircase. However, they weren't headed to Professor McGonagall's office. They traversed the corridor, ultimately arriving at the hospital wing. There has been another attack, Professor McGonagall spoke softly, as if to spare them the shock. The patient was found near the library. Harry felt his stomach churn violently, twisting with anxiety. Hermione. Ron's face drained of color, and the chicken leg fell from his hand, earning him several disapproving glances from Madame Pomfrey. Hermione lay motionless on a hospital bed not far from the door, her eyes wide open and vacant, one of her hands raised high. Madame Pomfrey was carefully conducting a physical examination. Harry felt as though his legs had turned into rigid wooden sticks, unsure how he had made it to Hermione's bedside. I suppose you don't know why she has this beside her? McGonagall held up a small, round mirror. Ron stared intently at Hermione, while Harry glanced at it briefly, shaking his head. That's definitely her possession. Regardless, let us return to Gryffindor. I must explain the situation to the other students, McGonagall said heavily. Harry and Ron wanted to say something, but Professor McGonagall firmly stated, you will accompany me. No student can be allowed to wander alone right now. Upon returning to Gryffindor Tower, the students gathered in the common room, silently listening to Professor McGonagall as she read from a parchment scroll. All students must return to their dormitories by 6 o'clock this evening, and no student is permitted to leave the dormitory after this time. All trips to classrooms or the Great Hall must be escorted by a teacher, and no student may use the restroom without a teacher present. Furthermore, all Quidditch practices and matches are indefinitely postponed, and no activities will be held in the evening. Please return directly to your dormitories after dinner. As McGonagall read, Harry and Ron huddled in a corner, not truly paying attention. Ron whispered in Harry's ear, what do we do? Do you think Malfoy will report Hagrid or Snape? We need to talk to Hagrid, Harry said, furrowing his brow. I don't think it was him. But perhaps he knows something from 50 years ago when he was a student here. All right, that's settled. At that moment, McGonagall finished reading the scroll, rolled it up, and spoke in a somewhat somber tone, as you may have guessed. It is with great regret that I inform you the school may face closure unless the perpetrator of these attacks is captured. I urge anyone with information to come forward. Harry could scarcely fathom what life at the Dursleys would be like if the school were to close. He felt a renewed determination. The school cannot be allowed to close. We must take action. However, Professor McGonagall had just stated that they must remain within the castle, not even allowed to leave the dormitory after 6. I think. Harry lowered his voice. It's time to bring out my father's old cloak again. That night, Harry and Ron pretended to go to bed as usual, waiting until everyone else finally drifted off to sleep before quickly dressing. Harry retrieved the invisibility cloak that his father had left him, a shimmering fabric that flowed like water. They donned the cloak and crawled out through the portrait hole, traversing the eerie corridors while narrowly avoiding the patrolling teachers and ghosts, until they finally reached the outside of Hagrid's hut. Hagrid seemed on high alert. Upon opening the door, he pointed a crossbow at them, only relaxing when he recognized Harry and Ron. You two, what are you doing here? Noticing Hagrid's anxious demeanor, Harry asked with concern, are you all right? I'm fine. Just sit down. I'll fix you some tea, Hagrid replied, though he seemed restless, frequently glancing out the window. As he filled the kettle, water splashed everywhere, nearly extinguishing the fire. Have you heard about Hermione? Harry asked. Oh, I've heard. Hagrid's voice quivered. You see, we heard that the Chamber of Secrets was opened 50 years ago. Did you know anything about it? Harry pressed. Hagrid's large hands suddenly trembled, spilling the teapot. Harry and Ron quickly stepped back to avoid the scalding water, while Hagrid remained frozen, water splattering on his legs, his beard shaking violently as he struggled to speak. A sudden, dreadful premonition struck Harry. Perhaps what Malfoy had claimed was true. Still, he refused to believe that Hagrid would intentionally harm anyone. We just wanted to ask if you've heard anything. Other teachers want to tell us what happened back then. Just as Hagrid was about to respond, there was a loud knock at the door. Hagrid turned in alarm, and Harry and Ron exchanged terrified glances, hastily pulling the invisibility cloak over themselves and hiding in a corner. Whatever you do, don't make a sound. Hagrid, uttering a few words as he observed their concealed positions, seized his bow and arrow, and abruptly flung the door open. Good evening, Hagrid, came the gentle yet grave voice of Dumbledore, who stood there with an unusually serious expression, followed closely by an eccentric man clad in a hodgepodge of garments, adorned with a flamboyant tie and hat. The man was short and rotund, with a disheveled mop of gray hair and a visage that bore an air of anxiety. "That's Fudge, my father's superior." Ron gasped in a hushed tone. "The Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge." Dumbledore cast a brief glance in their direction, prompting Harry to swiftly nudge Ron, who promptly sealed his lips. "To be honest, Hagrid," Fudge said briskly, "it's quite dire. I had to come. 3 Muggleborns have been attacked, and there's been an incident involving a dung bomb explosion. This situation has escalated, and the Ministry must take action." Hagrid's complexion turned ashen, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he implored Dumbledore. "You know it wasn't me, Professor Dumbledore, sir." "Indeed," Dumbledore replied, soothingly nodding before addressing Fudge. "I wish for you to understand, Cornelius, that I have complete trust in Hagrid." Yet Fudge, awkwardly shifting, retorted, "But Albus, you see, Hagrid's record does not bode well for him. The Ministry must implement measures. The Board of Governors has contacted us, and they support taking Hagrid away. However, I must tell you, taking Hagrid away would be utterly futile." "Albus, consider my position," Fudge insisted, patting his top hat. "As Minister of Magic, the pressure is immense. With all that has occurred, something must be done. As long as it is eventually revealed that Hagrid is innocent, he can return. But, for now, I must take him." Harry noticed a flicker of anger in Dumbledore's blue eyes. "Where are you taking me?" Hagrid demanded loudly, though his voice trembled with fear. "It isn't Azkaban, is it?" Before Fudge could respond, another forceful knock resounded at the door. Dumbledore approached to open it, and this time Harry received an elbow from Ron as he stifled a small gasp. Lucius Malfoy strode into Hagrid's hut with an air of arrogance, his black traveling cloak billowing behind him, and a self-satisfied grin plastered across his face. Fong, Hagrid's enormous dog, began to bark furiously. Lucius cast a disdainful glance at the creature and cheerfully remarked, "Ah, you've arrived, Fudge. Splendid. What brings you here? Get out of my house." Hagrid growled in anger. "Oh, believe me, I have no desire to enter this dwelling," Lucius sneered, surveying the surroundings with contempt. "I merely heard that my son was ill and intended to check on him, but the Board of Governors has an urgent matter that requires my announcement. Someone informed me that the headmaster was here. What business do you have with me, Lucius?" Dumbledore inquired politely, though the fury in his gaze remained palpable. "The situation is dire," Lucius drawled in his familiar languid tone, producing a scroll of parchment. "The other governors, and I believe it is time for you to step down. This is a notice of dismissal, signed by all 12 governors. Everyone feels you have failed in your responsibilities. If these attacks continue, Hogwarts Muggle students may soon face extinction. What a tremendous loss that would be for the school." "What did you say?" Unlike before, Fudge appeared alarmed. "Dismiss Dumbledore? No, that is utterly out of the question. The headmaster's appointment. Oh no, it is a dismissal. This is a matter for the Board of Governors, Fudge. Since Dumbledore cannot prevent these attacks, he is unfit to hold the position of headmaster." "But, Lucius, if Dumbledore cannot stop them," Fudge stammered, beads of sweat forming on his brow, "who can?" "It is time to abandon those antiquated, unfounded trusts," Lucius smirked. "All 12 of us have voted. You cannot take Dumbledore away." Hagrid erupted, rising in fury, his shaggy head nearly brushing the ceiling. "If Dumbledore goes, there will be no hope for the Muggles." "Calm down, Hagrid," Dumbledore said sternly, fixing a steady gaze on Lucius. "If the board wishes for me to leave, Lucius, then I shall depart." But," Fudge stuttered, evidently rattled by the prospect. Hagrid growled in protest, "No." But Dumbledore merely placed a reassuring hand on Hagrid's shoulder, his penetrating blue eyes locked onto Lucius's cold gray ones. "I will leave, but only when every person here has betrayed me. However, as long as Hogwarts has anyone who seeks help, they shall undoubtedly receive it." For a fleeting moment, Harry was convinced he caught Dumbledore casting a casual glance toward the corner where he and Ron were hidden, but his attention quickly returned to Lucius Malfoy. The latter, under Dumbledore's intense scrutiny, shifted uncomfortably and cleared his throat. "What a touching declaration. We shall all miss you. Now let us leave." Lucius Malfoy carelessly strode toward the door of the hut, flinging it open and mockingly bowing to usher Dumbledore out. Only after they had fully exited did Fudge regain his composure, urging Hagrid to depart as well. Hagrid inhaled deeply, casting a meaningful glance in the direction of Harry and Ron's hiding place, as if speaking to himself. "If anyone is looking for something, just follow the spiders, and you'll find the right direction." "Huh." Fudge stared at him, perplexed. "Oh, I will leave now." Hagrid donned his moleskin coat, pausing at the threshold to say, "By the way, while I'm away, someone will need to feed Fong." Fudge turned to glance at the large dog on the floor, hesitating. "All right. I will inform the others at the school." The door slammed shut, and Ron ripped off the invisibility cloak, his voice hoarse as he exclaimed, "We're doomed. Dumbledore has left. Attacks will happen every day now." Harry furrowed his brow, repeating Dumbledore's earlier words. "Only when everyone here has betrayed me will I truly leave this school." However, As long as Hogwarts has anyone who seeks help, they shall undoubtedly receive it. What was Dumbledore trying to convey to them? Harry had no inkling. Yet Hagrid's hint was clear. They were to follow the spiders. Soon, Harry spotted a throng of spiders scuttling out of the window. Look, Ron weakly acknowledged, having understood Hagrid's message, but he was decidedly reluctant to comply. After confirming that no one was outside, Harry dashed to the window to observe, noting that the spiders seemed to be heading towards the Forbidden Forest. We should bring Fong. He often accompanies Hagrid into the woods and might be of assistance. Do you think there are werewolves in the Forbidden Forest? Ron queried, lingering at a distance. I don't know, but there are some rather splendid creatures, like unicorns. Last year, a centaur saved us, Harry replied, turning back to call into the hut. Come on, Fong, let's go for a walk. After contemplating, Harry decided to leave the invisibility cloak behind in Hagrid's hut, reasoning it would be unnecessary in the Forbidden Forest. Fong excitedly bounded around them, eagerly rushing ahead into the woods. Harry had taken a lantern from Hagrid's hut, but after a short while, he found his arm growing weary. He remembered the last time he had been in the Forbidden Forest with Malfoy. The latter had surely felt the weight as well, hence the constant switching of hands. Spiders scurried through the thicket, yet their pace was hindered by the entanglement of roots and stumps, while protruding branches continually obstructed their path. Fortunately, their numbers were abundant. An unceasing tide of arachnids. However, despite following them for at least half an hour, it seemed they were nowhere near their destination. Suddenly, Fong emitted a loud bark, startling both Harry and Ron. A rumbling sound arose from the right, as if some colossal creature were approaching, causing both boys to hold their breath in terror. In that moment, a blinding light suddenly illuminated the surroundings, rendering everything nearly invisible. They quickly shielded their eyes with their hands. Harry, it's my dad's old car. Ron exclaimed in delight, his voice choked with relief, revealing that it had somehow made its way here. Stumbling in Ron's wake, Harry struggled to navigate the particularly treacherous ground. Look at it. It has become wild among the trees, Ron remarked, sounding as though he were discussing a wayward child. Harry scanned the area for any sign of the spiders, but they had scattered the moment the headlights illuminated them, vanishing into the darkness. The spiders are gone. We need to search for them, Ron said reluctantly, yet he followed Harry. Though Harry could not spot any trace of the spiders, Fong seemed to instinctively know the way, leading them onward. Soon, a series of clicking sounds echoed ahead, causing Fong to halt abruptly. Harry took a few more steps forward. Before them lay a hollow, within which loomed a massive, mist-like object resembling a gigantic hemisphere. Once again, the clicking echoed, and several hairy, stick-like appendages emerged from within as an enormous spider, nearly the size of a small elephant, slowly crawled out. Harry! Ron yanked Harry back in terror, his voice distorted to the point of being unrecognizable. Who is it? More clicking ensued, and Harry suddenly discerned that it seemed to be attempting to communicate, though it was difficult to understand, as each word was accompanied by the clattering of its collisory. Is it Hagrid? The creature's massive body and 8 legs were a mottled grayish-black, and its grotesque, furry head bore 8 eyes, all clouded with a veil of white. It appeared to be blind, and its voice resonated like that of an aged man. Harry and Ron were on the verge of tears. Do not be afraid. Although Harry himself was terrified, he mustered the courage to reassure Ron, boldly declaring to the giant spider, "We are friends of Hagrid." The clicking paused, and the enormous spider hesitated. Hagrid has never sent anyone to our hollow before. Hagrid is in trouble, Harry panted, his breath quickening, which is why he sent us here. Hagrid is in trouble? The elderly spider echoed. Harry thought he detected a note of concern in its clicking, and he continued, something is attacking students and teachers at school. They believe Hagrid is responsible and have taken him to Azkaban. They think Hagrid has opened the Chamber of Secrets again. Nonsense. The old spider suddenly erupted in anger, its collisory waving in a menacing display. That is not true. Many years ago, they used that very excuse to expel him from the school. But Hagrid has never opened the chamber. Then you are not the monster in the chamber? Harry inquired cautiously. Of course not. The old spider retorted angrily, producing another round of clicks. The monster was born within the castle, but I was brought here by a traveler who placed me in his pocket from a distant land. Ron, who had been anxiously glancing around, tugged at Harry's sleeve, his face pale with fear, rendered speechless. Silence. Harry waved him off and pressed on with his questioning. So, you have never attacked anyone? I certainly possess that instinct, but out of respect for Hagrid and his requests, I have never harmed a soul, the old spider replied. At the time, they demanded that I take responsibility for a girl's death. Her body was found in a bathroom. But I have never ventured beyond the cupboard where I grew up. Do you know what killed that girl? It may have returned. We never utter its name. The old spider exclaimed passionately, the clicking growing louder. It is an ancient creature that we spiders fear above all else. I sensed its terrifying presence roaming the school. and I was so frightened that I implored Hagrid many times to let me leave. He asked me countless times, but I never divulged the truth. All right. Harry felt Ron tugging at his sleeve once more, and he turned back, slightly exasperated. Ron whimpered, pointing upwards. Harry looked up to see dozens of enormous spiders descending from above. A chill ran down his spine, and he struggled to maintain his composure as he addressed the old spider. Thank you, but we must be going. Going? The old spider replied slowly. I fear that is not possible. My children have obeyed my orders and spared Hagrid. However, with fresh human flesh presented before them, I doubt I can prevent them from indulging. Farewell, friends of Hagrid. Countless giant spiders descended from the trees, while even more gathered on the ground from all directions, forming an impenetrable wall of glistening, hairy bodies. Their collisery clicked in a terrifying symphony, and countless eyes reflected the moonlight, shining ominously. Is it permissible for me to be afraid now? Ron uttered despairingly, his voice high-pitched and unrecognizable. The old spider slowly retreated into the hollow, and more spiders swiftly closed in. Harry drew his wand, fully aware that it would be futile. Why is it that when we need Hermione, she is nowhere to be found? Ron lamented, his voice still shrill. She might have thought of something. Harry suddenly recalled Malfoy during their last encounter in the Forbidden Forest. Despite his severe headache, Malfoy had rushed to shield him. Malfoy seemed to know numerous spells. Though he thought this, Harry was acutely aware that there were hundreds of spiders. And even with Hermione and Malfoy present, it would likely only mean 2 more victims for the feast. Just as Harry and Ron prepared to make a desperate stand, a blaring horn sounded, followed by a brilliant light. The Weasley family's old car thundered down the slope, crashing into the spiders and sending them sprawling. Miraculously, the vehicle came to a stop right in front of Harry and Ron, the doors swinging open in invitation. Fong! Harry shouted as he leapt into the front seat, while Ron attempted to assist Fong, who had already darted into the car. Just as Ron jumped in, the door slammed shut behind him. Quick, let us go, Harry urged. Yet the car required no encouragement. The moment Ron touched the gear stick, it roared to life. The spiders, unwilling to let their prey escape, pursued them relentlessly. And at one point, Ron was nearly yanked from the window. Fortunately, the sturdy car proved mightier than these monstrous beasts, successfully whisking them away from the Forbidden Forest. As soon as the car door swung open, Fong bolted back to Hagrid's hut, having been thoroughly frightened this night. In truth, Harry and Ron were not much better off. Harry's limbs felt stiff and nearly immobile, while Ron was the opposite, nearly collapsing under his own weight. Following the spiders. When Hagrid returns from Azkaban, I swear I will kill him. Ron's voice trembled slightly, though it had at least returned to its usual tone. Harry gratefully patted the car, which unexpectedly roared to life, turning around and disappearing back into the forest. Finally, under the cover of the invisibility cloak, he returned to the dormitory, where Ron, too weary to even change his clothes, collapsed onto his bed. However, Harry lay awake, unable to shake off the spider's words that echoed in his mind. As he contemplated the castle, the name that must not be spoken, and the murdered girl, a sudden epiphany struck him. Ron, he whispered, turning to his friend. The girl who died 50 years ago was found in the girls' bathroom. What if she never left? What if she's still there? Yet, the only reply he received was Ron's loud snoring. Chapter 51, A Dual Assault. You mean we should sneak into Moaning Myrtle's bathroom to ask her? Ron, overhearing Harry's words during breakfast the next morning, shook his head. It's not that simple now. We need a teacher escort wherever we go, especially since there have been 2 attacks nearby. Even if you dared to tell a teacher you needed to use the girls' bathroom, you probably wouldn't make it there. Indeed, given that even the bathroom outside the dormitory required a teacher's accompaniment, they couldn't even approach the corridor. Furthermore, ever since Dumbledore's departure, fear had spread like wildfire, enveloping the entire school in a maddening atmosphere. Ernie and Hannah, upon learning of Hermione's attack, apologized to Harry, knowing he would never harm her. However, it was now impossible for Harry and Ron to visit Hermione. Madam Pomfrey only opened the door a crack, refusing all visitors. I'm sorry, we cannot take any more risks. The attacker could come and harm you as well. Most of the teachers were deeply worried, and Harry remained suspicious of Snape, as he appeared utterly indifferent. Of course, Lockhart was unconcerned, even cheerful, but that was simply because he genuinely believed Hagrid to be the culprit. The atmosphere in Slytherin was markedly more relaxed than in the other 3 houses, yet Malfoy seemed somewhat agitated. His pallor was evident to anyone. Harry learned it was due to his father visiting the school without seeing him, which left him quite displeased, thus prompting him to take sick leave once more. For several days, Harry and Ron found no opportunity to evade their teachers and sneak into Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Moreover, Harry had not seen Malfoy for days, neither in classes nor at meals, and on that day, not only Crabbe and Goyle exhibited low spirits, but even Zabini could not hide his sorrow. Unable to contain himself any longer, Harry turned to Ron, and said, "Do you think Malfoy has been attacked?" "No way," Ron replied nonchalantly, biting into a chicken leg. He wouldn't dare attack anyone. And if someone were attacked, news would surely spread. "That's true," Harry acknowledged, yet seeing Zabini's expression left him uneasy. Even if Malfoy hadn't been attacked, it seemed his condition was far from good. It was as if Ron had just stated that news of attacks would circulate, only for it to be confirmed moments later. Just past 6 o'clock, Professor McGonagall stumbled through the portrait hole, looking distraught. Someone has been attacked. But it was not Draco who had been assaulted. It was Percy and a Ravenclaw girl, discovered by a window at the end of a corridor. Upon hearing this news, everyone turned their gaze towards the remaining Weasleys. Ron's cup fell into his lap, oblivious to the mess, while Ginny burst into tears, prompting the twins to rush over to comfort her. Unlike their usual antics, they refrained from making jokes this time. George held her tightly, while Fred gently patted their backs. Professor McGonagall gathered the Weasley children aside, somberly stating, "It's too late today. You can visit Percy in the infirmary tomorrow morning. I will speak with Madam Pomfrey." As McGonagall departed, she still appeared a bit unsteady. 3 Gryffindors had now been attacked, not including a Gryffindor ghost. Ron seemed still in shock, dazedly returning to sit beside Harry, while the twins moved closer to Ginny. Several people approached to offer their condolences, and only then did Ron suddenly regain his senses, incredulously exclaiming, "How can this be? My family is all pure blood. Percy is definitely pure blood." This remark sent a ripple of alarm through the Gryffindors, who previously had little regard for blood status, especially since 2 Gryffindors had already fallen victim. In that moment of grief and fear, they did not consider the implications of the Weasleys being a pure blood family. Panic ensued, as the realization dawned that if even pure bloods were being attacked, no one was safe. Some began to voice their concerns. "Have you noticed? 3 Gryffindors have been attacked, not to mention a Gryffindor ghost, along with a Hufflepuff and a Ravenclaw. Why is Slytherin untouched? And one of them was attacked, yet remains unharmed." Clearly, all of this was the work of Slytherin. The heir of Slytherin. The monster of Slytherin. Why not simply expel all Slytherins? Someone shouted. Almost all the Gryffindors nodded in agreement, some even clapping in approval, but many remained anxious, fearful that among the victims, the next could very well be themselves. It took Fred and George quite a while to stop Ginny from crying. "At least we know Professor Sprout's mandrakes are about to mature," Fred remarked. Yes, George chimed in. "When Percy wakes up, we can mock him. I bet he was patrolling near Slytherin when he got attacked, thinking the monster wouldn't dare attack him because he's a prefect." Ginny let out a small whimper, prompting Fred to quickly say, "All right, no more about Percy. He will be fine." However, Ginny added, "I think Percy might not have been trying to catch the heir of Slytherin. I accidentally caught him with a girl in a classroom. Kissing. Whoa." George couldn't help but exclaim, "Why didn't you tell us earlier?" "Percy wouldn't let me," Ginny replied. "The girl seems to be a Ravenclaw and also a prefect." "That certainly fits Percy's style," Fred remarked with a smirk. "If no female prefect would have him, he'd probably prefer dating a male prefect over a regular girl." "Fred," Ginny protested. "Ginny, you're becoming more like Mom every day," George teased. "Is it really appropriate to say that in front of Harry?" Ginny's face flushed, and she dared not look at Harry, hastily rising to flee up the girls' dormitory stairs. The atmosphere finally lightened, with Fred and George laughing nervously, and Ron finally seemed to have regained his composure. The following day, as the Weasley family set off for the infirmary to see Percy, Harry decided to accompany them. Harry had initially planned to part ways with them in the third-floor corridor to seek out Moaning Myrtle in her bathroom. The others were unaware of Harry's intention to leave midway. They were just anxious to check on Percy's condition. Harry and Ron lingered at the back, but as they descended a flight of stairs, Professor McGonagall hurried over. "You should have waited for me to escort you. It's too dangerous to be moving about alone." McGonagall pursed her lips, suddenly noticing Harry among them. "Mr. Potter? I also wish to see Percy. He has always looked after me," Harry quickly replied. "And I want to check on Hermione. We haven't seen her in days." Of course, you may certainly visit them." Professor McGonagall's expression softened momentarily, her voice trembling slightly as she spoke. "I understand. The anguish is indeed unbearable for all the friends and family of the victims." With Professor McGonagall escorting him, Harry was certainly unable to slip away on the 3rd floor. Though he had intended to visit the hospital wing to check on Hermione and Percy after seeking out Moaning Myrtle, provided time permitted. After delivering them to the hospital wing, Professor McGonagall departed, leaving Madam Pomfrey less than pleased with the influx of visitors. Percy, Colin, and Justin lay on one side, while a Ravenclaw girl rested beside Hermione. They were all rigidly maintaining the positions they had been in during the attack, suggesting that Percy and the girl had likely been embracing one another. Recently, the teachers had been particularly vigilant in watching over the students. Perhaps they had finally found a moment to express their feelings for one another when they were ambushed. It was uncertain how this incident might affect their relationship. Having checked on Percy, Harry and Ron approached Hermione's bedside. Ron gazed sorrowfully at Hermione's stiff face and remarked, "I wonder if any of them saw the assailant." However, Harry's attention was fixed on Hermione's tightly clenched right hand. He had overlooked it during his last visit. But upon stepping back this time, he noticed something peculiar. Leaning closer, he discovered a corner of paper sticking out between her fingers. At that moment, no one was paying attention to them, and Harry pointed it out to Ron. "Retrieve it," Ron whispered, shifting his position to shield their actions from the others. Hermione's fist was clenched so tightly that Harry had to exert considerable effort to extract the paper without causing her any harm. It was a yellowed, ancient fragment, and as soon as Harry pulled it free, he couldn't contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Ron." But Ron had no time to look, as the twins and Ginny had already approached to visit Hermione. Harry felt it prudent not to incite further panic among the others, quickly concealing the paper in his hand. Although Ron was puzzled by Harry's desire to keep it secret, he complied and feigned interest in Hermione's condition. The first class was soon to commence, and Madam Pomfrey began ushering everyone out. Harry still hoped to make a quick visit to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, but Professor McGonagall was already waiting for them at the door. She escorted each of them to their respective classrooms, and it was only then that Harry had the opportunity to show Ron the paper. "It's a basilisk," Harry exclaimed, "also known as the Serpent King." So when Malfoy mentioned basilisk, he was referring to this. Spiders flee from the basilisk, and the crow of a rooster is lethal to it. Hagrid mentioned that several roosters had perished in the coop. It all fits. Harry's voice grew a bit louder, drawing an irritated glare from Professor Flitwick, forcing them to halt their discussion. The next class was Snape's potions lesson, where they could certainly not discuss any related matters. Harry observed that Draco had yet to arrive for class, while Zabini appeared troubled, frequently glancing at Snape. The Slytherins also seemed somewhat anxious, ever since Percy had been attacked, proving that even purebloods were not exempt from danger. They could no longer maintain their previous air of nonchalance. It wasn't until noon that Harry and Ron resumed their conversation, but it says that anyone who sees the basilisk's eyes will die, yet none of them have perished. "I've thought it through," Harry replied, "and it's likely because none of them made direct eye contact with it. Colin saw it through his camera, which was scorched. Yet he narrowly escaped, only being petrified. I fear Justin might have seen the basilisk through nearly headless Nick. Nick likely caught a direct glimpse of the basilisk's eyes. But being dead, he could not die again. Filt's water," he exclaimed. He and Mrs. Norris saw its reflection in the water. Hermione had a small mirror nearby. She surely took precautions upon realizing it was the basilisk, which saved her life. Ron continued, "But what about Percy and his girlfriend? They were discovered by the window. And since it was already dark, with lights on in the castle, they must have seen it reflected in the glass. Then the only one who hasn't been petrified is Malfoy. It must have been him," Ron said angrily. "The timing of Hermione's attack is too coincidental. Perhaps he noticed you eavesdropping on their conversation." Chapter 52, The Kidnapping Incident. "No, it could also be Snape," Harry suggested. "That person must have feared Hermione would uncover something. And indeed, she was clever enough to figure it all out." Harry pointed to the two words Hermione had scrawled at the bottom of the fragment. "The pipe. It moves through the pipes. No wonder I hear that voice wherever I go, while others cannot, because I am a parcel mouth." Ron grasped Harry's arm. "The entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. It might be in the bathroom. Do you think it could be Moaning Myrtle?" Harry speculated. After that place was destroyed, the attack ceased for quite a while, only to resume once it was repaired. Did they not discover any secret passages during the restoration? "No. Secret passages are not easily found," Ron explained, shaking his head. "You have to know the trick to open the entrance. Otherwise, even if you blew the place to smithereens, you'd uncover nothing. We need to find Professor McGonagall," Harry exclaimed, leaping to his feet. Lunchtime was nearly over. She hadn't come to eat. "So let's check her office." Just as Harry and Ron dashed out of the dining hall, Professor McGonagall's amplified voice resonated throughout the castle. All students must immediately return to their respective house dormitories. All teachers are to escort the students back, and then proceed to the staff room at once. Act immediately. Harry turned sharply to Ron. "What has happened now? So soon? What do we do?" Ron inquired in alarm. "Return to the dormitory? No, we should go to the staff room, find out what's going on, and then inform them of Hermione's discovery." Amidst the chaos, Harry and Ron easily slipped away under the cover of the crowd, evading the teacher's notice. They hurried to the staff room, where the teachers were preoccupied with escorting students back, leaving it momentarily empty. Harry and Ron circled around inside before finally hiding in a wardrobe filled with old robes. Shortly thereafter, the teachers returned to the staff room. Professor McGonagall arrived, followed closely by Snape. "Another incident has occurred. This time, 2 students have been kidnapped and taken into the Chamber of Secrets," Professor McGonagall said gravely, her voice trembling. Professor Flitwick gasped, while Professor Sprout covered her mouth in horror. Snape suddenly leaned against the wardrobe, nearly causing Harry and Ron to cry out in fright. "Who is it?" asked a female teacher Harry did not recognize, her voice ethereal and subdued. "Ginny Weasley and Draco Malfoy." Harry's ears rang, and he felt as though he had become a statue, even failing to notice when Ron collapsed against his ankle. He heard nothing of what the teachers said afterward. His mind was a whirlpool of confusion, as if something deep within his memory was trying to surface but was tightly bound, preventing him from recalling anything. His thoughts were a blur, as if glued together, or perhaps he simply thought nothing at all. It was only when Ron shook him awake that he realized the wardrobe was now empty. "Harry, wake up. We need to save her," Ron shouted frantically. Yes, we must save her." Harry pushed open the wardrobe door, ready to rush out, but his ankle had gone numb, and he nearly fell to the floor. "Careful." Ron managed to catch him. "I think we should find Lockhart." "Lockhart?" Harry replied, puzzled. Ron explained, "He intends to enter the chamber to rescue them. Flitwick said he already knows what the creature inside is. We can reveal to him the entrance to the chamber, and perhaps we can assist in other ways." Harry immediately concurred with Ron's suggestion, and they dashed out of the staff room. The corridor was devoid of any presence, prompting Ron to exclaim in frustration, "Does he harbor a grudge against our family?" This marks the second incident involving US. Meanwhile, Draco had already been attacked twice. Soon, they arrived at Lockhart's office, where Lockhart, albeit reluctantly, eventually relented and allowed them entry. However, upon entering, they discovered that Lockhart had no intention of venturing into the chamber. He was busy packing his belongings, preparing to flee. "You cannot leave. What will happen to my sister if you go?" Ron implored anxiously. Harry added, "And what about Draco?" "Ah, that unfortunate incident." Indeed, Lockhart averted his gaze from Ron, forcefully stuffing the last of his belongings into his suitcase. "No one can save them now, and I am truly regretful." "No, you can do it. You have accomplished so many remarkable feats." "Oh, my dear child. Books can be deceiving." Lockhart closed the suitcase, furrowing his brow at Harry. "You see, if I do not allow people to believe that I performed those deeds, how could they ever purchase my books? Naturally, I have also embellished the original tales. Who would wish to read about an unattractive old American wizard or a gap-toothed witch's exploits?" "You charlatan," Harry shouted incredulously. "You merely appropriated the accomplishments of others." "Oh, Harry, achieving what I have is not as simple as you imply. I have undertaken numerous endeavors." Lockhart shook his head. "I had to track these individuals, devise ways to inquire how they accomplished those feats, and then cast a memory charm upon them so they would forget they ever performed those great deeds and would no longer trouble me. I have invested considerable effort and toil to reach my current status." Lockhart locked the suitcase, straightened up, and surveyed the surroundings. "Well, everything is packed, so I must take my leave. Oh, I almost forgot one thing." He drew his wand, turning to Harry and Ron. "I must sincerely apologize, children. I am compelled to cast a memory charm on you as well, lest you reveal my secrets and my books cease to sell." Lockhart reassured them, "But fret not. My greatest pride is in the memory charm. It will certainly pose no issues." As Lockhart raised his wand and executed a flourish, Harry shouted, "Expelliarmus!" Lockhart was sent crashing against the wall, landing on his suitcase, while his wand soared high into the air, caught by Ron and tossed out of the open window. "You should not have taught us that spell. What do you intend to do?" Lockhart trembled. "I do not know where the chamber is. I cannot do anything." "Then you are quite fortunate, for we happen to know where the chamber is, and what lies within," Harry declared fiercely, pointing his wand at Lockhart. "Get up. We are leaving." Lockhart, trembling, walked ahead as directed by Harry, and they soon arrived at Moaning Myrtle's restroom. Myrtle was perched atop a toilet tank, and upon seeing Harry, she exclaimed joyfully, "It's you? Oh, what brings you here this time?" "We wish to inquire about how you met your demise." Harry endeavored to soften his voice, wary of upsetting her. If Myrtle were uncooperative, it would pose a significant problem. However, Myrtle burst into gleeful laughter, seemingly honored by the question. She recounted the events of that fateful day, which aligned closely with Harry and Ron's imaginations. "I only remember seeing a pair of frightfully large yellow eyes. And then my entire body felt as though it was being seized, and I floated away." Myrtle gazed at Harry in a daze. "But afterward, I returned." Harry impatiently inquired, "At what location did you see those eyes?" "Around there, I suppose." Myrtle hazily pointed toward the basin ahead. Harry and Ron swiftly approached, examining the basin meticulously, inside and out, leaving no pipe unchecked. Soon, Harry noticed the side of a brass dragon head, adorned with a small snake carving. Harry twisted it, but Myrtle interjected, "That dragon head has long been broken. It has never dispensed water, and they did not repair it properly during restoration." "Harry, try speaking Parseltongue to it," Ron suggested. Yet Harry's attempts proved futile. He seemed only capable of speaking Parseltongue to a real snake. He bent down, staring intently at the small serpent, desperately envisioning it as a real snake. But after several tries, Ron continued to shake his head. Harry, on the verge of desperation, felt an urge to leap up. But he refrained, recalling Ron's warnings that blasting it would be futile. The pale visage of Draco flashed through his mind. It had been days since he last saw him, and he wondered how he was faring. Was he ill enough to endure it? Harry closed his eyes, recalling the duel club when Draco had conjured a snake with a smile, and uttered, "Open." Instantly, the faucet emitted a brilliant beam of light, then began to spin rapidly, and the entire basin shifted, gradually parting to reveal a thick pipe in the center. Myrtle floated around the pipe, giggling. "I shall descend first. I shall go first," Harry and Ron both declared simultaneously. Suddenly, Harry noticed Lockhart, who had silently crept to the door, and he called out, "Stop." With two wands aimed at him, Lockhart trembled. Surely you no longer require me, right? You're going first," Ron bellowed. Lockhart's face turned ashen as he pitifully pleaded, yet Harry and Ron remained unmoved. Ultimately, under the threat of their wands, he was compelled to approach the pipe's edge. "I believe this is pointless," Lockhart attempted to protest, but Ron delivered a swift kick to his backside, causing him to tumble headfirst down the pipe, accompanied by a piercing scream, and then he vanished from sight. As Harry was about to leap in after him, Myrtle suddenly remarked, "If you perish below, I welcome you to share this restroom with me." Harry's lips twitched as he mustered a reluctant thanks before decisively plunging into the pipe. The pipe was exceedingly long, resembling an interminable tunnel, with numerous offshoots branching out in various directions, each considerably narrower than the one he was in. After twisting and turning for what felt like an eternity, the slope of the pipe gradually leveled out, ultimately becoming horizontal. Harry emerged from the pipe, landing with a thud in a dark, stone-walled tunnel. He illuminated his wand, discovering the ground littered with tiny bones, and he desperately suppressed thoughts of what Draco and Ginny might look like when found. Lockhart stood up beside him, and Harry quickly aimed his wand at him, while Ron soon emerged from the pipe as well. The tunnel was so dark that Ron directed his wand at Lockhart, while Harry used his wand's illumination charm, which only illuminated a small area around them. "Remember, if there is any noise, close your eyes immediately," Harry whispered. The tunnel was eerily silent, akin to a grave. Harry led the way, turning a dark corner when Ron suddenly grasped Harry's shoulder, his voice hoarse. "There is something over there." Chapter 53, The Chamber. There is something over there. The three of them froze in place, staring at a massive, coiled creature lying motionless on the opposite side of the tunnel. "Perhaps it is asleep?" Harry whispered, panting. Lockhart pressed his hands tightly over his eyes, daring not to make a sound. Harry's heart raced as he squinted his eyes as much as possible, raising his wand high and cautiously inching forward. Eventually, he approached what appeared to be a massive snake's shed skin, its vibrant green hue unmistakably indicating it belonged to a venomous serpent. Clearly, the creature that had molted this skin must have measured at least 20 feet in length. "Goodness," Ron gasped in astonishment. Overwhelmed by this revelation, Lockhart's knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. "He certainly has a lot of nerve," Ron remarked, kicking Lockhart with irritation. Yet, the next moment, Lockhart sprang up suddenly and lunged at Ron, knocking him to the floor. Harry rushed forward, but it was already too late. Lockhart stood panting, clutching Ron's wand, his face adorned with his signature smug grin, revealing his dazzlingly bright white teeth. "Children," he proclaimed gleefully, "the adventure is over. However, I shall take this skin back to school and inform them that I arrived too late to save those two students, while you, overwhelmed by the sight of their bloodied corpses, lost your memories. Now, bid farewell to your memories." Lockhart raised Ron's wand high, this time without the flare, and without hesitation shouted, "Obliviate." Bang! Ron's malfunctioning wand exploded, its force rivaling that of a small bomb, perhaps due to the potency of the magic or the excessive effort Lockhart had poured into it. Harry shielded his head with his arms and bolted, tripping over the coiled snake skin, but fortunately avoiding being struck by the falling debris from the ceiling. When the tremors subsided, Harry and Ron found themselves separated by a pile of rubble. "Ron," Harry called out to the stone pile, "where are you?" "Ron, are you all right?" "I'm here," came Ron's muffled voice from the other side. "I'm fine." At that moment, Lockhart's voice rang out, "Ouch. Where am I? Who are you?" Ron Weasley." "Oh, really?" Lockhart replied cheerfully. "Then who am I?" The memory charm had backfired, leaving this fool in a state of amnesia. "Hey, why do you say that about me?" Another dull thud interrupted, silencing Lockhart's voice. "What do we do now?" Ron shouted. "These stones are blocking the way. It will take ages to move them." Harry surveyed the enormous pile of debris, realizing they would waste too much time here. Malfoy and Ginny had already been in the chamber for an unknown duration. "You and Lockhart stay here. I'll press on ahead. If I haven't returned in an hour..." Harry hesitated. "I'll see if I can move the stones." Ron immediately offered, striving to maintain a steady tone, "So you can get back when you return." "All right, see you soon," Harry replied. taking a deep breath as he stepped over the massive snake's skin and ventured forth alone. As he navigated the winding tunnel, Harry felt his nerves tautening, his pace quickening. After rounding the final corner, he beheld a formidable wall before him, adorned with a large circular door engraved with intertwining serpents, their eyes set with gleaming emeralds. Cautiously assessing his surroundings, Harry approached, fully aware of what he needed to do. Clearing his throat, he fixed his gaze on those emerald eyes and emitted a low, hoarse hiss. Open. The entwined serpents unwound, and the stone wall split down the middle, slowly sliding apart to reveal what lay beyond. At that moment, a petite figure rushed out, her head down, focused solely on fleeing. Harry seized her, and Ginny struggled violently. "Ginny? It's me," Harry exclaimed. Upon raising her head and recognizing him, Ginny burst into tears, grasping his hand to escape. Suddenly, Harry's heart sank. After being dragged a couple of steps, he halted, asking, "What happened? Where's Malfoy?" "Malfoy? I don't know what's going on. He brought me here," Ginny sobbed. "But once inside, he became very strange. Someone invisible spoke to me, asking about you, saying they wanted to see you." Malfoy had initially stood dazed, but then suddenly collapsed, struggling on the ground. "He returned my wand and urged me to flee. But I couldn't open the door. I heard that person telling him not to resist, saying I wouldn't be able to escape." Listening to Ginny's words, warmth gradually returned to Harry's fingertips. "Malfoy is still inside?" Ginny nodded vigorously. "He might be controlled by someone. He didn't intend to kidnap me. He said if he saw you, he should tell you to go back to Dumbledore. Only Dumbledore." "Dumbledore probably hasn't returned," Harry said. "You should go back. Ron is outside. The stones are blocking the way. Go help him." Ginny ceased her tears, her face filled with fear as she asked, "What about you?" "I must go in. Since someone wants to see me, I shall meet them," Harry declared resolutely. But, don't worry. I'm Harry Potter, remember? And Malfoy is inside. He will surely help me," Harry reassured her. "You must go now. Once the path is clear, you and Ron can hurry back for help." Ginny nodded, tears in her eyes, and dashed away. Harry turned back towards the door, realizing that no one had pursued him from within. An eerie silence that sent chills down his spine. He did not feel as brave as he had moments before. Taking a deep breath, he trembled as he stepped inside. The passage was lined with gaping serpent heads, each with enormous, bloodthirsty mouths, much wider than the previous tunnels, branching off into other directions. At the end of the corridor lay a spacious chamber, dominated by a gigantic, grotesque statue facing the passage. It depicted a wrinkled, elderly man, his sparse beard hanging like wisps on his face, gaunt as a monkey. Beneath the statue, there was a figure kneeling on the ground, clutching a pale golden head, shaking it violently before suddenly collapsing. "Malfoy!" Harry cried, rushing forward. Malfoy turned his head, summoning all his strength, but still weakly exclaimed, "Did you not encounter that Weasley? She's already gone." Harry reached Malfoy's side. Malfoy struggled to prop himself up, glaring furiously at Harry. "What are you doing here?" I heard someone wanted to see me, so I came to meet them," Harry replied, kneeling beside Malfoy to support him. Malfoy gasped, weakly shoving Harry away, falling back to the ground. "I don't want to see you at all." Harry suddenly felt a surge of anger, about to retort when a voice rang out from behind. "I believe he means me." A shiver ran down Harry's spine as he tightened his grip on his wand and swiftly turned around. A tall boy with black hair leaned against the nearest stone pillar, casually spinning a wand in his hand. He was strikingly handsome, though his features appeared hazy, more defined than a ghost, yet still indistinct, causing Harry to question whether his glasses were foggy. "Who are you?" Harry asked warily. "Tom. I am Tom Riddle." Riddle's gaze locked onto Harry's face. "Tom Riddle. I've heard of you. You framed Hagrid." However, Tom Riddle belonged to a time 50 years ago. Why did he still appear to be in his 16 or 17 years? Harry glanced at Malfoy, who, at some point, had already succumbed to unconsciousness. His complexion pale and ashen, resembling Draco. "P.S. probably done for," Riddle remarked nonchalantly. "What have you done to him?" Harry shouted, pointing his wand at Riddle. "Nothing much, just listen to him recount a long dream, the secrets he harbors within his soul." Riddle smiled. "And it's a tale about you." What? "I have long wished to converse with you, yet it appears you have consistently evaded my presence," Riddle remarked with a smile. "I was compelled to resort to rather drastic measures." "So, you orchestrated Malfoy's abduction of Ginny?" Harry retorted furiously. "But why her?" "Oh, this is but a fragment of the tale concerning you," Riddle said with an air of intrigue. "Draco seems to believe you harbor affection for that young girl. He presumed that by abducting her, you would come rushing to her aid. However, I beg to differ. Judging by what he has recounted regarding your circumstances, I suspect you would pursue anyone he chose to kidnap. Nevertheless, he harbors disdain for that girl as well. So let this serve as a token of gratitude for all he has done for me, even at the cost of his own life." "What do you mean?" Harry inquired. feeling as though flames were igniting in his throat. Have you not yet grasped it, Harry Potter? Riddle whispered softly. It was Draco Malfoy who opened the Chamber of Secrets. He unleashed the basilisk of Slytherin and set upon those mudbloods, muggle-borns, and blood traitors. That's impossible. Though he may not favor those of muggle descent, he would never resort to murder, Harry exclaimed, recalling how Draco had attempted to alert him to the basilisk's presence, only to be interrupted before he could finish. Oh, indeed. Those deeds were all orchestrated by me, or, as you might say, I compelled him to act, Riddle replied nonchalantly. Initially, he was unaware, believing himself merely afflicted by a cold. By the time he realized something was amiss, I had to maintain control over him with the Cruciatus Curse for an extended period. It was quite laborious, and he even dared to resist me, thinking that by destroying the sink in the restroom, I would be unable to summon the basilisk. What are you? Harry asked, incredulous. A ghost? No, far more sophisticated than that. I am but a memory, Riddle said gleefully, appearing quite pleased. A memory preserved within a diary for 50 years. Riddle gestured towards the exquisite notebook beside Draco. Harry recalled seeing it on the day he and Ron infiltrated Slytherin, and subsequently noticing Draco clutching it on several occasions. Draco has inscribed many thoughts within it, perhaps reflections of his past, perhaps glimpses of your future. He fears forgetting, yet he also dreads others discovering them. However, I would assert that much of what he has penned is no more valuable than dog food, yet he finds himself ambivalent. Should he perish, he wonders if I should divulge everything to you. What things? Riddle shook his finger. No. You see, he is not dead yet. Therefore, I cannot tell you. However, once he meets his demise, you likely will not have the time to hear those tales. Harry gripped his wand tightly, his other hand clenching into a fist. Yet I was astonished that he suddenly regained vitality after spending a day in the hospital wing. Dumbledore must have given him something. But it has indeed aided me. His original soul was so shattered that it could provide me with little power. His soul is shattered? Indeed. So fractured that I worried he would not endure much longer, compelling me to hasten my plans. Why is that? Because of you, Riddle replied. Oh no. He was already in tatters before I intervened, though I must concede that I accelerated his demise. However, his death will herald my rebirth, Riddle declared. Now, I have answered all your inquiries with utmost honesty. It is my turn to pose questions. I have many I wish to ask you. What questions? Harry demanded sharply. Though his hands trembled slightly, he stole a glance at Draco, who indeed appeared to be on the verge of collapse. Harry scrutinized Riddle for any weaknesses, planning to strike when he least expected it. First, how did you manage to defeat the greatest wizard of all time when you were but an infant? Riddle's eyes glimmered with a peculiar red light as he fixed a menacing gaze upon Harry. How did you escape Voldemort's deadly curse unscathed, leaving only a scar, yet obliterating his power? Why do you care how I accomplished that? Voldemort did not emerge until many years after your demise. Oh, I stated that I am but a memory. Who told you I was dead? Riddle chuckled lightly. Voldemort is my past, present, and future. Harry gazed at him in disbelief as Riddle began to conjure shimmering letters in the air with his wand. Seizing the moment, Harry shouted, "Stupefy!" Yet the spell passed through Riddle's form, striking the stone pillar behind him. Disarm, Riddle said effortlessly, and Harry's wand flew into his hand. Panic-stricken, Harry contemplated lunging at him directly, but Riddle pointed his wand at him imperiously and said, I advise you to behave, otherwise I may be compelled to kill you on the spot. Harry retreated. I have further questions for you. As long as you comply, you may live a while longer. Riddle continued, completing the unfinished letters. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Then, with a wave of his wand, the letters began to rearrange themselves until they formed the words, I am Lord Voldemort. You are Voldemort. Harry felt an inferno of rage erupt within him. Indeed. What did you expect? Riddle replied. I adopted that name during my time at Hogwarts. Naturally, only my closest friends were privy to it. Did you think I would bear the name of my filthy muggle father for eternity? No, my veins flow with the noble blood of Salazar Slytherin. I chose a new name for myself, for I knew I would become the greatest wizard in the world, and in that time, all would tremble at the mention of my name. Harry glared at the man before him with hatred, for he was the one who had slain his parents and countless others. No, Albus Dumbledore is the greatest wizard in the world. The smile vanished from Riddle's face, his features contorting with rage. What is he? I merely utilized a fragment of memory to drive him from this place. He did not leave, for we remain loyal to him. Riddle's expression twisted further, his mouth agape as if to utter something when suddenly, an ethereal, haunting melody wafted through the air. The sound grew nearer, and abruptly, a burst of flames erupted overhead, from which a magnificent crimson bird soared forth, gliding beneath the arched ceiling. Its enchanting song resonating with the air. Its peacock-like tail trailed behind, shimmering in gold, while its golden claws clutched a tattered bundle. Harry had seen it in Dumbledore's office. though it had appeared frail and weary then, only to ignite into flames and transform into an unremarkable hatchling. Dumbledore had lamented not witnessing Fawkes in its true phoenix form. Both Harry and Riddle looked upwards at Fawkes, who soon ceased its song and flew toward Harry, dropping the tattered bundle at his feet before alighting on his shoulder. Folding its magnificent wings, Riddle cast a glance at the ragged bundle before turning his gaze back to the phoenix. Is this what Dumbledore provides for his loyal supporter? A singing bird and a tattered hat? Riddle erupted into uncontrollable laughter, yet Harry was surprised to see Draco stir slightly, seemingly urging him to look at the hat. A surge of excitement coursed through Harry. He was not alone. Draco was unharmed, and Dumbledore had been watching over him all along. He endeavored to suppress the elation swelling within him, swiftly contemplating his chances of victory. Well then, let us return to the matter at hand, Harry. Riddle ceased his laughter. Yet the triumphant smirk upon his visage remained unabated. Pray tell, how did you manage to escape death? Given all that you have endured thus far, and what lies ahead, by what means do you believe you can elude my grasp? The future? Harry found himself perplexed by the latter part of Riddle's statement. Ah, yes. Those events have yet to unfold. However, do share with me the tale of your childhood incident, and also last year. How did you survive? Riddle inquired, casting an impatient glance at Draco, who, despite being consumed with concern for a dream, remained utterly oblivious to the crucial details. What a fool he is. Harry furrowed his brow. Very well, speak. Riddle's impatience was palpable. The longer you can talk, the longer your life may be spared. Nobody knows why you suddenly lost your power, Harry replied slowly. I am uncertain myself. However, I do understand why you were unable to kill me, for my mother sacrificed herself to save me. That ordinary muggle-born mother of mine is the one who prevented you from taking my life. Last year, it was her magic coursing through my veins that made it impossible for you and your minions to touch me. Ah, it seems there exists an ancient spell, indeed, a remarkably effective counter-curse, though not easily performed. So ultimately, you possess nothing extraordinary. It is solely due to your mother. Riddle's realization dawned upon him. I found it rather peculiar from the moment I heard of you. And you likely noticed it too. We share some remarkable similarities. We are both half-bloods, orphans, raised by muggles, and we are the only two Parselmouths remaining. Yet you are nothing more than a fortunate survivor, escaping my grasp by mere luck. Very well then, I shall grant you an opportunity. Riddle grinned maliciously at Harry, who instinctively stepped back, sensing Draco shift slightly. He hastily retrieved the sorting hat, inspecting it both inside and out, but discerned nothing of note. Riddle nearly laughed aloud, observing Harry donning the sorting hat, only to be met with a look of disappointment. Coupled with that foolish bird perched upon his shoulder, Riddle found the scene utterly ludicrous. Nonchalantly turning toward the statue of Slytherin. Addressing the statue, he emitted a sibilant sound. Weak and feeble upon the ground, Draco was nearly brought to tears by Harry's foolishness. He recalled how, in his dream, it seemed that Lockhart had extracted a sword from that wretched hat, presumably the sword of Gryffindor. He had intended to seize the opportunity to investigate for any hidden mechanisms during their conversation, but Potter, noticing his subtle movements, not only confiscated the hat, but also foolishly wore it upon his head. Draco squinted, waiting for Riddle to turn his back before tugging insistently at Harry's pant leg, signaling for him to show the hat. However, Harry, perplexed by Draco's grimacing expression, was just about to inquire when, suddenly, the statue's mouth opened wide, revealing a gaping black void. Something rustled within the statue's mouth. Something was about to emerge. Close your eyes, Harry whispered urgently, hastily shutting his own, feeling Fawkes take flight. The rush of wings brushing against his cheek. A thunderous crash resounded as a colossal creature fell to the ground, causing the entire chamber to tremble. Harry heard Riddle's hissing voice command, "Kill him." The heavy sound of movement echoed. Harry could almost envision the basilisk slithering toward them. He dared not open his eyes. Crouching down to feel for Draco, grabbing hold of him, but unable to lift him. The basilisk was drawing closer, yet Draco remained motionless. Harry was on the brink of frantic despair when, suddenly, a piercing cry rang out, followed by a cacophony of hissing as something crashed against the stone pillar. More deafening sounds erupted, akin to a fierce struggle. Unable to contain himself any longer, Harry cracked his eyes open just a sliver, cautiously peeking to discern the unfolding events. The basilisk, its massive body gleaming of verdant green, was thicker than a tree trunk, its tail swinging violently and leaving a distinct crack upon the stone pillar. Its upper body reared high into the air, its flattened, enormous head gaping wide enough to rival a human's height. Fawkes circled above its head, and the creature, now incensed, lunged violently at the phoenix. Just as the basilisk was about to turn its head, Harry trembled and wished to shut his eyes, when Fawkes suddenly dove, its long golden beak piercing into the basilisk's eye. Instantly, a spray of black blood splattered onto the ground, and the basilisk's tail thrashed wildly, striking several stone pillars and nearly sweeping Harry and Draco aside. Fawkes ascended once more, persistently diving at the wildly attacking serpent's head. "No," Riddle screamed. "Leave that foolish bird. Do not concern yourself with it. The boy is right behind you. You can smell him. Kill him at once." The basilisk swiftly turned around. Harry barely had time to close his eyes before he realized, in despair, that where the creature's eyes should have been were now only two gaping black holes, continually oozing black blood. Fawkes sang a hauntingly ethereal melody, persistently taunting the basilisk, whose tail lashed out in furious retaliation. Harry, filled with terror, pressed himself against the ground, close to Draco. "Kill that boy. Kill him," Riddle commanded madly. Harry scrambled to his feet, attempting to drag Draco along to flee, but after a slight movement, Draco collapsed back to the ground. Harry could swear Draco was merely feigning incapacitation, as he had clearly intended to shake him off moments ago. He had no intention of abandoning Draco, yet Draco seemed intent on playing dead, allowing Harry to draw the basilisk's attention. Harry, consumed with rage, nearly felt the urge to haul Draco up and thrash him. Yet the present circumstances did not permit such an act. The blinded basilisk was already advancing towards them. Flicking its tongue, Harry stepped back hurriedly, colliding with the wall. Indeed, the basilisk showed no concern for the prone Draco, slithering directly toward him. Harry, casting aside his anger, frantically scanned for an escape route, internally pleading, "Help me, save me, who will rescue me?" Suddenly, the sorting hat tightened around his head, and a hard, heavy object thudded down upon Harry's crown, nearly rendering him unconscious. Dazed, he yanked off the hat, only to discover something within it, a gleaming silver sword, its hilt adorned with a brilliant, egg-sized ruby. To the left. "Do not concern yourself with that bird. Leave it." The basilisk swiveled once more, and Harry sprang into action, racing away. Under Riddle's command, the basilisk relentlessly pursued Harry, lunging at him time and again. Harry's strength was waning. He realized that running would yield no results. Taking a deep breath, he drew the sword, and when the basilisk opened its mouth to strike, he suddenly turned, raising the sword high above his head. With all his might, Harry plunged the silver blade into the basilisk's upper jaw, driving it deep until the hilt met resistance, the blade piercing through the serpent's skull. Yet, as the warm serpent's blood sprayed over Harry, he felt an agonizing pain in his arm as a long, venomous fang sank into him. Chapter 55, Unconsciousness. The basilisk writhed in agony, and as it thrashed about, it sent Harry tumbling against the wall, the venomous fang snapping off in his arm. Harry grasped the remaining sharp tooth, yanking it free, but it was too late. The venom had already infiltrated his bloodstream. The sensation, alarmingly vivid as excruciating pain began to radiate from his arm throughout his entire body. He staggered and took a couple of steps before collapsing near Draco. Crawling toward him, Malfoy remained motionless on the ground, and Harry was consumed by rage. At such a critical moment, he was still feigning death. "You are destined to die?" Harry Potter, Riddle's voice, a blend of fury and delight, sounded increasingly distorted. Suddenly, a flash of red light illuminated the scene, and through his blurred vision, Harry discerned Fawkes descending before him. Accompanied by the distinct sound of footsteps, Riddle's dark silhouette loomed before him. "Oh dear. Even Dumbledore's phoenix knows that you are about to perish. Look, it is weeping." Harry blinked, and as his hazy vision gradually sharpened, he beheld Fawkes shedding large, glistening tears that fell upon his wounds. "I shall witness your demise firsthand. Does it not bring you joy? Soon you will reunite with your beloved mudblood mother. Her death merely prolonged your existence by 12 years. Ultimately, you will be vanquished by the great and invincible Voldemort." As Riddle proclaimed his triumph, Harry felt the pain within him slowly dissipating. He couldn't help but think, if this was the sensation of dying, it wasn't entirely unbearable. Little Draco was also on the brink of death. Once he succumbed, I could once again become a tangible entity, no longer tethered to a mere diary. As Riddle spoke, he lowered his gaze, suddenly noticing a shimmering, pearlescent light surrounding Harry's wound, which was gradually shrinking. He immediately recalled something and bellowed in fury, "Get away, you wretched, cursed bird." Raising his wand, Riddle prepared to strike, but just as the spell was about to hit Fawkes, it soared into the air. Riddle glared at Harry's arm, irate. "Oh, after being dormant for so many years, I had forgotten that a phoenix's tears possess healing properties. Very well, but I can still kill you. You must die today." Avada. In that instant, the previously unconscious Draco suddenly surged to life, thrusting a venomous fang he had miraculously procured deep into the heart of the diary. Riddle's unfinished incantation morphed into a hysterical, heart-wrenching scream as torrents of black ink erupted from the diary like blood. Draco's hand trembled, and his body began to sway. Harry rushed forward, assisting in driving the Fong deeper into the book. Riddle writhed in agony, his continuous shrieks threatening to pierce the eardrums of all present. His arms flailing wildly. Harry looked up to see Riddle's chest seemingly pierced by a radiant light, rapidly corroding his remaining form. With a resounding thud, his wand fell to the ground, and Tom Riddle was utterly transformed into a cloud of shimmering dust, vanishing into the ether. Exhausted, Harry slumped to the ground. The diary now bore a hole seared by the basilisk's venom, hissing as black smoke wafted upward, with some ink slowly oozing out. At last, it was over. How did you know to destroy it? Harry inquired, glancing at Draco, who lay motionless. Harry furrowed his brow. Hey, stop pretending. He is truly dead. Yet Draco remained unresponsive. Harry crawled over and flipped him onto his back. Draco's face was devoid of color, his lips a ghastly shade of blue, his body cold as though he had just been pulled from an ice cellar. This was akin to the tale of the boy who cried wolf. Draco's repeated acts of feigning death had left Harry incredulous regarding the authenticity of his current state. Harry shook him vigorously. Malfoy? Draco. However, Draco remained entirely unresponsive, allowing Harry to manipulate him limply. The exhilaration and excitement were suddenly siphoned from Harry's body, leaving him feeling as though his very blood had frozen. Trembling, he reached towards Draco's nose and was relieved to detect a faint breath. Instantly, Harry sprang to his feet, gripping Draco's arm in an attempt to lift him. Yet, the recent battle had drained him of too much energy. After managing to hoist Draco onto his shoulder, he found himself unable to take a single step. Harry! Ron's melodious voice echoed from the opposite end of the corridor. Ron, come help me. Without hesitation, Ron dashed in, followed closely by the sprightly Lockhart and a somewhat frightened Ginny. Upon seeing the enormous basilisk, Lockhart gasped dramatically, appearing on the verge of fainting. Don't come any closer. Close your eyes, Ron shouted back at Ginny while squinting as he continued towards Harry. It's fine. It's already dead, Harry reassured. Ron exhaled in relief. Help me. I can't move him. Harry had collapsed back onto the ground. Ginny gasped upon witnessing Draco's condition, covering her mouth, as Ron hesitantly asked, what happened to him? Did he open the chamber? Don't ask so many questions. It's not him. He saved Ginny and me, Harry replied, feeling himself nearing death. They needed to get Draco outside to find Dumbledore. Though Ron harbored an innate dislike for Malfoy, he reached out to assist at Harry's insistence. How could someone so thin be so heavy? Ron grunted, when suddenly he called out, Professor Lockhart. Yes, I'm talking about you. Come lend a hand. Lockhart hesitated, appearing reluctant to approach, until Ginny suddenly exclaimed, if you don't help us, we'll leave you here all alone. Lockhart's face paled, glancing at Ron and Harry, and upon seeing their nods, he shakily made his way over. Ron shoved Malfoy toward him. Lockhart's hands faltered, and without his support, Malfoy began to slide down. Harry quickly steadied him, chastising Ron. Come on. All right, Ron acquiesced, supporting Malfoy's other side. Ultimately, Lockhart, being an adult, didn't require much assistance from Ron. Harry sprinted back to wrench the sword from the basilisk's head, and Ginny helped him retrieve the sorting hat. He also picked up the hole-ridden diary from the ground. Let us go? The group hastened onward, but Ron voiced his concern. The next stretch is manageable, but how do we climb back up the pipe with an unconscious person? A high-pitched cry pierced the air as Fox flapped his vibrant red wings, emerging behind them, preening his long golden feathers and fluttering before Harry, gazing at him with bright, crystalline eyes. Perhaps he wants you to grasp him? Ron pondered, albeit confused. But wouldn't he that pull out his tail? This is no ordinary bird, Harry thought, filled with hope for Fox. If we hold on tightly, he can swiftly take us back. Harry tucked the diary into his robes and secured the sword to his belt. Ron took the sorting hat from Ginny's hands and tucked it into his own belt, one hand gripping Harry while the other grasped Ginny, who held on to Lockhart, who was cradling the unconscious Draco. As Harry grasped a feather from Fox's tail, he was astonished by its unusual warmth. A wave of extraordinary lightness surged through his entire being. Then, with a powerful flap of his wings, Fox lifted them into the air, despite the weight of so many. Harry felt no burden, as if even his own weight had vanished. They soared through the tunnel as Fox flapped his wings, propelling them up the pipe. Harry heard Lockhart exclaiming below, "This is unbelievable. Absolutely astonishing. It feels like magic." The group soon returned to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, and just as they landed, the pool covering the pipe magically restored itself to its original position. Myrtle cast a disgruntled glance at Harry. "Oh, you're still alive." "Don't say it with such disappointment," Harry replied, wiping the blood from his glasses. Myrtle gazed at Lockhart, who was cradling the lifeless Draco, her spirits lifting once more. I welcome him to stay here in this bathroom. He is not dead." Harry shouted in anger. "We need to leave." Exiting the bathroom, Harry instructed Lockhart to take Draco to the hospital wing while he sought out Dumbledore. Yet, After just a few steps, he encountered Dumbledore at the foot of the stairs. Dumbledore cast a glance at Draco and promptly declared, "Quick, go fetch Madam Pomfrey. Have her administer that potion to Mr. Malfoy." Without hesitation, Harry dashed towards the infirmary. Accompanied by Lockhart, while Dumbledore lingered behind, addressing Ron and Ginny, "You two would be wise to proceed to Professor McGonagall's office. Arthur and Molly are quite beside themselves with worry." "Right," Ron replied, glancing in the direction where Harry and Lockhart had disappeared, before pulling Ginny along with him. Dumbledore added from behind, "Mr. Malfoy's parents have also arrived. Please inform them that he is in the infirmary." "Understood." Harry anxiously paced around Draco's bed, prompting Madame Pomfrey to exclaim, "Stop it. I cannot concentrate on my examination with you flitting about." "Right, my apologies." Harry quickly halted, fearing that further annoyance might result in his expulsion from the infirmary. After consuming the potion Dumbledore had mentioned, Draco's complexion visibly improved. Following that, he ingested a plethora of other potions of indeterminate effects. Though he still appeared somewhat unwell, he was no longer pallid or ashen. Before long, Dumbledore arrived, moving to Draco's side to touch his forehead and inquiringly gazing at Madame Pomfrey. She responded, "He has taken the potion. I will check to see if he has sustained any other injuries." Dumbledore nodded and turned to Harry, asking, "And you? Are you injured?" "I'm fine. My injuries have healed," Harry replied, and to assure Dumbledore, he added, "Madame Pomfrey has already examined me. Then perhaps we should retire to my office for a cup of hot tea." Harry glanced at Draco once more and nodded in acquiescence. "Why don't you join us, Gilderoy?" Dumbledore suggested to Lockhart, who had been aimlessly surveying the hospital wing. It took Lockhart nearly 3 seconds to realize he was being addressed. Seeing the unrefusable look in Dumbledore's eyes, he clumsily followed, saying, "Oh, you mean me? All right, all right." In a light-hearted moment, Harry exclaimed, "Malfoy? Stop pretending. Tom Riddle is dead." "Malfoy? Draco, what has happened to you? Please, don't die. You must wake up." Draco lay in silence. Upon reaching Dumbledore's office, he indeed prepared each of them a steaming cup of tea. Harry placed the ruby-studded silver sword and Riddle's diary upon Dumbledore's desk, mentioning, "The Sorting Hat is with Ron. I forgot to ask him to bring it." "No matter. There is no hurry," Dumbledore replied, sliding the tea towards Harry. "Take a sip. You must have endured a most harrowing few hours." Harry obediently took a hearty gulp of tea, his throat parched. Before Dumbledore could inquire, he began recounting the events of the past few days in chronological order. As he reached the conclusion, Harry suddenly realized the diary had been destroyed, leaving him unable to prove that Voldemort had unleashed the basilisk upon them. Once those petrified individuals revived, they would undoubtedly implicate Malfoy. "Professor, it was truly Voldemort who manipulated Malfoy. Those actions were not of his own volition. Ginny can attest to this. He aided her in her escape. Moreover, it was he who ultimately destroyed the diary when Voldemort was caught off guard. I was paralyzed with fear as Voldemort cast a spell against me, and I had no means to defend myself," Harry exclaimed, rising anxiously. The flickering flames in the fireplace danced across Dumbledore's crescent-shaped spectacles as he nodded with a smile. "Indeed, I believe Mr. Malfoy is not the sort to attack his peers." Hearing Dumbledore's affirmation, Harry felt a wave of relief wash over him, a sense of lightness filling his heart. "What intrigues me now," Dumbledore continued, "is how Voldemort, currently hiding in the forests of Albania, managed to exert control over Mr. Malfoy from such a distance." "It is through this diary," Harry interjected, rising to present it to Dumbledore. "This was written by Riddle at the age of 16. It seems he has somehow imbued his memory with a consciousness of its own." Dumbledore's eyes gleamed as he took the diary, scrutinizing the charred hole and the pages with focused intent, softly exclaiming, "Remarkable. One must concede, he was perhaps the most exceptional student Hogwarts has ever known. Few are aware that Voldemort was originally named Tom Riddle. 50 years ago, I personally taught him at Hogwarts. However, after his graduation, he vanished. I suspect he wandered the world, traversing the farthest reaches. Alas, he became enamored with dark magic and descended deeper into that quagmire." Dumbledore sighed, shaking his head. "He associated with some of the most nefarious individuals in the wizarding world, underwent numerous perilous magical transformations, and ultimately resurfaced as Voldemort. Even those who once knew him would struggle to recognize him. Scarcely anyone would connect Voldemort with the brilliant, handsome boy who once presided over the student council here." Harry listened intently, realizing that if Tom Riddle did not disclose his identity, he would never suspect him as the murderer of his parents. The Malfoy he controlled seemed even more refined than the real Draco, embodying a perfect blend of nobility and humility, effortlessly drawing others in with his presence. At this thought, Harry felt his cheeks flush. He still found Draco's demeanor peculiar and thought perhaps he was more agreeable when he was hurling barbs and sarcasm. Dumbledore cleared his throat, returning Harry's attention to the matter at hand. Do you know where Malfoy acquired this diary? Harry shook his head, uncertain. It must have been this term. However, I did not see him using it at the beginning of the school year. Dumbledore nodded, setting the diary aside with a smile. Your efforts on behalf of the school certainly merit special recognition. Harry felt a flush of embarrassment. No, I haven't done anything. Were it not for Malfoy, I would have perished in the chamber. Dumbledore chuckled lightly before turning to another side of the room. However, amidst this thrilling adventure, one among us has maintained an extraordinary silence. When did you become so modest, Gilderoy? Lockhart was engrossed, meticulously examining each moving portrait, and when Dumbledore posed his question, he remained fixated on the artwork, entirely oblivious to being called. Professor Dumbledore, during the incident in the chamber, a mishap occurred. Professor Lockhart attempted to cast a memory charm, and his wand exploded. My goodness, we should have left it in the infirmary for Madam Malkin to examine. Dumbledore remarked just as a figure barged into the office. Harry turned to see it was Lucius Malfoy. You have indeed returned. Lucius seethed, suppressing his fury as he approached Dumbledore's desk, glaring menacingly. Why has my son been reduced to such a state? Behind Lucius, Harry noticed Dobby, flustered and bowing low, his gaze fixed on the hem of Lucius's robe. Unable to contain himself, Harry gasped, Dobby. Lucius turned to Dobby, who fearfully raised his eyes to him. I will settle this with you later, Lucius said, narrowing his gaze. Dobby trembled, his expression one of despairing terror. Lucius then redirected his focus to Dumbledore. Let us discuss why my son was taken to the chamber. You had better provide me with an explanation. I must remind you. Lucius, Dumbledore replied calmly, a smile gracing his lips. The attack occurred after you summoned me away from Hogwarts. Lucius faltered. Moreover, these attacks regrettably bore a connection to Draco. With that, Dumbledore raised a small, black notebook, marred by a substantial hole in its center, closely observing Lucius Malfoy's reaction. For a fleeting moment, a glimmer of guilt flickered across Lucius's countenance, prompting him to loudly exclaim, What is this? It is a diary, the diary of Voldemort, Dumbledore asserted, fully aware that this was the instrument through which Draco had been manipulated, allowing the creature from the Chamber of Secrets to unleash havoc upon his peers. Where did you procure this? Surprisingly, Lucius's ire turned towards Harry. Harry, perplexed by Lucius's fury, was momentarily distracted by Dobby's bizarre antics. Dumbledore's voice turned frosty as he sternly remarked, Shouldn't that question be directed towards you? Have you not hoarded various artifacts associated with Voldemort, inadvertently allowing Draco to bring this perilous item to school? Or did you purposely intend for this book to reach someone else, only for it to mistakenly fall into Draco's hands? Do not spew such nonsense. How could I possess such a thing? Lucius retorted furiously, narrowing his eyes in a threatening manner. If you continue to defame me, I will take you to court. At this moment, Dobby, cowering behind him, pointed awkwardly at the diary and then at Lucius Malfoy, frantically pounding his own head. Harry nodded at Dobby, somewhat understanding. This was indeed Lucius Malfoy's possession. But why would he allow such a dangerous item to fall into his son's hands without any warning, nearly costing Draco his life? Speaking of defamation, Dumbledore continued calmly. The other 10 members of the board have contacted me, all alleging that you threatened them, stating that if they did not agree to dismiss me, you would curse their families. Lucius's eyes blazed with fury, his fists clenched before he relaxed them. I merely analyzed the pros and cons of your tenure. Yet if they wish to retract their decision and bring you back, they need not shift the blame onto me. Should they provide evidence of my threats, I welcome them to the court. I shall be ready. Just a few threats. They likely do not wish to be your enemies. Dumbledore chuckled lightly. However, Lucius, I must advise you to cease collecting items associated with Voldemort. Next time, who knows if anyone will be able to rescue your son in time. Lucius Malfoy stood momentarily, his expression paling. Harry noticed him slump slightly before straightening up again, turning on his heel and striding toward the door as he called out loudly to his house elf. We are leaving. Dobby, who had been cowering in the corner, hurriedly rushed over. Lucius swung the door open, casting a fierce glare at Harry, then whirled around to vent his anger by kicking Dobby out. Dobby landed on the ground with a painful shriek, and Lucius exited, leaving behind a chorus of anguished cries in the hallway. Harry observed the doorway with sympathy, bewildered as to why Draco had such a father. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Dumbledore and asked, Professor Dumbledore, may I return this diary to Mr. Malfoy? Of course, Harry, Dumbledore replied. However, it seems you have further questions for me. Once I escort Professor Lockhart to the hospital wing, we can have a private conversation. Harry was astonished that Dumbledore had perceived his uncertainty. He nodded vigorously. All right, hurry along. They are about to depart. Without delay, Harry seized the diary and dashed out of the office. He finally caught up with the Malfoys just as they were about to exit the castle. Mr. Malfoy, I believe you've forgotten something. Lucius Malfoy cast a disdainful glance over his shoulder, merely slowing his pace slightly. Harry rushed forward and thrust the diary into his hands. What is this? Lucius Malfoy paused, suddenly realizing that a slimy, stinky sock had been inserted into the ruined diary, and with disgust, he promptly discarded it. If you intend to humiliate me in such a manner, you will pay dearly for it, he snarled, turning to leave. Hurry, Dobby, they are waiting. Yet, Dobby remained motionless. Did you not hear? Move quickly. Lucius Malfoy turned back. Dobby lifted the slimy sock high, gazing at it with excitement, as if it were a priceless treasure. A sock. What? I did not. It was thrown to me by my master. Dobby exclaimed joyfully. Dobby is free. Undoubtedly. Harry had deliberately placed the sock in the book for this very reason. You have caused me to lose my servant. Lucius Malfoy shouted in fury, drawing his wand to attack Harry. You shall not harm Harry Potter. Dobby cried out, and with a loud bang, Lucius Malfoy was flung out of the castle doors, crashing heavily onto the grass outside. He struggled to rise, his face ashen, glaring at them with rage. We shall see. One day, you will meet the same fate as your parents. With that, Lucius Malfoy straightened his cloak and strode away with purpose. At that moment, several healers arrived, magically transporting Draco on a stretcher, accompanied by a regal, yet anxious woman whose hand clutched the stretcher tightly. Lucius Malfoy approached them, exchanging a few words with the healers before they hurriedly made their way outside. Harry watched through the window until they disappeared from view, realizing that the Malfoys did not trust Madame Pomfrey's medical expertise and intended to take Draco away. Since apparition was not permitted within Hogwarts, they had to carry him out first. Dobby tiptoed to peer out the window, exclaiming, Harry Potter cares for the young master? The young master also cares for Harry Potter. Harry was taken aback by Dobby's reference to young master, taking a moment to comprehend. Dobby had been anxious that the young master would inform the master of his interactions with Harry Potter. However, the young master had not spoken of it. He had only instructed Dobby to return the intercepted letter to Harry Potter. So at that time, you truly were not sent by Malfoy to prevent me from returning to school? Harry jested, but Dobby took it seriously, urgently explaining, No. The master is unaware that Dobby has visited Harry Potter. The young master knows, but he only understands that Dobby greatly admires Harry Potter and has not forbidden Dobby from seeing him. The young master was also concerned that Harry Potter might go hungry, asking Dobby to deliver food, but at that time, Harry Potter had already left with his friends. So, Draco sent you to spy on me? No. Dobby shook his head vigorously. It was Dobby who overheard the master's plan to harm Harry Potter. Dobby wished to assist Harry Potter. He thought that as long as Harry Potter did not return to school, he would not be embroiled in that conspiracy. That conspiracy pertains to this diary, does it not? Yes. Did Draco know of this plan? Did old Malfoy give him the diary? No. The young master was unaware of this plan. The master did not inform him. Dobby continued. The master initially intended to have the diary delivered to someone at the Weasley household, and even instructed Dobby to investigate the dates for their trip to Diagon Alley. The master's plan was proceeding smoothly. Dobby does not understand why the diary ended up in the young master's possession. Even Dobby was unaware, and it seemed that the truth could only be gleaned from Draco. However, Harry recalled the incident of the altercation in Diagon Alley, speculating that old Malfoy had intended to mix the diary into Ginny's belongings at that time, but it ultimately ended up in Draco's hands. Draco must have known something, as he had brought up Ginny to Tom Riddle, leading Riddle to mistakenly believe he had an affection for her. Harry pondered deeply whether he had ever expressed his feelings for Ginny in a distinct manner. At that moment, Dobby could no longer contain himself and exclaimed. Dobby once endeavored to assist Harry Potter, yet in the end, it was Harry Potter who liberated Dobby. How might Dobby repay Harry Potter? Recalling Dobby's previous interference that disrupted the Dursleys' dinner and prevented him and Ron from accessing the platform, and the Quidditch match where the bludger assaulted Harry, he shook his head in resignation. Just promise me one thing. Please refrain from attempting to rescue me again. His young master had remarked that Dobby often brought misfortune, prompting Dobby to shyly chuckle while trying to don one of Harry's socks upon his head. Dobby had indeed returned the letter to Harry Potter, yet he had not disclosed that his young master had surreptitiously enclosed another letter within. What? That letter was written by Malfoy. Dobby realized he had inadvertently revealed too much and rushed to the wall to bang his head against it in self-punishment. Although he was no longer the Malfoy family house elf, he felt bound by the unspoken oath of secrecy to his former master. Meanwhile, Harry, enveloped in shock, took a considerable time to process the situation before intervening to stop Dobby from inflicting further harm upon himself. The mystery that had plagued him for an entire term had finally been elucidated. Furthermore, could it be that the enigmatic Christmas gift had indeed been sent by Malfoy? Harry felt a surge of frustration. Ron had been correct all along. Malfoy had plucked a feather from Hedwig to present to him. Scene 1. Malfoy. I did not pluck Hedwig's feather. I found it. In the Ollery. Harry, you take pride in scavenging a feather from the Ollery as a Christmas gift? Scene 2. Harry, perhaps old Malfoy intended to slip the diary into Ginny's belongings at that moment, but it ultimately fell into Draco's hands. Draco, it was you. It was you.